001. Link, I am not Zelda. After vanquishing Ganon, Link and Zelda bore the weighty responsibility of revitalizing Hyrule, their days filled with relentless activity. Yet, as young souls, they occasionally seized moments of respite, leading their horses to a grassy bank by the river to partake in a picnic beneath the shade, watching the sun-dappled waters flow toward the horizon. Once their meal was concluded, they leaned against each other, savoring the gentle caress of the breeze. Lately, I have been feeling quite unsettled, Zelda remarked, her brow furrowed. Link tilted his head, a questioning expression adorning his face. Zelda, somewhat perplexed, continued, "It's strange Ganon has been sealed away. Yet, recently, a new sense of impending crisis has taken root in my heart, robbing me of peaceful slumber. Link, could this be an omen of renewed peril for the land of Hyrule?" Link grasped Zelda's hand, smiling as he shook his head. Suddenly, the once clear sky darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds, and in an instant, thunder began to rumble. Link instinctively pulled Zelda behind him, his gaze fixed on the unsettling changes above. Without warning, a fierce bolt of lightning struck down. In a swift motion, Link pushed Zelda aside, but before him lay a blinding brilliance. "Link!" A distant, muffled call of Zelda echoed in his ears. Once a flamboyant playboy, billionaire, philanthropist, scientist, and prodigy, now a captive terrorist, Tony Stark was engaged in discussions with Ethan about the assembly of armor. Though they referred to it as a discussion, it was merely Tony issuing commands, with Ethan dutifully assisting. Moments ago, the leader of the terrorists had approached, issuing threats. Tony Stark had but one day left to assemble the armor. Behind them lay a heap of rubble, cluttered with scraps of metal, springs, and various detritus. In just a few days, Tony had transformed from a privileged youth into a ragged figure, unwashed and reeking of oil and rust. Due to unsanitary conditions, the area around the magnet on his chest had become infected. After lowering his head for too long, Tony felt a twinge in his neck and lifted it, stretching slightly. With a sigh, he said, "Ethan, one day I shall take you out and treat you to the most extravagant meal the world has to offer." Ethan, a gentle soul, thought to himself, "Given our current predicament, whether we will survive until tomorrow is uncertain. The notion of a grand feast is merely a fanciful dream." Yet, he held his tongue, offering a faint smile and replying, "Very well, I shall await that day." At that moment, a disturbance arose from the debris behind them. Tony furrowed his brow and turned, muttering, "Could it be a snake? There are few people in this desert, but plenty of snakes." The noise from the rubble grew increasingly pronounced, and several mechanical components clattered down from above. This unsettling commotion heightened the tension between Tony and Ethan. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the wreckage. Tony shouted, "Ah, the deranged terrorists! How dare they discard a body here?" Ethan was the first to react, hurrying to investigate. As he walked, he muttered, "Something is amiss. This must be a living person." Suddenly, the debris in a hand began to stir. The rubble collapsed, and a youth with brilliant golden hair stumbled out from the wreckage. This boy appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age, his body soiled yet unable to conceal his delicate features and those sparkling eyes. His straight brows conveyed a sense of unwavering determination. At this moment, the youth stood up in a daze, clad only in shorts and a stone slab draped over him, devoid of any other garments. Though lean, he possessed a sturdy physique. The golden-haired boy pressed his forehead, seemingly in pain, uttering a few words. However, the unintelligible language that escaped his lips was incomprehensible to both Ethan and Tony. Tony assumed it was some local dialect and paid it little mind. Ethan quickly glanced at the camera, realizing that the golden-haired boy was precisely within a blind spot of surveillance, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Tony jested, "Poor child, what are you doing amidst this rubble? Are you perhaps searching for treasure?" The golden-haired boy turned his gaze towards Tony, and the brilliance in his eyes momentarily left Tony Stark speechless. Those eyes inspired an involuntary thought in his mind. Hero. It was a peculiar sensation. The golden-haired boy, seemingly oblivious to Tony's words, confusedly retrieved an archaic stone slab from his waist. At the center of the slab glimmered an oranger gemstone, radiating light. Tony and Ethan exchanged glances, uncertain of the boy's intentions. Suddenly, as the golden-haired boy fumbled with the slab, it transformed into dust. Startled, he exclaimed and mumbled a series of incomprehensible words before collapsing. At that moment, a commotion arose outside the prison. Someone knocked on the door calling, "What are you doing in there?" Ethan quickly replied, "Nothing. Everything is fine." The two hastily concealed the golden-haired boy's body in a hidden corner. Regardless of the circumstances, if this youth were discovered by the terrorists, it would spell certain death. Tony and Ethan pressed on with their audacious plan, as their lives depended on it. Time was of the essence. After a while, the golden-haired boy awoke, rubbing his eyes and discovering that he was draped in a tattered garment, albeit dirty. He stood up, and Tony Stark greeted him. "Ah, Zelda, you have finally awakened." Throughout his unconsciousness, the golden-haired boy had remained with his brow furrowed, mumbling words in an unfamiliar tongue, the most frequently repeated being Zelda. Thus, Tony decided to name the golden-haired youth as Zelda. Upon awakening, the golden-haired boy remained silent, sitting quietly to the side, intently observing their efforts with a somewhat morose expression. Ethan attempted to communicate with the golden-haired boy using the local tongue, yet his efforts proved futile. Tony muttered, "Could this possibly be a fool?" However, the golden-haired boy seemed to comprehend Tony's words, casting an indignant glare in his direction. Their armor was complete, and they were in the process of affixing it onto Tony, both men exhibiting palpable tension as time was of the essence. The leader of the terrorists approached the surveillance monitor, only to find Ethan alone, preoccupied with the equipment, while Tony Stark was nowhere to be seen. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Where is Tony Stark?" A subordinate replied, "He was just there." The leader snarled, "Go check immediately." Several armed henchmen hastily rushed over. They banged on the door, calling out, but receiving no response from Tony Stark, they forced the door open, inadvertently triggering the explosives tied behind it. With a thunderous explosion, the door and the terrorists were obliterated into fragments. This startled the golden-haired boy. Tony shouted, "Quickly, activate the power system." Ethan frantically manipulated the computer as both men scrambled in disarray. At this moment, the golden-haired boy spoke. In somewhat halting English, he implored, "Please give me a shield. 002. The shield repels all." The golden-haired boy repeated in his stilted English, "Please give me a shield." Tony, infuriated, retorted, "A shield? Damn it. So you can talk. Look at the situation we are in. You think a child can play with toys now? But Uncle doesn't have time to make one for you. Zelda, do you hear me? We might all die soon. So do not disturb me. I am busy, very busy." The golden-haired boy shook his head, declaring, "I am not Zelda, my name is Link." Tony shouted back, "Oh, I couldn't care less what your name is." At that moment, Ethan quietly remarked, "Ah, there isn't enough time." He then turned to Tony with seriousness. "I will buy you some time." Tony yelled, "Stick to the plan." Ignoring Tony's command, Ethan seized a weapon and prepared to charge out. In that instant, Link swiftly dashed forward, intercepting Ethan and saying, "Enemies are approaching, right? Give me a shield, I will handle the rest." Ethan sighed, "Kid, this is not the time to show off." He attempted to shake off Link's grasp. Yet, the 14 or 15-year-old boy possessed unexpected strength, his grip akin to iron, firmly holding onto Ethan. As Link delayed, the terrorists swiftly advanced. Meanwhile, the progress bar on the computer screen had only reached 70%. Link glanced around and spotted a lid with a handle that he could grasp, holding it close to his chest. Furrowing his brow, he swung it back and forth a couple of times, pondering to himself, this might serve its purpose, albeit precariously. However, should the shield reflect fail, I am doomed. He cast a glance at the 3 red hearts in the upper left corner of his vision, feeling a twinge of helplessness. After awakening a century later, the hard-earned energy and hearts he had accumulated vanished without a trace, and he was at a loss as to why the Sheikah's slate had also become inoperative. He was devoid of possessions. Even his backpack, which once held dishes that enhanced his attack and health, was empty. All of his high-caliber weapons, armor, and shields, including the Master Sword, had disappeared. Furthermore, the skills of the 4 champions were now lost to him. Myfa. Link clutched his chest. More critically, he found himself in an unfamiliar world, with Zelda's whereabouts shrouded in mystery. The only thing he could rely on was this flimsy iron shield. Tony sighed in resignation. Well, a young boy in his rebellious phase is now attempting to cosplay as Captain America with a trash can lid. When the terrorists burst in, they were met with Link bravely brandishing the makeshift shield, his gaze resolute as he confronted them. They paused momentarily, then found the scene somewhat ridiculous. Who is this boy? Trying to stop them with a trash can lid? Consequently, 4 or 5 of them opened fire simultaneously. Link was startled. These individuals wielded strange metallic weapons, capable of unleashing beam attacks, reminiscent of Guardians. He quickly shoved Ethan aside as a hail of bullets rained toward him. Ethan shouted, "Kid." Meanwhile, Tony muttered a curse, urging, "Damn it, hurry up." Link focused intently, and time seemed to slow. The bullets appeared distinctly in his line of sight, moving languidly, as if frozen in time. With bated breath, Link swung the lid in a reverse motion. Shield reflect. Ethan's jaw dropped in astonishment as he witnessed an extraordinary spectacle. Dozens of bullets curved sharply, reversing direction and striking several terrorists. Bang, bang, bang. Several terrorists were hit, their bodies succumbing to the onslaught before they could comprehend what had transpired. "My God!" Ethan exclaimed, his gaze toward Link filled with disbelief. Tony shouted, "What just happened?" From his vantage point, he had missed the miraculous event. Ethan stammered an explanation. "Link, he sent the bullets back." At that moment, the Iron Man's armor completed its diagnostics. Tony donned the cumbersome and unattractive mechanical suit and turned to see Ethan sprawled on the ground, gazing at Link with a reverence akin to that reserved for deities. Before Link lay several terrorists, lifeless and riddled with bullets. Link merely held a comical trash can lid, a mere veneer of thin metal. Tony exclaimed, "This defies all logic. How did you accomplish that?" With a flick of his wrist, Link demonstrated a shield parry. Tony was left speechless. Having not witnessed the shield parry firsthand, Tony preferred to believe that these terrorists had, in a moment of madness, shot at themselves. At least that was somewhat in accordance with scientific principles. "Let's depart," Tony declared. The trio hurriedly made their way out, with Link brandishing his shield, leading the charge. Soon, they encountered foes. Upon seeing Tony's grotesquely hideous armor, the enemies paused momentarily before opening fire. Flames erupted from the gun muzzles as bullets rained down upon the trio. This time, however, Link had grown accustomed to such guardian-like assaults. Unfazed, he tracked the bullets and swung his shield in response. Time seemed to freeze. The air was thick with a whispering wind, the sound of gunfire elongated and echoing. Though stripped of armor, weaponry, the Master Sword, and the skills of the 4 champions, his martial prowess and the courage within remained unwavering. The bullets were all deflected back. Such a flawless shield parry was beyond the capacity of these ordinary individuals to evade, and they were all struck down. No matter how many rounds they fired, they were met with the same fate in return. Tony witnessed this spectacle firsthand, slumped within his Iron Man suit. This was a violation of physical laws. What on earth was this boy? Chuckling nervously, he remarked to Ethan, "It seems our painstakingly crafted armor is of little use, fit only to frighten children on Halloween." Then turning to Link, he inquired, "Boy, are you an extraterrestrial?" Link turned back, his expression earnest. "I am Link, a warrior of the kingdom of Hyrule. I will lead you to safety first, and then I have a matter upon which I wish to enlist your aid." Having unexpectedly arrived in this world and lost his powers, Link felt a profound sense of unease. Instinctively, he sensed a connection to his eternal nemesis, the Dark Lord Ganon. He needed to locate Zelda without delay. This declaration left Tony and Ethan utterly bewildered. Both well-versed in multiple languages and worldly in their experiences, they had never encountered the name Hyrule. Was it perhaps an indigenous tribe on some remote Pacific island? As Link prepared to burst forth from the cave, Ethan, fully aware of the defensive layout outside, suddenly lunged forward to stop him. "Do not go out there. There are machine guns." Tony also stepped forward, casting a sidelong glance at Link. "Boy, have you had your moment of glory? It's time for the main character to take the stage." With intelligence surpassing the ordinary, he grasped the essence of Link's skills after just one observation. Executing the shield parry as Link described required intense concentration, a breath held in anticipation to achieve a decisive strike. Outside, the machine guns unleashed a relentless barrage of gunfire. Just as Link had deflected the first wave of attacks, a second wave of bullets surged forth, unceasing. Though this young man was indeed peculiar, it was implausible for him to execute multiple shield counters in a mere second. The lid of the trash can was but a flimsy barrier, utterly incapable of halting the bullets. Should Link venture out, he would be plunged into considerable peril. It was imperative that I take action myself. 003 Escape from the Abyss. Tony piloted the mech out of the cave, where chaos ensued outside as enemies swarmed. The sunlight glimmered upon his armor, causing him to squint. After days confined in a dim cell, the brightness of the sun was blinding. This radiant light ignited the pent-up fury within him, prompting Tony to cry out. "Look at whom you have offended." With a fierce blast from his flamethrower, flames engulfed a group of foes, sending them writhing on the ground in agony. He warned Link and Ethan, "Stay inside until I deal with the enemies outside." The thrusters at his feet roared to life as he leaped into action, toppling an adversary and plunging into the fray. Despite his impressive display, to Link, it appeared clumsy and inefficient, lacking any long-range weaponry. Suddenly, Tony found himself targeted by a distant machine gun, a barrage of bullets knocking him down amidst a cacophony of explosions. The shockwave of the blast sent Ethan and Link tumbling to the ground. Link turned to Ethan and asked, "Do we have any bows?" Ethan replied, "No one uses such primitive weapons anymore." Link insisted, "Any long-range weapon will do." Reluctantly, Ethan handed his rifle to Link, who looked perplexed. Ethan then instructed him on how to fire. "Here, pull the trigger, and it will shoot." Curious, Link squeezed the trigger, and with a loud bang, nearly hit Ethan. Startled, Ethan stammered, "It seems you've learned how to use a gun." Link quickly apologized, but outside the cave, explosions continued to erupt around Tony, putting them all in grave danger. Grasping the rifle, Link dashed to the cave's edge, aiming at the enemy operating the machine gun. Seeing Link emerge with an awkward stance, holding the gun one-handed, Tony shouted, "It's too dangerous. You could be blown away. Get back." He could have used the mech's thrusters to escape the battlefield, but that would mean abandoning Link and Ethan. Though he projected a nonchalant demeanor, Tony's sense of responsibility ran deep, and he felt immense pride. He would rather perish than leave behind those who had saved him. When Tony noticed Link preparing to shoot the machine gunner, he called out, "Don't be foolish. You're too far away to hit." Link steadied himself and replied, "I can do it. I am the finest marksman in Hyrule." Tony scoffed, "Oh, how impressive. The top marksman from a primitive tribe. Hurry back. Just give me a moment." "And I will." Link fired. The recoil twisted his wrist painfully, causing him to lose grip on the rifle. Yet, to Tony's astonishment, the bullet, released from Link's awkward grip, emitted a faint glow as it soared towards the machine gunner, striking him in the forehead and sending him crashing to the ground. Without the suppressive fire, the pressure on Tony insignificantly diminished. "Is this lad a modern-day Robin Hood?" Tony muttered as he charged out, delivering a flurry of punches that sent enemies flying. Rushing back into the cave, he called out to Link and Ethan, "Quickly, the ammunition depot outside is about to explode." Activating his thrusters, Tony gazed at the scattered boxes of explosives and cursed, "These fools. How could they leave munitions in the desert, baking under the sun? Haven't they learned about hazardous materials regulations?" At that moment, his thrusters malfunctioned twice beneath his feet. He exchanged a glance with Ethan. "It won't work. Iron Titan can't carry 3 people and take flight." Ethan shook his head. "I'm heavier. You take the child and go." Tony replied urgently, "Don't say that. You still have family. I'll ensure your safe escape." Ethan chuckled. "I was joking. I have no family." Tony was taken aback. As the tragic fate from the original timeline loomed, Ethan still found himself unable to escape his demise. Link jumped down, glancing at the 3 red hearts in the upper left corner. Assessing the damage, he felt a surge of confidence. "You take Ethan and go first," he instructed Tony. Tony, cradling his head, murmured, "What is going on today? Why do I keep encountering these selfless souls willing to sacrifice themselves for others?" Link replied earnestly, "You must leave. I can handle this. You've already witnessed my shield reflection skill. I'll be fine and will catch up with you shortly." In the original timeline, it was Ethan's death that transformed Tony from an arms dealer into a champion of peace for Earth. At this moment, Link's determined gaze left a profound impression on Tony. Upon first seeing Link's eyes, the notion of a hero blossomed in his heart, and that impression grew stronger. The boy's fearless demeanor unfurled within Tony's mind, igniting a sense of admiration. Taking a deep breath, Tony declared, "Boy, I know you possess special abilities. You must survive." He then lifted Ethan and soared into the sky. Link dashed outside and observed Tony's flight path. Bracing his arms, he positioned a trash can lid against his chest focusing on the ammunition boxes, while wandering across Hyrule. He had not yet learned the bird deity skill, so he devised a peculiar method of flight using his shield. By igniting explosives and standing on his shield, he harnessed the shockwave to propel himself into the air. A game mechanic that I have attempted several times without success. Had Tony known that Link's assurance of safety stemmed from such an outlandish technique, he would never have left Link behind. Boom. Explosive sparks erupted, and a wave of shock rushed toward Link, causing his golden hair to stand on end. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, landing on the trash can lid. As the shockwave surged, Link harnessed the momentum to soar skyward. The shield beneath him exploded into fragments. Link's knees absorbed the impact, costing him a heart. Yet, achieving such a feat without any armor is truly the pinnacle of his abilities. Link laughed heartily in the sky, while the approaching terrorists from afar mistook him for some kind of avian creature. This perilous act was one of Link's favorites. He relished the exhilarating sensation of teetering on the brink of life and death. He had previously performed this stunt in front of Zelda, startling her, which led her to sternly prohibit him from engaging in such dangerous antics, leaving him quite disheartened. Adjusting his position to brace for impact, Link propelled himself toward the location where Tony and the others were headed, harnessing the force of the descent. After savoring the thrill of high-speed flight for a brief 2 seconds, he intended to deploy his glider and leisurely seek out Tony and the others. Suddenly, a rare expression of terror crossed Link's face. For the legendary hero who had saved the land of Hyrule, this was a most unusual occurrence. He realized he had forgotten that his glider was no longer with him, leaving him uncertain about how to land. 004. Hard landing, Link exclaimed in midair, his heart pounding as he gazed down at the enemy encampment, which now appeared as mere specks. The howling winds tossed him about at this great height. With only 2 hearts remaining, he understood that a hard fall from such an altitude would surely be fatal. As his body began to plummet, despair enveloped him. In the game, he could respawn, utilize Myfa's powers, or summon fairies for an instant revival. But now, he was devoid of both fairies and Myfa. This was no game, and there would be no resurrection after death. Ahead, he spotted a cluster of iron behemoth wreckage, with Tony and Ethan lying in the sand. Groaning from what seemed to be a painful fall, Link suddenly paused, noticing that he was about to land on the slope of a sand dune. A glimmer of hope ignited within him as he clenched his fists. Even with only 2 hearts left, Link's physique was considerably stronger than that of an average person, capable of withstanding impacts that would incapacitate others. Tony, gasping for breath on the desert floor, remarked, "The stability of this armor is poor. I need to reinforce it." Ethan, bruised and burned from the scorching sand, stared blankly at the sky and mused, "At least we have armor for protection. But what about Link, who has none?" Tony, having also suffered from the searing sands, abruptly sat up and asked, "What are you saying?" Following Ethan's gaze, he too became dazed with disbelief. Has that boy Link been blown away? They witnessed Link tumble rapidly onto the dune, kicking up a cloud of sand, and then roll down the slope like a wheel. "Link!" Tony shouted as he and Ethan rushed forward. The two positioned themselves to catch Link as he descended. Given the height from which Link had fallen, even landing on the dune would surely leave him battered, let alone if he had struck the water's surface. Link curled himself up as much as possible, crashing onto the grains of sand, and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his health reduced to a mere half a heart. Yet, to his surprise, he felt a surge of joy. At least he was still alive. He quickly rolled away, filling his mouth with sand, his world spinning chaotically, utterly unable to control his body. Just as he felt his remaining half-heart was about to be extinguished, he tumbled into the arms of 2 figures. Like a small cannonball, Link collided with Tony and Ethan, both of whom grunted in surprise, sent tumbling away, the 3 of them rolling into a heap. Link, Tony, his face smeared with dirt, scrambled to check if Link was alive or dead. He found Link's face as pale as a sheet, his once brilliant golden hair now matted with sand, appearing dull and lifeless. His breaths and heartbeat grew increasingly faint, despite Tony's frantic calls. Link lay as motionless as a statue, his eyes tightly shut. Link, pull yourself together. I'll take you to the best and most expensive doctor in the world. You'll be fine. Tony shouted desperately, shaking Link's body with all his strength. Regret washed over him for having thrown such a young boy into the midst of an enemy camp on the brink of explosion, filling him with guilt. At that moment, Ethan hurried over and exclaimed, "Stop shaking him. He is not dead." Tony froze, witnessing Link slowly open his eyes, glaring at him with irritation. "I've broken so many bones. I need to rest." With that, Link slipped back into unconsciousness. Fortunately, his robust physique had endured the fall from such a height. Yet it had also left his vital signs weak. He needed to minimize any movement, much like a tortoise hibernating, to preserve his dwindling strength. Tony's shaking had nearly been the end of him. Ethan approached and examined Link's condition, stating, "He is too severely injured. He has fallen into a self-protective slumber. We must not disturb him." Tony, relieved, scooped Link up and hoisted him onto his back, almost losing his balance as he did so. "This boy looks light, but he is surprisingly heavy," Tony muttered. The two hurried through the desert with Link in tow. Ethan, also gravely injured, struggled to keep pace, needing to pause for breath after just a few steps. As the scorching sun beat down mercilessly, Tony draped a piece of cloth over Link's head. The golden-haired youth lay in slumber, his face dirty yet strikingly delicate. In his unconscious state, his straight brows softened, giving him the appearance of a young girl. Tony pondered. What would this child's parents feel if they knew their son was in such peril? His lips were chapped, his throat parched. Ethan gasped, "Don't worry about me. It's too hot here for Link to last much longer. You take him and go ahead. I'll follow slowly behind." Tony glanced at the unconscious Link on his back, and then at the injured Ethan, caught in a dilemma. He chastised himself. I should have checked if the armor could be repaired. There should still be some fuel left in the thrusters. Just as the three were on the verge of succumbing to the desert's searing heat, a buzzing sound filled the sky. Ethan exclaimed, "Oh no. They are coming after us in a helicopter." Initially believing it to be an enemy, Ethan was surprised when Tony, filled with joy, wearily set down Link and declared, "Those terrorists hiding in the desert do not possess such a model of helicopter. I am well acquainted with the sound of its rotor blades." Two military helicopters soared overhead, stirring the sand into a frenzy. Tony raised one hand, forming a peace sign in celebration. As the aircraft descended, Tony Stark's friend, Rhodey, rushed out, astonished to see Tony, who appeared weary and disheveled, resembling a vagabond rather than the dapper playboy he once was. "Rhodey, quickly, take this child for treatment," Tony shouted. They hurried onto the helicopter. Chaos ensuing. Meanwhile, during his unconscious state, Link remained unaware that a fourth heart had emerged, adding to the three already present in the upper left corner of his vision. Inside the aircraft, Rhodey chuckled and waved dismissively. "Tony, you're exaggerating again. How could this boy possibly survive a fall from 200 meters? Tony, sipping from a military water bottle, frowned. "I cannot believe it either, yet it is unfolding before my eyes. By the way, could you fetch me a glass of brandy?" Rhodey replied, "Military aircraft do not provide that service. The boy's injuries are quite severe. His cervical spine, ribs, vertebrae, and joints are all damaged. And there are numerous minor injuries as well. He may lose his ability to care for himself upon awakening." Tony's expression darkened. "No matter. I will make amends for his suffering. If he cannot walk, I shall provide him with an exosuit that allows him to run and fly. He deserves it." He recalled how Link had, with merely a trash can lid, deflected enemy bullets back at them, the lid remaining utterly unscathed. What would such a remarkable youth feel upon awakening to find himself unable to walk? Tony's excessive sense of responsibility began to torment him once more. During Link's unconsciousness, Tony carried him from the heart of Eurasia all the way to North America. Upon landing, his assistant, Pepper, awaited quietly, accompanied by Tony's security personnel. Happy. With Tony's absence, the company had descended into chaos, and it was only thanks to Pepper's timely intervention that the stock price did not plummet. Upon returning home, Tony discovered a staggering loss of $200 billion. As he opened the rear cabin door, Pepper, intrigued by the changes Tony might have undergone during his 3-month disappearance, pondered that perhaps a little torment would serve him well, instilling greater steadiness within him. To her astonishment, she witnessed Tony, accompanied by a bespectacled middle-aged man and his friend Rhodey, hurriedly pushing a stretcher off the aircraft. Upon seeing Pepper, Tony shouted, "Quickly, get this child to the hospital." Pepper promptly replied, "Oh, of course." While thinking a child, Tony's illegitimate son, the medical team arrived swiftly. Despite his own right arm being bandaged and his gait uneven, Tony remained dedicated to caring for the youth on the stretcher, earnestly instructing the medical personnel to take good care of him. Upon arriving before little Pepper, Ethan introduced himself, saying, "This is my savior." After expressing her gratitude to Ethan, little Pepper gazed at the medical vehicle as its doors closed, puzzled by the identity of the blonde youth whom Tony had shown such concern for, and inquired, "Who is he?" Tony replied, "My other savior, a remarkable boy. I have a feeling he possesses Chinese martial arts." After traversing into this new realm, Link incoherently uttered a phrase in Chinese, which Tony promptly noted down. Once they boarded the vehicle, Happy inquired about their destination, to which Tony responded, "The hospital." Little Pepper, taken aback, recalled Tony's aversion to hospitals and his disdain for doctors prying into his private matters. Logically, upon disembarking from the plane, Tony would rather host an extravagant party than visit a hospital. She braced herself for an argument with him, but Tony asserted decisively, "To the hospital." Could it be that 3 months of confinement had finally transformed Tony? Ultimately, Tony clarified, "No, I am not going to the hospital for treatment. I am going to see that child." Besides, Ethan requires further medical attention. Tony's long-standing disdain for hospitals remained unchanged. He was reluctant to trust others, loathing the sensation of his life resting in someone else's hands. In the original Marvel timeline, in Iron Man 1, he could have sought hospital care for a more secure reactor replacement, but chose to take risks instead, allowing Little Pepper to assist him. In Iron Man 2, despite being poisoned by palladium, he preferred to languish in despair rather than visit a hospital, even though it would have been futile. It was only in Iron Man 3 that he finally confronted his inner turmoil, albeit awkwardly, undergoing surgery to remove the shrapnel that had been lodged within him for 5 long years. Tony said to Little Pepper, "All I desire now is a cheeseburger. Oh, and one for Ethan as well." I promised him a meal. Ethan expressed his gratitude nearby, but inwardly he grumbled, "Weren't we supposed to have the most extravagant feast? How has it devolved into a cheeseburger?" Tony then commanded, "Prepare a press conference for me." Little Pepper asked, "Where?" Tony replied, "Right here in this hospital." Subsequently, Tony, munching on his burger, exited the vehicle and hurriedly made his way to Link's hospital room. He stood at the door, exchanging a silent glance with Ethan, hesitant to enter. At that moment, the doctor emerged, startled, exclaiming, "Mr. Stark." Tony inquired, "Has Link awakened?" The doctor confirmed, "Yes, he has." Tony hesitated, asking, "Did he exhibit any emotional fluctuations?" During the preliminary assessment aboard the plane, Rhodey regrettably informed Tony that Link might never walk again and would be unable to care for himself, plunging Tony into a deep well of self-reproach. "If only I had increased the thruster's power, perhaps we could have escaped together." Though Tony remained wary of outsiders and could be harsh in his words, once he recognized a friend, he transformed into a generous and affable gentleman. In Iron Man 2, during his moments of despair, he gifted his company to Little Pepper and bestowed the War Machine armor upon Rhodey, though he only gifted one suit. For the Iron Man suit held a special place in Tony's heart, one he would take with him even in death. After the conclusion of the Civil War, he single-handedly endeavored to uphold the Avengers, despite being the last member left standing. With Rhodey incapacitated, the mischievous illusionist gone, Spider-Man having abandoned him, and Tony burdened by his struggles, though he would never voice them, he relentlessly toiled to develop specialized weaponry for Thor and the others, yearning for the day when he could aid them. Presently, Ethan and Link had been deemed friends by Tony. His sense of responsibility weighed heavily upon him, as he believed that Link's current state was a reflection of his own shortcomings. The doctor candidly stated that the patient's emotions were stable. Tony, in his frustration, shook his head, surmising that Link had been profoundly affected and had yet to recover from the shock. "Poor child," the doctor echoed, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, he is unfortunate. His body isn't scathed, yet the military's inept physicians have encased him in plaster, which is truly a stroke of bad luck." Tony exclaimed, "Unscathed?" Startled, the doctor mentally cursed the capricious playboy, yet replied, "Indeed, he bears not a single injury. Among his peers, I have never encountered anyone with a more robust constitution. Is this child an athlete? His physical prowess is astonishing, with a body fat percentage below 7 and pure muscle. Oh, how I am reminded of my own wretched son, who indulges in snacks and has ballooned to the size of a pig." Ignoring the doctor's ramblings, Tony hurried into the private room, where he found Link, dejectedly gazing at his plastered limbs, resembling someone clad in 2 layers of puffy jackets, awkward and comical. Link turned to Tony and awkwardly greeted him in broken English. "Hello." Tony, taken aback, asked, "You're healed?" Link nodded, astonished by his own remarkable physical condition. Moments earlier, he had received information in his mind, successfully completed a high-difficulty operation, acquired a heart container, acquired an energy container. He realized that the red hearts indicating his life force in the upper left corner had increased, now totaling 4. His energy gauge had also risen by 25, filling him with elation. Even with merely 3 hearts, which he affectionately referred to as such, he could survive a fall from great heights, showcasing the terrifying nature of his physical abilities. Now, with 4 hearts, his vitality surged by a quarter. As for the energy value in the Marvel Universe, it manifested as the power Link wielded. He estimated that his wrist strength was double that of an ordinary person. Should his energy reach a certain threshold, he could potentially grapple with Thor or the Hulk. The plaster encumbered Link's movements. Curious to test his newfound strength, he exerted himself, shattering the plaster before the astonished gazes of those around him. Link stood upright, disregarding the dropped jaws of Tony and the others, and confidently stood barefoot on the ground. Stretching his limbs, glancing at the mental prompt, he chuckled to himself. High difficulty operation? I implore you, even if granted another opportunity to regain my vitality, I shall not be foolish enough to repeat such a folly. The augmentation of both health and energy levels brings good tidings to Link, signifying his potential for growth. In the future, he may acquire the skills of the 4 divine beasts: resurrection, levitation, blocking, and electrocution. Furthermore, the mastery of metal manipulation, time suspension, ice levitation, and explosives, as exhibited by Sheik, could also be within his grasp. Tony entered the room, scrutinizing Link from head to toe. I thought you would remain unconscious for a much longer duration. Link nodded, as a rumble emanated from his stomach. His gaze fell upon the half-eaten hamburger in Tony's hand, his eyes brimming with reproach. Why is there none for me? Ethan interjected. If you desire it. My hamburger remains untouched. He offered the hamburger, still in its packaging, to Link. With a word of thanks, Link devoured it with remarkable speed, thoroughly enjoying each bite. And within a few moments, he had vanquished the entire hamburger. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. At this moment, Link's body appeared clean and somewhat slender, his fair skin radiant, with delicate features accentuated by his golden hair, cascading over his shoulders, embodying the rare refinement of Caucasian skin. Tony mused that even if Link donned feminine attire, he would still exude an air of beauty, truly a striking young man. Yet, this seemingly fragile boy had survived a fall from several hundred meters, deflecting bullets with a mere thin metal trash can lid. Tony found himself intrigued by the anatomical differences between Link and ordinary humans. A clamorous commotion arose outside the window, prompting Tony to investigate. He discovered a throng of reporters congregated in front of the hospital, armed with cameras and microphones, much like a pack of eager wolves. Tony muttered, "These people are remarkably dedicated." At that moment, a robust, bald man entered the room, exclaiming, "Tony, it's wonderful to see you unharmed." Link's gaze sharpened. Tony turned and responded, Obadiah, embracing the antagonist from the first Iron Man film. Link observed Obadiah, deeply impressed by his acting prowess. Despite having previously failed to ensnare Tony, he maintained an air of nonchalance while engaging in jovial conversation, revealing no signs of his true intentions. It seemed he possessed an unwavering resolve, and Tony's entanglement with such a character was indeed unfortunate. Obadiah warmly stated, "I'm relieved to see you well. The reporters await us below. Let us proceed." He then noticed a particular gaze fixated upon him, the golden-haired boy seated upon the hospital bed, scrutinizing him as if he were a criminal, which made Obadiah uncomfortable. Tony shook his head. There is no rush. The reporters will be more than willing to wait a little longer. After all, there is a significant headline awaiting them. Tony was acutely aware of the monumental impact his forthcoming actions would have on the world stage. Turning to Link, Tony asked gently, "How do you feel? Is there anything you require?" Link replied succinctly, "A change of clothing." Unlike Tony, who was a loquacious conversationalist, Link preferred brevity in his speech. Tony instructed someone to fetch clothing and then frowned slightly at Link, saying, "Your English accent is rather peculiar. Please take a moment to rest. Once I conclude the press conference, I shall return to you." Tony, ever the frivolous character, exhibited a rare tenderness towards Link. Obadiah, having spent many years in Tony's company, immediately sensed something amiss and shared a suspicion akin to that of Pepper Potts. Could this boy, of suitable age, be Tony's illegitimate child? It was not surprising for Tony, who was known for his romantic entanglements, to suddenly have a love child. However, Obadiah's expression darkened. If this were indeed the case, it would not merely be Tony Stark that needed addressing, but also the golden-haired youth, lest he inherit Tony's fortune. Obadiah had no desire to toil for 3 generations of the Stark family. Obadiah inquired, "Tony, who is this?" Tony shrugged. "Link, a most reliable friend of mine. Shall we?" At that moment, with his clothes in hand, Link quickly dressed and declared, "I will accompany you." Ethan remarked, "Your condition," Link, adjusting his shoes, looked up, "All done. These minor injuries are nothing." He was determined not to miss the unfolding drama. Moments later, Tony ignited the scene. He proclaimed that Stark Industries would cease all weapon production. Link observed Tony's fearless demeanor on stage, while Obadiah appeared quite awkward, uncertain of how to proceed. The reporters' reactions were remarkably unanimous. Their beloved Tony Stark had once again provided them with sensational news. Link understood that the journalists would undoubtedly interpret this as yet another instance of the capriciousness of Tony Stark, the affluent heir. In a few days, they would dismiss it as mere folly and continue selling arms. After all, the arms trade was immensely lucrative. Such a market was one that others could only dream of entering. Who would believe Tony's declaration of abandonment? Yet, Tony remained undeterred by Obadiah's attempts to smooth over the situation, steadfastly asserting the reality he had announced. As the realization settled in that this was genuine, the atmosphere became tumultuous. Tony surveyed the shocked expressions surrounding him, aware that many believed him to be mad. Nonetheless, he was entirely resolute in his purpose. His gaze swept across the crowd until it landed on Link. Dressed handsomely in casual attire, his long blonde hair tied back in a ponytail, Link exuded an air of vitality. Amongst the commotion, he remained composed and unfazed. Noticing Tony's gaze, Link nodded slightly. Tony smiled. It appears there are still some wise individuals among us. The crowd remained oblivious to the significance of this remark. It was not only Tony who had taken note of Link. Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D., standing beside Pepper, cast a keen glance at Link. Contemplating the peculiarities of the boy who had returned with Tony, an investigation seemed warranted. Following the press conference, Tony extended an invitation for Link to stay at his residence, which perplexed Pepper, leading her to ask, "Is this child your illegitimate son?" Tony, taken aback, replied, "What are you suggesting? I am merely curious about this boy." Link, standing nearby, felt the awkwardness of the moment. He blinked, recalling the days to come when he would don the mantle of Spider-Man. Tony had always been fond of mentoring the younger generation. Certainly, Ethan was also invited to Tony's residence, having collaborated with Tony on the creation of battle armor. Tony greatly valued his expertise. However, Ethan declined the invitation, shaking his head with a smile. In response, Tony exhibited the generosity characteristic of the Stark lineage, bestowing upon Ethan a substantial sum of money and a villa, fulfilling his wish for a tranquil life. Thus, this man, who would profoundly influence Tony Stark's life, departed. Meanwhile, due to Tony Stark's announcement regarding Stark Industries' transition from arms dealer to a new direction, the news media, business competitors, peace advocates, and the ever-curious public engaged in fervent discussions about this development. Tony, already a figure of considerable notoriety, ascended to unprecedented levels of fame. Speculations arose about whether Stark had discovered a lucrative resource, with even the king of Wakanda in Africa startled by the news, pondering if Stark had stumbled upon vibranium mines. The world struggled to comprehend Tony Stark's astonishing decision, while Obadiah sought to leverage the situation to gain power within the board. Yet, Tony remained oblivious to the tumult. Happily nestled at home, engaged in conversation with Link. Link, being reticent, let Tony dominate the dialogue, until at last, Tony remarked, "Link, conversing with you is quite delightful." Link, with a furrowed brow, thought to himself, "What is this? You've been the one chattering away. I hardly spoke." Tony continued, "That golden-haired girl with the elegant brows, Zelda? Who is of your age? I have already asked Pepper to seek her out. Clues should surface soon." "Thank you," Link replied. At that moment, Tony's intelligent assistant, Jarvis, interjected. "Sir, I have completed the shield and sword." Link expressed his gratitude to Jarvis, who commanded the clumsy mechanical assistant, Dummy, to bring forth the shield and sword. These were crafted based on Link's designs of the Demon Slayer sword and the Hylian shield from his game. As Link grasped the faux Demon Slayer sword and the faux Hylian shield, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Indeed, a hero must possess both sword and shield. Tony remarked, "This is a special alloy, high in strength, resistant to extreme temperatures, and not easily damaged, though it is somewhat heavy." The combined weight of the sword and shield was 50 kilograms. Yet, Link effortlessly held them, declaring, "No, it feels quite light, perhaps even a tad too light." In his memories, the Master Sword, the true Demon Slayer sword, was far heavier, yet he wielded it with ease. Tony stared in disbelief. What incredible strength. "Tomorrow, we shall go together to procure the bow and arrows you desire. There is a specialty shop nearby. But for now, I wish to witness your shield bounce." Link corrected him. "It's called a shield parry." Tony remarked, "Anything will do." "What shall we do?" Link glanced at Dammy and suggested, "Let him swing at me with that sword or shoot me with bullets." Naturally, Tony could not allow Dammy to shoot at Link, for that could lead to disastrous consequences. Instead, he instructed Dammy to wield the exorcism sword and prepare to strike Link. With shield in hand, Link urged Dammy, "Commence your attack." Dammy, looking somewhat bewildered, turned to Tony for confirmation. Tony nodded, and suddenly, Dammy swung the sword downward with a vertical strike. Seizing the moment, Link thrust his shield forward. Bang! The impact sent Dammy into a state of stiffness. With a crack, Dammy's mechanical arm shattered. Tony, astonished, sat upright on the sofa, gazing at the unfortunate Dammy. Despite his foolish demeanor, Dammy's body was remarkably robust, constructed from a material akin to that of the exorcism sword, impervious even to missile strikes. In Iron Man 3, when Tony's home was destroyed, everything was obliterated, save for the mechanical arm of Dammy, which survived, a testament to its durability. Soon, a report from JARVIS filled the air. Analysis indicates that Mr. Link has rebounded Dammy's strike, sustaining no impact himself, accompanied by a plethora of complex terminology. Tony shook his head, contemplating the inadequacy of science to elucidate such phenomena. Observing Link hastily checking on Dammy and apologizing, he mused, Hyrule, perhaps a name of a planet. Tony possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding other life forms in the universe. He instructed Dammy, go and procure a new arm. Thus, Dammy sadly shuffled back to the workshop. At that moment, Tony's newly developed miniature arc reactor was successfully completed. Reclining in his chair, Pepper descended to assist him with the installation. It was not that he mistrusted Link, but given Link's immense strength, Tony feared that an inadvertent mishap might result in the unintended removal of something crucial. Such a powerhouse required careful handling. Pepper approached with a puzzled expression, nodding towards Link. Tony conveyed to her the assistance he required, though Pepper hesitated. Removing the old reactor. She gazed at the gaping hole in Tony's chest, feeling a sense of revulsion as she reached into his chest, which was oozing with electrolyte fluid or pus, to extract a wire. Just as Tony warned, there's a magnet down there. Be careful. She inadvertently pulled it out. Attempting to replace it, Tony urgently stopped her, sensing his heart nearing a standstill. Quickly, help me install the reactor. Link, observing from the side, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, particularly at the unsightly sight before him. He cast a glance at Tony's chest and rubbed his eyes, utterly appalled. Pepper, still hesitating with the reactor in hand, noted Tony's deteriorating condition. Her eyes met Link's, and she passed the reactor to him, declaring, "It's in your hands. Don't let him do it." Tony shouted, but Link, unfazed, accepted the reactor, feeling that Pepper was taking too long. Making a swift decision, he grasped the connecting components and inserted them into Tony's chest with a decisive click, followed by the swift placement of the reactor. The entire procedure took no more than 2 seconds. Link blew on the sticky substance on his fingers and declared, "All done." Meanwhile, Tony was startled to the core. Gasping, he expressed his gratitude to Link, saying, "Thanks." Pepper, admiring Link's courage, turned to Tony and remarked, "I won't be doing anything like this again." After offering a few comforting words to Link, she added, "Your little girlfriend will find you soon. Trust us." With that, Pepper took her leave. Tony sat up, exclaiming, "A new energy source. I can commence my plans." He continued, "Link, you've seen the mech I previously created. But it was far from perfect, clumsy, and unsightly. I aim to construct a superior version, codenamed 2. It will be a revolutionary technological product, capable of bringing peace to the world. The era of cumbersome weapons is drawing to a close." He then instructed, "By the way, Dummy, discard this relic, the old arc reactor." However, Dummy was still busy replacing its mechanical arm. Holding the old arc reactor in his hands, Link asked Tony, "Could you give it to me?" With its presence offering him a sense of security, Tony felt at ease but decided to keep it just in case. Tony, seemingly indifferent, replied, "If you want it, take it. Technology is fickle, and so am I." Unbeknownst to him, in another dimension, it was this discarded relic that would save him. As Tony began the process of creating Iron Man Suit 2, Link found great enjoyment in witnessing this plot unfold, particularly from the original timeline. However, only by being a spectator could one truly appreciate the arduous and intricate nature of crafting the Iron Man suit. Tony unleashed his creativity and craftsmanship, completing dozens of preliminary iterations in a single day at an astonishing pace. Among his 3 assistants, Link, Jarvis, and Dummy, only Jarvis proved useful. Dummy was more of a hindrance. While Link's role was to safeguard Tony and assist with heavy lifting, a task in which he excelled, Tony managed to construct the Iron Man suit solely by his own efforts. Observing the fantastical visions gradually materialize into reality, Link was profoundly astonished. Over the course of several days, the notoriously reclusive Tony surprisingly enjoyed Link's company, finding him to be quite the conversationalist, despite never sharing a meal with him. Link was a voracious eater, capable of astonishing feats at the dining table, which even intimidated Dummy, truth be told. Dummy had been scared of Link ever since their last encounter. Tony, noticing Link's joyous demeanor while eating, found his own appetite increasing and began to gain weight. Given the high-calorie, sugar-laden nature of American cuisine, and considering Tony's middle-aged status, he faced the risk of nutritional excess. Thus, to avoid becoming overweight, Tony resolved not to dine with Link, lest he be influenced. Although Link didn't assist Tony much in his endeavors, he did help Tony avoid numerous injuries, for which Tony felt immense gratitude. Moreover, news of Zelda remained elusive. Even Stark Industries had failed to locate the little girl, having previously assured Link of his support. Tony felt a twinge of guilt for not being able to assist him. As a form of compensation, he extricated himself from his obsession with mech creation and took Link for a drive in a luxury car to a nearby archery shop to purchase equipment. Upon entering the archery specialty shop, Tony encountered an acquaintance. The spacious interior boasted an array of compound and recurve bows, countless specimens adorning the walls. The shopkeeper, a robust middle-aged man, observed the suave gentleman accompanied by a golden-haired youth and, like others, assumed a paternal connection. He greeted Tony warmly, inquiring, "Good morning, sir. Are you here to purchase a bow for your son?" Link frowned at the mistaken perception of their relationship. Having spent several days with Tony, he understood the latter's aversion to such assumptions, which he shared. Thus, he clarified, "No, this child is my friend. I brought him to acquire that particular bow." The shopkeeper regarded Link with mild surprise and kindly asked, "What style of bow do you desire? We have many impressive options." Link interjected, "I want a bow with a draw weight exceeding 100 pounds. The heavier, the better." Unfamiliar with the peculiarities of real-world archery, he felt that the designs were somewhat impractical. The shopkeeper, taken aback, surveyed Link's slender physique and questioned, "A bow over 100 pounds? Can you manage that?" At that moment, a man and a woman entered the store, dressed casually. The man exuded competence while the woman radiated beauty. Tony turned to glance at them, his eyes sparkling with admiration, and thought, "What a stunning woman! Who was that foolish man beside her?" Link, sensing something amiss, noticed the peculiar footsteps of the duo behind him. They possessed an extraordinary physicality, leading him to suspect they might be threats to Tony. He quickly turned around, exclaiming in surprise. The couple also regarded Tony with astonishment. They exchanged a glance, murmuring, "Tony Stark?" Link was taken aback, recognizing them as Hawkeye and Black Widow. Tony shrugged and approached Natasha for a casual conversation, while Hawkeye bypassed Tony to scrutinize Link. He had overheard Link's bold declaration regarding the bow, "A bow over 100 pounds? Can a child like you even draw that?" The shopkeeper, seemingly acquainted with Hawkeye, greeted him with a smile, "Sir, welcome. The bow you commissioned is complete." From behind, he produced a sleek, entirely black bow, its weight imposing even for the burly man to handle. Link's eyes lit up upon seeing the bow, and he directed his request to the shopkeeper, "Sir, I would like one just like it." The shopkeeper's expression shifted to one of incredulity. "I'm sorry, child, but this bow is custom-made and requires time to craft. Moreover, it boasts a draw weight of 250 pounds, which is impractical for most." Link replied softly, "I can manage." Meanwhile, Tony was engrossed in a lively exchange with Natasha, showcasing his Russian language skills, blissfully unaware of her true intentions. Natasha smiled, casting a sidelong glance at Link. Recognizing him as the boy whom Agent Coulson had mentioned, Tony considered him a savior, having returned from the desert with grievous injuries that miraculously healed after a mere slumber. Hawkeye scoffed, bemused by Link's audacity to compare himself, and remarked, "Child, this bow is ill-suited for you." Just as he was about to reclaim the bow, Tony, noticing Link's apparent admiration for Hawkeye's new weapon, interjected, "Hello, sir. How about selling us this bow? I would gladly offer 10 times its worth." Internally, Hawkeye dismissed Tony as a superficial wealthy youth and retorted, "If you can draw this bow, I shall gift it to you." Tony detected an air of provocation in Hawkeye's words, mistakenly believing it stemmed from his earlier flirtation with Natasha, which had displeased Hawkeye. Intent on impressing Natasha, he straightened his attire and approached the bow, gripping its handle, only to realize its weight. With a serious expression, he struggled to lift the black bow with both hands, prompting smiles from onlookers. Natasha feigned amusement, covering her mouth with laughter. The shopkeeper suppressed a chuckle, and even Hawkeye's smirk was laced with derision. Remarkably, even the typically stoic Link wore a subtle smile. Not wishing to let Tony embarrass himself, Link smoothly took the black bow from him and inquired of the shopkeeper. "May I have a go at the target over there?" To his left stood a designated archery target. The shopkeeper replied, "Go ahead, just be careful." "My God." Hawkeye's eyes widened in surprise. Without hesitation, Link knocked an arrow from the quiver, drawing the bowstring with effortless grace, not only pulling it back, but fully drawing it. Without a glance to the left, he released the arrow, which struck true, piercing the bullseye. The force of the shot penetrated the target's core, embedding itself into the wall behind, the fletching still vibrating from the impact. Hawkeye's gaze towards Link transformed entirely, and Natasha mused internally, "This boy is truly exceptional." Tony nodded approvingly, "Indeed. This bow suits you perfectly, Link." Hawkeye shed his previous aloofness, leaning on his knee and scrutinizing Link as if he were a precious treasure, exclaiming, "I underestimated you. Well done, child. This bow is yours. Let me witness your archery skills." In a moment reminiscent of bullet time, Link displayed his archery prowess. Hawkeye's demeanor softened considerably, regarding Link with an affectionate gaze akin to that of a young girl admiring a beloved pet, utterly charmed. Taken aback by Hawkeye's sudden warmth, Link instinctively took a step back. Tony shrugged and introduced, "Link, the premier archer of Hyrule." "Is that so?" Hawkeye, thinking Hyrule was perhaps a club's name, chuckled. "My apologies for startling you earlier. It seems you are akin to me. Come, let me see more of your skills." Hawkeye, renowned for his unerring aim, had not encountered a rival in archery for over a decade, often feeling the solitude of mastery. Yet, witnessing Link, a boy of merely 14 or 15 years, effortlessly drawing a 250-pound bow with precision, stirred within Hawkeye a thrill of having found a worthy adversary. Although they were shooting within the confines of the shop at a distance of less than 30 meters, Link's calm, assured demeanor and innate accuracy resonated deeply with Hawkeye, who keenly sensed the unmistakable presence of a true competitor. Thus, he spent money to acquire a bow and asked the shopkeeper for permission to use the private archery range in the backyard. Excitedly, he pulled Link along to engage in an outdoor archery competition. The shopkeeper, himself an enthusiast of archery, held Hawkeye in high esteem, while Link, with a remarkable display of skill, appeared quite dashing. Upon witnessing the impending duel between the two, the shopkeeper generously lent them the venue and entrusted the shop to another employee, eagerly rushing off to spectate. Tony grumbled, "In this day and age, archery, such a primitive weapon, should have long exited the stage." Nevertheless, he decided to join the fray and accompanied Natasha to watch the contest unfold. Upon arriving at the spacious backyard arena, Link was surprised to find a clay pigeon launcher designed for target practice. Hawkeye turned to Link and proposed, "Let the shopkeeper launch the pigeons, and we shall compete to see who can hit them with greater speed and accuracy. This black bow shall be yours if you prevail." Competing against Hawkeye in archery? Link nodded in agreement. "Very well, let the contest begin." Hawkeye appreciated the calmness in Link's gaze. He fancied himself the finest archer in the world and had long sought a prodigious apprentice to pass on his unparalleled skills. At last, he believed he had found the perfect candidate in Link, whose formidable strength and composed demeanor left Hawkeye thoroughly impressed. Though Hawkeye was eager to impart his expertise, the question remained whether Link would be willing to accept him as a mentor. Thus, Hawkeye resolved to showcase his exceptional prowess, convincing Link of his superiority, thereby paving the way for an apprenticeship. With Link armed with a black arrow and Hawkeye wielding a white one, the shopkeeper donned protective goggles and activated the clay pigeon launcher. A white blur darted through the air as both competitors simultaneously nocked their arrows, the shafts forming a fleeting shadow. Crack! The pigeon shattered. Link's mouth slightly agape, his expression tinged with disappointment, while Hawkeye cast a knowing glance at Link, internally astonished. The white arrow had struck the pigeon first, though the black arrow followed closely behind. In truth, both had hit their mark, but Hawkeye's speed had prevailed. Natasha raised an eyebrow, her eyes alight with curiosity. As a close friend of Hawkeye, she had known him for years. Yet this was the first time she had witnessed someone matching his pace in archery. Although Link had narrowly lost this round, his performance was nonetheless astonishing, given that his opponent was Hawkeye. Next, the shopkeeper launched a second pigeon. Link's shoulder twitched as he swiftly drew an arrow, nocked it, pulled back the bowstring, and released in one fluid motion, so rapid that others barely had time to react, even faster than the drawing technique of a Japanese swordsman. Yet, crack! Once again, the white arrow pierced the pigeon before the black arrow could follow, veering off course. Hawkeye smirked with pride. Link bit his lip, unwilling to concede defeat. Link quickened his shooting pace, but Hawkeye matched him, employing his superior experience. He released an arrow first, intercepting Link's black arrow's path. The two arrows collided, the white arrow deflecting and shattering the pigeon, while the black arrow veered off course. For the first time, Hawkeye triumphed through sheer speed, and in the second round, his technique secured him victory by disrupting Link's aim. Hawkeye chuckled to himself, "Young lad, while your arm strength is formidable, archery relies not solely on brute force. There is much more to master." Tony, noticing Link's consecutive defeats, frowned and glared at Hawkeye's back. What kind of man bullies a child? He thought, then glanced at Link. Contemplating, losing doesn't matter. I'll create an automatic aiming, explosive, high-tech next-gen bow for you, so you can utterly defeat this buzzcut. The shopkeeper watched in awe as Hawkeye declared, "Sir, I shall launch 3 frisbees this time." He then turned to Link and added, "If you can hit even one of these 3 frisbees, you shall be deemed the victor. The loser must fulfill one request from the winner." Link calmly regarded Hawkeye and nodded. Hawkeye smiled inwardly, thinking, "This lad is ensnared in my grasp." The shopkeeper promptly released the 3 frisbees. Determined to impress Link, Hawkeye focused intensely, knocking 3 arrows with precision, launching them like flickering candle flames, ghost-like in their swiftness. Natasha watched, her heart racing. She was not alone. Tony and the shopkeeper also felt a shiver run through them. Hawkeye's display awakened a primal fear of the hunter within them, as if they themselves were the prey. None present believed Link could prevail. Even Tony, with little understanding of archery, recognized that Hawkeye operated on an entirely different level. Yet, Link remained undeterred. He swiftly extracted all the arrows from his quiver, scattering them into the air before forcefully plunging the quiver into the ground. Stepping onto it, Link leaped into the sky, knocking an arrow, the bow drawn taut like a full moon. Suddenly, time seemed to freeze. The familiar sound of tension filled the air, a deep rumble of tectonic plates, perceptible only when time slows to an agonizing crawl. Bullet time. Suspended in midair, surrounded by floating arrows, Link sensed his energy rapidly depleting. He swiftly released an arrow, striking one frisbee, and without hesitation, seized a second and third arrow. Crack, crack, crack. All 3 frisbees shattered. But that was not the end. Link turned back, grasping another 3 arrows, and with a deft motion, shot them forth, severing Hawkeye's 3 white arrows mid-flight. Nearly drained of energy, Link descended, gasping for breath as time resumed its normal pace. Silence enveloped the scene. Tony blinked. "I didn't catch that. Who won?" Natasha pointed to the ground, where Hawkeye's 3 white arrows lay broken into 6 pieces. Hawkeye stood in shock, murmuring to himself, "How is this possible? How can this be?" His keen eyesight had clearly witnessed the shadowy black arrows shatter the frisbees and then, with uncanny speed, intercept and sever his own white arrows. The swiftness and elusiveness of Link had surpassed even Hawkeye's remarkable vision. Even Hawkeye, with his unwavering resolve and exceptional prowess, felt an overwhelming sense of despair in this moment. In a realm where he excelled, he had been decisively bested by another, leaving him contemplating the audacity of wanting to take that individual as his mentor. A sudden impulse arose within him to seek guidance from Link. As the monstrous threat approached, Link felt a wave of emptiness wash over him. Having utilized bullet time to seize the initiative from Hawkeye, he found his energy severely depleted, leaving him slightly breathless. Hawkeye, casting aside his bow, genuinely applauded, exclaiming, "Truly impressive. I'm outmatched." He swiftly emerged from his moment of defeat. Tony joined in the applause, expressing his approval. "Well done. A thrilling contest." He gave Link a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Natasha approached Link, gently stating, "You did well, young one. Would you care to accompany us to a certain location?" Tony, momentarily taken aback, thought to himself, "Oh no. Link has stolen the spotlight. This striking Russian beauty seems taken by him." Nevertheless, Link remained composed, gazing at Hawkeye and Natasha, softly inquiring, "Are you from S.H.I.E.L.D.?" Hawkeye and Natasha exchanged startled glances, their expressions shifting to one of wariness upon realizing that Link was aware of S.H.I.E.L.D. Their eyes sharpened with caution. In recent days, Link had kept a low profile, and upon finally venturing out, he unexpectedly encountered Hawkeye and Black Widow. He surmised that S.H.I.E.L.D. had taken an interest in him, dispatching 2 capable agents to apprehend him for investigation. Thus, Link decided to confront the situation head-on. However, Link had misconstrued the circumstances. His meeting with Hawkeye and Natasha was purely coincidental. Hawkeye, an archery enthusiast, had merely come to a bow shop to customize his equipment. And Natasha, being a close friend, accompanied him. They had stumbled upon Tony Stark and Link purely by chance. Both were perplexed by Link's sudden mention of S-H-I-E-L-D, which had startled them. As the three were entangled in their misunderstandings, Tony's voice broke through the tension, asking, "Are there any wild animals nearby?" The shopkeeper replied, "None at all." "Wait, what is that?" Link, hearing an eerie cry from a distance, felt a surge of revulsion. Suddenly, he heard rustling sounds, and his instincts kicked in. He shouted, "Watch out," and instinctively threw himself in front of Natasha. Hawkeye misinterpreted Link's actions as an attack on Natasha and reached for Link's hair, demanding, "What are you doing?" Link shouted back, "Get down." Hawkeye swiftly retracted his hand but was still grazed by a thick arrow. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a horde of red creatures charging toward them, armed with crude weapons and bows. As a skilled archer, Hawkeye was adept at dealing with such threats. He tightened his abdomen as another arrow tore through his shirt, narrowly missing him. "What in the world is that?" he exclaimed. Link raised his gaze from Natasha's chest, his eyes sharp as he declared, "It's a bokoblin." Natasha, initially believing Link to be a threat, had drawn a dagger from her waist, poised to strike him. However, she soon realized that Link was, in fact, attempting to save her as an arrow whizzed past them. The awkward dagger lingered before Link's chest as it uttered, "Thank you." However, Link paid no heed to her as he observed Tony, utterly perplexed, while the proprietor of the archery shop fell victim to a robust arrow that struck him in the head. Swiftly, Link retrieved a faux Hylian shield from his weapon space and tossed it to Tony, exclaiming, "Protect yourself." Taken aback, Tony questioned, "How did you manage to pull such a large shield from your pocket?" Though Link had lost his abilities, he had astonishingly discovered 2 days prior that his spatial capacity to store shields, bows, and weapons remained intact. Not only the faux Hylian shield, but also the faux Master Sword lay within his arsenal, now proving invaluable. Link cast a swift glance around, identifying a total of 15 bokoblins, 5 archers, and 10 melee combatants wielding wooden clubs and spears, all robust and resembling fearsome beasts far more imposing than their counterparts in the game. A chill ran through Link as he realized that not just Ganon, but also his minions had crossed into this realm. Without hesitation, he drew the faux Master Sword from his pocket, twisting his wrist to perform a flourish, severing the arrows that came hurtling through the air. Addressing Hawkeye and Natasha with gravity, he declared, "These are vicious beasts. I require your assistance to vanquish these monsters." Astonished, Hawkeye regarded Link. "Are you familiar with these creatures?" Link nodded affirmatively, indeed. Not one to linger on words, he, being a man of action, stowed the black bow and an arrow in his weapon space. Charging forth into the fray, Natasha, feeling disheartened, rose and remarked to Hawkeye, "These are not creatures native to Earth. Could they be the result of military biological experiments?" Hawkeye, picking up a bow from the ground, glanced at the shopkeeper lying lifeless, an arrow embedded between his eyes. Recalling the shopkeeper's passionate demeanor during their discussions on archery, a surge of fury ignited within him, and he coldly replied, "Whoever they are enemies. I shall not hesitate." He immediately drew his bowstring. Shaking her head in regret, Natasha lamented, "Another battle to interrupt our rare respite." Her gaze steeled as she too dashed forward, dagger in hand. A torrent of thought swirled in Link's mind, with bokoblins appearing. What of moblins, cyclopes, centaurs, and guardians? How many monsters had Ganon truly unleashed? With a swift motion, Link cleaved through a bokoblin S-spear, then shoulder-checked it to the ground, plunging his sword into its face, eliminating one foe. Surrounded by bokoblins swinging their clubs, Link sprang backward, his legs propelling him as the clubs whooshed past, narrowly grazing his hair and triggering bullet time. As he landed, he steadied himself, channeling energy into his spinning sword strike. The blade's brilliance surged forth, repelling the encroaching adversaries. A sidestep allowed him to evade the archer's shots from afar. Drawing the black bow, he knocked an arrow and released. Thud. Thud. 2 arrows found their mark in the foreheads of the bow bokoblins, who screamed as they disintegrated into ash. At that moment, Natasha stealthily approached, seizing the opportunity to ambush a bokoblin sent flying by Link's charged attack. Leaping onto its back, she grasped its head and swiftly slashed her dagger across its throat, efficiently dispatching another foe. Natasha leaped down, adjusting her hair, ready to assess Link's battle situation, when she found herself encircled by 5 ferocious, pig-nosed, red-skinned creatures. A hint of panic flickered in Natasha's eyes as she exclaimed, "You are hardly behaving like gentlemen." The 5 bokoblins exchanged glances and let out a collective shriek, brandishing wooden clubs to strike Natasha. Cursing under her breath, Natasha thought, damn it. Just as it seemed she would be reduced to a mere pulp, Link drew his bow, the string thrumming 5 times in rapid succession. Thwack, 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 as 3 bokoblins met their demise with arrows piercing their skulls. The 4th arrow grazed one bokoblin's ear, while the 5th shot shattered the black bow with a resounding crack. Link grimaced inwardly, realizing, this is bad. The durability of my weapon is exhausted. His weapons had always been fragile, having shattered countless legendary arms in his hands. But he never anticipated this trait would follow him into the Marvel Universe. Helpless, he prepared to hurl the Pseudo-Master's sword, hoping to take down at least one more, leaving the last bokoblin for Natasha to evade. Just then, an archer bokoblin in the distance seized the opportunity, launching an arrow that struck Link's left shoulder. In a moment of global invasion, Link, desperate to save, felt the arrow, a thick shaft, pierce deeply into his shoulder, crashing against bone and nearly penetrating through. The force of the projectile knocked him down. He heard Hawkeye and Tony shout, Link. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Link yanked the arrow free, noticing with dismay that one of the 4 hearts displayed in his vision had vanished. In that fleeting moment, his dormant combat instincts surged to life. Wielding the arrow like a javelin, he hurled it with force, piercing the bokoblin's nape. Hawkeye, swift on the draw, followed suit, delivering a fatal shot to the last bokoblin. Yet, Hawkeye was a fraction too late. Although he dispatched the creature, its wooden club still descended with enough force to splatter Natasha's brains. However, Black Widow was not merely a damsel in distress. With 4 fewer monsters to contend with, she deftly rolled aside to evade the final foe. She dashed to Link's side, helping him up, and softly said, Thank you. Link shook his head. It's nothing. Using the Pseudo-Master sword for support, his eyes flared with determination, the gleaming blade deterring the remaining bokoblins from approaching. Link had slain 7 bokoblins, Natasha had dealt the final blow to 1, and Hawkeye had taken out another, leaving 6 still standing. After a brief hesitation, they charged with howls. In a swift motion, Hawkeye loosed 3 arrows that struck 3 bokoblin heads. The remaining 3 archer bokoblins sought cover, aiming at the greatest threat, Link. With his sword drawn, Link deftly parried the incoming arrows, but despite his efforts, he was pushed back by the relentless assault from the 3 bokoblins. Observing Link's lack of defense, Tony shouted, Link, here rests your shield. Link bellowed back, No. You keep it. The last thing he wanted was for an untransformed Tony Stark to meet an untimely demise at the hands of the bokoblins. After all, who would bear the burden of the nuclear bomb to obliterate aliens during the impending battle in New York? Hawkeye rushed forward and declared, Leave the remaining monsters to Natasha and me. You are injured and bleeding. Retreat for now. Link's body was stained red on one side, yet he remained unfazed. He could feel his wounds itching as they healed rapidly. Observing Hawkeye wielding 2 bows, Link implored, Hand me one. Hawkeye replied, Your shoulder is injured. How can you draw a bow and shoot? Leave the last 3 to us. We need to capture 1 for research. He then tossed a bow to Natasha. Link, rarely smiling, retorted, Can I shoot with 1 arm? Without further ado, he snatched the bow from Natasha's hands and lunged forward. Though he trusted Hawkeye and Natasha, he was concerned. They were unfamiliar with the bokoblin's weaknesses. Should these seemingly foolish yet cunning creatures strike him down with a hidden arrow, it would be disastrous. Suddenly, a prompt appeared before him. Eliminate 10 bokoblins, 107. Another task, and only 3 remained. He could not allow them to be snatched away. Previously, he had gained strength while unconscious, but this time he was alert and heard the voice of the goddess Hylia. Ignoring Hawkeye and Natasha's shouts, he stepped onto the fence, leaped into the air, and propelled the arrows from the bowstring, initiating bullet time. He soared high, spotting 3 bokoblins hiding behind cover. He aimed, released the arrows, and struck them down in an instant. Mid-air, he twisted his body to see a vigilant bokoblin aiming an arrow at him. Recognizing it as the one that had previously shot at him, he wielded the foam master sword like a javelin and hurled it with all his might, piercing the bokoblin's skull. He then dismissed bullet time and descended gracefully, dispatching all remaining monsters. A surge of power filled him, and he noticed the 4 red hearts in the upper left corner of his vision replenishing with a satisfying pop, along with the emergence of a new heart. His stamina had increased by 1/5. In mere moments, his left shoulder had healed completely. Link jogged over to retrieve his foam master sword. Looking around, he found no monster drops, a disappointment. It seemed he could not use their materials to brew potions. Just yesterday, he had excitedly asked Chili Pepper to bring a cart full of durians, hoping to prepare a grand feast with a life-enhancing effect. He had tossed 5 durians into a large pot, unpeeled, and began to cook them, having heard they could bolster vitality. Tony had come over, curious about the outcome, and nearly suffocated from the overwhelming stench. The odor even triggered the alarm in Tony's home, with Jarvis exclaiming, "Toxic gas detected." Dummy sprayed air freshener haphazardly. Chili Pepper was astonished, and Obadiah happened to arrive just in time, fleeing back outside. Thinking Tony had discovered his nefarious schemes and was about to unleash some dreadful biological toxin upon him. It had all been quite chaotic, a memory he would rather forget. Leaving Link with a throbbing headache at the thought, Link surveyed his surroundings, finding no other bokoblins in sight. A heavy thought crossed his mind. Could these bokoblins have come here because of me? The weight of this realization burdened him. If that were indeed the case, then the proprietor of the archery shop would have been indirectly harmed by him. Tony, sensing the absence of danger, approached with the faux Hylian shield in hand, offering it back to Link. Upon witnessing Link instantly store the faux Master Sword and the faux Hylian shield in his weapon space, Tony paused, gazing at Link with astonishment. "Did Doraemon grant you that pocket?" he inquired. Link replied, "It's another one of my abilities." Tony patted Link on the shoulder. All right, my extraordinary boy. What other secrets do you harbor?" At that moment, Hawkeye and Natasha returned from their communication with headquarters, their expressions grave as they addressed Link and Tony. "We just reported the situation. It's not just here. This red-skinned, boar-nosed menace has emerged in dozens of locations, attacking humans indiscriminately." Tony was taken aback. With Hawkeye and Natasha displaying their skills, he realized their significance and shifted his focus from Natasha, becoming wary. Could this be a biological weapon developed by some organization? A sense of dread settled in Link's heart. It seemed these creatures were not merely transported to his vicinity, but were being birthed on a global scale, amplifying the severity of the situation. Hawkeye and Natasha exchanged glances and nodded, stating, "We must take our leave. Mr. Stark, Link, we shall meet again." The gravity of this incident compelled them to hasten back to address their affairs. As for Link, despite his unique abilities, the boy had saved Natasha twice and was inherently good-hearted, not a threat that warranted immediate investigation. Hawkeye and Natasha hurried back to headquarters to handle the tragic demise of the shopkeeper, while Tony, feeling despondent, returned home with Link. Upon their arrival, Link documented the characteristics of various monsters from the game and handed the information to Tony for forwarding to SHIELD. This incident had spurred Tony into action, accelerating the development of the Iron Man suit too. Progress was swift. Yet public opinion regarding Tony Stark's cessation of arms sales leaned toward disparagement. Meanwhile, Obadiah continued to covertly liaise with the board, plotting to oust Tony from the company. Given Tony's keen intellect, he was acutely aware of the increasingly unfavorable circumstances surrounding him. Nevertheless, he persevered under pressure, continuing the suit's production. After countless attempts, he finally completed it. Link applauded from the sidelines. During this period, Tony's boundless energy even aided Link in crafting a suit that he humorously dubbed the heroic garb. This heroic garb, however, paled in comparison to the sturdiness and destructive capability of the suit Tony had fashioned for himself. It was merely a vest crafted from a layer of specialized liquid metal, capable of instantaneously deploying steel wings for flight, akin to that of a falcon. Yet it possessed no offensive capabilities and offered minimal protection, though it could withstand bullets. Nonetheless, for Link, it was more than sufficient. He possesses a shield, a sword, and a bow, rendering him a natural humanoid weapon. Link does not require cumbersome armor for protection, as it would hinder his agility and speed. This is also the reason why, in the future Avengers Assembly, not everyone dons a suit of iron armor. With Tony's assistance, Link is capable of soaring through the skies, even within the Marvel Universe. As Link glides through the heavens in his paraglider costume, Tony Stark gazes upon him with envy. After assembling his armor, disregarding JARVISS admonitions, he insists on taking flight. Link reassures JARVISS, saying, "Rest assured, I will protect Tony." To which Tony shakes his head, replying, "Thank you, but that won't be necessary. Your iron wings cannot match my speed." With that, his foot thruster ignites, propelling him into the air. Link tilts his head, triggering the release of his paraglider, and with a powerful flap of his wings, he hastily follows suit. As Link speeds away, he spots a white dot against the night sky, indicating just how high Tony has ascended. He circles in the air, awaiting the rescue of Tony, who has been frozen like an ice sculpture. Suddenly, he sees a large metallic mass plummeting from the sky, and Link rushes upward to catch Tony. With a sigh of relief, Tony exclaims, "Thank you. It seems there are many issues that need addressing. By the way, just how strong are you? How did you manage to catch me?" The two descend, landing atop the villa. As Link touches down, he feels as though he has overlooked something, as if he has forgotten a crucial plot point. Upon landing, there is a loud thud as their combined weight collapses the floor, sending them crashing into the garage. Dammy, witnessing their unfortunate landing upon the car, seems to recall something and promptly sprays them with carbon dioxide. Not long after, Link receives a report from J.A.R.V.I.S., indicating that they may have located Zelda, a blonde girl with willow-like eyebrows and pointed ears, spotted in Brazil. Link furrows his brow, pondering, what is the princess doing in Brazil? He recalls Hulk, realizing that Bruce Banner is currently in Brazil, living incognito as a laborer. Could there be a connection between the two? Informing Tony of his plans, Link departs on a flight to Brazil. Tony teasingly remarks, "You hear a bit of news and off to Brazil you go. It seems you were quite fond of that girl." This leaves Link blushing. Tony borrows some bodyguards from Link, to which Link politely declines, joking, does he really need bodyguards? If he encounters the Hulk, it may very well become Link protecting the bodyguards. Once Link has left, Tony and J.A.R.V.I.S. confer on improvements for the Iron Man suit, planning to create a third iteration. At this moment, Tony notices the television broadcasting a gala hosted by his company, of which he has received no invitation. Fueled by a flicker of indignation, he rushes to attend the event, curious about Obadiah's intentions. After the two depart, only J.A.R.V.I.S. remains within the villa. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Phil Coulson arrives seeking an audience, but leaves empty-handed. 2 days later, Link arrives at the location suspected to harbor Zelda, a slum in Brazil. Link, having acquired Portuguese during his flight, wandered about, increasingly perplexed by the chaotic surroundings resembling the diminutive houses of Kowloon-walled city. A sense of confusion arose within him. Could it be that, akin to his encounter with Tony Stark, Zelda had traversed into this realm only to find herself facing Bruce Banner? Clutching a map, he meandered until he reached a dead end. Frowning, he turned back only to encounter a group of peculiar-looking ruffians, brandishing sticks and eyeing him askance, effectively blocking his path. The implications were all too clear. Dressed in resplendent attire, with a slender physique and handsome features, Link lacked any intimidating presence. Quickly falling prey to the attention of the local street thugs, one of them tilted his chin and uttered a phrase in Portuguese. Link, possessing an exceptional aptitude for languages, discerned it to mean, "Know your place and hand over your money." Irritation bubbled within him. This was not his first encounter with such individuals. The lawlessness of the slums had already subjected him to 3 robberies and 4 thefts within a single morning. He contemplated shattering a wall with a single punch to frighten off the ruffians when a girl's voice, heavily accented in Portuguese, called from above, "Come up quickly." Could it be Zelda? He turned back, only to feel a twinge of disappointment. It was not her, but a slender Brazilian girl, her skin like coffee, her eyes resembling grapes, and with a glimmering bracelet adorning her wrist. The girl shouted, "Fool, do you want to get beaten? Hurry up." The thugs fixed their gaze on the Brazilian girl, one of them shouting, "Tina, you're ruining our business," and rushed towards her. Meanwhile, Link seized the rope and leaped onto the wall. "Run, run, they're coming after us," Tina urged, intrigued by this Brazilian girl. Link followed Tina as she deftly navigated the chaotic alleys, clearly well acquainted with the terrain. As they ran, Tina exclaimed, "Who are you, fool? What are you doing here for no reason?" Having evaded the thugs, Link countered her question, "I want to know where you got your bracelet." Tina quickly released Link's arm, turning to regard him warily, covering her bracelet with her hand, her eyes widening in suspicion. "What? Do you want to steal my bracelet? I want to be afraid of you. This is my territory. I have plenty of friends here." Link shook his head. "No. I genuinely want to know who gave you that bracelet." The bracelet, neither gold nor silver but adorned with peculiar patterns, struck a chord with Link. It was something Zelda had once worn. Had this little girl encountered Zelda? Link endeavored to convey his goodwill, softly imploring Tina, "Take me to see Zelda." "I am her friend." Tina retorted defiantly, "Humph, I don't believe you. I don't know anyone named Zelda. Don't try to deceive me." Yet, her poor acting was evident, and Link could see through the facade. As Tina attempted to flee, he swiftly grasped her arm. As soon as Tina's wrist was touched by Link, it ignited like gunpowder meeting flames, and she screamed, "Help! There are bad people." Her voice was piercing, causing Zhao Zhou's ears to ache. He said, "Listen, I am indeed a friend of Zelda," but Link, lacking eloquence, was at a loss on how to soothe Tina. Suddenly, a few young girls and boys, clad in tattered and ill-fitting garments, emerged from the alley. Hearing Tina's cries, they seized scissors, mops, canes, and iron rods. Rushing forward while chattering, "Let us fight the bad guys. Tina, we're coming." Link, witnessing this fierce band of children, stamped his foot, causing the ground to crack beneath him. The reinforcements were taken aback, their expressions tinged with fear, but upon seeing Tina struggling desperately in Link's grip, they momentarily overcame their trepidation and charged forward, shouting, "I'll fight you." Alas, Link's nature forbade him from harming children. He could only hold Tina with one hand while deftly disarming them with the other. With a couple of swift motions, he knocked their weapons to the ground. Another firm stomp sent a tremor through the earth, causing several children to fall, bewildered and disoriented. Tina cried out, "Don't worry about me, just run." The children retorted, "We're not running." Disarmed, they bared their teeth and ferociously lunged at Link. He tossed each child aside with ease, but they quickly stood up, undeterred, and charged at him once more. This foolish bravery, displayed so selflessly in defense of a friend, amused Link, who chuckled, "Aren't you tired? I am Link, a friend of Zelda." Just as the children prepared another assault, they suddenly froze. "Link?" Tina repeated in a peculiar tone. Link felt a jolt. Tina's tone mirrored the Hylian way of addressing him. The children, who had been hostile moments ago, now erupted in cheers. "We found Link. We found Link." They encircled him excitedly. Tina, who had been held by Link by her collar, now affectionately embraced him, exclaiming, "Why didn't you tell me sooner? If I had known you were Link, I would have taken you to see Sister Zelda. I thought you were a bad guy." Link replied, "So, you indeed know Zelda. How is she?" Suddenly, Tina's expression turned somber. "Sister Zelda, her voice is getting weaker." Link's heart tightened, and he urgently inquired, "What has happened to Zelda?" At that moment, a few local ruffians who had been chasing Link approached. Spotting him, they hurled a rusty fruit knife from a distance, shouting, "Take that, outsider. Wanna die?" Distracted by his concerns for Zelda, Link's anger flared at the ruffian's provocation. Tina, terrified by the flying knife, screamed as the nearby children quickly scattered, shouting, "The ruffians are coming." The knife spiraled through the air, poorly aimed by the ruffians, and headed straight for Tina. In a moment of panic, she covered her eyes instead of fleeing. Without hesitation, Link extended his hand, deftly pinching the blade between his thumb and forefinger, seizing the fruit knife. Link pushed aside the astonished Tina, gripping a fruit knife with a peculiar expression, inquired, "Which of you is Shabi?" The three ruffians simultaneously replied, "We are all Shabi." Behind Link, a small child, who had been hiding, added, "Link, they are the bullies of our alley, known as the three Shabi." Link, with a solemn tone, responded, "Is that so?" He was aware that, according to Chinese translation, Shabi should be rendered as Harvey, but hearing it for the first time felt rather odd. Tina exclaimed, "Link, we need to run. You can't take on three Shabi alone." Agitated by his troubles concerning Zelda, Link was unwilling to hold back. With a flick of his wrist, the fruit knife plunged into the stone beneath him, slicing through it as effortlessly as if it were cake. The three Shabi exchanged glances upon witnessing Link's display of skill, none willing to back down, and thus they charged at him with their weapons raised. Bang, bang, bang. In less than 10 seconds, the three Shabi were left groaning on the ground, thoroughly beaten. Although Link was adept with weapons, his hand-to-hand combat skills were not particularly strong, even inferior to those of Hawkeye and Natasha. Yet, against the three Shabi, it was more than sufficient. After delivering a thorough thrashing, Link felt a sense of relief and turned to see Tina and her group of friends gazing at him with sparkling eyes, filled with admiration, cheering, "Truly, you are the valiant Link, the hero of Princess Zelda." "Oh, Link! Oh, Link!" Link, feeling anxious, quickened his speech, "Stop cheering and take me to Zelda." Consequently, he was led through the narrow alley by a group of children. Arriving at a dimly lit small house, it was already afternoon. Link remained silent, pondering whether Zelda was ill or had encountered the minions of Ganondorf. Tina pointed to the container-like small house, saying, "Princess Zelda resides within." Just as Link was about to enter, a man nearby spoke in a Portuguese accent even more rigid than Link's. "Tina, are you here to see Zelda?" The man was Bruce. Link turned to see the man's face and involuntarily uttered his name, Banner. This revelation stirred trouble. Banner was being pursued by the military and had long since developed a paranoia. Upon hearing the name called by the American-clad blonde youth, he instantly felt a surge of anxiety, causing his wrist device that monitored emotional fluctuations to spike to 160. Link shouted, "Banner, come down. I'm not here to capture you." This only increased Banner's panic, the emotional detector rising to 190, prompting him to flee. Innocently, Tina remarked, "Why didn't you introduce yourself first? That's why I misunderstood you earlier." Thus, Link shouted after him, "Banner, I am Link, a friend of Zelda." Banner had already reached the corner of the alley when he heard Link mention Zelda and halted in confusion. "Link?" Suddenly, a girl's voice cried out from a window above Link as she leaned out to see. Upon hearing that tender voice, Link excitedly lifted his head, only to behold the girl he had often dreamed of since his journey began, Princess Zelda of Hyrule, with golden locks cascading down her shoulders. The young maiden leaned out from the window, her exquisite face alight with surprise, her eyes sparkling with a radiant glow. As their gazes intertwined, they transcended the boundaries of time and space, reuniting in a moment of exquisite connection. Bathed in sunlight, the girl's hair shimmered, creating an ethereal beauty that formed an image worthy of being cherished in one's heart. Link found himself entranced. "Link!" Zelda exclaimed. But her excitement caused her to lose her balance, and she tumbled out of the window. Her friends below, including Tina, erupted into a flurry of panic as Banner rushed over. "Ah, Link, save me!" Zelda cried, clutching her forehead, fearing a bump. Yet, the sensation of weightlessness was fleeting, as she soon found herself cradled in a familiar embrace, and upon releasing her hands, she was met with Link's smiling face. "Princess, I have found you," Link said with a warm smile, saying nothing more. However, Zelda, familiar with Link's reticent nature, understood the unspoken sentiment behind that radiant grin. "I feel the same," she replied softly. In an instant, Link's expression shifted, and he gently set Zelda down, scrutinizing her closely. "Are you all right? Are you hurt? Did you encounter Ganon's minions? Tina said you were in trouble." "Eh? What?" Zelda replied, bewildered, glancing at Tina, who was equally puzzled. Tina and her companions chimed in with youthful voices. "Yes. Since Uncle Banner captured Zelda, she hasn't played with us anymore. It's so sad." Link's forehead creased with lines of concern as he realized the reason for Zelda's distress. At that moment, Banner approached, his face flushed with embarrassment. Link, perplexed, inquired, "Princess, what is going on?" Zelda playfully tapped Tina's forehead and chuckled. "What do you mean I was captured? I was studying." She then grasped Link's hand and introduced him to Banner, saying, "Teacher, this is my most important person, Link. Link, this is my teacher. He is incredibly impressive. He knows so much." Link was even more confused. "Teacher?" Banner, observing the emotional gauge returning to normal, resumed his usual gentle demeanor and smiled. "You must be Link. Zelda often speaks of you. She frequently pesters me to teach her about science, hence why she calls me teacher." With enthusiasm, Zelda recounted her experiences to Link. "Link, do you know? We have crossed over to a star called Earth. And there is more." Link chuckled awkwardly, feeling a mix of embarrassment and joy. Princess Zelda of Hyrule, the outlier of the magical realm, who revered science and playfully attempted to feed Link live frogs, had arrived in this world dominated by science, at least on the surface, akin to stepping into a grand treasure vault, and her delight was boundless. Banner invited Link into the dimly lit room, which quickly became crowded and noisy with the presence of several small children. Meanwhile, Link quietly listened to Zelda recount her experiences. Zelda was still adorned in her Hyrule travel attire, seemingly spared from the unfortunate predicament of traversing realms in mere shorts. While Link indulged in the hospitality of Tony's household, Zelda carried with her the provisions of Hyrule, living comfortably through the sale of various rupees, those hexagonal gems. However, her striking beauty attracted the unwelcome attention of local ruffians. After sealing away Ganon and losing her powers, although her physical prowess surpassed that of ordinary humans, she found herself overwhelmed by multiple assailants, leading her to flee until she crossed paths with Banner, who came to her rescue. After meeting Banner, she was captivated by his vast knowledge and began to idolize him, persistently expressing her desire to become his student. Banner, having saved Zelda, felt a twinge of regret. He was reluctant to involve himself further amid his flight. Yet, under the weight of Zelda's repeated requests and the lure of monetary compensation, particularly the latter, as Banner was in need, he reluctantly agreed to take Zelda as his pupil. As for Tina and the other children, they were victims of local bullies, and Zelda, driven by her strong sense of justice, organized them to protect one another. As the future queen of Hyrule, she naturally exuded a leadership quality. further bonding with the children by frequently treating them to snacks and football, quickly fostering camaraderie. Zelda held Link's hand, narrating her tale slowly. The surrounding children, bored and restless, soon scampered off. Meanwhile, Banner busied himself with research, tapping away at an old notebook from the last century. With his back turned to Link and Zelda, he feigned indifference, yet internally he felt a pang of sorrow, witnessing the sweet bond between Zelda and Link, their shared atmosphere tinted with a rosy hue, inevitably stirring memories of his beloved Betty Ross from another realm. Link, a man of few words, simply listened to Zelda, refraining from sharing his own stories. Yet, as night fell, despite the chaos of the slum alley, an unexpected tranquility enveloped the surroundings. The residents cautiously maintained this serenity, careful not to disturb one another. Banner offered 2 glasses of water, to which Link and Zelda expressed their gratitude. Observing Link's elongated ears, Banner remarked, "Zelda has told me about your kind. You are Hylian, correct?" Link affirmed, "Yes." Banner gazed at Zelda with gentle eyes, asking, "Will you be leaving with Zelda tomorrow?" Link replied, "Yes." Banner continued, "After Zelda departs, I too must leave. I have a feeling that the military has caught wind of my presence." Zelda, feeling a hint of reluctance, expressed her concern, to which Banner responded with a bittersweet smile, "You are but a young girl. You cannot wander the world with me." After a moment of silence, Link gathered his thoughts and suggested, "Banner, you might consider engaging in a dialogue with the Hulk within you, seeking reconciliation with that power. It may prove beneficial." Banner's expression shifted, filled with hatred and regret as he declared, "It is impossible. I must eradicate this monster that should not exist in this world." Link remained silent. Indeed, persuading Banner to reconcile with Hulk seemed rather impractical at this juncture. For Banner, his successful career, sharp intellect, and virtuous girlfriend, all the joys of life, had been obliterated by Hulk. Not to mention, a normal man was forced to live the life of a monk due to Hulk's actions, who would not be infuriated by such a fate. Zelda remarked, "It is getting late. Link, let me take you to rest." At that moment, she unexpectedly caught Banner's knowing smile, which made her blush profusely. After vanquishing Ganon, Zelda and Link traveled across Hyrule, enduring the elements together, sleeping side by side without feeling any strangeness. However, with outsiders present, when Zelda casually mentioned wanting to rest with Link, her face flushed a deep crimson. Link's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "This is not good." Zelda, taken aback, wondered if Link had grown to dislike her. Just then, Link said, "Someone is coming." Zelda sensed the faint sound of footsteps, deliberately cautious and slow, which jolted Link to alertness. He instantly realized that General Ross had come with men to capture Banner. Turning to Banner, Link urged, "You must leave. I will hold them off." Banner retorted angrily, "You, a mere child, no matter how skilled, can you truly stop armed soldiers?" Link summoned the fake Master Sword and the faux Hylian shield from his weapon space, startling Banner. "I can," Link asserted confidently. Zelda gasped, her mouth slightly agape. "This is wonderful. With the Master Sword and Hylian shield, we are safe." Link shook his head. "They are merely replicas." Banner insisted, "You 2 children must flee with me. If they capture you, they will surely resort to torture." He grabbed Link and Zelda's wrists, attempting to flee. However, he soon halted, realizing he could not budge Link. Link reached out, grasping the wall, and with a powerful tug, he pulled away a sheet of metal as though his fingers were sinking into cake. This display of strength astonished Banner. It was the first time he witnessed Link's power and understood what Zelda had meant when she spoke of Link's formidable prowess. Nodding, Banner quietly urged, "Be careful," and stealthily climbed down through the window. Suddenly, several soldiers burst through the door in search of Bruce Banner, only to find 2 golden-haired youths standing there, the window wide open behind them. Link began, "I would like to have a word with your commander." But before he could finish, the soldiers opened fire, illuminating the dim room with the blaze of gunfire. Link quickly pulled Zelda behind him, his anger flaring. The soldiers, heedless of the consequences, attacked with the ferocity of beasts, their blatant disregard for human life igniting Link's fury. Link raised his shield before him, deflecting several bullets as he charged forward, toppling a few soldiers and incapacitating others with swift kicks. With Zelda by his side, they emerged into the corridor, where they encountered Emil Bronsky, a harbinger of future hatred, who leveled a firearm at Link, the red dot of a laser sight hovering between his brows. Emil demanded, "Where is Banner, kid?" Link replied coldly, "He has gone." Zelda, standing resolutely behind Link, exclaimed in anger, "What are you doing? Why are you apprehending the teacher?" Emil's eyes gleamed with a sinister realization. "Teacher? Is this Banner's student? Capture her. Perhaps we can use her to coerce Banner. He immediately gestured with a finger, and a soldier behind him fired a tranquilizer dart at Zelda. Zelda stood her ground, her bright eyes fixed on Emil with fierce determination, devoid of fear. For she trusted that her knight would protect her. Link slashed his sword, cleaving the tranquilizer dart in two midair. Witnessing Link draw his sword, Emil and his men opened fire simultaneously, but Link, wielding the Foam Master Sword, danced through the hail of bullets. The metallic clatter echoing as the projectiles fell to the ground. Emil gasped as Link suddenly darted forward, leaving a faint golden afterimage in his wake. The air vibrated with the subtle tremors of the Foam Master Sword, akin to death whispering its ominous lullaby. With a flick of his wrist, Link struck Emil's weapon, shattering it in half, then pressed the blade against Emil's shoulder, his voice icy. "Tell your men to drop their weapons." Emil gritted his teeth defiantly. "No way. I'm not talking to you." Link turned his gaze toward the body camera on the soldier's chest, addressing General Ross. "Don't force my hand to kill." Ross, seething, ordered, "Everyone, lower your weapons." Link seized Emil and made his way toward General Ross. Upon seeing Link, Ross was taken aback, suspecting that Link might have been injected with super soldier serum, explaining his ghostly speed and deadly prowess. The sight of Link's shield intensified the resemblance to Captain America. Link released Emil, pushing him forward. All soldiers, except for Ross, aimed their firearms at Link, their posture tense with caution. Yet, Link and Zelda stood unflinchingly, devoid of fear. Zelda's expression darkened as she confronted the general. "What is wrong with your men? They shoot at will. Are they soldiers or thugs?" Ignoring Zelda, Ross focused intently on the Foam Master Sword in Link's grasp, his voice heavy with suspicion. "Who are you? Such power, could it be a product of Banner's experiments?" Having witnessed Link's astonishing speed and swordsmanship, Ross harbored deep doubts, suspecting that Banner had developed a flawless genetic mutation serum, transforming this mere boy of 14 or 15 into something superhuman, capable of withstanding a barrage of bullets and wielding strength sufficient to sever firearms. This power ignited Ross's avarice. Link asserted, "This power is the result of my own training. As for Banner, he is not a monster. He is striving to control his strength. You must give him time, and in due course, the Earth will lose a monster and gain a guardian of justice." Link uttered the final word with a sigh, as he was not skilled at delivering lengthy speeches. Ross, with a menacing gaze, remarked, "It seems you possess considerable insider knowledge, knowing my name, knowing Bruce Banner, and the secrets that dwell within him. With such awareness, how can you utter such Na'vi words? Banner has absconded with our nation's most terrifying weapon. Do you truly believe I would let him go?" Link understood Ross's intentions, to capture Banner and exploit the mutant genes within him, mass-producing more dreadful humanoid weapons. In the Marvel Universe, the government's folly knows no bounds, and Banner is among its most unfortunate victims. Link asserted, "Banner is a person, not a weapon." Ross scoffed. "Na'vi, you are merely a child endowed with power. No matter how skilled your swordsmanship or how swift your speed, can you truly contend with modern weaponry? Do you even comprehend who you are opposing?" At that moment, a soldier stealthily approached from behind, brandishing a stun baton aimed at Link's lower back, intending to incapacitate him for capture. Ross had been gesturing for some time. Zelda shouted, "Be careful," as two soldiers reached out to seize her. Link tilted his head, and his iron wings suddenly unfurled. With a swift motion of his shoulder, he sent the assailants flying. Just then, Ross issued the command to open fire, and the atmosphere grew tense. However, a phone call interrupted the impending chaos. A female soldier handed over the phone, stating, "It's Mr. Stark on the line." Tony, formerly an arms dealer, had communicated with Ross on several occasions. Upon answering, Ross heard the unmistakable tone of arrogance. "General Ross, long time no see." Ross, eyeing Link, replied to Tony, "I am on a mission. Speak quickly." Tony's voice, relaxed and accompanied by music, continued, "I have a friend named Link who is traveling in Brazil. I hope you will take good care of him." Ross, infuriated, retorted, "How do you know I am in Brazil?" Tony chuckled, "I hacked into your military system. It took a mere 30 seconds. His tone shifted to seriousness. "I warn you, should you continue to point weapons at Link and his young companion, the consequences will be yours to bear. Surely you have witnessed Link's extraordinary capabilities. Let me be clear, he is not your test subject. Nor should you lay a hand on him." Seizing the opportunity, Link snatched the stun baton from the assailant and sent him crashing through a wall, uncertain of his fate. Then, wielding the baton, he incapacitated the soldiers who had ambushed Zelda with a couple of swift strikes, and with a single stroke of his sword, he dispatched two more soldiers, their blood spilling onto the ground. Seeing these individuals recklessly assault Zelda, Link's patience had long since worn thin. He coldly declared, "Do you think I hesitate to kill you?" His gaze swept across the room, and none dared to meet his eyes. Ross shouted, "Everyone, stand down. Stand down." Meanwhile, Tony's stern voice resonated through the receiver. "General, I am fully aware of your actions. Proceed with caution." After delivering his haughty warning, Tony promptly hung up the phone. Ross was so furious that he wished he could soar back and deliver a beating to Tony. He glared fiercely at Link and said, "Humph. So you are one of Tony's people." Although Tony had abandoned the arms business, he still maintained a commendable relationship with the government. Ross was unwilling to offend Tony and begrudgingly conceded, putting aside his aspirations to covet Link's power. Now that Tony had infiltrated the military system, even the fact that Link and Zelda were surrounded was common knowledge. The cameras and recording devices had become Tony's eyes, leaving Ross utterly powerless. With Link's keen hearing, he had already caught the sound of Tony's voice through the microphone, and warmth filled his heart. Link remarked, "Tony is my friend." Zelda inquired, "Is this the one who often assists you?" Link smiled and affirmed, "Indeed." With Tony intervening to halt the conflict, Link finally managed to cease hostilities with the military. Ross's expression darkened. "I'll let you off this time." He dismissed the 3 soldiers killed by Link without a second glance for those individuals, having had their personal information erased for the sake of convenience and special operations, were socially dead. "General, I have no intention of making things difficult for you." Link's tone had softened considerably as he said, "Banner's Hulk is uncontrollable. You cannot wield it as a weapon." Ross shouted, "I don't need you to teach me a lesson," and then stormed away with his soldiers. Link noticed Emil making a slashing motion across his throat, and his eyes turned icy. Zelda hesitated, and Link chuckled. "We have bought him ample time. He has long since escaped." A deafening roar shattered the air, its source seemingly emanating from a distance. Yet its penetrating resonance made it feel as if 2 armies were exchanging fire nearby. The glass around them shattered with a loud crack. Zelda covered her ears, while Link's complexion turned pale. It was Hulk's roar. Link grasped his shield tightly and dashed towards Zelda. Ross, furious to see Link following, exclaimed, "Don't think that just because Tony is protecting you, I won't dare to act against you." Link retorted with a cold smile, "I am here to protect you. Without me, no one can contain the Hulk." Recalling the unfolding events, Link realized with alarm that Banner had indeed encountered an enemy in the factory, provoking his transformation into the Hulk. In this slum, densely populated, if Hulk rampaged, countless homes would be destroyed and lives lost. Link had to intervene, and he was eager to witness the strength of the mightiest Avenger. As they hurried towards the source of the sound, they found themselves in the shadow of the factory, where a towering green figure stood, bare-chested, muscles like rock, with a chillingly chaotic expression that bore both madness and a hint of rugged handsomeness. At first, it was quite thrilling, but as the story progressed, it became increasingly absurd. On the ground lay 3 incomplete corpses, with Hulk's trousers stained by several dark splotches of blood. Emil rushed in with a gun, and upon getting closer, he was taken aback, unaware that he was facing Banner himself. He believed that Banner had created a second monster, for Emil thought that Link's extraordinary powers were also a result of Banner's experiments. Hulk let out a thunderous roar. 2 soldiers, lacking in composure, fainted on the spot. The remaining soldiers, even those who did not lose consciousness, were filled with terror, as if Hulk's roar had physically separated their souls from their bodies. Ignoring Ross's command, they opened fire en masse on Hulk. Rat-a-tat-tat. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, Hulk shielded his eyes with his arm as bullets struck his body, akin to peanuts bouncing off a plate, causing him no harm whatsoever. Hulk bellowed and charged into the crowd, causing chaos and screams to erupt. Ross, witnessing Hulk's fury for the first time, realized that victory was utterly unattainable and shouted, "Run." Emil glared fiercely at Hulk before swiftly turning to flee, internally raging, "Damn it. I don't want to run. I want to fight." Yet, he understood that rushing in would only lead to his demise. However, the soldier's speed ultimately could not match Hulk's. He lunged forward, seizing 2 soldiers in his grasp, his arms poised to crush them into a bloody pulp. At that moment, Link shouted, leaping high, retrieving a bow from his weapon space, biting off the arrowhead and swallowing it, then drawing back the bowstring to shoot at Hulk. Thud. Hulk's face darkened as his body recoiled, momentarily stunned by Link's shot. This strike even managed to snap the bowstring. Link discarded the broken bow and charged at Hulk with his shield. Bang! Hulk was knocked back, releasing the 2 soldiers. And Link called out, "You all need to leave." Ross halted, His eyes wide in disbelief as he watched Link's remarkable combination of shooting and charging that had brought down Hulk. The stark contrast between Link's slender form and Hulk's massive frame was nothing short of astonishing. Emil's eyes burned with envy and resentment towards Link. Ross glanced at Zelda, the beautiful girl with flowing golden hair, who stood quietly, showing no sign of fear. He inquired, "Who is this boy, exactly?" Zelda smiled and replied, "His name is Link. He is my knight." Ross felt momentarily lost, interpreting her words as the affectionate title of a girl for her beloved, unaware that Link truly held the title of Zelda's royal guard. In her serene expression, he saw a reflection of his own daughter. Once, she had smiled just as blissfully. But those days were long gone. Ross asked, "How did he become so powerful?" Zelda shook her head, "I do not know. From the very first day I met him, he has always been this brave. Such colossal creatures, indeed, Link is quite adept at confronting them." Prior to Ganon's assault, Zelda had witnessed Link battle centaurs, cyclopes, colossal rock monsters, and other fearsome beasts on numerous occasions, and he had never shown a hint of trepidation. His unwavering courage provided Zelda with an immeasurable sense of comfort. Armed with a shield, Link braced himself. The Hulk rose, roaring with fury, seemingly eager to devour Link whole. Glancing at the 5 red hearts in the upper left corner, Link mused that it might not suffice to withstand even a single blow from the Hulk. Therefore, he resolved to adopt a defensive stance, evading attacks in a manner akin to bullet time, waiting for the opportune moment to counterattack with a shield to secure victory. Despite donning only Tony's gliding suit and possessing a mere 5 hearts of health, Link remained undaunted. After all, he was the valiant hero capable of vanquishing Ganon with nothing more than a pot lid. No matter how powerful the assault, he would rebound it with his shield. Today, Tony had ventured to the terrorist stronghold and obliterated it, subsequently enjoying a leisurely flight with 2 military jets, a fulfilling day indeed. That evening, sipping on a rather unpalatable chlorophyll concoction, he found his thoughts drifting to Link, currently in Brazil, a curious association, pondering that only someone like Link could possibly find enjoyment in such a drink. With nothing pressing to occupy him, he recalled an important matter and hacked into the military system. Jarvis promptly reported, "Sir, Link is meeting with General Ross." What a coincidence. Tony hastily set aside his cup and connected the military's recording device to his computer. He witnessed the conflict between Link and Ross and immediately called to intervene. After a brief pause, he hung up and muttered, "Ross, I'm saving your life here. You ought to be grateful. Otherwise, you might find yourself slain by young Link's sword." He clandestinely accessed Ross's recording device to monitor the situation, treating it as a live broadcast. Leisurely sipping his chlorophyll while observing Ross's intentions, he unexpectedly sputtered, expelling a mouthful of green juice and coughing violently as he beheld the Hulk's grand entrance. The screen was filled with the Hulk's vibrant, muscular form. Even through mere footage, Tony felt an overwhelming surge of testosterone assault his senses. What manner of creature is this? What is the military up to? A bioweapon crisis? Evacuate, evacuate. The footage trembled as the green giant wreaked havoc upon the hapless soldiers, who were left in disarray. The perspective soon stabilized, revealing Link steadfastly facing the Hulk, leaving Tony agape. "Link, what are you planning? To battle this behemoth?" The footage captured Link poised for action as the Hulk swung a mighty fist. With a clang, a flash of light erupted, and the Hulk was sent flying as if Link were an explosive device. Tony's expression shifted dramatically. Jarvis analyzed the strength of both combatants. Jarvis, based on the information gleaned from the grainy footage, analyzed some data and reported it to Tony. With a contemplative demeanor, Tony rolled a cup between his hands and murmured, "So, with my newly developed suit, I still cannot defeat this colossal vegetable in Link?" Jarvis, oblivious to the underlying tension, complimented him. "You are absolutely correct." Tony clicked his tongue, visibly displeased. The fact that his painstakingly engineered Iron Man suit was outmatched by 2 mere mortals left the scientifically inclined Tony in a sour mood. Gazing at the Hulk's robust and vibrant green skin made Tony feel somewhat queasy, especially since he had just consumed a drink that bore a striking resemblance to the Hulk's hue. As the two engaged in combat, Tony's expression darkened further. He discerned that Link's abilities were, in truth, far inferior to those of the Hulk. He was merely relying on an illogical shield to withstand the attacks. The shield, however, did not guarantee success. During one encounter, it failed, and the Hulk's punch struck the shield with such force that Link was sent hurtling backward, crashing through a wall. Alarmed, Tony stood up. Although Link managed to rise again, the shield had already begun to deform and was on the verge of breaking. This clash was unexpectedly clumsy yet thrilling. The Hulk's speed and strength forced Link into a defensive stance, resulting in a simple exchange of offense and defense. The sound of their fists colliding with the shield was thunderous, the impact resonating with a jarring effect. Despite their lack of elaborate maneuvers, the peril of their confrontation surpassed even that of a duel with blades. This cannot continue. Link cannot withstand the Hulk. His life is in jeopardy. With another failed shield deflection, Link might very well be killed by the Hulk in an instant. Listening to the cacophony of their clashes, even through the poor quality footage, Tony felt his heart race uncomfortably, as if witnessing an atomic explosion. In a panic, Tony hastily called Ross again. "Hi, Ross." It's me, Tony Stark. What are you up to?" "I just saw my friend fighting a moldy loaf of bread." The sheer intensity of the footage left Tony astounded, and Ross, having witnessed it firsthand, sounded dazed when he answered the phone. "That's one of my weapons. You'd best not inquire further." Tony's infuriating voice cut through. "Oh, your explanation is vague. I'll investigate myself." Ross, regaining his composure, retorted, "Do not tamper with military secrets." A hint of surprise laced Tony's voice as he had already procured information on the hulking creature. Bruce Banner? This green giant is indeed him? Ross, restraining his fury, warned ominously, "I warn you for the last time. If you continue to disregard my military secrets, I will." Tony interrupted with impatience. "You need not threaten me. I care not who that green giant is, be it Bruce Banner or Einstein." Tony glanced at the data. "Hulk, he is under your jurisdiction, correct? Then swiftly remove this behemoth and ensure Link's safety." Tony's predominant concern was for Link's well-being, dismissing the classified information entirely. Ross, having come to a realization, chuckled slyly. "Are you worried about Link? I'm afraid I cannot assist you. Before me are the two strongest beings on this planet engaged in a fierce battle. Such invaluable data cannot be overlooked." Ross eagerly anticipated that Link and Hulk would inflict mutual destruction, allowing him to capture them for experimentation. When the time came, he would simply obscure the cameras and tell Tony that Link had been reduced to a pulp by Hulk, leaving Tony utterly speechless. In a fit of fury, Tony exclaimed, "You," to which Ross coldly retorted, "Do you truly believe that I or my soldiers can interfere in such a contest of titans?" Understanding that Ross would not be of any help, Tony promptly shouted, "Hand the phone to Zelda." With a huff, Ross tossed the phone to Zelda. Although she hailed from Hyrule, she was remarkably adept with technology, having quickly familiarized herself with computers, laptops, and smartphones. Naturally, she answered, "Hello?" Tony called out, "This is Tony Stark. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Zelda. I assume Link is quite pleased at the moment, but frankly, I have no time for idle chit-chat. Link is facing a formidable opponent, the Hulk, a rare monstrosity with power akin to an atomic bomb. He cannot possibly defeat him. Urgently, you must help Link escape." Zelda, who was also watching the battle, felt her heart race for Link. She understood Hulk's might and realized that a single misstep could lead to Link's demise. However, she shook her head. "No, I cannot persuade him. In his current state, I cannot dissuade him." Tony, exasperated, remarked, "Young lady, your boyfriend is about to be flattened by a giant monster, and you remain so composed." Zelda blushed, asserting no. Link is attempting to awaken the power within him. He believes that to contend with the Hulk, he must fight him. Only through this struggle can he attain the strength to rival the Hulk. He is growing stronger, and I cannot hinder him. Tony was taken aback. Link is still growing stronger? At that moment, amidst a mouthful of blood, Link suddenly let out a mighty roar, and a faint blue aura enveloped him. 018. Guardian of Derek. From the onset of the battle, a voice had resonated within Link, reminiscent of a cracking shell, as he sensed a dormant power within him stirring. Each collision with Hulk shattered the barriers of his heart, compelling Link to abandon his defenses, repeatedly utilizing his shield to counterattack in a bid to awaken the strength within. Boom. With one final shield counter, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed in his heart, followed by a resounding cry. What a beautiful sight. It was the voice of Derek, one of the four champions. Zelda, watching in awe, covered her mouth in disbelief as Link's body became enveloped in a pale blue mist, coalescing into the formidable form of Derek, standing majestically like a mountain behind Link. In his heart, Link heard the almost whispering voice of the goddess Hylia. 10 shield counters, guardian of the Goron, Derek, awaken. The Hulk was startled by the sudden appearance of a ghostly giant, watching warily. Meanwhile, Darkle burst into laughter. "Good brother, you actually managed to awaken me." Link wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gripping the foam master sword tightly, and cast aside the nearly useless foe Hylian shield. Standing resolutely with the sword in both hands, Darkle glanced at Zelda behind him and beckoned. Ah, little princess. Link has finally lived up to your expectations, hasn't he? Zelda placed her hands over her chest, about to speak. The Hulk let out a tremendous roar, prompting Darkle to turn back. With a sweeping motion, he patted Link's back. Is this a new battle? It seems our mission is not yet complete. Good brother, feel free to harness my strength. Ha! The Hulk charged forward like an imposing mountain. Link, sword in hand, took a deep breath and swung, while Darkle's ethereal form drew forth the colossal sword of shattered rock, striking with fervor. Boom! The clash of sword energy met the Hulk's arms, and Darkle's mighty strength surged into Link, filling him with explosive power akin to a volcano. The Foam Master Sword could not withstand such immense force, shattering into luminous fragments, scattering sword energy that obliterated the surrounding structures. With a crack, the Hulk's arms broke, and he was sent flying, crashing through a dozen walls before coming to a halt. This confrontation, unlike the previous one where a shield was used for a counterattack, was a raw clash of strength, and the Hulk was utterly defeated by Link. The shockwave from their collision even sent nearby soldiers flying, leaving them bloodied and dazed. With only Emil and Zelda managing to stand, a testament to the ferocity of the impact. Tony, filled with trepidation, shouted, "Jarvis, analyze the power generated by these two." What he had just witnessed was almost beyond belief. Link had just launched the Hulk into the air, causing him to break the sound barrier. As Link stepped forward like a mountain, the ground trembled beneath him. Darkle laughed heartily. That's it, good brother. Onward to victory. Continue the fight. Suddenly, Link's knees buckled as he felt the power within him spiraling out of control. Darkle, stroking his head, said, "Link, you cannot bear my power for long. You have vanquished the enemy. I shall now fall into slumber. Call upon me should you need." And then, his body's pale blue glow dissipated like sand in the wind. Link staggered 2 steps forward, nearly falling, but Zelda rushed to support him. Her concern evident as she asked, "Are you all right?" Link shook his head and, with Zelda's assistance, stumbled through the gaping holes in the walls until he reached the Hulk. Ross and the others, initially in shock, soon regained their senses and hurried after them. After being struck by Link, the Hulk lay still, his muscles twitching, fading, and shrinking until he transformed into Bruce Banner. Sitting on the ground, Banner appeared terrified, trembling arms displaying his fragility. Ross rushed over, shouting, "Hurry, grab him." Banner, struggling to rise, looked around at the circle of soldiers, utterly bewildered. Just as the soldiers lunged forward, Link softly commanded, "Step back, allow Banner to pass." His voice, weary and soft, resonated with an authority that caused the soldiers to halt in their tracks, paralyzed as if by a superior's decree. If Hulk's strength resembled that of a demon, what could one say of Link, who had subdued such a fiend? The previous heart-stopping moment, marked by an eruption of sheer power, left an indelible impression on all present. The soldiers, awed by the gravity of the situation, dared not defy Link's words. Ross bellowed, "How dare you disobey orders?" Yet, a shiver coursed through him as he caught Link's gaze, and his anger was swiftly overshadowed by fear. His tone softened. "Banner is my mission. Do not impede my duties." Link replied gently, "Let him go." Zelda, supporting Link, urged Banner, "Professor, you must leave. We will handle this." Thus, Banner stumbled away, vanishing into the night, while Ross's face shifted from blue to purple, ultimately refraining from obstruction. Meanwhile, Tony, in his abode, swallowed hard and gravely addressed Jarvis. "It seems we need to initiate a new project. What do you think of the name Anti-Link Armor?" After a night of turmoil, Link and Zelda boarded a plane to return. According to the unfolding narrative, Obadiah was poised to strike Tony, and Link felt compelled to assist him, uncertain if the timeline would ensure Tony's victory over Obadiah. Zelda, engrossed in her phone, marveled at the world depicted within, exclaiming, "How astonishing that there are over 6 billion people." She then reminisced about her own forlorn kingdom, realizing that with only 2 remaining inhabitants in Hyrule, the road to its revival was fraught with challenges. As their plane prepared to land, the vast airport lay deserted, save for a few SHIELD agents, including Hawkeye and Natasha, who awaited the aircraft's arrival. Hawkeye furrowed his brow. It's a first for SHIELD to seek assistance from others. Natasha, adjusting her hair, responded, "Why must we be the ones to beg? I still owe that child a favor." Hawkeye retorted, "I recall you being saved by Link twice. That amounts to 2 favors." Natasha shot him a glare, slightly annoyed. Meanwhile, Hawkeye found himself reminiscing about his newborn at home and reflecting on the terrifying creature he had previously encountered, pondering, Perhaps it's time for me to retire. As Link and Zelda disembarked the plane, they sensed unrest among the passengers ahead. Exchanging a glance, they questioned, "What is happening?" Upon descending, they beheld a group of individuals clad in black, surrounding a man and a woman, none other than S.H.I.E.L.D's own, led by Natasha and Hawkeye. Link furrowed his brow, aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. would eventually seek him out, yet he hoped that upon disembarking from the plane, he would not be greeted by a throng of agents eager to engage him in conversation. Hawkeye, sensing the awkwardness, turned to Natasha and remarked, "You should handle this. Your social skills surpass mine." Natasha then sauntered forward, surveying Zelda, a young girl, seemingly of similar age to Link, with striking beauty, delicate features, and skin as smooth as porcelain. Her luminous golden hair, reminiscent of Link's, suggested that their relationship resembled that of siblings more than lovers. As a top-tier spy, Natasha possessed an exceptional ability to discern character. She immediately recognized Zelda's uniqueness. Though she appeared youthful and delicate, an air of regal sophistication emanated from her, as if she were a young queen. Reflecting on Zelda's background, Natasha recalled her mysterious origins, having inexplicably emerged from a slum in Brazil, much like Link, whose past remained enigmatic. Natasha greeted Link with a casual wave. "Hello, handsome. It's good to see you." Link nodded in acknowledgement, though his expression was somewhat stiff. We greatly appreciate the intelligence you provided to S.H.I.E.L.D. through Mr. Stark. It is of utmost importance," Natasha added. Link shook his head in response. Natasha pondered how best to engage with this taciturn individual. Just then, Zelda stepped forward, inquiring, "You require Link's assistance, do you not?" "Indeed," Natasha confirmed. At that moment, Hawkeye approached Link, stating, "We've encountered a bit of trouble at S.H.I.E.L.D. and would like to request your help, Link." "What seems to be the issue?" Link asked. Hawkeye replied, "Let's head over, and you'll see for yourself. It's rather peculiar." Thus, Link prepared to accompany Hawkeye and the others to S.H.I.E.L.D., curious about what matters necessitated his involvement. As Link was about to enter the vehicle, Zelda intended to follow, but a man in black stepped forward, his tone brusque. Only Link is permitted to go to S.H.I.E.L.D. Link regarded the man, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him in Captain America, the Winter Soldier, likely a Hydra infiltrator within S.H.I.E.L.D. He responded, "If the Princess, Zelda, cannot accompany me, I shall remain with her, and therefore, I will not assist." The man in black remained unyielding. "That is not your decision to make." He then instructed the others, "Take this girl away." Hawkeye frowned, while Natasha curiously awaited Link's reaction. In a swift motion, Link seized the man's wrist, locking it in a joint manipulation, disarming him of his sidearm with a fluidity that belied the tension. He then forcefully kicked the man away, as if the latter's own momentum had propelled him into Link's strike. Brandishing the weapon, Link noticed the surrounding agents draw their firearms in response. "Enough," Hawkeye shouted. "I vouch for this girl. Everyone, holster your weapons." Link raised an eyebrow. Is Hawkeye unable to control his men? With that, he gripped the handgun and, with a ferocious tug, tore it apart as if it were mere paper. The violent destruction of the firearms compelled the figures clad in black to cast a glance at their own handguns, for the first time doubting their reliability, leading them to retract their weapons. Link coldly stated, "Zelda, we must depart." Natasha obstructed Link's path, gently murmuring, "Forgive us. This was not our intention. You must understand. There are numerous agents within S.H.I.E.L.D. Link immediately discerned the subtext in her words. Natasha was aware of a faction infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. Whether she was cognizant of Hydra's existence remained uncertain. Had Hydra's minions already revealed themselves in this timeline? Link felt a sense of discontent as the situation diverged from the narrative in his mind. Hawkeye approached and remarked, "Do not concern yourself with this lot. We shall leave." Link. He then ushered Link and the others into the vehicle, setting off toward S.H.I.E.L.D. Inside the car, Zelda inquired, "Is there internal discord within your S.H.I.E.L.D.?" Hawkeye replied coolly, "Little girl, such matters are not your concern," before softening his tone. My apologies, they should not have treated you this way." Zelda, aware of Link's reticence, posed the question on his behalf. "What difficulties have you encountered?" Natasha. wearing a puzzled smile, responded, "Well, we are facing something that straddles the line between life and machinery, or perhaps it is a rare natural phenomenon. The marble within our Hyrule headquarters suddenly began to move and attack. It remains inert unless approached, at which point it springs to life and assaults individuals. We have attempted to utilize various weapons to obliterate these stones, yet to no avail, which has proven quite challenging. Previously, Link provided us with information about various monsters. Although he did not mention these stone creatures, I believe you may possess a solution, Link." Upon hearing this, Link and Zelda exchanged knowing smiles. It all made sense now. Link couldn't help but chuckle, recalling that in an effort to prevent the monsters from Hyrule from wreaking havoc on Earth, he had shared the characteristics of various creatures with Hyrule. Yet he had completely overlooked one peculiar monster. This creature could disguise itself as a large boulder by the roadside, and upon proximity, it would sprout limbs and commence an attack. It was impervious to damage. Even when Link struck it with the Master Sword, not a single fragment would break off. However, this stone creature possessed an absurd weakness akin to that of a turtle. If lifted and placed on its back, it would be unable to right itself and would subsequently self-destruct. This vulnerability was well known in the land of Hyrule, which is why Link had neglected to mention it. He never anticipated that such a creature would traverse into the Marvel universe and cause considerable distress to Hyrule. Upon arriving at Hyrule, they entered the lobby. To the west, a group was gathered, and as Link and his companions approached, they beheld two large indentations in the wall, with two massive stones lying silently on the ground amid the chaos, a shattered floor littered with bullet casings and scorch marks, alongside a damaged stone-crushing machine. It was evident that Hyrule had exhausted every effort to deal with these stone monsters. Zelda chuckled as Link stepped forward, but Natasha swiftly interjected, urging him not to act impulsively, warning that it might suddenly lash out. Barton had already been struck by a rock, nearly fracturing a rib. Hawkeye coughed awkwardly, feeling the tension. As Link approached, he noticed two large stones beginning to shift, transforming into stone creatures with rudimentary limbs. They swayed unsteadily, swinging their rocky fists towards Link. Though their demeanor appeared endearing and somewhat comical, a blow from one would undoubtedly be quite painful, as Hawkeye could surely attest. The stone creatures wobbled, intent on attacking Link, while the agents of Hyrule observed the naive youth advancing foolishly, urgently calling out, "Boy, don't go near them." Yet Link smiled, deftly evading the punch of the stone beast. Lowering his body, he issued a low growl and hoisted a 1-meter square slab of marble above his head. Gasps erupted from the onlookers. How can this young lad possess such formidable strength to lift such a massive stone? However, given the multitude of remarkable talents within Hyrule, a child of extraordinary might was not entirely surprising. "Get back," Link shouted as he hurled the stone forcefully. The crowd hastily scattered, but the stone crashed to the ground, exploding upon impact, sending shards flying and injuring two individuals, one of whom was an elegant bald man. Link glanced at the site of the explosion, where a crater had formed in the floor, yet the stone creature remained unharmed, leaving him somewhat disheartened. He replicated his earlier feat, lifting another stone creature, which flailed its limbs in a panic. Link gently placed it on the ground, but the creature, overwhelmed by despair, believed it could never right itself again. With a resounding crack, it self-destructed, choosing death. Link shrugged his shoulders toward Hawkeye and Natasha, conveying a silent message. This is how it should be done. Hawkeye's eyes widened in disbelief. These two stone creatures had withstood every weapon Hyrule had tested: firearms, laser guns, heavy hammers, diamond cutters, corrosive acids. Everything short of a nuclear bomb had been tried, yet they could not be vanquished. Astonishingly, Link had merely lifted and set them down, leading to their self-destruction. A wave of cheers and applause erupted from the crowd. As long as these two stone creatures remained, the agents of Hyrule would find no peace. Imagine, two boulders stationed in the Hyrule headquarters, instilling fear in all who encountered them, even the president. As the world's most formidable intelligence agency, how could they fail to eliminate two mere stones? Where would their pride reside? Amidst the jubilant celebration, a bald man with a crooked eye patch emerged. Despite the mild temperature, he donned a sharp black coat, exuding an air of coolness. Link recognized him instantly as Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick clapped his hands in a token gesture, his voice deep and measured. Well done, well done. Link, these creatures are indeed connected to you. With his hands clasped behind his back, he scanned the surroundings and remarked, Is the commotion over? Then it's time to return to work. As he made his presence known, the crowd dispersed, pretending as if nothing had transpired. With a wave of his hand, Link inquired, Might I invite you to my office for a cup of coffee, or perhaps a refreshing juice? Tony Stark is referred to as Tony, while Bruce Banner is simply known as Banner, Natasha Romanoff is called Natasha, and Clint Barton is commonly referred to as Hawkeye. Initially, there was an intention to standardize the names of Marvel characters, but upon reflection, it seemed more fitting to use the familiar names known to all. Let us not dwell on the names. After all, Link and Zelda do not even possess surnames. The group arrived at Nick's office, where Link gently tugged at Zelda's hand, signaling her to elaborate, as they had already communicated during their flight. Link, who was not fond of conversation or explanations, preferred to adopt the demeanor of a serene princess while leaving the details to Zelda. A Dark Lord intent on world destruction has descended upon Earth. Upon sitting down, Nick was startled into standing by Zelda's proclamation. Hawkeye, wearing his usual disgruntled expression, crossed his arms and interjected, A Dark Lord? Well, that falls outside our purview. Natasha raised an eyebrow, offering no further comment. Nick cleared his throat. Please, elaborate. Exchanging a glance, Zelda began, We hail from a kingdom known as Hyrule. I am the princess of Hyrule. A century ago, a dark lord named Ganon laid waste to our land. This is Link, my sworn knight. Nick pondered. Is this girl recounting a fairy tale? Although he was uncertain of the connection between Ganon and the creatures suddenly appearing on Earth, he resolved to listen further. For the earnest expressions of the young duo suggested sincerity. Even Natasha, skilled in interpreting emotional cues, nodded in agreement, indicating that they were not jesting. Zelda continued, succinctly narrating the tale of Link and Ganon. Hawkeye appeared momentarily taken aback. While Natasha harbored doubts, the two children were earnestly discussing Dark Lords and heroes. Akin to a fantastical story, had they lost their wits? Zelda, however, harbored many reservations and contemplated concealing their origins from another world. Yet, Link insisted that revealing the truth posed no issue. His decision was made with careful consideration, for they were destined to confront Ganon. If they shrouded their intentions in secrecy, it would only breed suspicion and curiosity, leading to unnecessary complications. It was far better to be forthright, allowing others to believe or disbelieve as they wished. Soon, Earth would welcome the thunder god from Norse mythology. What were two time travelers in comparison? The Marvel universe was already rife with chaos. A century later, Link awakened from his slumber, liberated the four divine beasts, and ultimately vanquished Ganon with the Master Sword. When mentioning Link, Zelda's expression softened, illuminated by the golden hues of twilight. She had witnessed Link's awakening, his amnesia, confusion, battles, and injuries, until he traversed mountains to stand before her, just as he had 100 years prior. For a century of confinement within the castle, Zelda's affection for Link has only intensified, maturing like a fine wine as the years pass. However, Nick was rendered speechless. Natasha blinked, casually reclining in a corner of the table, while the sweet, rosy atmosphere enveloping the young couple stirred a complex array of emotions within her seasoned heart. If her own future were to involve the Hulk, her feelings would likely be even more tumultuous. As for Hawkeye, he found the golden-haired girl delightfully innocent. If his future offspring could embody such qualities, retirement would undoubtedly be splendid. We had anticipated permanently quelling Ganon, yet unexpectedly, he traversed time and arrived in this world. As fated companions, Link and I followed Ganon here. The creatures manifesting on this earth are all minions of Ganon. That is my account. Zelda felt a flush of embarrassment, fearing others might deem her insane. Nick coughed twice, inquiring, How do you intend to substantiate your claims? Zelda faltered, and Link solemnly proclaimed, The Blood Moon. Tony's request. Nick furrowed his brow and asked, What is the Blood Moon? Zelda took the opportunity to explain. It is an anomaly caused by Ganon, who taints the moon with his dark power, rendering it crimson. On the night of the Blood Moon, all monsters resurrect, including the two stone beasts in your palace, building. This cycle is endless, unless Ganon is vanquished. Pausing momentarily, she continued, According to my senses, the Blood Moon is imminent in this world. Link shared this foreboding intuition. Zelda gazed at Nick and declared, When the blood moon rises and countless monsters revive, you will come to believe us. There was an extraordinary quality about Zelda, her gentle voice, flowing like a soft melody. Instilled in the skeptical Nick a sense that this girl spoke truthfully. Nick nodded, seeing it with my own eyes would suffice. Although it sounds absurd, I would believe if it were to occur before me. As for you, Nick leaned on the table, fingers intertwined, resting his chin as he turned his attention to Link. Link, your skills are impressive. Even Hawkeye regards you with newfound respect. Reports indicate you have defeated a fearsome creature, possessing strange origins and formidable power, coupled with a taciturn demeanor that raises concerns. Unmonitored power is inherently perilous. Zelda's brow furrowed. Did S-H-I-E-L-D intend to monitor or imprison Link? Nick asked, are you willing to join S-H-I-E-L-D? Link shook his head. Nick's expression darkened. In that case, I find myself in a difficult position. Natasha rose, warily keeping an eye on Link, while Hawkeye appeared somewhat anxious. Should Nick propose to detain Link? It was uncertain whether he might react violently. Link's demeanor also grew somber. His sword was broken, his shield shattered, and his bow rendered useless, devoid of any weaponry. He was no match for Natasha in hand-to-hand combat. If they were indeed to imprison him, a swarm of agents would undoubtedly overpower him. However, his audacity in approaching them was indeed backed by a sense of assurance. This confidence stemmed from the dormant spirit of a hero within him, the awakened essence of the illustrious Darkle. This time, the guardianship of the hero transcended the mere defensive maneuvers of the original game as Darkle, granting him a portion of Darkle's formidable powers, enabling him to rival the strength of the Hulk. Link was unafraid of any confrontation. Nick suddenly smiled. What a pity. But I won't be able to keep you here for long. I have official business to attend to. Link was taken aback. Nick burst into laughter, exclaiming, Huh? Child, you underestimate the breadth of the shield's intentions toward you. We have no desire to impose upon you. You are not the Hulk. Your strength is controllable. You have saved Natasha, and we trust your character. Given this, why would we seek to control you and provoke your ire? Hawkeye and Natasha, upon hearing Nick's words, breathed a sigh of relief. They had no wish to engage in combat with Link. Not only did they hold him in high regard, but they also felt ill-equipped to contend with him. Nick maintained a facade of a smile while inwardly scoffing. The previous night, Tony had dispatched a letter to the Shield, clearly stating that he was the guardian of these two youths, implying quite directly, do not interfere with him. Link bid farewell, preparing to depart, anxiety gnawing at him. Tony was at imminent risk of being undermined by Obadiah, and he needed to return swiftly. At that moment, Agent Coulson entered the office, his expression urgent, stating, Miss Potts, Tony's secretary, called us, indicating that Tony might be in danger. Link's expression changed instantly. The plot had reached this critical juncture. He hurriedly remarked, Obadiah covets the riches of Stark Industries and is plotting against Tony. It was Obadiah who orchestrated Tony's previous misfortunes in the desert. Nick acted decisively. Coulson, contact Miss Potts and take a team to Stark Industries to apprehend Obadiah. Link insisted, take me to Tony's residence. He is in peril. Natasha stepped forward, tucking a strand of her vibrant red hair behind her ear, her lips parting enticingly. I shall take you. I recently acquired a new vehicle. On the sparsely populated road, a dazzling red sports car sped forth at a velocity that would infuriate traffic officers. Natasha pushed the car to its limits. The roar of the engine and the rapidly blurring scenery enough to send shivers down the spines of those who might covet her beauty. Yet, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that Link and Zelda exhibited no fear. Rather, they curiously observed her vehicle. Zelda, intrigued, exclaimed, what marvelous technology. However, the next question caused Natasha to frown deeply. Can this car eat fruit? Unsure how to respond, Natasha stammered. I fear it cannot. Zelda replied. Link's motorcycle can eat fruit. Natasha could only respond, no wonder it is Link's motorcycle. With such an outrageous speed, they soon arrived at Tony's residence. Link exited the car, and Natasha urged, let us hurry inside. Yet, to her surprise, Link did not head for the entrance, but rather sprinted toward the wall. Natasha inquired, aren't you taking the stairs? Link shook his head, leaped suddenly, and climbed up the wall. Natasha was taken aback. Did he intend to save time by ascending? That wall had no handholds. Zelda remarked that Link was particularly adept at climbing walls. Natasha widened her eyes as she watched Link scale it with remarkable speed, akin to a gecko, before pushing open a window to enter. Inside the room lay the old arc reactor that Link had preserved. He jumped in and found Tony sprawled on the ground, Desperately dragging himself toward the Arkansas, Link quickly exclaimed, "I'm here." Tony weakly smiled. "Did you enjoy your vacation? Too bad you missed a spectacular show." He was referring to his transformation into Iron Man and his daring escapade in the desert. Link thought to himself, "I didn't miss it. I've seen it twice." He rushed to retrieve the old arc reactor, looking around but failing to spot Dammy. Where had that guy with the fire extinguisher wandered off to? Without further ado, Link deftly turned Tony over, having previously replaced the reactor himself. Tony felt a twinge of fear and hurriedly said, "Be gentle." Link grasped the connector and directly inserted it into Tony's chest. Just then, Natasha and Zelda emerged from the elevator, witnessing Link's hand reaching into Tony's chest, leaving them both stunned. Natasha raised an eyebrow. "Did you just punch a hole through Tony's chest?" The arc reactor was embedded within Tony, who bellowed in struggle, "Pepper. She is in danger." Natasha reassured him, "R.S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents are protecting her." Tony shook his head. "It's not just Pepper who's in danger. Link, I need your help." Tony, who was not accustomed to asking for favors, typically the one others owed, now sought a personal favor from Link. With Pepper's life hanging by a thread and the old arc reactor nearly depleted, Tony was uncertain he could save her without Link's assistance. Link nodded silently. 022, confront Obadiah. Staggering in his Iron Man suit, Tony approached, catching Zelda's eye, who was particularly eager to dismantle the armor for study. "Hey," he greeted, tossing Link a helmet and wrapping his arms around him without hesitation. The thrusters roared to life beneath them, and with a powerful punch, Tony shattered the glass and soared into the sky. "Link, how's the speed now? Can your body handle it?" With the helmet on, Link muttered, "I'm fine." He felt as though he had overlooked something. As he pondered, Tony quickly sped towards Stark Tower. The scene, originally set at night, was now illuminated by daylight. Surrounded by people, with chaos escalating and the situation worsening, Tony held Link as they pierced through the air. Pedestrians below screamed and fled. The bold ones attempted to take photos, but at their speed, modern phones could only capture a fleeting blur, like the wing of a mosquito. Link shouted, "Oh no." Tony hurriedly asked, "Link, what is happening?" He feared that during the high-speed flight, Link might encounter difficulties. Link shouted, "I need weapons and a shield." Tony replied, Link." To which Link responded with resignation, "It's fine. I'll improvise soon." Tony said, "All right, it's a tough task, but you go save Pepper and get her out of here. I'll hold off Obadiah and buy some time. By the way, how did you destroy the 2 weapons I provided you, both made from military-grade materials?" Link, feeling frustrated, replied, "I exerted too much force, and they shattered. It was always like this. He constantly had to search for new weapons, a source of resentment for him." Tony laughed heartily. "No worries. I'll have weapons made from titanium alloy for you. I'll prepare tin as backups." Link smiled inwardly. Tin is far from sufficient. "I'm off." He abruptly freed himself from Iron Man's grasp, and Tony shouted, "Be careful." He fell into the water pool in front of the building, sending up a great splash. Tony exclaimed, 0 points. After plunging into the water, Link leaped into the building, swiftly ducked down, and unlatched a fire hydrant cover to use as a shield. Upon entering the building, he heard muffled sounds and gunfire resonating from within, prompting him to race up the stairs. There he saw Obadiah piloting the Ironmonger, swaying as he attacked, while Agent Coulson protected Pepper, retreating strategically. As the Ironmonger fired a cannon blast, Link rushed forward, bracing his shield against the impact. In an instant, he deflected the blast back, causing the Ironmonger to explode. Holding the hydrant cover, Link shouted to Coulson, "Quickly, take Pepper and get out." Having never witnessed Link's capabilities before, Pepper gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth and exclaiming, "Oh my God." She couldn't believe that the quiet boy who had been staying at Tony's house possessed such formidable abilities. Obadiah, infuriated, yelled, "Link, what kind of monster are you?" The reflected blast struck the Ironmonger's armor, inflicting minimal damage. In the original timeline, even falling from a great height, the Ironmonger sustained no significant harm, forcing Tony to destroy the reactor. The Ironmonger's armor appeared terrifying in the dim environment. Unlike Tony's Mark series, the Ironmonger sacrificed aesthetics and lightweight design for a heavy, ugly, and utilitarian form specifically crafted as a terrifying weapon for warfare. Armed with the hydrant cover, Link braced himself, but soon he felt disheartened. The cover was difficult to grip, and it was particularly unwieldy. The Ironmonger's onslaught was fierce, and Link struggled to maneuver with his clumsy shield. After ensuring Pepper and the others had escaped, Link dodged and rolled on the ground to evade the cannon fire. only to be driven back against the window by Obadiah. With a cold smirk, Obadiah declared, "Goodbye," and fired at the cornered Link. In response, Link hurled the hydrant cover behind him, shattering the glass as it spun through the air. He executed a backflip, landing on the cover to perform a shield counterattack. But his movements were too awkward, and the counter failed, resulting in the cover shattering. The blast ricocheted and struck the building. Link was hurled back by the tremendous force. While Tony, observing from above, remarked, "Though you scored 0 for your dive, you certainly have a knack for surfing." As Link caught sight of the scene, he was abruptly dropped to the roadside by a sudden dive, before soaring towards the fierce battle between Ironmonger and Obadiah. From a distance, he heard Obadiah exclaim in astonishment, "Tony, you're alive." Limping and searching for a weapon, Link found himself unarmed amidst the chaotic crowd, who were obliviously watching the aerial conflict. He sighed, pondering the recklessness of those daring enough to witness the spectacle. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a small child brandishing a circular shield adorned with Captain America's emblem, proclaiming, "I am Captain America. I will fight the bad guys." The child's unfortunate father clutched him tightly. Link hurried over, requesting, "May I borrow your shield?" Though he termed it a loan, he seized it without the owner's consent. Just as the child began to cry and the parent prepared to scold, Link's attire tore open, revealing a pair of metallic wings that unfurled, propelling him skyward. The shield, crafted with remarkable precision from a lightweight metal, though merely a toy, felt perfectly suited in Link's grasp due to its handle. He circled in the sky, intent on locating a blade or sword. Suddenly, he spotted a group of young delinquents in an alley, brandishing a katana in a menacing manner. Descending swiftly, Link approached them, wielding the Captain America shield, and commanded, "Hand over your swords." The punks erupted in laughter, mockingly exclaiming, "This fool thinks he is Captain America." With decisive kicks, Link sent the troublemakers sprawling, seizing the katana. With a sigh of resignation, he acknowledged his arsenal, a toy shield in one hand and a Japanese sword in the other. He felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of confronting Ironmonger with such an outfit. He was no mere comic relief. Yet, with no other alternatives available, Link took to the skies once more. Upon ascending, he witnessed Ironmonger encased in ice plummeting to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. Following that, he observed Iron Man descending awkwardly in a staggered fashion, evidently drained of energy. When Tony hit the ground, he caught sight of Link, brandishing the Captain America shield in one hand and the katana in the other, laughing heartily even amidst peril. "Link, you never cease to amaze me. Where did you acquire such splendid gear?" Before Link could respond, a cacophony erupted behind him, revealing Ironmonger, seemingly unscathed, rising anew and launching 2 missiles. Link hastily glided, dragging the cumbersome Iron Man to safety as the projectiles detonated in a fiery explosion behind them. Obadiah bellowed, "Tony, like your father, you are a foolish genius. Look at the marvels you've created, squandering your gifts without appreciation. Today, I shall bury you and this little brat beneath the weapons of your own invention." In a moment of defiance, Link retaliated with a shield bounce, sending the projectile back towards Obadiah. Hastily, they turned and raced towards Stark Tower, the heart of the city. The battle among the three would inevitably claim the lives of numerous innocents. Thus Tony resolved to confront the foe on his own territory. Having just witnessed the formidable power of Ironmonger, which could withstand even Link's shield counterattack, he contemplated detonating the reactor to obliterate Obadiah. As he soared through the air, he addressed Link, who was slung over his shoulder. "I certainly do not wish to meet my demise at the hands of Obadiah. That mechanized monstrosity is so grotesque and lacks any semblance of style. To perish by such a thing would be utterly disgraceful." Link remained silent, his gaze fixed on Obadiah behind them, as he endeavored to communicate with Darkle, whose immense power could potentially annihilate Ironmonger. After successfully establishing contact with the champions of the Goron tribe, Link tightened his fists, ready to engage in a grand battle. At that moment, the voice of the goddess Hylia echoed in his mind once more. "Brave Link, please defeat Obadiah without the aid of champions or external forces." Another quest. Link immediately dismissed the notion of summoning Darkle. The guidance and trials from the goddess Hylia were tasks he felt compelled to fulfill. However, the current situation posed a dilemma for Link. The shield counter, effective against the strong, faltered against the weak. Against a behemoth like Ironmonger, whose defense far surpassed its offense, the shield counter was futile. With only a katana at his disposal, battling Obadiah felt akin to attempting to lift a boulder with a mere toothpick. Moreover, the mention of external forces naturally referred to the explosive reactor. As in the original narrative, It seemed the goddess Hylia was deliberately putting him in a precarious position. Yet, Link had grown accustomed to such trials. It was precisely through the continuous challenges set forth by the goddess that he gradually transformed into the hero destined to seal the Dark Lord. He feared no challenge. As Tony burst into the Stark lobby, intent on detonating the reactor, Link interjected, "Stop. Allow me to confront him. This is the city center." And triggering the reactor would result in countless casualties. Tony retorted urgently, "But we have no other options. My suit is nearly out of power. And your shield counter is ineffective. We cannot contend with this hulking monstrosity. Its armor is too resilient." Link shook his head. "No, our target is not Ironmonger, but rather Obadiah within." Tony scoffed. "Isn't that just stating the obvious?" Yet, he began to ponder Link's words. In a mere second, he discerned how to vanquish Obadiah. Regardless of how impenetrable the armor, the operator within remained merely an elderly man. Obadiah charged forward, bellowing, "Why have you stopped? Are you finally in despair?" Link leaped down from Iron Man's shoulder, wielding his sword and shield, advancing step by step, his determination unwavering. Obadiah exclaimed, "I do not wish to harm children, but I care not for wretched brats." He opened fire on Link. With focus, Link concentrated on the flames emanating from Ironmonger's cannon, attuning his ears to the explosive sounds. Suddenly, the world darkened, and time slowed. Time seemed to slow as Link surged forward, leaping onto the knee of the Iron Giant. His elbow pressed against the round shield, and he struck with tremendous force. The resounding impact reverberated as the Iron Giant's head was struck, rendering it momentarily rigid. At that moment, Iron Man rushed in with great speed, toppling the Iron Giant to the ground. Obadiah gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. The Iron Giant, designed for durability, sacrificed agility and grace, its cumbersome form making it difficult to rise after being knocked down. This was precisely Link's strategy. He had just dispatched 2 stone monsters, flipping them onto their backs to cause their own explosions. The Iron Giant, heavy as if weighing 200 kilograms, with its short and thick limbs, also feared the fall. Obadiah seethed, "Just wait until I get back on my feet." He struggled to rise with his mechanical arm, activating the thrusters in his feet, intending to ascend into the sky and stabilize himself. However, Tony quickly positioned himself beneath the Iron Giant's feet thrusters, hands on hips. Shaking his head in dismay. "What a pathetic design. Have you not considered adding protection just because the thrusters are on the soles of your feet?" "Obadiah, you've made no progress at all." With a swift motion, he unleashed all his ammunition, obliterating the Iron Giant's foot thrusters with a thunderous explosion. Obadiah bellowed, "Do you think destroying my thrusters will render me powerless against you?" Though the Iron Giant was temporarily immobilized, Obadiah aimed his gun at Link, who stood defiantly at his chest, and fired. Boom. Link utilized his shield to deflect the shot, sending the blast ricocheting back towards the Iron Giant's head. The sound echoed as the armor remained intact, yet the sudden burst of blinding light caused Obadiah to scream, momentarily plunging him into darkness. Tony, harnessing his last ounce of energy, soared into the sky before diving down rapidly, using his body as a projectile to strike directly at the Iron Giant's chin. The collision was akin to a ping-pong ball bouncing off a table, sending him reeling back to the ground, where he rolled about, likely injuring several soft tissues. Although Tony's self-sacrificial act as a living projectile did not inflict significant damage, he had fulfilled his objective. The Iron Giant's chin lifted, revealing a slight gap, and Link seized the opportunity, wielding his katana as a spear, thrusting it into the crevice, piercing Obadiah's skull from within. Obadiah fell silent. Breathless, Link jumped down. Tony gasped. "Did we win?" A glance revealed blood dripping from the gap in the Iron Giant's head onto the ground. The one who had been one of Tony's closest allies, previously roaring in rage like a demon, now lay still and quiet. Tony inquired, "Is he dead?" His emotions were a tumultuous mix. Link nodded, removing his helmet. Tony exposed his pale, fatigued face, collapsing onto the ground, turning his head away as he muttered, "Thank goodness I didn't kill him." Link paid little heed to Tony's complex feelings. Instead, the voice of the goddess of Hyrule echoed in his mind. Complete the hero's trial to acquire the skill. Link's breath caught in his throat. Mipha. Is it possible that Mipha is about to awaken? Acquiring bomb skills, Link, with a swift motion. Link produced 2 bombs in his hands, one round and the other square, both emanating a faint blue luminescence. Link, feeling resigned, stored them away. What use were these bombs to him? Such devices, in the realm of gaming, are feeble in power, in the Marvel Universe. They would likely only serve to intimidate the average individual. As a hero, how could Link possibly stoop to bullying common folk? In a moment of gossip, Link assisted the groaning Tony in removing his armor. Under the recent impact, the structure had deformed in places, trapping Tony's body. For someone like Tony, who relies on a technological shell due to a lack of formidable physical prowess, a moment's carelessness could lead to being crushed by his own design. With a firm pull, Link detached Tony's gauntlet, eliciting a pained cry from Tony as a piece of fabric vanished from his arm, leaving it bleeding. "Link, I owe you yet another favor," Tony remarked. Link glanced at the glowing arc reactor on Tony's chest, thinking, "You will owe me many more in the future." He resolved to find an opportune moment to reveal the new element that Tony's father had left for him. At that moment, a throng of SHIELD personnel arrived outside the building, and Pepper hurried over, calling out, "Tony." She attempted to rush to him for an embrace, but given Tony's armored state, hugging a metal mass would surely be uncomfortable, so she refrained. Zelda and Natasha also arrived on the scene. Noticing Link's pale complexion, Zelda dashed over and threw herself into his arms. Link gently patted her back, reassuring her, "I am fine." Tony, with a playful whistle, surveyed the scene. After a flurry of activity, a new resident had joined Tony's mansion, Zelda. Though Tony bore injuries, his mind remained intact, allowing him to continue directing Dummy and JARVIS in the development of the next generation of Iron Man suits. He took some time to monitor the news outside. In a few days, he planned to hold a press conference to clarify the disturbances at Stark Tower and shed light on the mysterious flying armor. Tony intended to make headlines. At that moment, SHIELD Agent Coulson was a guest at Tony's home, handing him a briefing document for addressing media inquiries. Dummy served Coulson a rather unpalatable cup of coffee, while Tony lounged comfortably on the sofa, observing the diligent efforts of Link and Zelda on the screen. "This girl is a rare genius, scarcely seen on Earth for millennia. She likely surpasses even Da Vinci." Tony spoke of Zelda with an amused expression. "Since she moved into my home, this little girlfriend of Link's has persistently sought my guidance and knowledge. Initially, I found it bothersome and wished to ignore her. But out of respect for Link, I offered her the bare minimum of my attention. Remarkably, with my fragmented advice and her self-study, she has mastered the technology of suit manufacturing in just a few days and is now assisting me in creating the next generation of suits. It's utterly astonishing." In conclusion, Tony begrudgingly added, "Of course, she still has a long way to go compared to me. However, there exists an assistant who barely meets my standards, and I find myself rather content." "Oh, heh." Coulson smiled outwardly, yet inwardly he scoffed. Tony possesses an exceedingly petty nature, even comparing himself to a young girl. However, upon glancing at Zelda's silhouette, Coulson mused, "She is no ordinary genius from Earth." Suddenly, Tony leaned in conspiratorially towards Coulson and remarked, "These two children claim to hail from the land of Hyrule, a realm of magic and swords. I am skeptical. I suspect they are concealing a secret." "Oh." Coulson perked up, for Nick had instructed him to gain the trust of Tony and Link. The fact that Tony had discovered a secret and was willing to share it, particularly about Link and Zelda, filled Coulson with a sense of satisfaction. My charisma is indeed unparalleled within SHIELD. However, when Tony articulated his hypothesis, Coulson nearly spat out his coffee. Tony furrowed his brow and speculated, could they possibly be related by blood? Perhaps they are siblings or something akin to that. Coulson coughed violently and quickly inquired, "Why do you think so?" The brilliance in Tony's eyes seemed to transcend time and space. At that moment, he embodied Sherlock Holmes, while Coulson appeared as the oblivious Watson, perpetually blind to the obvious. Tony spoke with conviction. "Look, both Link and Zelda possess striking golden hair and fairy-like long ears. This suggests they are likely of a shared lineage." Coulson countered, "But look, Link and Zelda have yet to reveal their surnames to me. How could one exist without a surname? They must have chosen to abandon their own. As for why they would forsake their surname, it is self-evident. Zelda and Link are of the same lineage. What does a surname signify? They have left their homeland, wandering aimlessly, claiming with the naivety of youth that they come from a magical realm. They could indeed be siblings. I merely concede they are likely half-siblings." Coulson continued, "You see, ever since Zelda moved in with me, she has shared a room with Link. Yet, you understand, they have not engaged in any romantic relations. They appear to be a couple, but Link holds deep respect for Zelda, while Zelda harbors a subtle concern for Link. What could this imply? Yes, they are indeed siblings. They dare not cross boundaries." Coulson's face turned pale. "Mr. Stark, have you been spying on these two children? Tony hastily denied. If Link were to discover such a misunderstanding, he might very well pummel me into a pulp. Tony spread his hands and declared, "Do you not see who I am? I am the owner of a publicly traded company, a billionaire, a playboy. The women I have encountered or experienced could circle the globe 3.5 times." Coulson thought to himself, "Slice thin? Thus, I can discern a girl's purity merely by observing her visage. I would never err in this regard." Coulson reflected, regretting that he had voiced his doubts. If this were to leak, Tony would surely face Link's wrath. Tony, looking earnestly at Coulson, stated, "Coulson, I trust you immensely to confide in you about these matters. Please, do not disclose this to anyone else." Coulson, wearing a face that exuded trustworthiness, smiled and exclaimed, "Of course." Yet, within his mind, he grumbled, "Tony may have a point after all." Thus, rumors regarding Zelda and Link began to circulate within the Avengers. Future headlines promised to be sensational. Link and Tony at odds. Tony gets pummeled, sporting a black eye. The other members watch with smiles? Is the Avengers on the brink of division? Both Link and Zelda simultaneously let out a yawn. With Zelda rubbing her nose, while Link wore a vigilant expression, sensing an ominous premonition, as if a conspiracy against him and Zelda was afoot. It must be due to Ganondorf. Ganondorf, huh? Coulson placed his cup down with a grave demeanor and declared, "I have come to request Link's assistance." Tony had previously arranged identities for both Link and Zelda, becoming their legal guardian. Tony remarked, "You can speak first. They will be done shortly, and I cannot command them." Coulson, with a hint of yearning and somewhat halting speech, continued, "Captain America, he has not perished. He was frozen for decades and has now awakened. We would like Link to calm him down. They should have a common language." Tony's expression morphed into one of sheer terror, as if he had witnessed Coulson donning a bunny outfit and performing a pole dance before him. "Captain America, you expect me to comfort Rogers?" Link responded with a bewildered look, having just assisted Zelda in moving items, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Zelda, like a devoted spouse, stood beside him, wiping his brow. Though a princess of noble birth, she eschewed ordering others around. After defeating Ganondorf, she and Link wandered the lands of Hyrule, where Link sustained injuries, washed clothes, and prepared meals. Link, in his culinary endeavors, often tossed ingredients haphazardly into pots, resulting in indeterminate concoctions. Zelda dared not eat what he prepared. Coulson nodded, a hint of awkwardness in his demeanor, and said, "Our director believes you and Captain America share many similarities. You two awoke after a century-long slumber. I trust you possess the experience and resonance to help Captain America adapt to this new era." Link interjected, while Tony, shaking his glass, nodded in agreement. "Indeed. You and that iconic figure from the 1940s in a skin-tight suit certainly have much in common, especially your mutual fondness for shields." Tony wiped his forehead with his arm. His expression perplexed. The world has truly changed. Even Captain America has returned. Could it be that gods truly exist? Link and Zelda replied in unison, "They do." Zelda referred to the goddess Hylia, while Link spoke of Thor and the northern deities. Thus, Link went off to engage with Stephen Rogers. Link and Coulson stood at the entrance of the hospital. Link held a bouquet of flowers, while Coulson, dressed impeccably in formal attire that cost him half a year's salary, cradled an enormous arrangement of blooms in his arms. His shoes gleamed brightly, and his hair was meticulously styled, concealing his receding hairline, accompanied by a faint scent of men's cologne. To an unknowing observer, one might assume that Coulson had just exited his own wedding ceremony. Taking a deep breath, Coulson thought to himself, "I am the one chosen to meet the captain, not someone else. How fortunate I am. I must remain calm and steady my emotions." It was only recently that he learned that his childhood idol, Captain America, was alive, leaving him in a daze that caused Nick some concern, prompting him to send Coulson to meet Rogers. Link, dressed casually in plain clothes with his hair tied back in a ponytail, stood by, his soft locks cascading over his shoulders, his long ears attracting curious glances from passing doctors. They instinctively contemplated the origins of Link's unusual ears and how they might be corrected through surgery. The two had been waiting at the hospital entrance for quite some time. Coulson expressed a desire to compose himself, hoping to make a good impression in front of his idol. Thus, Link patiently stood in the sun alongside him. As they prepared to enter, a man in a hospital gown, resembling a mental patient, suddenly sprinted barefoot from within, crashing through the security personnel. Without hesitation, Link recognized him as Captain America, Stephen Rogers, and exclaimed to Coulson, "Your idol is rushing out to see you." Stunned, Coulson watched as Link dashed forward, positioning himself in front of Rogers, offering him the bouquet. and saying, "Congratulations on your recovery, World War II hero." Rogers, disoriented and confused, paid no heed to Link as he opened the flowers, attempting to push Link aside. However, as Rogers reached out, Link swiftly executed a shoulder throw, bringing Rogers down to the ground and pinning him down. Observing Rogers' frantic struggles, Link's heart softened, and he gently said, "Calm down. You have been asleep for decades. It is now the 21st century." In this moment, only Link, aside from Bucky, could truly comprehend Rogers' turmoil. Both had awakened to face formidable foes, with urgent calls for their rescue, and a history that needed mending. The world around them had changed drastically. Rogers' realm had transformed into a forest of steel, while Link's world lay in ruins, with only a few remnants of civilization remaining. Nick had sought out Link to soothe Rogers, but he had chosen the wrong person. Link was not adept with words. His previous attempt to communicate with Ross had ended in conflict. Although he empathized with Rogers' shared experiences, he found himself at a loss for how to provide solace, merely repeating, "Calm down." Link's voice was gentle, yet Rogers could not absorb a word. Mumbling instead, "I am late for a date." Link, feeling helpless, replied, "At least Peggy Carter is still alive." This thought evoked memories of Myfa, plunging him into a moment of despair as he released Rogers. Rogers rose, observing the sorrow etched on Link's face, and remarked, "You seem very sad." Link shook his head, unwilling to reveal his emotions. Before others, he would always remain resolute. Rogers gasped, "You are remarkably strong. Has the 21st century already begun to utilize super soldier serums?" He found himself firmly pinned to the ground by Link, unable to break free. This was due to the joint locks employed, but even so, to have subdued Captain America indicated an extraordinary strength beyond the ordinary. Rogers pondered if the super soldier serum had become commonplace in this new era. Otherwise, how could he be so easily thrown by a mere child? A sense of bewilderment washed over him. Decades ago, I was a hero. Now, I am merely an ordinary man. Link replied, "No, like you, I too am special." At that moment, Coulson rushed over, panting, his flowers considerably wilted. He approached with a dazed expression, trembling chin. Arriving before Rogers, he inquired of Link, "Who is this?" Before Link could respond, Coulson, acting almost obsessively, stripped off his outer jacket and shirt, unveiling a limited edition Captain America vest, stretching it out, "Captain, please, grant me your autograph." After a brief commotion, Link and Coulson escorted Rogers to a nearby CAF, surrounded by disguised SHIELD agents. Throughout, Coulson wore a sullen expression, feeling utterly embarrassed in front of his idol, regretting his actions to the point of contemplating self-harm in the restroom. Meanwhile, Link, the incompetent negotiator, vaguely explained the events of the past decades, and, fulfilling Nick's request, shared his own story as well. Rogers remained silent, absorbing the information. Once Link finished speaking, he too fell into silence, as he was not fond of conversation and often left the atmosphere cold. Silence is what it is. Let Rogers digest it at his own pace. Noticing the heavy silence, Coulson hesitated to speak, and the three of them sat in quietude, sipping their coffee. An unsettling stillness often heralds impending events. For instance, the sky had darkened as evening approached, and the glow of the setting sun cast a crimson hue outside, almost blood red. Suddenly, a commotion rose from outside, and passers-by gazed skyward, their expressions vacant. Link caught a whiff of something burning in the air, and it dawned on him. The blood moon. Everyone hurried outside to witness it. Coulson murmured, "Can it be? A blood moon truly appears?" He had heard Link mention it, but only half believed. Yet, when the eerie, blood-red orb ascended before them, the sensation echoed the dread of an impending apocalypse, as if the sun would never rise again. Rogers furrowed his brow. People of the 21st century are truly remarkable. They have dyed the moon red. Coulson turned to Link, "If there is indeed a blood moon, could it mean that the monsters that various nations have strived to eradicate have been resurrected? I must report this immediately." Link reassured him, "It is all right. The time has not yet come. It is merely evening. The blood moon is still on the horizon. At midnight, its power will reach its zenith, and the curse of the cannon will awaken countless monsters from the abyss." Link pondered for a moment and asked, "Have centaurs appeared on Earth?" Coulson replied, "No." Link inquired, "What about the Cyclops?" Coulson replied, "Within the vicinity, there is only one for the time being, right here, on the outskirts of the city." Link chuckled. What a coincidence. The blood moon is now looming overhead, causing panic across nations. Nick, seated with a pallid expression due to the blood moon rising behind him, murmured, "That kid's words turned out to be true." This means that Hyrule and the Dark Lord are indeed real. A sports car zoomed in with a roar, executing a perfect drift into the parking space. Hawkeye dashed out eagerly, followed by Natasha, who closed the door with a frown and remarked, "How much do you actually despise those two stones?" Hawkeye, unexpectedly enthusiastic, exclaimed, "I can't believe the Blood Moon Link mentioned really exists. That monster must have revived. And I intend to use the methods Link taught me to eliminate them." Natasha thought to herself, "Do you possess enough strength for that? Don't end up breaking your back." As they entered the hall, the area where the stone monsters were situated showed no signs of disturbance. Hawkeye, hands on his hips, glared at the corner. Stop hiding and come out. I'll be waiting for you." Natasha glanced at her watch. "It's 8 p.m. You wait here. I'll go meet them." Hawkeye nodded, his gaze fixed on the corner, thirsting for vengeance. He then waited there for a full 4 hours. Tony, Pepper, and Zelda approached the window, gazing at the rising blood moon. Tony exhaled. The blood moon. "Well, this technological world is becoming increasingly fantastical." Pepper remarked, "I'll call Link and ask him to return early." Zelda, visibly distressed, clutched her chest, struggling to breathe. "It's always like this. The blood moon is when Ganondorf's power peaks. I can feel him roaring." Tony, one hand on his hip and the other on his head, exclaimed, "Goodness. Saying that makes you sound like a princess. Is Link truly a warrior who defeated the Dark Lord? Did he really slumber for a century?" This notion of a forbidden romance between Link and Zelda would thus shatter. Zelda murmured weakly, "Yes." Seeing Zelda's discomfort, Pepper supported her back to rest. Tony stated, "Jarvis, summon Link. His princess requires his company." Zelda waved her hand. "No, Link has matters to attend to. With the Blood Moon's emergence, many dreadful monsters will revive. Link will undoubtedly be seeking them out." Afterward, she returned to her room to rest. Pepper was alarmed by Zelda's condition. Her skin felt astonishingly hot, her face flushed with a sickly hue, and her body trembled. Zelda feebly smiled. "I'm fine, thank you. No need to call a doctor." Lying on her bed, she pressed the back of her hand against her closed eyelids, feeling the searing heat of her eye sockets. In her heart, she murmured, "Ganondorf has revived. I must quickly reclaim my strength to assist Link." Corson drove, transporting Rogers and Link to the SHIELD headquarters to retrieve Rogers' shield. It is worth mentioning that during a break, Link was assisted by Tony and Zelda in customizing a new sword and shield crafted from titanium alloy. According to Zelda's recollection, these were inspired by the weaponry of the Hyrule Kingdom's Royal Guard. Understanding the unique characteristics of Link's weaponry, Tony made numerous enhancements to the Royal Guard set, significantly reducing its wear and tear. Link had long desired to put these improvements to the test. Upon entering the building, Rogers caught sight of a figure leaning against the wall in a manner that resembled someone relieving themselves. Link raised an eyebrow, while Coulson questioned, "Is that Barton? What is he doing?" "Never mind him. Let's head upstairs," was the consensus. The group soon met with Natasha and Nick, who spoke in a low tone. "Captain America, how do you feel about the new era?" Rogers gazed at the rising crimson moon through the rear window and lamented, "What a chaotic situation this is." Nick informed him that Coulson had briefed him about Link's mission to vanquish the local threat posed by a Cyclops. Upon hearing of the monster endangering world peace, Rogers insisted on joining Link to confront the Cyclops and retrieve weapons from headquarters. Natasha approached with a deep blue bodysuit and a round shield, presenting them to Rogers. "Captain, what do you think of your new battle attire?" Rogers ran his hand over the shield, filled with nostalgia. Link watched with a hint of envy. This was a vibranium shield. Indestructible and highly durable, Link could even use it to deflect a nuclear missile, having destroyed thousands of shields since arriving in the Marvel Universe. He had long pondered acquiring a vibranium shield. He had resolved to borrow some money from Tony one day to venture to Africa and procure some vibranium. Nick turned to Link. "What weapon do you need?" "SHIELD can provide it free of charge." Link pointed at Rogers' shield. Nick replied, That's a limited edition." Link felt somewhat disappointed. Did SHIELD not have any vibranium reserves? Glancing again at the crimson moon, Link mused. Perhaps during a blood moon, cooking durian could yield life-enhancing dishes. He then asked Nick for assistance, stating, "I plan to conduct some experiments here." Without hesitation, Nick agreed, oblivious to the potential consequences. 10 minutes later, the SHIELD headquarters was engulfed in the pungent aroma of durian. Coulson fainted, while Natasha miraculously procured a gas mask, donning it with a charming expression. Rogers, enhanced by the super soldier serum, found his sense of smell heightened, and in his agony, he disregarded their lofty perch, crashing through the glass to sit outside on the rooftop like a gorilla, gasping for fresh air. Even Hawkeye on the first floor caught a whiff of the foul stench, furrowing his already furrowed brow, pondering, has the research department's hazardous experiment leaked again? Nick, pale-faced, glared at Link, exclaiming, "What on earth are you doing?" Link wore a troubled expression, muttering to himself, "What on earth is happening?" Cooking durian under the blood moon has only intensified the stench. He lamented that he would never again savor the exquisite dish known as Life 20. Yet a sense of dissatisfaction lingered as he stroked his chin, pondering, could it be that the type of durian is incorrect? Nick, witnessing Link's disregard, was infuriated by his contemplation of using a different durian for cooking. Suddenly, a spine-chilling cacophony erupted from outside, a multitude of wings flapping in unison. Rogers gazed skyward, observing dark shadows akin to a sandstorm converging, producing a piercing sound as they approached the building, leaving him bewildered. Are these modern-day pets? Natasha's complexion shifted. Certainly not. They are bats. Quickly, take cover. Turning to look, Link was met with a barrage of frenzied bats relentlessly colliding against the glass, akin to hail. These bats were unlike any ordinary variety, possessing a single enormous eye on their faces, exuding an aura of wild, vacant ferocity. They were precisely the monstrous creatures Link dreaded encountering within the game. With a resounding crash, the bats united in their assault, shattering the bulletproof glass. And a thick smoke began to seep in, enveloping everyone within. Nick drew his pistol and fired wildly, only to be swiftly encircled by the bats. Rogers wielded his shield in defense, while Natasha, demonstrating her ingenuity, seized a table lamp. After a moment of manipulation, a short circuit sparked, allowing Natasha to ignite her coat and wave it frantically as the bats recoiled in fear of the flames. Link promptly unsheathed his guard's greatsword, executing a spinning slash that repelled a swarm of bats. However, their numbers were overwhelming, rendering conventional weapons ineffective. He then recalled his new skill, dynamite. Swiftly retrieving a pale blue spherical bomb, he placed it on the ground, using his shield for protection before performing a backflip. With a resounding boom, the bomb detonated, creating a massive explosion. The shockwave reverberated throughout the room, sending Nick, Natasha, and Rogers crashing against the walls, disoriented but unharmed. This was the peculiar nature of Link's bomb. While its destructive power was minimal, its ability to repel was formidable. In a confined space, the explosion swiftly dealt with the bats. As Nick rose, his fury was palpable. "Link, how dare you use explosives in my office?" Natasha surveyed Nick, whose body bore the marks of bat bites, and replied, "Believe it or not, Link's bombs are quite precise, effectively eliminating the bats without harming us." Link approached the shattered window of the high-rise building, gusts of wind tousling his hair as the bat corpses dissipated into smoke. Peering down at the chaos below, he witnessed skeletal figures clawing their way from the ground, howling as they attacked innocent civilians. The entire city was engulfed in panic, heralding a sleepless night for many. Nick stepped forward, stating, "Leave these minions to S.H.I.E.L.D. You and Rogers go after the Cyclops. We paid a steep price to eliminate that creature once before. Exercise caution." Link nodded, his gaze fixed on Rogers, conveying a clear message. The battle would be perilous. "Were you certain you wished to join?" Rogers nodded and approached, remarking, "This is not too shabby." Link replied, "We shall depart at 11. As for the present." Link drew the short dagger from his leg, the howling wind roaring in his ears, yet amidst the underground streets. The cries of ordinary people pursued by skeletons seemed to resonate in his mind. Link declared, "There is still time. I will eliminate these monsters." Nick interjected, "No. You have a significant battle tonight. Do not expend your energy on such trivialities." Link retorted, "It's fine. I haven't exhausted myself. I must conserve my great sword for the confrontation with the Cyclops." Without further ado, he leaped down the level, startling Rogers, who shouted, "Link!" Rushing to the window, he beheld Link unfurling his iron wings, gracefully gliding downwards. Nick, with his remaining eye wide with astonishment, exclaimed, "Is that equipment developed by Tony Stark?" Natasha wore a peculiar expression, questioning, what is Link attempting to accomplish? Suddenly, Link hurled a square bomb into the air before igniting it. Natasha's eyes widened. Is he blowing himself up? Nick mused, did this kid miscalculate? Instantly, the three of them were left in a state of shock as they witnessed Link land on his shield, the bomb perfectly situated on its surface. Utilizing the bomb's propulsion, Link swiftly glided through the air, and as his speed began to wane, He promptly released another bomb, igniting it for an additional thrust, thereby doubling his velocity. The trio watched in disbelief. He was using bombs as propulsion. Nick, seasoned by many experiences, had seen his fair share of chaos. Yet he had never witnessed such reckless abandon as exhibited by Link. Rogers, using his enhanced vision, looked down and spotted Link leaping from a great height, crushing a skeleton beneath his foot. Swiftly, he seized the spear from the fallen skeleton and hurled it at another, dispatching 2 foes with ease. Without pausing, he charged towards the other skeletons, igniting a surge of adrenaline within Rogers. "I want to join the fray," Rogers declared. Nick and Natasha quickly restrained Rogers, fearing he might recklessly leap down like Link. If anything were to befall Link, they bore no responsibility, but Rogers was different, a World War II hero. An idol of countless childhoods, recently revived from a state of cryogenic slumber. How could Nick explain if he were to fall to his demise before the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters? Rogers looked at the two with a bemused expression, stating, "I'll take the stairs." He then huffed and puffed, clutching his shield as he ascended the staircase. Nick instructed Natasha, "We are unsure how well Rogers has recovered. Assist him and Link." Natasha acknowledged and hurried after Rogers, although she opted for the elevator. As a man from the early 20th century, Rogers harbored reservations about such metallic contraptions. What if the cable snapped? He held that concern in mind. Meanwhile, Link was busy stirring up trouble with the skeletons. A crimson and golden armored suit soared through the air at an exhilarating speed. Inside the suit, Tony was bombarded by the sounds of roaring and various reports from Jarvis, detailing the surrounding foes, their types, weaponry, and the chaos and casualties ensuing. "Your savior has arrived. I'm here," Tony called out to Link. "Link, Link." As Link chased after the skeletons, his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. He answered the call, swiftly executing a leg sweep that toppled a nearby skeleton, then sent its head flying with a kick, while the disarrayed skeleton body frantically searched for its head. "Hello, Tony." "What's up?" Link shouted, his feet never ceasing as he charged toward the pelvic region of another skeleton, delivering a powerful kick that caused the skeleton body and head to collide with a resounding crack, both shattering into pieces. With the tumultuous battle raging, Link tilted his head, wedging the phone between his shoulder and ear, and continued to strike at the remaining skeletons with his dagger. Although multitasking for the valiant warrior Link, whose fighting spirit was instinctual, it posed no challenge. Tony's voice crackled through the receiver. "Are you playing the hero all by yourself? Good lad, trying to steal my spotlight. But are you all right? Not injured, I hope?" Upon hearing that Tony was on his way to assist, Link smiled. "I can manage just fine." In the distance, he spotted the gleaming red and gold figure racing toward him. As a horde of skeletons closed in, Link hastily exclaimed, "Tony, help me scan for the surrounding skeleton enemies. Let's divide the areas. You take one, I'll take another." Tony grunted in acknowledgement. "That was precisely my plan. I've instructed Jarvis to calculate our enemy kill counts. Let's see who comes out on top." Link discarded a bomb on the ground, leapt up with a powerful thrust of his shield, and was propelled into the air by the explosion, unfolding his iron wings to stabilize himself. He surveyed the battlefield littered with fallen skeletons and declared, "Have Jarvis note this. I have defeated 32 skeletons." Tony retorted, "You're exaggerating your achievements." Jarvis's voice chimed in through the earpiece, acknowledged, "Link." Link felt a surge of joy as he overheard Tony mumbling complaints about Jarvis. Suddenly, Tony soared above Link and tossed down 2 elongated boxes. They shattered upon impact, revealing 2 razor-sharp alloy swords that embedded themselves in the ground around Link. With a grin, Tony remarked, "I figured your dagger's durability was depleted, so here are 2 weapons for backup." Link rejoiced. "Thank you." He hurled his dagger, shattering it along with a skeleton skull, then seized the 2 swords, twirling them deftly and toppling a multitude of skeletons. Observing Link's unmatched valor against the skeletons, Tony realized this area required no further assistance from him. He contacted Jarvis to locate another region plagued by skeletons. Just then, a circular shield came hurtling toward him, crashing against his head with a resounding thud, causing Tony to smash through a window and into the adjacent building. Frowning, Tony muttered, "Who dared to attack me?" Jarvis replied, "It was Captain America." "Huh?" Tony hurriedly descended and spotted a robust man clad in a deep blue bodysuit picking up a shield from the ground, exclaiming, "How dare you take advantage of the situation? I shall be your opponent." Earlier, Tony had thrown 2 alloy long swords to Link, which Rogers had noticed from a distance. Unaware of the relationship between Tony and Link, he mistakenly believed that this metallic superhuman was attacking Link alongside the horde of skeletons, and thus hurled his vibranium shield, sending Tony flying. Confused by the turn of events, Tony felt an overwhelming sense of irritation at being struck down by a relic from the previous century, particularly by the very individual his father incessantly mentioned with disdain. Tony mused, "So you have indeed returned. Let me witness the prowess of this so-called superhero." With thrusters ignited, he surged forward, swinging a punch at Rogers. Of course, Tony refrained from using lethal force or firearms, opting instead for a straightforward fist strike. His blow knocked Rogers to the ground, but Rogers promptly seized Tony's arm and executed a counter throw. Natasha rushed in from a distance. Her eyes wide with astonishment, Link was wholly focused on vanquishing the skeletons, while, for reasons unknown, Rogers was entangled in a brawl with the approaching Tony. Natasha quickly fired 2 shots, shattering the skeletons that charged at her, and sprinted to Link's side. Armed with dual swords, Link was a whirlwind of destruction, cleaving through waves of skeletons. Suddenly, a swarm of bats approached, and Link summoned a prototype bomb, wielding an alloy longsword as a baseball bat, launching the bomb into the midst of the bats, triggering an explosion. He then pivoted, unleashing a flurry of strikes, obliterating 3 gelatinous, slime-like creatures in an instant. He was undeniably a force of nature, invincible in battle. As Link reveled in his combat, he noticed Natasha running towards him, gun in hand, calling out, "Link, why are Rogers and Tony fighting?" Link tilted his head in confusion, then followed Natasha's gaze to see Rogers and Tony grappling in a chaotic melee, while the surrounding skeletons cheered, seemingly entertained by the spectacle. Stunned, Link replied to Natasha, "I have no idea." Without further ado, Link leaped into action, dropping a bomb beneath him and using the shield to propel himself forward, soaring through the air in a graceful arc, only to repeat the process with another bomb. Natasha watched in disbelief as Link surfed on the shield, utilizing the explosive waves as if they were surf, rapidly approaching the battleground between Tony and Rogers. What a peculiar array of maneuvers this child employs. Is he not afraid of miscalculating? As Link surfed through the air, he arrived just as Rogers and Tony momentarily separated, both preparing to strike at each other simultaneously. Descending, Link stowed his shield, planted his 2 swords into the ground, and rushed forward, seizing each of their wrists with one hand, pivoting his body to redirect their momentum, sending them both tumbling away. Standing confidently at the center, Link questioned, "What on earth are you two doing?" Tony staggered to his feet, pointing at Rogers. "This circus performer in a tight suit just hit me with his frying pan." Rogers, baring his teeth, rose as well. Clad in armor, Tony struck Rogers, who winced in pain, then retaliated, but it was still Rogers who felt the sting. Infuriated, Rogers exclaimed, "I just saw you attack Link." "My goodness," Tony shouted. "I am Link's closest friend. You accuse me of assaulting him." Link, equally perplexed, interjected, "Rogers, you've misunderstood Tony. He was merely handing me a weapon." Rogers, shaking his head in exasperation, replied, "I apologize for my rashness, Mr. Robot. I hope you're unscathed." With his facial armor removed, Tony revealed his head. Rogers was momentarily taken aback as Tony continued, "I am a living being. I am Tony Stark. I believe you should be acquainted with my father, Howard." Seeing the son of his late friend, now older than himself, filled Rogers with a sense of melancholy. Link empathized. He too had felt a deep sorrow upon encountering the fish prince, Hyrule. A century ago, that delightful fish brother cradled in Mypha's arms was now taller than she. Tony cast a lingering glance at Rogers, then sealed his facial armor and soared into the sky, declaring, "Link, our competition resumes. That delay caused by Captain America doesn't count." Tony flew off to engage in battle elsewhere, the raucous sounds of a rock singer echoing from his suit, likely added to ensure his presence was felt. As the surrounding skeletons recalled their mission of destruction, they picked up their clubs, emitting a cacophony of creaking bones as they approached Link and Rogers. Rogers responded with gravity. "Link, we must coordinate our efforts." "All right," Link replied, and seizing the moment, he snatched the vibranium shield from Rogers' grasp. "Link, what are you doing?" Rogers exclaimed. "Just borrowing your shield for a moment," Link shouted back. He had long coveted the shield, and now that it was in his possession, he joyfully spun it around. The weight and material captivated him, and with a sudden throw, the shield whirled through the air, striking a skeleton and rebounding back into Link's hands. Charging into the throng of skeletons, shield in hand, Link focused solely on deflecting blows, producing a symphony of clangs as he toppled a multitude of foes. Satiated after this exhilarating display, he returned the shield to the visibly disgruntled Rogers. Link retrieved his 2 swords and plunged back into the enemy's lair, wreaking havoc. After dispatching a wave of foes, he detonated a bomb, used the shield to propel himself skyward, and surfed to another location to continue the fight. The sanguine moon of the Marvel Universe was unlike any in the games, inciting a surge of monstrous foes throughout the night, particularly various nocturnal creatures that emerged incessantly. Though Link fought with fervor, a sense of anxiety gnawed at him amidst the fierce battle. With the emergence of the Blood Moon, various monsters wreaked havoc across the realm. While a single occurrence might be manageable, its persistence would spell disaster for the world. Was it true that as long as Ganon remained unsealed, the ordinary people of this world would never find peace? A profound sense of responsibility weighed heavily upon Link's shoulders. In the midst of his intense combat, he remained oblivious to the reporters who had arrived at the scene, capturing the vivid images of him alongside Rogers and Tony. One journalist, staring in disbelief as Link surfed through the air on his shield, stammered, "W is this young lad?" A burly cameraman beside him remarked, "I see it clearly now. He's a golden-haired boy, around 14 or 15 years old. His ears resemble those of an elf. Is he a New Age superhero? The second Captain America?" The reporter shouted, "Quick, go live. This is monumental news." Link, exhibiting remarkable proficiency and efficiency against the skeletons, swiftly shattered the two alloy swords Tony had provided. Left with nothing but his bare hands, he resorted to using explosives to bombard his foes. Although the bombs possessed minimal power, sufficient only to disassemble the skeletons, it proved adequate. As Link darted about, he drew the attention of the surrounding skeletons, who then converged upon him. He tossed a bomb, which detonated, separating skulls from bodies, allowing him to crush each skull beneath his foot. Such tactics yielded even greater efficiency. As Link relentlessly employed the explosives, a voice echoed in his mind, the goddess Hylia's whisper, "Achieving mastery in bomb usage through 100 applications has granted you a reward." An exhilarating rush surged through Link. "Myfa, my bomb capabilities have been enhanced." Yet, a wave of frustration washed over him. What use was a minor increase in damage from 1 point to 2? He sighed, having hoped for a more valuable skill or increase in health and strength before confronting the Cyclops, only to receive a trivial enhancement. Naturally, he could not dismiss the goddess Hylia's gift, so he channeled his discontent towards the skeletons. Grabbing a skeleton's arm, he wielded it like a whip, continuing his assault. The battle raged until 11 at night, and through the combined efforts of Link, Tony, Rogers, and Natasha, they managed to vanquish all the nocturnal monsters birthed by the Blood Moon. Link had slain the most skeletons and expended the most stamina. Breathless, he approached Rogers and Natasha, inquiring, "Where's the army? Why haven't they come to clear the monsters?" Natasha, equally exhausted but having conserved energy under Rogers' protection, replied, "The army had no idea that the Blood Moon would spawn such a multitude of monsters within the city. Most of them are lying in ambush near the camps of a few powerful creatures, waiting for them to respawn, which has left the city rather undefended." A realization struck Link. Right? The Cyclops. "Natasha, take me to the location of the Cyclops' resurrection." Natasha chuckled, "I shall heed your command, brave hero." This evening, Link exerted every ounce of his formidable strength, revealing his prowess for all to see, and Natasha bore witness to it. His selfless protection of the weak and his fearless charge into battle left a profound impression on her. Anyone who spent an extended period in Link's company would inevitably sense the radiant aura of light and security that he exuded. Natasha, having encountered countless individuals in her lifetime as one of the world's foremost spies, could discern a person's essence, temperament, and character with just a few exchanged words and a glance. Yet, Link was unlike anyone she had ever met, even surpassing the seasoned Black Widow. He resembled a hero from a fairy tale or an epic figure from ancient legends. In contrast to someone filled with complex emotions, Link possessed a purity that was striking. Natasha, a woman of many secrets and intricate experiences, found herself drawn to his innocent and unblemished essence, developing a fondness for him. She mused, "What a pity it would be if you were just 10 years older." Natasha expressed her concern. "Link, your stamina seems severely depleted. Do you think you can handle the Cyclops?" Wiping the sweat from his brow, his tousled hair accentuating his rugged appearance, Link, though slightly breathless, replied with determination, "Take me there. I am fine." Natasha affirmed, "Very well." With a swift motion, she shattered a nearby vehicle and opened the door, gesturing for Link and Rogers to enter. "Get in, my heroic companions." The two men climbed into the vehicle, setting off towards the outskirts of the city, leaving behind chaos and ruin in their wake. From a distance, Tony observed Link and his companions driving away, perplexed by their destination. Just as he prepared to follow, a sudden pallor washed over his face, veins bulging in his neck, and he nearly plummeted from the sky. Tony shouted, "Jarvis, get us home. Am I suffering from palladium poisoning? I need to try other materials. Damn it, I can't concern myself with Rogers and Link right now." Meanwhile, Hawkeye stood with his hands on his hips, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the base of the wall, unable to stifle a yawn as he growled, "Why aren't those stone creatures emerging yet?" The trio arrived at a wooded area on the city's outskirts, where the traces of previous destruction were evident from afar. Rogers furrowed his brow, even catching a whiff of the distinct scent that lingered after the relentless barrage of bullets. Natasha recalled the scene from earlier, despite the military's preparations. The Cyclops had unleashed a level of combat effectiveness that caught them off guard, resulting in numerous casualties. "Link, you must be cautious," she warned. Link sat in the passenger seat, while Rogers, clutching his shield and appearing somewhat beleaguered, occupied the back. Natasha was uncertain why Rogers was involved in this venture, but her mission was to assist and protect him. With a sigh, she thought to herself, a hero of World War II. It will be perilous. Self-preservation must take precedence. As they approached their destination, the group disembarked early and proceeded on foot towards the monster's resurrection point. With a swift motion, Link summoned his bow and quiver from the weapon space, custom-made by Zelda to suit his usage, though he had scarcely used it before. Rogers beheld the colossal Cyclops sprawled on the ground, its immense form reminiscent of a hill. Despite his mental preparations, he could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. A familiar thought from his elder years surfaced in his mind. Alas, each generation seems to fall short of the last. This world is far more chaotic than it was during the Second World War. Natasha crouched down and whispered, "Link, what is your plan?" Link replied in a low voice, "A surprise attack." Without further ado, he crouched low and stealthily approached, placing 2 bombs beside the Cyclops' massive body. He then climbed onto the foul-smelling chest of the creature, his gaze brightening as he noticed 2 weapons hanging from its neck, the Royal Greatsword and the Royal Spear. Link's heart leaped with joy. After battling so many monsters, he had acquired nothing but skeletal fragments. He had long hoped that the Cyclops might bear some equipment. The sight of the Royal Greatsword and Royal Spear delighted him. If weapons could drop, then perhaps the special fruits of Hyrule could also be obtained. With the bow secured on his back, he crept forward, contending with the thunderous snores of the Cyclops. He grasped the 2 weapons, tucking the Royal Spear behind him and wielding the Royal Greatsword in his hand. Rogers and Natasha concealed themselves in the bushes, observing Link's actions. Rogers pondered aloud. What is Link up to? I feel as though he intends to strike the Cyclops on the head with that greatsword. Surely, he wouldn't be so reckless as to do that. With all his strength, Link swung the greatsword, building momentum, then unleashed it in a sweeping arc, the blade crashing down upon the Cyclops' face. A resounding thud echoed as it sliced through the creature's skin, leaving a deep gash that spewed forth blood. Tilting his head, Link activated his iron wings, soaring into the air. The Cyclops, howling in rage, rose up, its immense eye capable of crushing Link beneath its weight. Locking onto the airborne figure of Link. Though the single eye could not convey emotion, the raw, primal fury emanating from the Cyclops was palpable, felt by Link and the hidden Natasha and Rogers alike. Just as the Cyclops regained its footing, Link detonated the 2 bombs, which exploded with a thundering boom, knocking the Cyclops down once more. Although the bombs lacked overwhelming power, their shockwave was significant. The enhanced explosives were sufficient to topple a mountain-like creature. Link then released his wings and plummeted downwards, seizing the momentum to swing the Royal Greatsword with a fierce shout. He cleaved downwards, carving a deep wound from the Cyclops' face to its chest, abdomen, and thigh, blood gushing forth and staining Link in a vivid crimson hue. Despite having engaged in countless battles within the game, the Cyclops of Hyrule would not bleed nor bear wounds. Upon entering the Marvel Universe, the one-eyed giant became strikingly more tangible, and Link's battle grew increasingly ferocious. Just moments ago, after a couple of fierce exchanges, Link found his strength momentarily depleted. As he moved sluggishly, the giant's foot came crashing down. With no time to retrieve his round shield, Link enveloped himself in iron wings, bracing himself against the titanic stomp. The wings shattered, and Link was sent sprawling, blood spilling from his mouth. In an instant, 2 of his 5 hearts were lost. Natasha, covering her mouth in concern, gazed anxiously at Link, who, small in stature, faced the colossal and terrifying giant, evoking a sense of tragic heroism. The 2 watched as Link swiftly regained his footing, throwing a bomb to the ground and igniting it with his shield, launching into the air. In mid-flight, Link drew his bow, activating bullet time. Time slowed, and he released an arrow that struck the giant in its eye. With a resounding crack, the giant's head snapped back, crashing to the ground once more. Link slid down on his shield, brandishing a greatsword, gathering all his strength to hurl it at the giant, resulting in a spectacular explosion upon impact. Rogers, filled with fervor, rushed forward, exclaiming, "Link, I'm here to assist you." Link turned, replying, "Want to help? Then lend me your shield." As they spoke, the giant, now sitting up, swung a massive fist downwards. Link quickly pivoted, raising his shield to meet the blow. Bang! The Guardian's shield shattered. Once again, Link was propelled into the sky, rolling several times before unsteadily regaining his footing, rubbing his head and muttering, "Damn it. I had too much fun grinding skeletons and wore out my Guardian shield." Link then erupted in anger. "Tony, didn't you say this shield was durable?" Meanwhile, at home, a pallid Tony, suffering from palladium poisoning, yawned and muttered, "I wonder what Link is up to. No wonder his gear wears out so quickly." He recalled Link surfing through the air on a shield, pondering that no shield could withstand such reckless antics. He resolved to find new materials to craft a shield for the young warrior. The one-eyed giant roared in fury, disturbed from its slumber by an audacious little brat who had come to attack. Its rage caused blood vessels in its eyes to burst. Although the giant Escara remained tough enough to endure Link's full-powered shot, it sustained significant damage, veins of blood streaking across its whites, rubbing its eyes and rising. The giant intended to crush Link beneath its foot. At that moment, Rogers charged forward, shouting, "Hey, big monster, come attack me." He picked up a rock and hurled it at the giant. He knew he had to stand up, and buy Link some time to recover. As Rogers caught the giant's cold gaze, he felt a chill run through him, muttering, "You dare to strike at such a creature as Link?" Link, noticing Rogers' approach, urgently called out, "Draw the giant's attention. I'll provide the firepower." The not-so-intelligent giant chased Rogers in a frenzied pursuit. Link glanced left and right, sprinted to a nearby tree, tore off a piece of bark, and leapt into the air, tossing a bomb that detonated. He used the bark to soar into the sky, and with 3 resounding explosions, the bark shattered, propelling Link onto the giant's head. Steadying himself, he noticed the enormous eye rolling upwards to meet his gaze. With a grin, Link drew his master sword and struck fiercely. The Cyclops let out a howl, desperately slapping at its own head in an attempt to dislodge Link. Link wobbled precariously but managed to grasp the giant's ear, swaying to evade the incoming arms, then shouted down to Rogers and Natasha, "Aim for its eye." Natasha stepped forward, drew her pistol, and fired. Bang! The Cyclope's eye was struck again, prompting it to cover its eye with one hand. Seizing the opportunity, Link leapt back onto the Cyclope's head, then plunged downwards, wielding the Master Sword with both hands, and with a mighty cry, he drove the sword into the giant's palm, the force pushing it through the eye. As Link fell from the air, the Cyclops swatted wildly, its hand aiming straight for Link's descent. With a grimace, Link crossed his arms defensively, realizing that with only 3 health bars remaining, he might not withstand such a blow. Rogers rushed over, shouting, "I've got your shield," and hurled the vibranium shield towards him. Natasha assessed the speed with urgency, exclaiming, "It's too late." Just as it seemed Link would be knocked away like a shooting star, he embraced his bold nature, knowing that in dire moments he would rise to the challenge. Gritting his teeth, he produced a bomb from his pocket, closed his eyes, and murmured, "I really don't want to do this," and detonated it. In a desperate act before the Cyclops could strike him down, Link chose to blow himself away. Natasha and Rogers stared in shock at Link's audacious sacrifice and rushed to the spot where he would land. Rogers arrived just in time to catch Link, who collapsed into his chest. Rogers emitted a muffled groan, tasting a hint of blood in his throat, for the first time in this prolonged battle. He was injured by an ally. Struggling to lower Link, he knelt, clutching his chest, and coughed softly, "I think I broke a rib." "I'm sorry." Link trembled, kneeling on the ground and patting Rogers' shoulder. "You're truly dependable." At that moment, Link's hair had come undone, flowing wildly, presenting a disheveled appearance. Meanwhile, the Cyclops, in agony, extracted the sword from its eye, with its vitreous humor spilling out, revealing that the giant's vitreous body was likely liquid. Now rendered blind, the Cyclops flailed about, bewildered and roaring in chaos. The voice of the goddess of Hyrule echoed once more in Link's heart. Complete the hero's trial by destroying 5 sturdy weapons to obtain the skill of magnetic grasp. Leaning on his knee, Link rose to his feet, and Natasha rushed over, observing the injuries on both Rogers and Link. She remarked, "We should leave. We have blinded this creature, and it poses no threat to us now." Link shook his head resolutely. He must be slain. His gaze turned towards the Cyclops. There were still inhabitants nearby, and allowing a frenzied Cyclops to wander blindly would result in significant devastation. Link glanced at the blood moon, knowing it was precisely midnight. "The peak of Ganondorf's curse," Natasha said, "but your body." With her support, Link looked around and spotted the vehicle they had arrived in. Remembering his newly acquired skill, he thought to himself, "Very well, this shall be done." He extended his hand toward the car and activated his telekinesis. Natasha's mouth fell slightly agape. "Link, what is this peculiar ability of yours?" She watched as the vehicle levitated into the air. By now, Natasha had grown accustomed to Link's strange skills, yet the sight of him using telekinesis to defy gravity with a car still felt absurd. Link's arms sank as he realized that his control over metal was primarily limited by his own strength. The heavier the metal, the greater his effort required. This vehicle represented the upper limits of his current power, guiding the floating car to the Cyclops. He spun around and hurled it like a meteor hammer at the creature's head, knocking it down, though Link stumbled from the imbalance. Rogers and Natasha exchanged bewildered glances. Unable to comprehend how Link had accomplished such a feat, the Cyclops, bewildered and enraged, roared in fury, unable to see anything but sensing impacts on its head. It clutched its head and rolled about, shaking the ground as if an earthquake had struck, causing Rogers and Natasha to struggle to maintain their footing. Link once again maneuvered the floating vehicle towards the Cyclops, crashing it with a resounding thud. The Cyclops howled in rage, and Link, drained of energy, knelt on the ground, panting heavily. At that moment, Natasha spoke up. "Link, swinging the car like that is exhausting. Let it fall from a height and crush this monster." Link gave Natasha a thumbs up, lifting the vehicle high before releasing it, sending it crashing down onto the Cyclops' face. The Cyclops howled in despair, seizing the wreckage that had fallen beside it and hurling it towards Natasha and Rogers. Natasha's expression changed alarmingly. Her loud voice had revealed their position to the Cyclops. Rogers swiftly raised his shield to protect Natasha, while Link, acting quickly, used his magnetic force to attract the broken car. With a loud crash, the shield met the wreckage. Although the vibranium shield absorbed much of the impact, the Cyclops' throw still sent Rogers flying. However, his resilience helped mitigate some of the force, allowing Link to successfully intercept the flying debris with his magnetic grasp. Rogers cast aside his round shield, panting heavily, murmuring to himself, "Did Link truly accomplish this?" He resolved to seek his counsel on another day. Natasha stepped forward to assist Rogers in rising. Gazing at Link's retreating figure, Rogers remarked, "Now, we can only rely on him." With immense effort, Link lifted the battered vehicle repeatedly, hurling it down with precision, targeting the Cyclops' head. Under Link's relentless assault, the Cyclops' head was soon awash in blood. Wherever it rolled in the darkness, a massive piece of metal would crash down upon it, leaving the creature on the brink of collapse. Crack! The vehicle, having endured such devastation, disintegrated before the Cyclops could meet its demise. 032 acquired the life durian. Rogers sighed. If that vehicle had held out just a little longer, we might have secured victory. However, Link remained unfazed, calmly retrieving his bow and arrows, knocking an arrow and sending it flying. He quickly drew another arrow and shot again. The Cyclops, now devoid of any will to resist, could not muster the strength to counter Link's assault, even if it discerned the direction of his arrows. One by one, Link pierced this living target, the Cyclops' cries growing weaker until he had exhausted all 10 arrows. At this moment, the Cyclops' face was riddled with arrows, inhaling more than it exhaled. The durability of Link's bow was rapidly waning. He discarded it to the ground, where it shattered with a sharp crack. Link approached slowly, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Rogers hurriedly tossed his vibranium shield to Link, exclaiming, "Be careful, Link." Weary and fatigued, Link was at risk of being crushed by the Cyclops' final, desperate retaliation. Yet, if Rogers charged forward to slay the Cyclops, he might be accused of seeking glory for the kill, so he simply opted to throw the shield to Link. Link caught it deftly, grinning. "Is this a gift for me?" Rogers, with a furrowed brow, replied, Just borrowing it." Natasha shrugged, observing, "It seems Link has taken quite a liking to your shield." Rogers muttered, "I like it too." He was aware that Link often eyed his shield, prompting him to be more cautious in the future. Link picked up the fallen knight's great sword, feeling disheartened as its durability too was nearing its end. He longed for his enchanted sword, sturdy and striking, imbued with a radiant glow. Dragging the knight's great sword, he approached the Cyclops' head, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to strike. The great sword shattered, a gust of air lifting Link's golden hair. The Cyclops let out a desperate roar, erupting into a cloud of black smoke. Link stood silently, disheveled yet exuding a formidable presence that captivated both Rogers and Natasha. Natasha remarked, "Link resembles a hero from a chivalric tale." Rogers concurred, indeed. As they marveled at Link's extraordinary demeanor, they suddenly observed him leap joyfully into the air, akin to a child. Natasha, puzzled, inquired, "Did the Cyclops drop some treasure?" Rogers responded, "Let us go and see." After taking a couple of steps, Natasha and Rogers, Black Widow and Captain America, both seasoned veterans of tumultuous experiences, found themselves inexplicably frozen in place at the sight before them. The harrowing events of the past were etched vividly in their minds, and the recently resurfaced terror conjured by Link from the shadows felt all too fresh. Link, cradling a durian in his hands, exclaimed joyfully, "Look what I found." In a state of alarm, Natasha and Rogers quickly retreated, calling out, "Don't come any closer." Link, noticing the trepidation in their eyes fixed upon the durian he held, chuckled reassuringly, "It's fine. This durian is special. It's called the Life Durian, and it only emits a delightful, sweet aroma. Go ahead, take a whiff." However, Natasha and Rogers hastily withdrew once more, contemplating, "No wonder Link is so fond of durians. It seems his sense of smell is rather peculiar." Observing their aversion, Link felt a tinge of disappointment, thinking to himself, "This is a life durian. Even a single one can instantly replenish health and provide an additional 4 health points in a dish. How could they be so fearful? Such a waste." Rogers sniffed curiously, a hint of confusion crossing his face. "Wait, this durian indeed lacks the usual foul odor." The two cautiously approached to inspect the durian in Link's embrace. As Link had stated, the fruit appeared translucent, as if sculpted from cream, emanating a pleasant fragrance. Natasha remarked in astonishment, "So this is what you meant when you said it could save lives." Link inhaled deeply, enraptured by the aroma. "I adore this scent. This is the true durian. The ones in your world are utterly inferior." Natasha and Rogers exchanged amused glances at Link's childlike delight, a rare display from someone typically so cool and composed. With a smile, Link proposed, "Let us return. I intend to consult Zelda about this and see if we can cultivate the life durian in this world. Perhaps there are seeds within." Natasha pointed at the battered remnants of the vehicle Link had ravaged, stating, "I cannot drive that thing." Rogers surveyed the desolate surroundings, expressing concern. "This is unfortunate. We'll have to walk back or wait for a vehicle to pass." Link, taken aback, glanced at Rogers and replied, "No need for that. I'll simply call a taxi." Rogers stared in astonishment as Link deftly manipulated his phone, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Amazing technology. The phone is so small and requires no wires. He then turned to Natasha, bewildered, and whispered, "Didn't they say Link is from another world? How does he maneuver Earth's technological devices so adeptly?" Natasha responded, "Perhaps he's young and has a greater capacity for embracing new things. But he has also been asleep for many years, just like me. He should be over 100 years old." Rogers protested. "Let us not dwell on it," Natasha replied. Link implored Pepper to arrange for a vehicle to collect them. Despite the current chaos in the city and the taxi services being suspended, Stark Industries resources made it a trivial task to summon someone for Link and his companions. Upon their return to the city, Natasha and Rogers took their leave, while Link opted for a connecting flight back to Tony's residence, cradling his precious durian with utmost care, fearful of any potential mishaps. Upon arriving at Tony's home, the familiar voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. resonated, "Welcome back, Link." He nodded in acknowledgement, only to find Tony despondently slumped on the sofa, the blaring sounds of a concert emanating from the television. Noticing Link's return, Tony lowered the volume and managed a weak smile, saying, "Welcome back, little hero. Zelda isn't feeling well. You should go keep her company." Link observed Tony's pallor and immediately surmised it was a consequence of palladium poisoning. He contemplated concocting an excuse to reveal the secrets of the new element and energy source, but upon hearing Tony mention Zelda's ailment, he hastily reassured, "Don't worry, Tony. Things will improve. I'll talk to you later." Before dashing to Zelda's room, Tony had been tirelessly seeking a substitute for palladium but had yet to discover a suitable and safe alternative, leaving him mentally exhausted. The threats from the monsters of Hyrule and the betrayal of close allies rendered him unwilling to relinquish the comfort provided by the Arc Reactor and Iron Man persona, even if it meant pursuing a perilous path. He steeled himself, thinking, "Never mind. I am Tony Stark. I refuse to believe I cannot find a replacement for palladium." Link hurried to the bedroom, neglecting to turn on the lights, and was met with Zelda's anguished breaths in the dimly lit room. Taking a deep breath, he placed the durian aside and silently approached her bedside, gently feeling her feverish forehead. He crouched down and softly inquired, "Princess, how are you feeling?" Zelda opened her large eyes, mustering a faint smile as she replied, "I'm fine, in good health, just a bit off. I sense Ganondorf's power growing stronger, and it worries me. Link grasped her hands reassuringly, smiling as he declared, "There's nothing to fear. I will protect you." Zelda trembled slightly as she took a deep breath, stating, "I must regain my strength swiftly." As dawn broke and the blood moon faded, Link, disregarding his own injuries, vigilantly remained by Zelda's side throughout the night until her temperature gradually returned to normal. Only then did he allow himself to collapse beside her on the floor, while Zelda, with great care, lifted him onto the bed. She gently caressed Link's face, her previous discomfort dissipating with the blood moon. Her mindset returning to equilibrium as she observed Link's weary slumber, pondering, what trials did you endure yesterday? Dressed and resolved, she made her way to the laboratory. Early in the morning, she found Tony directing dummy amidst a chaotic workspace. Zelda approached and inquired, "Mr. Stark, have you not slept all night?" For Tony's eyes were bloodshot, resembling those of a man who had indulged in a night of heavy drinking. As Tony observed Zelda approaching, he settled onto the workbench and replied, I am in pursuit of revolutionary energy solutions that will benefit humanity in the future. How could I allow sleep to hinder such a significant endeavor? By the way, how is your health?" Zelda nodded. "Thank you for your concern, Tony." Initially, much like how she addressed Banner, she contemplated calling Tony Teacher Tony. However, upon hearing this, Tony felt a shiver run down his spine and insisted that she refer to him simply by his name, as Link does. Tony inquired, "What about that kid Link?" Zelda chuckled. "Link took care of me all night and has only just fallen asleep." Tony laughed. "That guy has such energy." He then instructed Jarvis to turn on the television, which was broadcasting news about the battle that had transpired in New York the previous day. Zelda glanced over and saw footage of Iron Man soaring through the sky, delivering aerial bombardments, alongside a man in deep blue spandex and a woman in black spandex engaged in combat, as well as her beloved Link, gliding through the air on his shield. Zelda's expression shifted. The influence of the blood moon is profoundly severe in this world. Tony pointed at Link on the screen, declaring, "That kid has become famous. People around the globe are inquiring about this blonde boy who fights alongside the great Iron Man. Me, of course. Although my armor is crafted from titanium alloy rather than steel. I relish the moniker." He shrugged. "Just as the media dubbed me Iron Man, they have assigned a name to your Link as well." On the television, the host spoke gravely. "As for the identity of this blonde youth, there is currently no definitive information available. Some speculate he may be an elf soaring through the dreamy forest, as this golden-haired boy possesses peculiar long ears." "Indeed." Tony snapped his fingers. "An elf? I wonder how Link feels about this nickname. He must learn to accept it because, like it or not, the media is often unyielding and irresponsibly assigns labels without room for dissent." Link's performance during the New York battle was undeniably captivating, even overshadowing the hero clad in Captain America-esque costume, making him the center of attention. Only someone as talkative as Tony Stark could siphon off a fraction of that spotlight. Tony shrugged. Link should feel a tinge of regret. This is hardly the time for slumber. I must attend a press conference to clarify the so-called Iron Man affair. Zelda, Pepper, and I will take our leave. If you need anything, just inform Jarvis." "All right," Zelda nodded. 2 hours later, Tony declared, "Honestly, I am not cut out to be a hero. I possess numerous character flaws. Yet I'm Iron Man." Instantly, the room erupted in commotion, prompting Zelda, who was seated on the sofa, to exclaim, "Please lower the volume. Don't disturb Link." Jarvis responded, "Certainly, Princess Zelda." Confused, she asked, "Jarvis, why do you address me in that manner?" Jarvis replied, "According to data analysis, that is the most appropriate title for you." Zelda chuckled, "Just call me Zelda," and then her gaze returned to the television. She watched Tony on the screen, his lips pressed tightly together amidst a cacophony of cheers and flashing lights, and she could even discern a sense of desperation in his demeanor. If Link were present at that moment, he would likely exclaim, "The Marvel Universe is now unfurling its magnificent prologue." Yet, he remained in a deep slumber, while Jarvis compassionately played soft sounds of flowing water and rustling leaves to aid Link's sleep. Tony's self-revelation sent shockwaves through the world. But that was merely the beginning. The insatiable reporters continued to press him about the enigmatic boy. Surrounded by a multitude of microphones and the eager eyes of those thirsting for sensational news, Tony cleared his throat, a mischievous grin suddenly curling his lips as he proclaimed, "As for that golden-haired lad you all are so keen on, indeed, I know him. He is my friend, and his name is Link." "Wait," Zelda gasped. How could Tony have mentioned Link? Jarvis' calm and gentle voice responded, You must acclimate to Mr. Stark's unconventional behavior. Later that night, Link awoke to find Zelda's exquisite face illuminated by the darkness. She offered him a glass of water, and as he sat up and drank it in one go, he inquired, "Princess, why didn't you turn on the light?" Zelda blushed and replied, "I forgot." In truth, she had returned to her room and had been lost in thought, gazing at Link's face until nightfall, but she felt too shy to admit it. Link awoke revitalized, feeling splendid aside from an acute hunger. The two descended the staircase in search of food and soon encountered a man sitting in the living room, a black gentleman. Zelda furrowed her brow. "Mr. Nick, when did you arrive?" She felt a surge of irritation. Tony had left her at home, only for someone to intrude without her knowledge. Would Tony truly believe she allowed strangers into her home without permission? 034. Haha. Zelda frowned. "Mr. Nick, isn't this rather inappropriate?" Just then, Tony entered, carrying 3 boxes of pizza. Upon seeing Nick Fury's bald head, he paused momentarily before addressing Link. "We've had a break-in. Link, shut the door. Throw the durian." Nick's expression darkened. The mere mention of durian now gave him a headache. "Mr. Stark, do you genuinely consider yourself a superhero?" Nick queried. "Your statements at today's press conference have been nothing short of astonishing. I am the director of SHIELD. Are you interested in joining an organization? The Avengers?" Tony's expression shifted dramatically. Half an hour later, the three sat around the sofa, having concluded their discussions. Nick nonchalantly tossed aside his trench coat and departed, while Tony's gaze fixated on Link, who was happily devouring the 3 boxes of pizza Tony had brought back, single-handedly finishing them all. Tony shrugged. "Though I've seen it more than once, I still find myself curious. Just how strong is your digestive capacity? Do you possess a second stomach?" Link blinked. His throat moved as he swallowed the last morsel of food. He inquired, "Have you finished your discussion?" Tony nodded. "It's done. I have no interest in joining that organization." "Oh, the Avengers." He wore a disdainful expression, and if Link were not familiar with the narrative, he might have been deceived by Tony. Tony then asked, "Link, that fellow named Nick has probably inquired about this matter with you as well?" Link shook his head. "Indeed." Tony nodded. "Fury must know you are a kind-hearted individual. He wouldn't need to negotiate with you. He would come directly to you in times of trouble, and you certainly wouldn't refuse." He continued, "See, he has you wrapped around his finger." Turning to Zelda, Tony remarked, "Zelda, next time you encounter such an impolite individual who barges into others' homes, just let Dammy use a drill on him." Link accepted the glass of juice that Zelda handed him and gulped it down in one go. He sought a way to reveal to Tony the new element his father had left him, planning to create a coincidence. Approaching the miniature exhibition stand, he feigned surprise and exclaimed, "Oh, don't you think this is a bit peculiar?" leading Tony to discover the new element himself. Link had no intention of adhering to the narrative. Otherwise, waiting until Tony was poisoned by palladium and driven to despair, scattering his wealth in a bid to do good, only to reveal the truth afterward would be far from a true friend. Just as he was preparing to execute his plan, Tony suddenly leaned back on the sofa and said, "The green vegetable you encountered in Brazil has reappeared today at CAF University in Virginia, and has engaged in a struggle with the military. You might find this interesting." Zelda gasped softly, "Professor?" "The military has found Professor Banner again." Upon hearing Zelda refer to Bruce Banner as Professor, Tony raised an eyebrow and remarked, "You are quite the diligent girl. While I admire Bruce Banner's erudition and expertise, he still falls slightly short compared to me in terms of knowledge and breadth. He is still a suitable teacher for you." He then retrieved his phone, displaying footage from CAF University to Zelda and Link. "Professor Banner has killed many people and is now missing. What do you plan to do about this?" "I can't assist. I cannot interfere with military affairs." Link responded, "Banner is currently heading to New York. A significant battle is about to unfold." Tony, puzzled, asked, "How can you be so certain?" Link gazed earnestly at Tony and replied, "My instincts have always been accurate, so there is no need for you to worry." Tony furrowed his brow, sensing the comforting intent behind Link's words. The following day, Link and Zelda boarded a private plane bound for New York. The city and its citizens were made of steel. Countless disasters could not topple the resilience of New Yorkers. Having just bid farewell to a night of harrowing blood moons, they were now greeted by 2 colossal creatures, Hulk and Abomination, making for an extraordinarily lively scene. On the night of the blood moon, the appearance of skeletons and other monsters, while causing some casualties, at least allowed the city to remain intact. However, with the Hulk's arrival, New York would inevitably face complete reconstruction. Link toyed with the long sword, shield, and bow that Tony had recently crafted for him. Although Link and Tony were two individuals of vastly different temperaments, they shared a commonality, an exceptional ability to wreak havoc. Link shattered numerous sturdy weapons, including Tony's pride. The elite weapon set, igniting a fierce competitive spirit within Tony. I must create an indestructible weapon. Thus, at an astonishing pace, he iterated to produce the second generation of the elite weapon set. Meanwhile, Zelda sat beside Link, wearing black-framed glasses, quietly engrossed in a book. Link mused that if given more time, she could probably devise a nuclear bomb. He had initially thought Zelda would struggle to adapt to the Marvel Universe, but his concerns proved unfounded. Link glanced out the window at the vast sea of clouds, feeling a tinge of bewilderment. Is this plane moving too slowly? Suddenly, he heard a childish voice exclaim, "Yaha!" Startled, he rose and made his way to the cockpit, inquiring, "What is happening?" The captain, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, attempted to maintain composure and replied, "No, everything is fine, Mr. Link. Please be patient for a moment." Link furrowed his brow. "It appears you are facing some trouble. There is no need for concealment. Speak openly to me." His tone carried an inherent authority, for Link, as a knight of the elite order, naturally exuded an air of superiority. Intimidated by Link's presence, the captain weakly admitted, "Mr. Link, we do not know why, but it seems we have flown into an invisible labyrinth. Although we have been flying forward, we have not actually moved from this position." The captain, familiar with tales of the Bermuda Triangle and other bizarre occurrences, immediately recognized this as an exceedingly perilous supernatural event. Despite his years of flying experience, he felt utterly helpless. However, upon hearing the captain's terrifying account, Link merely smiled. Recalling the faint yaha sound he had just heard, he quickly deduced that this so-called supernatural phenomenon was likely the work of a peculiar creature from the land of Hyrule known as Korok, which I typically refer to as Yaha. The Yaha, akin to Groot from Marvel, is a little tree spirit who delights in hide-and-seek. If found, it rewards the seeker with items to expand their weapon capacity. Link was exceptionally skilled at this game of hide-and-seek with Yaha and began to observe his surroundings. 035 Peppa. Link searched the entire plane but found no trace of the Yaha. The flight attendant, perplexed, followed Link as he scoured every nook and cranny. Despite Link being an undeniably handsome young man, her patience began to wane, and her smile grew stiff as she internally grumbled, "This mischievous child is as troublesome as Stark." Link had thoroughly searched everywhere, leaving only the flight attendant's skirt untouched. He muttered, "It seems the Yaha is not on this plane." Zelda watched Link with keen interest as he meandered about, brimming with enthusiasm. She set her book aside and inquired with a smile, "What are you searching for?" Link replied with a grin, "There's a Korok hiding here." Zelda exclaimed in delight, "Is that so? Let us compete to see who can find it first." Meanwhile, the flight attendant felt a throbbing headache, realizing she had yet another troublesome child to contend with. Since the plane was already in disarray, Link resolved to search the aircraft. Upon voicing this idea, he startled the flight attendant, who, weary of the antics of these two young rascals, hurried off to inform the captain. Upon hearing the news, the captain, too, lamented in dismay, "Oh dear. In such a precarious situation, what chaos are these children causing?" As the crew scrambled to curtail Link's adventurous spirit, the two mischievous children had already reached the rear cargo area. Collaborating in their escapade and employing some unknown method, they successfully opened the hatch door that swung outward. The resourcefulness of Hyrulean children is remarkable, and Link leaped out in a single bound. By the time the captain, having entrusted his piloting duties to a colleague, rushed to the scene with the flight attendant, they were met with the sight of the rear hatch flung wide open, the wind swirling chaotically while the bookish blonde girl braced herself against a wall, her long hair billowing wildly. The other boy, however, had vanished from sight. The captain approached in a daze, gazing at the gaping hatch, swallowing hard as he cautiously asked Zelda, "Excuse me, miss, where is that boy?" Zelda, maintaining her composure, replied, "He jumped out." The captain, upon hearing the word jumped, emitted a strange sound and promptly fainted. Meanwhile, Link, propelled by the force of a bomb, soared upward and collided with the aircraft's tail. Rubbing his head, he felt the fierce wind and biting cold assail him. Any ordinary person would likely have succumbed to the elements by now. The frigid air rushing in was enough to rupture the lungs of an unseasoned individual within seconds. Link's hair whipped straight back as frost quickly formed upon his face. Squinting against the wind, he spotted a circular halo hovering above the plane, emitting a rhythmic thumping sound. Instantly, Link realized that if he could shoot an arrow through this ring, the elusive Korok would reveal itself. This ring was peculiar, regardless of the plane's high velocity. It remained fixed above the aircraft in the same position. Link retrieved his bow and arrow, drawing it to its utmost limit. Positioned atop the speeding plane, he knew that without sufficient force, the arrow would be swept away by the wind. With a determined release, Link shot the arrow, striking the ring. A resounding pop echoed as fireworks erupted, revealing a small, green creature with short limbs and a leaf mask. Floating in the air while clutching a spinning leaf on a stick. In a soft voice, it exclaimed, "Yaha, you found me." Then, descending gracefully with its leaf-like propeller. The creature approached Link, its tender voice tinged with a hint of sadness. "Hero." Link focused intently, recognizing this Korok from his previous encounters. Although the Yaha have a striking resemblance to one another, Link is still able to recognize a few of them. The Yaha before him is named Peppa, the proprietor of the only inn in the Korok forest that offers Link complimentary lodging. Peppa holds Link in high esteem and tends to him like a devoted partner every time he visits the Korok forest. With her short arms outstretched, she exclaimed, "Hero." Oh. One day, when I ventured out to play, I suddenly lost my way and ended up in this world. I never imagined that the hero would find me. I am truly sorry, but I cannot provide you with a place to sleep. I am unable to return. Peppa lowered her head, visibly disheartened. Link, with a smile, sheathed his bow and gently patted Peppa's head. After awakening, Link spent most of his time wandering in solitude. Yet it is worth noting that the companions who have stayed by his side the longest are not Zelda, but these Yaha. Link chuckled, "I cannot return either. Why not accompany me from now on?" Peppa's spirits lifted as she eagerly asked, "Really?" "Of course," Link declared, lifting Peppa into his arms and leaping into the air. With the assistance of a couple of bomb blasts, he propelled himself into the rear cabin of the aircraft. At that moment, the captain had just been revived by the flight attendant and was startled to see Link land inside the plane on his shield, letting out a strange cry before fainting once more. In Link's embrace, Peppa squeaked, "Princess." She then leaped from Link's arms and, in a rather comical manner, attempted to perform a less-than-perfect bow to Zelda, who could only return the gesture. Zelda, recognizing Link's little admirer, affectionately patted Peppa's head and asked, "How did you end up in this world?" While Zelda and Peppa engaged in conversation, Link hurried to the captain's side, pinching his nose to awaken him. The captain, shaking his head to regain composure, saw Link's face and immediately shrieked in terror, causing Link's ears to ring. Supported by the flight attendant, the captain, still trembling, called Tony. "Hello, Mr. Stark, the guest you introduced to us." He jumped out of the plane. Link scratched his head, still damp from the icy remnants. Meanwhile, far away in California, Tony, having just taken a sip of green juice, was taken aback by the news of Link's leap. He coughed and asked, "Is that boy, Link, the one who jumped out of the plane, all right?" The captain replied, "He appears fine, but this incident is utterly outrageous." The captain desperately lamented to Tony. However, having witnessed Link's numerous astonishing feats, Tony remained unfazed and ultimately responded to the captain's complaints. "Oh," the captain retorted, while Tony nonchalantly replied, "You don't need to contact me about such trivial matters. With Link around, even if you encounter a monster, your safety is assured. There is no need to worry about his well-being." To appease the captain's anger, Tony promised to financially support the airline, and under the weight of this monetary influence, the matter was rather casually resolved. Yet the captain, still simmering with indignation, exclaimed, "This is simply outrageous." "Link? Link?" The flight attendant, covering her mouth, quickly spotted Link's long ears. "You are the elf who battled the skeleton monsters in New York?" Link responded with a puzzled, "Huh?" The chaos of the battle against Hulk was over, and without the pranks of Peppa, the plane resumed its normal course. Link and Zelda fed Peppa fruit. Link brought an abundance of fruits, and Peppa was satisfied with just 2 apples, while the remaining fruit disappeared into Link's belly. Since learning of Link's true identity, the flight attendant had become considerably more enthusiastic, eagerly snapping photos of Link and Zelda together. Being a New Yorker, she held a special fondness for Link. By the time Link and Zelda disembarked from the plane, night had fallen. Peppa, clinging to Link's neck and perched on his shoulder, exclaimed, "What a vast and bright city." Zelda inquired, "Where shall we go to find Professor Banner?" Link glanced at the sky and replied, "We need not search. They will soon make their presence known." Link understood that he needed to allow the narrative to unfold for a while. The abomination must destroy the remaining serum. If Mr. Blue's collection of Banner's blood remained intact, the world would be inundated with countless Hulks. The two took a cab to the city center, meandering through the bustling streets. Before the impending battle, Link needed to unwind. As events had been unfolding rapidly, leaving him somewhat fatigued. As they walked along the vibrant streets, some passers-by noticed Link and Zelda's elongated ears, their expressions tinged with curiosity. Unlike Tony, who reveled in the attention, Link preferred to avoid the spotlight. Thus, he and Zelda visited a shop and purchased a baseball cap for Link, while Zelda let her long hair fall to obscure her ears. Despite their efforts, they could not evade attention, as Peppa, perched on Link's shoulder, was an undeniable spectacle, squealing. "Wow, so many humans. It's so big." A well-meaning individual approached to inquire about Peppa's species, and Zelda cleverly replied, "This is an electronic pet developed by Stark Industries," successfully deflecting the question. After wandering for less than half an hour, overwhelmed by the attention, Link led Zelda and Peppa, along with a large bag of snacks, to a quiet restaurant. They ordered some food while waiting. Peppa gazed at Link in admiration, exclaiming, "The hero is so impressive." Zelda asked, "What makes him impressive?" Peppa dramatically replied, "He has just been eating food." Link paid little mind to Peppa's chatter. Although he was eating, his gaze remained fixed outside. Suddenly, his long ears perked up as he heard distant thuds and the sounds of chaos approaching. Rising from his seat, he told Zelda and Peppa, "You two wait here. I must go fight." Peppa, holding the maraca that Zelda had bought for him, danced with excitement, shouting, "Go, hero." With that, Link stepped outside, summoning a bow into his hands. The distance from where he had been eating to the site of the unfolding battle was merely a street away. As panicked crowds fled from the scene, while Link resolutely walked in the opposite direction, a concerned bystander called out to him, "Young lady, there's danger over there. You shouldn't go." Link possessed a delicate visage, adorned with a hat that framed his fair neck, his physique slender far beyond that of an average American boy, rendering him easily mistaken for a girl. With a hint of exasperation, Link removed his hat and declared, "I am a male." The enthusiastic onlooker was momentarily taken aback. Link's features, coupled with his elongated ears, were unmistakable to any New Yorker. "You are that elfin boy?" the onlooker exclaimed in surprise. Link, with a puzzled expression, replied, "My name is Link." At that moment, a loud explosion echoed nearby, causing the enthusiastic individual to flinch, though he was not overly frightened. He smiled at Link and said, "Wishing you victory in battle. I must take my leave." He then hurried away, turning back to flash Link a peace sign, a symbol of triumph. Link reciprocated the gesture and, with a resolute gaze, dashed forward. Meanwhile, the wretched was wreaking havoc on the street, bellowing, "Ha-ha, power, power," as he lifted a sports car, inside which a couple was screaming in terror. Just as the wretched was about to crush the car into a crumpled mass to use as a bowling ball, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, causing him to release the car, which flew backward. The vehicle, now grotesquely deformed, trapped the couple inside, unable to move. As the car plummeted, Link rushed in, catching it with his hands, stabilizing it momentarily before gently placing it on the ground. The couple, trapped within, cried out in despair, and Link swiftly tore open the car door, softly assuring them, "You will be safe." Upon seeing Link's countenance, the couple was momentarily stunned before exclaiming, "An elf!" With a powerful tug, Link separated the couple from the twisted metal of the seats, revealing their bloodied legs. He lifted each of them out with ease. Just then, the couple warned, "Be careful." Link's senses heightened, feeling a violent gust of wind approaching from behind. Without hesitation, he flung the couple aside just as he turned, only to be struck in the abdomen by a punch from the wretched. In a moment of desperation, Link summoned the spirit of Darkle. With a furious roar, Darkle sent the wretched flying. Link was drenched in cold sweat. Had the wretched's punch landed squarely, it might have ruptured his liver. The wretched crawled out from the hole he had created in the wall, shouting, "Link, it is you. Haha, you still look so small, while I have changed. You must not have hurt me at all." Link, however, spoke little, drawing his bow and releasing an arrow. The wretched evaded the shot, and Link charged forward, brandishing the second-generation Guardian Greatsword to strike down fiercely, while Darkle roared behind him, swinging his colossal sword. With a resounding crash, blood spewed forth as the wretched was sent flying once more. Link stumbled slightly, nearly losing his footing. Darkle called out from behind him, "You cannot sustain this much longer. I shall rest now." And with that, the pale blue specter of Darkle vanished from behind Link. At this moment, the wretched lay injured. Even without Darkle, victory was assured, for Link alone was sufficient to overcome him. Seizing the opportunity while the wretched had not yet recovered, Link prepared to finish the battle swiftly. Link, wielding a massive sword, charged forward when suddenly an enraged roar echoed from the sky. Startled, Link swiftly leaped aside just as a colossal green figure crashed to the ground, It was Hulk. Hulk bellowed at Link, declaring his presence. Initially, Link thought Hulk had leaped from a plane to confront Abomination, but he soon sensed Hulk's hostility was directed at him. In New York, Ross, Banner, and Betty were aboard the plane, feeling helpless when Link suddenly emerged and struck down Abomination. Upon seeing Link, Banner instantly felt something was amiss. Transforming into Hulk and leaping from the aircraft in a frenzy, Link quickly grasped the situation, having previously fought Hulk. He had dealt a blow that caused Banner to harbor resentment towards him. Hulk's anger upon seeing Link was far greater than towards Abomination. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Link internally lamented. This battle in New York was not only against Abomination but also against Hulk. With a thunderous roar, Hulk charged at Link, who deftly rolled away, narrowly evading a punch that shattered a wall. Link was taken aback, realizing Hulk's strength had significantly increased since their encounter in Brazil. Was Hulk growing even stronger? As Link silently lamented, Hulk charged with a furious roar. In that moment, Link held his breath, focusing intently, and executed a side dodge, entering a state akin to bullet time where the world around him froze. He dashed forward, swinging his sword in a wild arc, and as time resumed, Hulk was sent flying like a ball. Link stared at his gleaming sword, astonished that such a sharp blade could not inflict a wound on Hulk. If that were the case, Link's demeanor shifted. He would no longer hold back, knowing Hulk would not easily succumb to death. As Hulk rubbed his head and attempted to rise, Link swiftly nocked an arrow and shot it, striking Hulk in the head with a resounding clang, causing him to stagger. Link leaped twice, arriving before the dazed Hulk, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Hulk, struggling to rise, opened his eyes to see Link's cold expression, the arrow tip appearing as a mere dot in his vision. With a powerful twang, the arrow was released, and Hulk let out a pained cry as he fell back to the ground, once again incapacitated by Link's onslaught. This time, Link stepped onto Hulk's body, viciously hacking at his face with the sword. Hulk's anguished cries reached Betty, who fainted in shock aboard the plane. Despite Hulk's superior strength on paper, who was Link? A hero capable of dominating Hyrule with a mere pot lid, his true combat prowess transcended mere statistics. With a series of relentless maneuvers, Link rendered Hulk utterly powerless. Lying on the ground, hands over his face, wailing in defeat. Just as Link reveled in his success, the unthinkable occurred. The second-generation sword designed by Tony shattered with a crack. Seizing the opportunity, Hulk sprang to his feet, arms outstretched, intent on tearing the insufferable boy to pieces. With a startled cry, Link summoned a shield with his left hand and a bomb with his right, pressing the explosive against Hulk's face while shielding himself. With a thunderous boom, the bomb detonated. Link soared into the air propelled by an explosive force, landing upon Hulk's broad shoulders, grasping at the lengthy strands of hair that adorned the creature's head. Banner! Hulk! Settle down, Link bellowed, delivering playful punches to Hulk's head, akin to taming a wild stallion. Get off me! Hulk protested in a voice reminiscent of a bewildered child, reaching up in an attempt to dislodge Link. Yet, Link, being slender and agile, deftly evaded Hulk's grasp, retaliating with swift jabs aimed at Hulk's eyes. This rendered Hulk a frenzied rhinoceros, bounding chaotically, yet he could not lay a finger on Link. At this juncture, influenced by the serum, the Abomination rapidly regained its strength, rising to its feet with bloodshot eyes fixed on Link and Hulk. Retaining a sliver of rational thought, the Abomination sinisterly contemplated allowing Hulk and Link to weaken each other before swooping in to defeat them both. However, after a while of Link and Hulk engaging in their playful cowboy duel, it could no longer restrain itself and quietly pounced. Link sensed a shift in the atmosphere and turned to witness the Abomination charging towards Hulk, delivering a punch aimed at Hulk's head. Positioned atop Hulk's shoulders, Link realized that a solid blow would also jeopardize his own safety. Assessing his precarious situation, Link executed a backflip, landing deftly just as Hulk remained oblivious. Receiving a devastating blow to the head that sent him spiraling away, darkness clouding his vision. As Link landed, he turned to see Hulk rubbing his head and standing up. In this altered timeline, the Abomination harbored a greater animosity towards Link than towards Hulk, and vice versa. Hulk, let us join forces. Let us take care of this little brat first. The Abomination cackled. Link's complexion paled. Facing both formidable monsters simultaneously was a daunting prospect, for a single punch from either could render him lifeless. Hulk roared defiantly, "Stay back. I will deal with Link." The Abomination, with a cunning tone, replied, "Fine. Do as you please. You fight your fight, and I will fight mine. After all, it's all about taking down Link." Furious, Link warned Hulk, "Do not provoke me. Otherwise, I will ensure you dare not emerge from Banner ever again. The once fearlessly valiant Hulk hesitated, evidently rattled by Link's previous assaults. Yet, his ferocity soon returned, and he charged at Link once more. Simultaneously, the abomination surged forward with a battle cry. Despite Hulk's refusal to ally, the two nonetheless coordinated their assault upon Link. In this dire moment, although anger surged within him, Link's mind was eerily calm. He was a hero who grew stronger in the face of adversity. The imminent danger and turmoil only ignited an indomitable spirit within him. At that moment, Zelda and Papa arrived, observing from a distance. Witnessing the two monsters simultaneously swing their fists at Link, Zelda gasped and rushed forward, while Papa, with short legs, hurriedly followed, forgetting about his leaf and bamboo dragonfly in his haste. Yet, Link merely smiled at the unfolding chaos. This smile unexpectedly calmed Zelda, prompting her to halt, crouch down, and embrace Papa tightly. The hero is in danger. Papa struggled. He will be fine, Zelda assured him. Link boldly confronted Hulk, his shield raised in defiance. The Hulk, moving with a speed surpassing that of the wind, unleashed a punch so swift it seemed to leave behind an afterimage. Yet, Link managed to perceive his velocity, and with an impeccable timing, executed a shield counter. A thunderous impact ensued as Hulk's full force was repelled, sending him careening backward like a rhinoceros gliding on a missile across ice. Link, however, had no time to ponder the destruction Hulk might have caused in his wake. With a deft pivot and a twist of his waist, he launched another shield counter just as the abomination's attack was about to connect with his body. Reflecting the strike back with precision, even a mere delay of a fraction of a second would have resulted in a hit from the abomination. In a fleeting moment, the two colossal creatures, one red and one green, charged towards him, only to be rebounded at the same high velocity. Link stood at the center and scathed, his movements having loosened his headband, which he calmly secured again with his lips, gathering his hair into a ponytail. This striking scene was captured from a distance by an audacious reporter who was momentarily entranced by Link's extraordinary poise, his exquisite appearance, and his radiant golden hair, resembling an angel at that moment. Hooray! The hero has triumphed. Peppy cheered victoriously, waving a sand hammer in Zelda's embrace. At this juncture, both Hulk and the abomination staggered to their feet, Hulk, in a fit of rage tinged with a hint of panic, while the abomination's remaining resolve dissipated under Link's onslaught. The duo surged forward once more. Link emitted a dismissive grunt, sidestepping with agility. Hulk and the abomination collided with a thunderous crash, the sound reverberating through the air. Link rubbed his elongated ears, casting a cold gaze upon the two dazed giants. His palm extended as a nearby vehicle levitated into the air. General Ross, observing from his helicopter, watched in astonishment as Link deftly handled the two beasts, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He found himself at a loss for how to assess Link's strength. These unprecedented monsters were being deftly manipulated by this young man. Was he truly of this earth? After their collision, Link swiftly commandeered a magnetic grappler, controlling a vehicle that soared skyward before releasing it, allowing it to plummet under the force of gravity onto the two titans. Hulk and the abomination roared in fury, tearing the vehicle apart before lunging at Link. With a nimble dodge, Link slipped away, entering a slowed time frame, and with a quick dash, struck Hulk on the head with a shield, causing him to lurch into the abomination beside him. The abomination retaliated with a punch aimed at Link, who adeptly evaded and executed a backflip, using his foot to redirect the abomination's punch, inadvertently striking Hulk instead. These two formidable creatures, lacking in intellect and coordination, fell prey to Link's astute exploitation of their weaknesses as he darted nimbly between them, inciting frequent friendly fire. Despite the intensity of the battle, Link remained composed, as if he were not on a perilous battlefield, but rather in the tranquil flower fields behind Hyrule Castle. Peppy, watching with admiration, exclaimed in a childlike voice, "Oh, how impressive!" Wow! Embracing Peppa, Zelda felt a profound sense of realization. She was well acquainted with Link and understood a fundamental truth. Since Link's awakening, his strength had yet to regain its former glory. The injuries sustained during a century-long slumber had significantly weakened him. Even after vanquishing Ganon, acquiring the skills of the four divine beasts, and harnessing the power of the Sheikah Slate, he remained diminished. Though Link, a century later, exhibited considerable prowess, he still fell short of the formidable warrior who, 100 years prior, single-handedly defeated a legion of guardians. Yet, Zelda discerned that the mightiest version of Link was gradually awakening once more. From a distance, she observed him engage in battle, fully aware of the peril surrounding him. A single misstep could lead to grave injury or death. Nevertheless, Link maintained an air of composure, deftly navigating the thin line between life and death. Devoid of fear or hesitation, in a decisive moment, Link executed a shield counterattack, sending Hulk sprawling. Utilizing the explosive force of the bomb, he swiftly followed up, drawing his bow mid-air, with the arrow aimed at Hulk's eye. In a chilling tone, Link declared, "Yield, or be blinded." Despite his lack of negotiation skills, Link was determined to attempt communication with Hulk. The clash among Link, Hulk, and the Abomination had transformed the street into a desolate ruin. Continuing the fight was not a viable solution. Link spoke firmly, "Hulk, you see, I am quite irate, and you must comprehend the terror of anger. Surrender now, or I shall force you to concede." His tone softened as he continued, "Hulk, I harbor no desire to harm you, nor to take your life. We are not adversaries. Do you understand? If you persist in your unreasonable antics, I shall come to despise you." Hulk and Banner represented two distinct personas. Hulk was a newly birthed entity, with fear and rage as his primal emotions. Like an infant, he chose to cry and cling tightly to whatever he grasped. For Hulk, violence was a more accessible means of expressing emotions. As illustrated in Thor, Ragnarok, Hulk was capable of communication. Thus, Link sought to test this, relishing the challenge as he had previously tamed the wildest steeds of Hyrule. With a gesture of goodwill, Link tossed aside his bow, signaling his lack of hostility. Hulk clumsily echoed, "Not harm me?" Link nodded, feeling a small surge of joy. "My charm still holds sway." However, the pivotal factor behind Hulk's capitulation was not solely Link's awkward negotiation skills. Rather, it was the undeniable truth that Link had bested him through sheer force. In their initial confrontation, Link had returned Hulk to his original form, and in their second encounter, Hulk had been utterly powerless, facing an opponent he could not overpower. In conquering such a simple-minded, yet physically formidable being, brute force proved to be the most efficient method. Yet, if a means existed that surpassed violence in efficacy, it was this: the ability to resolve a conflict without resorting to force when one is fully capable of doing so. With a smile, Link extended his hand in a gesture of friendship. Hulk reciprocated, grasping Link's hand. Then, without warning, he seized Link and hurled him away. In an instant, Link vanished within Hulk's grasp, akin to a projectile, crashing into the building, left disoriented and bloodied, with shards of glass scattered across his head. Consumed by fury, Link found this scene eerily reminiscent. Thor had suffered a similar fate at Hulk's hands. He bellowed, "Hulk, you scoundrel!" Just as he was about to proclaim his intent to slay him, he witnessed the Abomination assaulting Hulk amidst the ruins, gnashing its teeth at Hulk's neck. It dawned on him that Hulk had been attempting to rescue him. Urgently, Link dashed forth, surfing atop his shield. With a swift motion, he levitated a vehicle into his grasp, straining to lift it before hurling it down upon the Abomination's head. A resounding crash echoed as the creature's skull became embedded within the car, granting Hulk the opportunity to deliver a robust kick, sending the Abomination sprawling. Hulk roared in rage, blood gushing from his neck like the green juice Tony once drank. He pounded his fists against his chest, prompting Link to hastily evade, fearful of Hulk's unintentional wrath. The Abomination, rising on its arms, glared at both Link and Hulk with malice. Link patted Hulk's waist and suggested, "Shall we join forces to defeat him?" Hulk reciprocated with a hearty laugh, slapping Link on the back and exclaiming, "Yes." Hulk and Link, united. Seeing Hulk's hostility dissipate, Link couldn't help but smile faintly. However, as he opened his mouth to speak, he spat out blood. Hulk, inadvertently inflicting internal injury with a single slap, evoked Link's ire. "Hulk!" He glared, shouting, "Was that intentional?" Hulk quickly stammered an explanation. "Link is hurt. Hulk fights the monster alone." With a fierce roar, he lunged at the Abomination. Coughing, Link leaned against the wall. Realizing that Hulk's slap had cost him dearly, he felt an uncomfortable pressure within, reminiscent of the mightiest Avenger's strength. At that moment, the voice of the goddess Hylia echoed in his ears. "Brave trials conquer, Hulk, to earn rewards." Link muttered inwardly, "Please, not another increase in bomb strength." Heart container, 3. Energy container, 3. A warm surge coursed through Link's body, invigorating his arms with newfound strength, and the wounds inflicted by Hulk mended instantaneously. Now, with a total of 8 hearts and an energy meter fully charged, he was no longer an easy target for Hulk's blows. Having regained his health, Link swiftly joined the fray. Ahead, Hulk and the Abomination were engaged in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Link employed his magnetic grappler from a distance, lifting a sedan skyward before launching it toward the Abomination. With his energy at full capacity, The throw was effortless. Previously focused on attacking the abomination during his encounters with the two monsters, Link now found the creature weaker than Hulk. He continued to rain down blows with the valuable vehicle, allowing Hulk to gain the upper hand. With a thunderous roar, Hulk seized the abomination by the head and slammed it forcefully into the ground, cracking the asphalt and creating a deep crater. As the formidable Hulk prepared to conclude the battle, Link refrained from further action and awaited the outcome in silence. Zelda approached, cradling Peppa in her arms, her eyes wide with disbelief as she beheld the rampaging Hulk. Could this truly be the same person as her gentle and refined teacher, Banner? Link furrowed his brow, noticing that Abomination had already met his demise at Hulk's hands. Yet, the Hulk showed no signs of ceasing his relentless assault, continuing to pummel Abomination's lifeless head into the ground. The scene was gruesomely bloody, and Link observed Zelda's discomfort. Peppa, terrified, had lost the color of the leaf mask adorning his face. In a moment of urgency, he called out, "Hulk, stop. He is already dead." At that moment, Hulk was consumed by primal fury. Upon noticing Link's interruption, he turned with a fierce roar, only to quickly silence himself. This was due in part to Hulk's recognition of Link's suddenly pale visage as the sole human who did not regard him with fear or revulsion. Hulk's simplistic mind hesitated to provoke Link's disdain. Additionally, the dormant consciousness of Banner sensed Zelda's conflicted gaze and felt a pang of shame for his savage and brutal demeanor. Under the influence of these two contrasting consciousnesses, Hulk relinquished his vicious grip on the now lifeless abomination and approached Link, his hands smeared with congealed blood. He muttered, "We won," then crouched down to look at Zelda. She, though somewhat fearful, had retreated behind Link, her sparkling eyes reflecting a captivating blend of trepidation and hope as she gazed at Hulk. Hulk hesitated momentarily before saying, "Banner says he misses you." At this, Zelda's face broke into a smile, and Hulk joined her in a silly grin. Link stepped onto a nearby vehicle and playfully smacked Hulk on the shoulder. Startled, Hulk stumbled and fell to the ground, turning to roar at Link. "You hit me." Link jumped down, laughing. "That is your payback." Hulk scratched his head and mumbled, "Link and Hulk are even now." Link felt a surge of joy. It seemed that with the right approach, Hulk could indeed be quite amicable. However, just as Link was reveling in this realization, Hulk's expression suddenly shifted. He thrust his arm forward, sending Link and Zelda flying. Link instinctively shielded Zelda, but she still landed heavily on the ground, striking her forehead. Zelda was Link's Achilles heel. Her injury ignited a fierce rage within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his bow, ready to show the green giant a true lesson. Yet, as he prepared to unleash his arrow, Link froze in shock. This time, he had misjudged Hulk's intentions. Hulk had acted out of kindness. Before him, Hulk was riddled with bullets, having shielded Link and Zelda from imminent danger. Had Hulk not intervened, Zelda's injuries would have been far more severe. Link turned to see military personnel attacking Hulk, while a helicopter hovered above, revealing Ross's stern face. The interference in the unfolding drama was troublesome. Link had confronted Abomination too soon, preventing Banner from reconciling with Ross and Betty. Ross remained relentless in his pursuit of Hulk. "Ah, you just shot at Hulk without considering whether Zelda would be caught in the crossfire, did you?" Link helped Zelda to her feet and gently tended to her wounded forehead, placing a tender kiss upon it. Softly, he inquired, "Does it hurt?" Zelda shook her head, expressing, "I am fine. The teacher, Hulk, has already fled without a trace." Link softly replied, "Please wait here a moment." He stepped forward, for every individual possesses a limit. And for Link, that limit was Zelda. Ross had already targeted Zelda more than once. It was as if he were treating Link's limit as a mere string to be strummed upon. Link drew his bow, and the soldier barked, "Drop your weapons." Suddenly, with a swift motion of his shoulder, an arrow flew forth, piercing the soldier's neck and embedding itself in the eye socket of a soldier behind him. With another swift shake of his shoulder, 3 spectral arrows soared forth, striking down 3 armed soldiers who clutched their throats as they collapsed. Ross inhaled deeply, his gaze turning icy. "Are you provoking the military?" He commanded immediately, "Eliminate the rogue Link." Then, glancing at Betty, whom he had incapacitated, he coldly declared, "If the target poses too great a threat, then attack that little girl." Upon receiving the order, the soldiers concentrated their fire on Link, a torrential rain of bullets descending upon him. With a frigid glare, Link effortlessly evaded their onslaught, then activated his magnetic grappler, lifting a car and hurling it at the soldiers, sweeping them away in chaos, leaving no one standing. In an instant, the battle was resolved. and Link's cold gaze turned towards the helicopter in the night sky. "Damn it, bastard. We must retreat," Ross shouted. Yet, despite his cries, the helicopter remained immobile. The pilot struggled desperately with the controls, but the helicopter stubbornly refused to move an inch. Below the helicopter, those with keen eyesight would notice a faint distortion in space, as Link had long since harnessed the magnetic grappler to immobilize the aircraft, rendering it unable to escape. Then, Link drew back the bowstring, and with a resounding twang, an arrow soared upward. Ross, huddled within the helicopter, murmured, "My God." Before he could finish his thought, the arrow pierced through the helicopter's exterior, maintaining its force as it struck through Ross's head, ultimately breaching the helicopter's shell once more, vanishing into the night. With a resounding thud, Ross collapsed, the blood beneath him spreading ever wider. "It's over. I have killed a high-ranking official. I can no longer remain in America," Link thought, yet he felt no remorse. He sheathed his bow and approached Zelda, saying, "Princess, we must depart," as he contemplated a visit to the Wakandan kingdom in Africa to procure some vibranium for equipment. A vehicle sped recklessly towards him, halting abruptly before Link. A bald black man wearing a mask emerged from the driver's seat, accompanied by a stunning red-haired woman, Natasha and Nick. Nick's expression was grave. "Link, you have disappointed me. I had believed you could manage your power." Leaning against the car, Natasha scrolled through her phone, softly commenting, "New York truly is a cursed place." Link regarded Nick with calmness. "I remain composed. I am aware of my actions." Nick's demeanor darkened, the atmosphere thick with tension. "I thought you were a hero of noble heart, yet you are merely a thug wreaking havoc on the streets of New York. I misjudged you. You are a dangerous individual who deserves to have your life stripped away, a monstrous being akin to Hulk." 040 cavalry has appeared. Link crossed his arms, gazing coldly, while Nick, with a heart full of anguish, vehemently reproached Link for his actions. Pointing emphatically to the ground, he declared, "From this day forth, this land shall no longer accommodate you. You will be pursued globally, reduced to a life of toil, akin to Banner, forced to conceal your identity. Even Tony would suffer repercussions due to your reckless behavior, for he is your guardian." Unfazed, Link took Zelda's hand, remaining indifferent to Nick's words. In a low voice, he asserted, "Zelda is the princess of the Hyrule Kingdom. Have you considered the implications of your nation's military assault on our sovereign? There is no need for further discussion. Should war be your desire, let it commence." Natasha stifled a laugh nearby, remarking, "A princess and a knight from two nations, an entire realm comprised of the aristocracy." Since deciding to eliminate Ross, Link had long been prepared. Opposing the world for the sake of one individual was not a difficult choice for him. Courage was something he possessed in abundance. Nick, with a serious expression, nodded, "You make a valid point. I understand you do not wish for the situation to devolve into what I have described." Link was taken aback when Nick suddenly smiled, revealing his cunning nature. "Perhaps you could assist us at SHIELD once more. While your actions have indeed been egregious, I am willing to endure tremendous pressure to help you with Ross's predicament. What do you say?" Link raised an eyebrow. "Ah, so the fox's tail has finally shown itself." Link suddenly realized. "Huh?" Zelda inquired. "So your visit was not merely to condemn Link, but rather to seek something else? Otherwise, why would we? If we truly intended to oppose you, we would have dispatched an army without hesitation," Natasha remarked, examining her impeccably manicured nails and casting a glance at Nick. "It is hardly plausible that we would come to trouble Link with just the two of us. Wouldn't that be rather foolish?" Natasha then leapt to Link's side and faced Nick, saying to Zelda, "If he dares to assign me such a foolhardy mission, I would gladly turn against you, seizing this bald-headed man as a token of loyalty. Then, Princess, would you be willing to harbor me, a mere soldier? This would increase Hyrule's population by a staggering 50%. Zelda smiled. Link hesitated. "Nick, can you help me resolve the issue with Ross?" Nick coughed. "Although it will be exceedingly difficult and may offend many for your sake, I am willing to do so because I have faith in you." Nick's demeanor shifted rapidly. One moment he misjudged Link, and the next he professed his trust. He then narrowed his eyes. "SHIELD, and I shall bear significant costs and pressures for you. Therefore, could you assist us with a task that is not too challenging?" Natasha emitted a barely audible scoff, while Nick spoke earnestly, as if he were making great sacrifices for Link, though in truth, he was merely taking advantage of Link's ignorance of the underlying circumstances. "Ross is nothing short of a madman, a paranoid zealot relentlessly conducting extreme scientific experiments. dangerously obsessed with the idea of mass-producing a monster like the Hulk, and has consequently made countless enemies. Should Link eliminate Ross, many in the council would likely applaud the act. The Hydle could easily mediate the situation, claiming that the grotesque corpse on the scene was a victim of Ross's own creation, thereby effortlessly alleviating Link's troubles. It is certainly not as arduous as Nick suggested. As Link surveyed his surroundings and detected no signs of lurking military forces, he discerned Nick's ulterior motives and inquired, "Speak. What assistance do you require?" Instead of immediately mentioning the need to distance themselves from Link's involvement, Nick first sought confirmation. "Are you truly willing to assist us? Are you certain?" Link nodded affirmatively. Nick and Natasha exchanged a glance, apprehensive, and stated, "Currently, in New York, a centaur has emerged, and we need you to confront it." A centaur? A centaur. It is no wonder that Natasha and Nick were so anxious. The centaur is the most formidable creature in the game, now manifesting in reality. Specifically in New York, the beleaguered citizens of New York now face yet another formidable threat. With the Blood Moon gone, the Hulk arrived. With the Hulk departed, the centaur appeared. Such misfortune is unparalleled. Natasha murmured, "I had heard you mention that centaurs are powerful, but I never anticipated they would be this formidable. We at Hylde are at our wits' end, which is why we sought your help. The risk involved is exceedingly high." The memory of a centaur devastating a battalion of heavy tanks remains vivid. Nick reiterated his query, "Are you genuinely willing to battle the centaur?" He felt a sense of frustration regarding Link, while Link had indeed provided Hylde with substantial information about various creatures' habits and weaknesses. Some of his suggestions had left Nick exasperated. The centaur's weakness lies in its head. Shooting an arrow to induce a stagger followed by mounting and striking the centaur with ferocity. Could a mere mortal truly achieve a headshot to induce a stagger? And mounting the centaur is not as simple as one might assume. When the centaur charges, one must dodge to the side when it sweeps with its weapon. A backflip is required to evade, and when it strikes the ground, one should take advantage of the moment it raises its weapon to attack from behind. Such advice sounds deceptively simple. Are you jesting? While Link generously shared his valuable insights on confronting the centaur, such knowledge is tailor-made for him. For others, it would only lead to demise. Witnessing the centaur single-handedly obliterate a regular army, Nick glanced at Link's suggestions and thought, "You speak so eloquently. Then why not take the lead yourself?" Thus, Nick and Natasha approached Link, both fearful of his potential refusal. This request was far more significant than their previous one, where they merely asked Link to treat Rogers to coffee. This involved confronting a terrifying battle beast, posing a genuine risk to life. In silence, Nick expressed his gratitude to General Ross. "Thank you. You have unwittingly granted me a favor with Link." In truth, Nick and Natasha's concerns are unwarranted. Even if they do not seek out Link, he would undoubtedly traverse great distances upon hearing news of the centaurs, for Link possesses an undeniable affinity for confronting them. The thrill and excitement are irresistible. Just after Nick mentioned the centaurs, he expected Link to deliberate carefully. However, Link immediately seized Natasha's wrist and exclaimed, "Let us go? Where are the centaurs? Take me to them. Nick, prepare my bow, sword, and 3 shields." As night fell, Link did not rush into battle against the centaurs, but instead followed Natasha to a safe house under the jurisdiction of Hylde. Meanwhile, Nick worked tirelessly through the night to address the situation surrounding Ross's death. Regardless of Ross's erratic behavior, he was an American officer, and the notion of a foreigner killing him on domestic soil was intolerable to the United States, which would go to great lengths for retribution. Of course, this was merely a principle. The reality was rife with maneuverability. Nick contacted several high-ranking officials and even briefed the president on the matter, while also reaching out to Tony. He was occupied throughout the night, leaving him no time to rest, but eventually managed to stabilize the situation for Link. Internally, Nick harbored a simmering anger. Ross's actions were excessively extreme. He understood Link well, possessing a sense of justice. Link protects the vulnerable with unwavering courage. Much like Captain America, he is a person of pure goodness. As a member of Hylde, tasked with overseeing extraordinary events and individuals globally, Nick defines Link as powerful yet restrained, gentle and ungreedy, a person of fairness, and easy to get along with. Much like the inland taipan of Australia, which possesses the most lethal venom yet is characterized by its mild temperament and has 0 recorded fatalities, Link embodies the potential of a superhero. In Nick's eyes, he stands alongside Captain America as the most ideal Avenger. Yet, the fact that Ross could provoke Link to such a degree is astonishing. It reaches the level of the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand, which ignited World War II. This caught Nick completely off guard. He found himself mentally berating the deceased old man. Did he truly think Link would shy away from confrontation like his unfortunate daughter's boyfriend? Should Link become an adversary of the United States as a result, Nick would be left to lament, having unwittingly created a formidable enemy. Imagine if Link retaliated with a shield, reflecting a nuclear missile back. Wouldn't that be terrifying? Even if Link refrained from battling the centaurs. Nick felt compelled to resolve the matter for Link's sake, if only for the sake of peace. Many influential individuals Nick contacted during the night expressed their bewilderment. Regardless of the circumstances, Link has brazenly murdered one of our officers on our soil. This is a direct challenge to our authority. He has taken a life. He is a criminal. He deserves to be executed. This is a matter of principle. Nick could only smile wryly, for these sentiments echoed his prior accusations against Link, sentiments he himself could not fully endorse. With patience, Nick attempted to explain. Have you witnessed this farce with your own eyes? Link, much like during the previous Blood Moon chaos, single-handedly vanquished two monstrous foes, subduing one and collaborating to eliminate the other, thereby sacrificing himself to ensure the safety of New York citizens. However, he subsequently found himself under attack from Ross, whose reckless and extreme actions compelled Link to retaliate. One must empathize with this weary hero who bravely confronted two beasts. The situation was not as dire as it appeared. Ross and his forces remained passive throughout the calamity, only to assault the young hero who had put an end to it once the disaster had subsided. Should we persist in our relentless pursuit of Link, exhibiting such arrogance, brutality, and unreasonable behavior, we would merely replicate the very mistakes of Ross, creating needless conflict. If we deem a person a threat solely based on their strength and seek to eliminate them, is this not a manifestation of discrimination? I, Nick Fury, vow with my life that Link is safe and harmless. I have referred to Link as a hero on numerous occasions, and this is precisely my assessment of him. Trust my judgment regarding individuals of extraordinary capabilities. Nick spent an entire night striving to resolve the matter. By the time he completed his final call, the sun had risen the following day, and the streets began to bustle with activity. The resilient people of New York, undeterred by the previous night's monstrous battle, carried on with their lives filled with confidence. A knock echoed twice at the office door, and Hawkeye entered, donning sunglasses. He remarked, "You look rather fatigued." Nick wearily grunted in response. "I'm black. There's no such thing as dark circles for me. What about you? Is your panda eye still lingering?" Hawkeye, clearly annoyed, removed his sunglasses to reveal a significant bruise around his left eye. His usually cool demeanor appeared somewhat comical in contrast to the dark circles. He replied, "Don't even get me started. That night of the blood moon, I stood waiting for 4 hours. When the rock monster emerged, I was able to draw my 250-pound bow with ease and lift it. But, in the midst of my moment of triumph, the other rock monster, out of nowhere, punched me right in the left eye, and the injury has yet to fade." Hawkeye continued, "I heard from Natasha that Link killed Ross last night, and you were helping to manage the aftermath." Nick inquired, "Do you believe Link acted justly?" Hawkeye crossed his arms and responded, "Right or wrong doesn't really matter. If I were in Link's position and that bastard laid hands on my wife, I would have done the same." Though the words sound cool, they seem rather amusing given the context of my bruised eye. Nick nodded. "That settles it then. Link deserves our trust. By the way, did Natasha take Link and the others to confront the centaur?" Hawkeye nodded in affirmation, and Nick asked, "Barton, why didn't you go along?" Hawkeye pointed to his bruised eye. "How could I looking like this?" "Nick." Then Hawkeye rubbed his head, feeling a bit pained. "Natasha had borrowed my bow and arrows for Link without my permission, and I felt too uncomfortable to refuse. You know how it is with Link. Anything he wields tends to explode, so I couldn't bring myself to watch." Nick laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Link was in a jeep driven by Natasha, heading towards the area where centaurs had appeared along with Zelda. Zelda, observing Link flipping through the marketplace on his notebook, inquired, "What are you looking for?" Link pressed the return key and pointed to a motorcycle displayed on the webpage. Zelda exclaimed, "Ah, you want a motorcycle? Actually, I had discussed with Tony about crafting a stylish, personalized bike for you, equipped with numerous impressive features." Natasha, glancing in the rearview mirror, remarked, "Link, at your age, it's illegal to ride a motorcycle on the road." Link retorted, "I'm over 100 years old." "Haha," Natasha scoffed. Do you really think American traffic cops will believe your fairy tale? Link, Zelda added. But Tony, doesn't he have a flying license either? Natasha responded. That's because there are no laws regarding flying armor yet. Zelda clapped her hands and said, then that's settled. I'll arrange for Link to have a flying motorcycle. Natasha, encountering Captain America on Route 042. Link was engrossed in his handheld gaming device, the device intermittently emitting Pikachu sounds. Feeling the vehicle sway slightly, he lifted his head and asked Natasha, where's your sports car? Natasha replied, oh, I didn't bring it. Link looked puzzled, and Natasha smiled. My salary is quite modest. What if someone, in the heat of battle against centaurs, decided to use my car as a weapon? That would be quite distressing. Of course, a mere Jeep poses no issue. Besides, the Jeep belongs to S-H-I-E-L-D. Zelda furrowed her brow and spoke. Learning Chinese is so difficult. Link was taken aback. Why are you learning Chinese? Zelda laughed. Don't you find it fascinating? This world has so many languages, unlike Hyrule, where there's only one common tongue. The country I traversed used Portuguese, yet here they speak English. It's truly intriguing. Natasha chuckled. Then why not learn Russian? Zelda responded in crisp Russian. I've already mastered it. Natasha, incredulous, exclaimed, my goodness. What other languages do you speak? Zelda thought for a moment. French, German, Spanish. Natasha then conversed with Zelda in various languages, and Zelda responded accordingly. Natasha was left speechless. As a top-tier agent, she had mastered many languages through years of diligent effort. Unlike Zelda, the prodigy who pursued language learning as a hobby, Natasha mused, perhaps you long-eared Hyruleans are naturally gifted in languages. What about you, Link? Link nodded in agreement. He too had learned English, and after a bit of Portuguese study on the plane, he could manage basic communication upon landing. In their usual conversations, predominantly led by Zelda, they communicated in the common tongue of Hyrule, the Hylian language. Natasha felt a wave of frustration wash over her, finding herself at a loss for words with the two prodigious youths. As she drove in silence, a sudden exclamation erupted from Link's backpack, followed by the emergence of a curious creature, a Yaha. Peppa yawned and greeted them. Good morning, esteemed hero and princess, his speech characterized by a playful, sing-song tone. Natasha, glancing through the rearview mirror, observed Peppa bouncing around, greeting Link and Zelda with delight, and inquired, where did you find such a pet? Zelda shook her head. This is not a pet. It is a resident of the Korok forest. According to records, it was once an ordinary human who, under unknown circumstances, transformed into this intriguing form. Natasha's demeanor shifted, her gaze turning icy. Could it be a product of biological experimentation? As an operative, Natasha's mind first gravitated towards such dark possibilities. Zelda appeared taken aback. Her childhood tales of Yaha, recounted by the old king, suddenly seemed tainted by Natasha's insinuation, transforming whimsical folklore into something obscure and unsettling. The Yahaha, inherently shy, sensed Natasha's formidable presence and promptly nestled into Link's arms, trembling as it whispered, "This woman is quite frightening." Link, preoccupied with the creature, offered a gentle rub on Peppa's head, providing comfort. Natasha's peripheral vision caught Peppa's delicate form, and she pondered the anatomical structure of such an unusual being. Link lifted his gaze towards Natasha, cautioning, do not entertain any ill intentions towards Peppa. Surprised, Natasha retorted, what would make you think that? Yet, a flicker of unease coursed through her. Link was astutely perceptive. The hidden abilities of an operative are a lifeline, and Natasha, often enigmatic, found it challenging to convey her true emotions through mere appearances. Thus, she remained wary of individuals like Link, who possessed an uncanny instinct to discern truths without reliance on information or documentation, guided solely by an inexplicable intuition. As they approached a red light at an intersection, Natasha halted the vehicle. Suddenly, the roar of a motorcycle engine pierced the air, and a robust rider pulled alongside them. Removing his helmet revealed the familiar visage of Captain Rogers. Link leaned forward, lowering the window, as Rogers greeted them with a smile. What a coincidence to run into you both. Hello, Natasha. Though his smile was present, a shadow of melancholy lingered in Rogers' demeanor. Link recognized the profound sense of loss Rogers experienced due to the chasm of time, a sentiment Link himself had tasted. In the heat of battle, distractions were few. But in the stillness of night, when solitude enveloped him, the agonizing reality of estrangement seeped into his being, leaving him restless. Natasha turned back with a smile. I plan to take these two little ones on a picnic in the countryside, while also dealing with a certain monster. Rogers glanced at Link, who nodded in agreement. With a smile, Rogers replied, "Mind if I join you? I might be of assistance." Despite the plethora of modern urban distractions, Rogers found himself devoid of purpose, as all his friends had perished. From a distance, he caught sight of Link's profile in the vehicle, recognizing a familiar face amidst the crowd. He swiftly rode his motorcycle over, eager to engage in conversation and alleviate his solitude. However, upon learning that another battle was imminent, his interest was piqued. It wasn't that Rogers had an affinity for combat. Rather, as a soldier in this unfamiliar era, fighting was his sole recourse. Be it striking a sandbag or battling skeletons, it mattered little to him. He sought to avoid the despair of purposelessness, for in that emptiness, the overwhelming uncertainty of reality could easily consume his heart, even if it was the strongest in the world. Natasha hesitated, but Link immediately exclaimed, "Excellent. Another vibranium shield to utilize." Consequently, Rogers parked his motorcycle by the roadside and took his place in the passenger seat beside Natasha, with the addition of another member to their ranks. Link introduced Rogers to Zelda and Peppa. Peppa, sensing a resemblance between the robust man and Link, greeted him with much more enthusiasm than she had shown Natasha. Waving her tiny hand, "Hello, I am Peppa." Rogers blinked, unable to comprehend Peppa's Hylian tongue, yet he discerned her intent, and thus introduced himself earnestly. "I am Stephen Rogers." Peppa remarked, "You are quite tall." Rogers hesitated for a moment before responding, "I am pleased to meet you too." Peppa wiggled the leaf in her hand. "Do you play hide and seek?" Rogers chuckled, "Indeed, I am out for a ride." Peppa swayed her hand downward. "I enjoy hiding beneath the stones." Rogers nodded in agreement. "Certainly, I prefer running over riding my motorcycle." Thus, Zelda, Link, and Natasha stood in astonishment as the two language-barriered individuals conversed animatedly, each speaking in their own worlds, yet surprisingly managing to engage in a lively dialogue that persisted all the way to their destination. Upon arriving at a desolate plain, Natasha halted the vehicle and spotted a sign warning of the imminent presence of centaurs. She remarked, "The expansive area ahead is rife with centaur activity." Link disembarked and retrieved 3 bows, 3 swords, and 3 shields from the trunk. His weaponry space could only accommodate one of each type, so he planned to leave the additional weapons and shields on the ground for easy access during battle. As for Captain America's vibranium shield, Link felt a twinge of disappointment. It was unlikely that Rogers could carry it while riding a motorcycle. Should the need arise, Link might even have to offer one of his shields to Rogers. Meanwhile, Natasha also retrieved a sniper rifle and smiled at Rogers, saying, "Could you please carry my rifle for me?" Thus, the 4 of them, along with a cheerful Yaha, proceeded cautiously. Link led the way, maintaining a distance of 10 meters ahead of the others. If the centaurs were to charge, he would be the first to encounter their onslaught. Zelda, adorned with a camera hanging around her neck, snapped pictures left and right, while Yaha perched on Rogers' shoulder, making nonsensical sounds with a sandhammer. Link's ears perked up as he sensed a slight tremor in the ground. He whispered, "The centaurs are approaching." Natasha hurriedly set up her sniper rifle, crouching low in anticipation. "Hey, Papa." "Oh," she exclaimed, somewhat startled. In the distance, a shadow appeared, rapidly expanding and rushing towards them. It was a colossal centaur with chestnut-red hair, charging with astonishing ferocity. Hey, Papa, frightened, curled up and feigned bravado, shouting in a high-pitched voice, "Go, brave hero." Link, sword in hand, quickly distanced himself from the group. He plunged his sword into the ground, raised his weapons and shield skyward, scattering them around. Grabbing his bow, he released an arrow that soared forth, but the centaur swiftly lowered its head, evading the projectile effortlessly, then lowered its body and charged. The force of the centaur's assault was more intimidating than that of a train hurtling towards them. Everyone held their breath for Link, while Zelda watched anxiously. The centaur from the Marvel Universe was far more formidable and grotesque than the ones from Hyrule. Natasha lay flat, gripping her sniper rifle, but her first shot went awry, prompting a curse. Link focused intently on the centaur's movements, and as the Who's approached him, he seized the opportunity, momentarily slipping into bullet time and dodging past it. In an instant, he surged forward, launching a fierce assault with his sword, delivering several rapid strikes. Natasha gasped, realizing that Link's strategy was indeed feasible. She had thought Link's suggestion to sidestep the charging monster was merely casual banter. Yet, despite her awareness of Link's prowess, witnessing his actual evasion and precise counterattack left her utterly astonished. Hey, Papa cheered, "Yay, yay, go, brave hero." In contrast, Zelda's expression grew even more troubled as she discerned that Link's previous assault had inflicted minimal damage on the centaur. The Marvel centaur was significantly stronger. The centaur reared its front hooves and struck the ground with its massive sword. Link dashed behind the creature, causing the ground to tremble with a resounding thud. He leapt, grasping the hair on the centaur's rear, vaulting onto its back, and began to slash wildly at its neck. The centaur bellowed and thrashed, during which Natasha fired again, hitting the centaur's chest. However, the bullet merely embedded itself within the thick fur, failing to elicit any response or bloodshed. Natasha muttered, "The fur is quite dense. It seems I must aim for the eyes." Link was soon thrown off. At that moment, Rogers charged in, snatching a shield and hurling it like a frisbee, striking the centaur's head. The centaur roared, its cold, furious eyes locking onto Rogers. Rogers shrugged. "Hey, that temper won't serve you well." He had adapted significantly to this creature's ferocity. As the centaur prepared to charge, a loud explosion echoed from behind, sending a cloud of dust and debris swirling. Link, using the shield as a springboard, leapt into the air, knocking an arrow and releasing it with precision, striking the centaur. The beast's massive form swayed slightly. Link landed, gripping the sword's hilt tightly, and with all his might, thrust it toward the centaur. Bang! The sword shattered. Link cursed under his breath. He had wronged Tony earlier. For it was not Tony's weapons that lacked durability, but rather those crafted by others that were inferior. At that moment, a centaur wielding a shield struck Link, sending him flying. With a grunt, Link immediately lost 2 health points, rolling across the ground for quite a distance, his surroundings spinning chaotically. As he staggered to his feet, the centaur let out a furious roar, rearing back and unleashing a torrent of flames. The searing fire surged forth like a black mamba, and Link rolled incessantly, desperately evading the onslaught. Despite his efforts, the flames singed the hem of his garments. Rogers, taken aback, exclaimed, "Can it breathe fire too?" Link extinguished the flames with a swift roll. Just then, the centaur charged forward, brandishing a colossal sword, sweeping it horizontally. With a deft maneuver, Link countered, spinning to deliver a shield bash. There was a resounding thud as the centaur became momentarily rigid. Seizing the opportunity, Link leapt into the air, grasping the centaur's mane, and deftly mounted its back. In that moment, devoid of a sword, Link resorted to using an arrow as a dagger, stabbing it fiercely into the centaur's neck. The centaur instinctively reached behind to seize Link, but instead grasped a round bomb. With a sudden explosion, Link was propelled off the centaur, landing on his shield. Rogers, keenly observing the situation, leapt high to catch Link, cradling him in his arms with a grin, saying, "You always seem to be flying around." Link struggled to his feet, retorting, "I don't wish to." He quickly retrieved a large sword from the ground as the centaur charged once more. With a fierce growl, Link executed another shield bash. Rogers also surged forward, using his shield as a blunt weapon, elbowing the centaur's head. Meanwhile, Link maneuvered beside the centaur, swinging the large sword in a whirling attack, striking continuously until his stamina waned. With a final, powerful shout, he delivered a vertical cleave. A deep, bloody gash appeared on the centaur's body. As Link panted, Zelda cried out, "Watch out." Just then, the centaur's tail lashed out, sending Link hurtling through the air. "The hero has been launched," Pepper exclaimed. The centaur then turned its gaze towards the other 3 individuals on the battlefield. Instantly, the 3, along with a forest sprite, were drenched in cold sweat. This was their first encounter with the centaur's menacing presence without Link by their side. Natasha looked up, murmuring, "Without Link, the centaur's hostility has shifted towards us." The pressure suddenly fell upon Rogers. Taking a deep breath, he declared with resolve, "Now, your opponent is me." He positioned his shield defensively before him. Link soared through the sky, watching the ground shrink away, recalling the harrowing experience of his unprotected fall upon his arrival. He never wished to relive that scenario. Fortunately, he had transformed since then. As he began to descend, Link placed his shield beneath him, detonating bombs to mitigate his fall. It was as if he were stepping down a staircase, gradually gliding towards the ground, until his shield met its demise in a spectacular explosion. Without hesitation, Link raced back, knowing it was far too perilous to leave Zelda and the others on the battlefield. Though Captain America and Black Widow are both masters of combat with near-perfect skills, they find that mere martial prowess is insufficient when confronted by the centaur. The creature sends Link flying a considerable distance, and as he passes a farm, he notices a black horse languidly gnawing on spoiled vegetable leaves, its tail flicking in boredom. The surrounding area has been deserted by residents fleeing from the centaur, leaving this horse likely abandoned by its owner in a hasty escape. Fortunately, the abundance of unharvested green vegetables ensures the horse will not starve. Upon seeing the horse, Link's eyes brighten. Riding would be far swifter than running on foot. He rushes over and leaps onto the horse's back. The black horse, startled by the audacity of this unknown rider, begins to buck and thrash violently, attempting to dislodge Link. Amidst the tumult, Link desperately tries to soothe the horse, pondering whether its irritable demeanor stems from being upset by its owner, who may have fled in a panic, leaving it behind in search of freedom. Having tamed even the swiftest steeds of Hyrule, Link finds this ordinary horse from the Marvel Universe to be no challenge at all. Within 3 seconds, he has subdued the black horse, which surrenders and begins to trot in circles. Link affectionately pats its neck, then gently spurs its rear, prompting the horse to neigh and gallop forward. With mastery over his equestrian skills, Link unleashes the full speed of the black horse, racing through the desolate farmlands with exhilarating abandon. In no time, he returns to the battlefield, shouting, "Princess!" He spots Natasha fleeing with Zelda, while Rogers valiantly withstands the centaur's massive sword, only to be sent flying. The centaur relentlessly swings its weapon at Natasha and Zelda. In a moment of urgency, Link rides forward at full speed, leaping from the horse's back to shoot an arrow directly at the centaur. The arrow pierces the air, successfully staggering the creature, causing its giant sword to crash down beside Natasha. Breathless, Black Widow looks up at the approaching Link and exclaims, "Our little hero has finally returned." As the centaur rises once more, Natasha quickly leads Zelda away. Meanwhile, Rogers, having been knocked aside, sits up with a broken right arm, grimacing in pain but determined to continue the fight, unwilling to allow the two women to face the centaur alone. However, upon seeing Link arrive just in time, he exhales in relief and sinks back down, murmuring, "I can only rely on you now." Like Link, the centaur is a silent warrior. It rises, raising its shield to protect its head, its gaze fixated on Link as he circles around on horseback. With the true adversary back in the fray, the centaur disregards everyone else. Link circles, seeking an opportunity to strike, yet the centaur vigilantly guards its head against Link's arrows. After a full rotation without finding an opening, he grasps the horse's mane and picks up a sword from the ground. Noticing the black horse's nervousness in the presence of the centaur, Link gently strokes its mane and reassures it, "It's all right. We will prevail." Once the horse settles, Link shouts a rallying cry, urging the black steed to charge towards the centaur. The centaur faced Link head-on, wielding a colossal sword that arced from below, a collision between the two riders imminent. The trio, watching from a safe distance, collectively held their breath, uncertain of the outcome of this fierce encounter. As the fierce wind from the approaching weapon rushed towards Link, he lowered his head, narrowly evading the giant sword strike. In that fleeting moment, he shifted his weight forward and delivered a decisive blow, the blade slicing through the centaur's fur and leaving a long gash across its abdomen. In the blink of an eye, they separated, with Link gaining the upper hand. "Go, brave hero," Peppa cheered. Both the centaur and Link turned to face each other, and Link dismounted to retrieve a shield, climbing back onto his steed. He caressed the horse's neck for reassurance while his gaze remained fixed on the formidable foe. After steadying their breaths, they charged at one another once more. As they crossed paths, the centaur swung its massive sword downwards, twisting its wrist to redirect the blade. With a powerful strike, it increased the attack's range significantly. Link hurriedly raised his shield to block, but this time, he was unable to deflect the blow successfully. The force of the centaur's strike sent Link flying off his mount. The shield shattered upon impact, and the weight of the blow left him gasping for air, the wind howling in his ears. Fortunately, having defeated Hulk previously, Link had gained additional health and strength. Otherwise, he might not have withstood such an assault. Had he not clung tightly to the horse's belly, the black steed would have been thrown off and potentially injured. Rogers, recalling his previous actions, quickly positioned himself to catch Link as he fell. Link noticed blood trickling from his palm where he gripped the shield, while hooves thundered like a rushing torrent. "Can you hold on?" Rogers inquired. With unwavering resolve, Link replied, "Of course." As Rogers leaped aside, Link rolled to evade the centaur's onslaught. Rising to his feet, he observed the centaur stabilizing itself, its piercing gaze never leaving Link. The beast charged once more. Link turned and fled, pursued relentlessly by the centaur, which unleashed fiery blasts in his direction. Link narrowly dodged a flame, skidding to a halt to evade the next attack. Seizing the moment, the centaur swung its sword with tremendous force. If it connected, Link would sustain far worse injuries than before. In a moment of desperation, Link whistled sharply, summoning his steed, which charged forward without hesitation. Filled with elation, Link executed a backflip onto the horse, narrowly escaping danger. He seized his sword and hurled it at the centaur's face, shattering it into fragments. Bending down, Link grasped his final sword. As the centaur stood momentarily dazed, he closed the gap at maximum speed, leaping onto the centaur's head, channeling all his strength. He wagered the outcome of the battle on this one attack. With a resounding thrust, the sword pierced deep into the centaur's skull. It let out a thunderous roar as Link, refusing to grant it any reprieve, vigorously shook the sword before extracting it, the blade now slick with crimson. The centaur's head lay in disarray, and it collapsed, unable to rise again. Link leapt down and stood before the centaur, his sword trembling in hand. The durability of his final blade could only endure one last strike. Yet, that was sufficient. Gripping the sword with both hands, he aimed for the centaur's neck to deliver the fatal blow. With a swift motion, the centaur's head was severed from its body. In this battle, Link emerged victorious. As Link brought his sword down, the centaur exploded into a cloud of black smoke, vanishing into thin air. The whisper of the goddess Hylia echoed in his ears once more. The hero's trial is complete. Defeat the centaur to acquire the Ice Maker skill. This skill allowed Link to erect a rectangular pillar of ice and water, a highly convenient ability. However, he pondered what remarkable effects it might have in the Marvel Universe. Despite several attempts, he had been unable to trigger the awakening of the legendary champions, which left Link feeling somewhat disheartened. As the black smoke dissipated, only Link remained, still catching his breath, alongside 3 golden fruits that lay before him. Having observed the one-eyed giant drop a life fruit, Link had kept an eye on the centaur. And to his surprise, it too had yielded loot, though the items appeared somewhat familiar. Link picked up the 3 somewhat odorous golden fruits and suddenly realized they were none other than the chloro fruits. These peculiar fruits would grant Link additional weapon space. Due to his immense strength, he often damaged his weapons, frequently rotating through several during battles, relying on the weapon space provided by the chloro fruits. Link waved to Peppa, who approached him, flying with a leaf-like propeller, followed closely by Zelda and the others. Upon noticing the fruits in Link's hand, Peppa exclaimed, "Oh, hero, these are chloro fruits." Natasha, feeling a bit wary, inquired, "What are those?" The foul odor reminded her of the durian Link had steamed in the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Zelda explained, "These are fruits from Peppa's species. They assist Link in providing weapon space. As you can see, Link can store his weapons in a small personal space and retrieve them at will." Rogers, rubbing his shoulder, remarked, "So, even when Link is unarmed, he can conjure weapons for battle at any moment? What an extraordinary ability." Rogers was adept only with a shield, while Natasha was skilled with various weapons. She envisioned a terrifying scenario, Link initially wielding a sword, then seamlessly transitioning to chains, and finally to a dagger. This meant that Link's next move would always be unpredictable. A prospect Natasha dreaded. Peppa stood on Link's palm, gazing around and then up at Link, whispering, "Hero, can I use the chloro fruits to help you expand your weapon space?" Link, pleasantly surprised, replied, "You can do that? I thought only Berkulin could assist me in increasing my weapon space." Berkulin was a towering figure from the chloro forest, resembling a giant white radish. Much like Peppa, Berkulin was also dancing exuberantly with a sandhammer in hand. Peppa chirped, "I am not as formidable as Lord Berkulin. I can assist the brave hero in expanding his weapon space, but I cannot specify which category will be increased. In other words, the weapon space I augment will randomly select from weapons, shields, or bows." Link shook his head. "That is of no consequence. Please proceed to enhance my weapon space. I find myself lacking in all 3 categories." Thus, Peppa took 3 Korok fruits from Link's hand, brandished the sandhammer, and began to perform an adorably charming dance. Rogers and Natasha exchanged puzzled glances, for as Peppa commenced the dance, a joyous melody unexpectedly filled the air from an unknown source. Natasha firmly believed that this little creature's sandhammer concealed a music player. Upon concluding the dance, Peppa chirped once more, and Link felt a delightful thrum in his heart as an additional slot opened in his weapon space, allowing him at last to carry an extra sword as a backup. At that moment, Rogers clutched his arm in evident pain. Natasha remarked, "Having defeated the centaur, we must hasten back. Rogers requires treatment for his arm." Link inquired, "Would you like an ice pack for relief?" As he extended his hand, the surrounding moisture coalesced into a rectangular block of ice. Rogers expressed his gratitude, taking the ice and examining it, asking, "A new skill?" Link nodded. Rogers chuckled, "What a pity. had you lived 2 centuries ago. Your ability to create ice could have made you a millionaire. Natasha, like an agile antelope, darted to retrieve a small camera she had previously placed on the ground. With a smile, she patted the camera and said to Link, "The footage of your valiant victory over the monster has been preserved." Link felt a twinge of confusion regarding Natasha's interest in the device, but deemed it inconsequential and paid it no further mind. At that moment, the black horse approached Link. Snorting loudly, Link smiled and gently patted the horse's nose, softly saying, "Thanks to you. You are a hero of this battle." Rogers quipped, "If we tally contributions, this horse has undoubtedly surpassed mine." Natasha gazed at the black horse and asked, "Link, what do you intend to do with him?" Link replied, "I shall adopt him." He then lifted Zelda and placed her atop the horse. Seeing the horse bow its head in a docile manner, Natasha stepped forward to pet it, only to be met with a fierce whinny. Link frowned and admonished, "Be more amiable." Heeding the warning, the horse reverted to its gentle demeanor, allowing Natasha to stroke it. Natasha marveled at the transformation. Although the battle was perilous, it did not consume much time. Natasha drove Rogers back to the city for treatment, while Link and Zelda leisurely rode back atop the black horse. As they journeyed, Link gazed at the clear sky and sighed. Zelda, nestled in his arms, smiled and said, "The battles were intense. You must be feeling somewhat weary, yes?" Link nodded in agreement. Certainly, Link was aware of the plot of Iron Man 2. The battles would not unfold in such a relentless manner as they currently did, offering no respite. The two of them ambled along on horseback for an hour. Yet they had not traveled far. At that moment, a large vehicle approached from the roadside, with Coulson at the wheel and Nick in the passenger seat. The vehicle came to a halt, and Nick rolled down the window, remarking, "You two seem to be enjoying a leisurely pace. At this rate, you won't return to the city until nightfall. I've come to fetch you. Natasha sent me the video. I trust that those influential figures will recognize your contributions after witnessing your efforts in vanquishing the monsters." Coulson chuckled, suggesting, "I recommend Nick accompany it with some invigorating music." But alas, he declined. It would have enhanced the effect. The centaurs were indeed terrifying, and it was astonishing that even the captain had sustained injuries. Coulson, having viewed the video, was still shaken. Link faced some playful teasing. They led the horses to the back of the vehicle, and Nick praised, "Where did you find such a gentle mare?" He attempted to pat the horse's rear, but the black mare glared with menace, lifting its hoof and nearly delivering a kick that would have left Nick breathless. Zelda reproached Nick, saying, "Mr. Fury, Epona is a lady." Nostalgic for his beloved steed from Hyrule, Link named the black mare after her. Nick mumbled, "She almost kicked me into oblivion. Perhaps I should apologize to her." The proud mare flicked her tail, responding to Nick with a huff. Once they settled their horses, Link and Zelda climbed into the vehicle. Nick stated, "I've taken care of the situation regarding Ross. He succumbed to mental illness, spiraling into reckless biological experiments, ultimately choosing to take his own life. I showed the video of your battle with the centaurs to those influential figures. They were moved by your heroic deeds." Link, rarely sardonic, retorted, "Not long ago. Wasn't I labeled a savage deserving of death?" Nick offered an awkward smile, aware that Link had seen through his previous ruse, and chose to remain silent. Nick continued, "I previously discussed with Tony the formation of the Avengers. Would you be interested?" Link glanced at Nick and replied, "When calamity strikes, the heroes destined to rise will inevitably do so." At that moment, Peppa suddenly leapt from Link's embrace, clambering onto the driver's seat, then with a playful jump, she landed on Nick's head, exclaiming, "Wow, so round, so much fun." Nick wore a troubled expression while Link and Zelda erupted into laughter, and Coulson struggled to suppress his amusement. Nick pondered, "I hope this little creature doesn't decide to relieve itself on my head." Link laughed and shook his head, having overestimated Nick's resilience. After all, Peppa was quite sensitive and instinctively wary of individuals like Black Widow, yet in the presence of Nick Fury, the overseer of global anomalies, she displayed no fear. This was curious. Could it be that a bald head exudes an aura of approachability? After visiting Rogers at the hospital, Link and Zelda returned to Tony's residence in California, where J.A.R.V.I.S. greeted them at the door, saying, "Welcome back, Link and Zelda. Tony is hosting a party." Link and Zelda stepped inside, greeted immediately by the cacophony of lively music and an overwhelming array of fragrances. A multitude of men and women filled Tony's opulent mansion to its brim. Link grasped Zelda's hand, maneuvering through the crowd to greet Tony. Before them stood a portly, inebriated man, clutching a wine glass, his bleary eyes fixating on the duo. With a greasy grin, he leaned in and remarked, "My dear young lady, your hairstyle is quite splendid," while extending his hand toward her. Link furrowed his brow, indignation rising within him. How dare you be so disrespectful to a princess? Do you seek your own demise? Yet, recognizing that this was Tony's soiree and the drunken man was a guest, Link refrained from unleashing his wrath upon him. Instead, he pulled Zelda behind him and spoke in a measured tone. "Sir, we." However, the drunken man, oblivious to Link's presence, reached out and pinched Link's cheek, grinning lewdly. Such smooth and tender skin. Link inhaled deeply, his fury nearly causing his hair to stand on end, while Zelda doubled over in laughter, clutching her stomach. Link's expression darkened. Yet the intoxicated man continued, oblivious to the tension, boasting, "I am the editor of tomorrow's Star magazine. Have you considered, His words were abruptly cut short as Link hoisted him up, declaring, "Jarvis, open the door." "Certainly, Link." Jarvis responded with a chuckle. As the door swung open, Link tossed the drunken man outside as if shooting a basketball. The nearby guests gasped in surprise, and suddenly, one individual began clapping, followed by a chorus of applause and cheers, mistaking the event for a mere spectacle between Link and the drunken man. The commotion soon captured Tony's attention. He was currently engaged in a drunken boast with two Latin beauties, but upon seeing Link, he seized a microphone and bellowed, "Welcome, Elf Link." The crowd, bemused yet eager to follow their host's lead, joined in a raucous chant of Link. Tony approached, pulling Link onto a raised platform, lifting his hand triumphantly, exclaiming, "The media has been searching for the hero Link, who vanquished two monsters. Let us applaud this new superhero." The roar of cheers was deafening. In his inebriated state, Tony wrapped his arm around Link's neck, leaning heavily upon him, leaving Link somewhat flustered. Catching sight of Zelda, who was smiling and waving at him, Link dashed up the stairs, silently pleading, "Don't leave me here alone." He noticed many guests snapping photographs and, feeling compelled, managed an awkward smile and a wave. Suddenly, Tony bellowed, "Everyone, quiet down." The room fell silent, the guests perplexed by Tony's sudden outburst. He pointed accusingly at the crowd. "I know some of you in the media are fabricating worthless articles, concocting rumors about me. What nonsense. Analyzing who is stronger, Iron Man or the elf, right?" The guests exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of why Tony had turned so vehemently against the media. Yet, in an instant, he smirked, "Actually, I too am curious to know who is stronger, Link or I. Shall I and Link treat this as a battleground and engage in a duel?" The crowd erupted into cheers. Oh. The clamor was deafening, and indeed, Tony Stark was never short of headlines. Link extricated himself from Tony's grasp and hastily remarked, "Tony, I've just returned from battle and feeling well. You go ahead and enjoy. I shall retire upstairs to rest." In response, Tony took a step back, and the floor beneath him suddenly split open, revealing several mechanical arms that swiftly adorned him with his armored suit. He bellowed, "Prepare yourself," and lunged forward with a punch. Link deftly dodged, feeling a surge of irritation. Firstly, Link despised alcohol. Secondly, he loathed drunkards. Thirdly, he abhorred the antics of intoxicated individuals. Fourthly, he resented being dragged into the embarrassment caused by such individuals. With a grimace, he descended the steps to retreat to his room. Behind him, Tony laughed heartily. "Why are you running?" Then, with a swift motion, he shot a laser beam towards Link's back. Lacking a shield, Link realized that dodging would endanger those in front of him. His eyes caught a plate of cake on a nearby table. He swiftly grasped it, pivoted, and executed a flawless shield counter, redirecting the laser back at Tony's armor, which sent him crashing into the wall. Meanwhile, the audience remained blissfully unaware of the peril unfolding, still cheering enthusiastically. Link versus Iron Man. Tony emerged from the rubble, sporting a languid smile. Observing the chaotic crowd around him, he thrust his hand forward, unleashing another attack. Link attempted to block with the plate again, but this time he failed, resulting in the laser scorching a substantial hole in the wall. "Tony!" Link shouted as he rushed towards him, grasping both of Tony's wrists with a hint of anger, whispering, "Enough. This could hurt someone." Tony replied with a grin, "Why not let everyone have some fun? I wish to witness your current prowess." As Iron Man was, after all, agile and unpredictable, he twisted his wrist, palm facing backward, and expelled a jet of heated air. The two were propelled into the air, tumbling together until Tony flung Link outward, who crashed through a window and landed in the swimming pool outside. Tony returned to the stage, raising two fingers and declaring, "First." The crowd continued to roar in excitement. Link emerged from the pool, having ingested a mouthful of chlorinated water and pulled himself up with the railing. In a fit of frustration, he wrenched the railing free and hurled it at Tony, striking him with a resounding clang. Link then retrieved his game console from his pocket, now waterlogged and inoperable. "So, you wish to fight? I shall gladly oblige." Tony, sitting up, exclaimed, "What is a duel without stakes? Listen closely, everyone. If Link can defeat me, I shall gift him this mansion and all its treasures." The spectators, reveling in the spectacle, cheered in unison. It became evident to Link that this behavior from Tony stemmed from his despair over palladium poisoning, reminiscent of the original timeline. As he squandered wealth and indulged in revelry to cope with his pressure, the onset of the illness is still premature. It is not nearly as severe as it was in the original timeline. However, Tony has already begun to succumb to despair, awaiting his own demise. Link cannot passively observe the plot develop to such a dire extent, only to later feign excuses to rescue Tony. Under the guise of facilitating his transformation while avoiding disruption of the narrative or causing a butterfly effect, Link has no intention of adhering to such constraints. Today, he intends to reveal the truth to Tony. Before doing so, Link decides to exact a measure of retribution. He approaches Tony, who, in a drunken stupor, slurs, "You. Go fetch a weapon." Link chuckles, "To contend with you? I shall wield this fork and this plate. This is a sword. And this is a shield, sufficient to deal with you." A gasp ripples through the crowd. Is Link truly proposing to battle the armored Iron Man with mere cutlery? This is sensational news material. The 15-year-old boy, appearing so humble and serene, unexpectedly speaks with such audacity. Tony laughs, leaning at an angle with his hands on his hips. "Link, you are mocking me." Without hesitation, Link lunges forward, delivering a flying kick to Tony's head. Thud! Tony's head jolts, causing him to lose his balance and crash heavily onto the floor. In retaliation, Tony fires a laser beam, a searing burst of light shooting forth. Link swiftly dodges, seizing Iron Man's wrist, and with a forceful sweep, sends a chandelier crashing down into the living room. Chaos ensues. Link shouts, "Why are you still here? Are you not afraid of being caught in the light?" The crowd, startled, dissipates within moments, leaving only Link and Tony behind. Meanwhile, Zelda upstairs remains unaffected. Engrossed in her book with headphones on, Link kneels atop Iron Man's helmet, stating, "Tony, remain calm. You have yet to utter the words that might save you." However, Tony seizes Link's ankle and flings him away. Rising, Tony aims a missile directly at Link, who, in midair, holds the plate, and with a resounding explosion, the missile ricochets out the window. Link crashes against the wall, dazed and disoriented, as Iron Man approaches. Just as Iron Man begins to declare, "You have lost," Link's hand trembles, sending the fork flying. A seemingly ordinary fork, infused with Link's strength, pierces through Tony's titanium alloy mask, rendering the display before him inoperative. The fork's tip quivers as it punctures a small wound into Tony's nose, sending beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow, sobering him considerably. Link states, "You wish to fight me?" Grasping Iron Man's ankle, he swings him forcefully to the ground. "Do you wish to duel?" He delivers another powerful strike. Bang, bang, bang. Like a chef kneading dough, Link relentlessly slams Iron Man into the ground. Despite Tony's armor, the brutality of the blows is unbearable. He urgently calls out, "JARVIS, disengage the leg armor." Iron Man breaks free from Link's grasp and takes flight, but barely 2 steps into the air, he suddenly finds himself immobilized. JARVIS promptly reports, "Sir, there is an interference from an unidentified spatial force." Tony, astonished, gazed at Link and perceived, through the mere pinpricks of his visor, a faintly discernible line of distorted space connecting his body to Link's. Link's magnetic grappler possessed the ability to manipulate all metals, including Iron Man himself. With a mere gesture, Link commanded Iron Man to crash violently to the ground. Another gesture sent him soaring into the sky, only to collide with the earth once more. Repeatedly, Link wielded the grappler to hurl Tony about, striking him twice every second, creating a cacophony of clangs that echoed for 10 minutes until Tony finally vented his frustration. At that moment, Tony, feeling dazed and unable to rise, muttered, "I conceded 5 minutes ago." Link chuckled, "I didn't hear that." Tony rolled over, lying on the ground, and with a crack, removed his helmet, revealing his battle suit in tatters, fit only for the scrap heap. Link approached, kneeling beside Tony, and inquired, "Are you done playing?" Tony mumbled, "One day." I will design a suit that can defeat you. I've already initiated the project. Your arrogance won't last long. Once more, Link activated the magnetic grappler, lifting Tony into the air. Tony cried out, all right. I apologize, you've won. This house belongs to you. I apologize for my recklessness. The recent tumultuous battle had left Tony visibly shaken, drenched in sweat, and he was now fully alert. Link then remarked, I know you're suffering from palladium poisoning. Feeling as though there is no escape, correct? Tony's expression darkened as he replied, has Zelda already figured it out and told you? Link chose not to respond directly, but continued, I know something about your father. Tony scoffed, you traveled to New York and met my dad's old friend, Captain America. So you've learned a bit about his misdeeds, haven't you? Link remained silent and pressed on. It also pertains to your existence. After Link painstakingly laid out the situation, Tony fell into a long silence. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke. I truly don't know how to thank you. However, you witnessed my humiliation and reduced me to a mere salted fish in a can. I suppose we are even now. Despite his words, Tony silently cherished this invaluable favor. Humph. Tony chuckled. Even 2 decades after his passing, he still seeks to educate me. Tony unfastened his armor and stood, still somewhat dazed from Link's earlier onslaught. He walked through the shattered glass to the edge of the swimming pool, stretching lazily. What splendid weather. A perfect day for scientific endeavors. Scientific endeavors? At the mention of this beloved term, Zelda hurried down the stairs, exclaiming, Tony, do you need my assistance? What have you two been up to? She gazed in astonishment at the chaos surrounding them. Tony turned dramatically, spreading his arms wide. Link just gave me a beating and claimed this house. It now belongs to you. Zelda looked utterly perplexed. What are you talking about? She approached Link, seeking clarification. However, Link wore a rather discontented expression, prompting Zelda to immediately apologize. I'm sorry. I felt quite overwhelmed earlier and left you here. My sincerest apologies. Tony approached, taking one of each of them by the hand, and declared, let us return to the office. There is something significant to address. A new element. Back to the office? Link sighed. I just returned from New York. Please, spare me. Tony earnestly implored Link. Please, you were the one who informed me about this matter. If it truly succeeds, it would be the second time you've saved my life. I hope you can witness this. After Tony's persistent requests, Link reluctantly agreed, and he and Zelda set forth once more on the journey to New York. In just a few days, having made the trip 3 times and engaged in several fierce battles, Link found himself somewhat exasperated with New York. Consequently, on the plane, he sank into a deep slumber in his seat. Thoughtfully, Peppa brought over a light blanket and handed it to Zelda, who gently draped it over Link. Tony rubbed his head, now marked with bruises from the thrashing Link had given him. Ever since he successfully crafted the Iron Man suit, he had wished to challenge Link, only to be unexpectedly bested. Who taught Link such formidable skills and strength? Zelda shook her head. I haven't spent much time with Link either. He grew up among the Zoras, in the land of the fish people. I have never seen him lose a match. Tony was taken aback. Not even once? Zelda nodded. Not a single time. Even when faced with opponents 10 times stronger than him, he always finds a way to emerge victorious. In the height of the Hyrule Kingdom, there was not a single competitor who could rival Link, making it somewhat of a disservice to have him serve as my personal knight. Tony rubbed his nose. That is frightening. I can't believe I fought against someone as legendary as him. Zelda reminisced about the day a century ago when Link had been gravely injured. After Ganon seized the palace, for champions were trapped within the divine beast and fell. Link carried me to safety for 5 days and nights, while the Guardian army relentlessly pursued us. That was Link's most brutal battle. Oh, the Guardians can unleash lasers akin to the Iron Man suit, and once they lock onto you, it is nearly impossible to evade. An ordinary person wouldn't survive a single strike. Throughout those 5 days and nights, Link battled ceaselessly against the endless Guardians, nearly succumbing to exhaustion and severe injuries. Meanwhile, I, as a burden, was safeguarded by Link, emerging with only minor scrapes and bruises. Tony gazed at Link, contemplating. This young man has endured a considerable amount. An ambitious thought began to stir within him. Only a genius like myself could possibly defeat the undefeated Link. Thus, Tony set himself a modest goal, to conquer Link. He then fixed his gaze on Peppa, poking her gently and inquiring, Little one, what is your name? Peppa, with a fierce demeanor, playfully kicked Tony's hand with her tiny feet, exclaiming in a tender voice, I am not afraid of you. Huh. Zelda cradled Peppa in her arms and smiled, saying, This is Peppa, a creature known as a Clolo from the land of Hyrule, and she is a friend of Link and me. Tony crossed his arms and inquired. Creatures from Hyrule are quite formidable. Does this little one possess any remarkable abilities? Zelda tilted her head in contemplation and replied, she excels at hide and seek. Upon disembarking from the plane, Link surveyed the New York sky with a sense of resignation. Despite Tony's arduous journey to the office, numerous individuals, including Pepper, were eager to report to him and have him sign various documents. However, Tony disregarded all of that, rushing to the top-floor laboratory while carrying 3 large exhibition panels. As Tony and Zelda busied themselves analyzing the information on the panels, Link sat on the sofa, sharing snacks with Peppa while observing their flurry of activity. After half an hour, they finally unearthed a new element from Howard's estate. Tony, filled with anticipation, exclaimed, I require a vast space. Link, please assist me. How much have you consumed? Link was still shoving chips into his mouth, and the table was cluttered with empty snack wrappers. He did not have a habit of littering. Yet the trash bin was overflowing with packaging. The table was adorned with layer upon layer of bags, creating a rather spectacular sight. Tony raised a thumb in acknowledgement. I believe I have uncovered the secret behind your immense strength, though I lament that I cannot replicate it. Link, can you help me breach this floor? Upon arriving at the specified location, Link stepped down forcefully, creating a hole in the floor. Tony's finger trembled as he pointed in the direction of the hammer. From the breach, exclamations and alarm sounds echoed from the office below. Pepper approached, inquiring, Tony, what are you doing? Why are you dismantling the office? Tony shrugged. To be precise, this is my designated plan, executed by Link. This is no longer an office, it is a grand laboratory that concerns the future of technological advancement, even surpassing Bell Labs. In the future, the illustrious names of Tony, Zelda, and Link, the great pioneers of technology, will illuminate every middle school physics textbook. Link, puzzled, wondered how demolishing a few walls could earn them the title of technological pioneers. The new element was named 049, as radiant light infused the triangular metallic core, paradoxically dimming the office in its brilliance. Tony murmured, a new element has been born. After the light faded, he approached and, using tongs, carefully lifted the glowing triangular metal, placing it onto the reactor. Jarvis announced, analyzing the compatibility of the new element. The reactor has accepted the new energy core. Tony punched the air triumphantly, declaring, done. He then handed the reactor to Link, saying, it's your turn. Please handle it gently this time. Link made no movement, effortlessly employing a magnetic grappler to extract the pre-existing arc reactor from Tony's body, swiftly replacing it with a new elemental reactor in a matter of seconds. Just as Tony let out a pained cry, Link had already completed the exchange. Panting, Tony remarked, you possess quite the audacity, fitting to be a physician. However, I suspect that if you were a doctor, your patients would share my trepidation. Zelda, curious, gazed around before requesting the old reactor from Link, addressing Tony. Could you part with this antiquated one? Tony, stroking his chest, replied, certainly. This old reactor signifies a brief era of primitive microreactors and holds considerable sentimental value. As Zelda toyed with the archaic reactor, a plethora of bold ideas ignited in her mind, though she remained silent and inquired of Tony, what do you intend to name the new element? Tony nodded. The name has long been decided. It's simply called Element. Link was taken aback. Huh? Is that your father's? But Tony interjected, if it weren't for you, I might have never discovered the legacy my father left me. Just like how Arabic numerals were invented by the Indians, the one who inherits has the right to name. Besides, this world has too many things named after Stark. We stand in Stark Tower, after all. Innovation is necessary. Stark Element evokes a sense of antiquity. Wouldn't you agree, Pepper? Link remained noncommittal, recognizing that the new element was Stark's creation and its naming was his prerogative. Yet, Link understood that this was Stark's way of expressing gratitude, making it difficult to refuse. Pepper, still processing, appeared puzzled. Why change to a new element? The immediate danger has passed. Tony candidly confessed, to be honest, without the new element, I would gradually succumb to poisoning. Such matters are difficult to articulate, but with the crisis averted, I find it easier to share. Tony, known for his reclusive nature, had refrained from confiding in friends and family even in dire circumstances. He indulged in pleasures, squandered money, distanced himself from Pepper, alienated Rhodey, relinquished his precious possessions, and ultimately faced solitude, consumed by his own torment. Such a person seldom speaks of their suffering. Stretching, Tony exclaimed, what delightful weather. It feels as though I've returned to the 90s on the beaches of Hawaii. The vibrant, fiery sun invigorates one to the point of being able to go 3 days without sleep. Just as he finished his exuberant proclamation, Link yawned. Tony furrowed his brow, glancing at Link. Oh, where has the vigor of today's youth vanished? At your age, I was stirring up trouble and wooing the cheerleading captain. Link replied honestly. I just finished battling someone called Iron Man, and I am utterly exhausted. These past few days have nearly overwhelmed me, fighting skeletons, cyclopes, the Hulk, abominations, centaurs, and Iron Man. Even with my resilience, I cannot endure such relentless turmoil. Tony awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Pepper Potts gazed incredulously at Tony and exclaimed, You actually struck a child. What have you been doing these past few days? Tony raised his hand and admitted, All right, I have indeed been rather foolish lately. I acknowledge my mistake. Seizing the opportunity, Pepper replied, I have several hundred documents that require your signature. Since you've finally returned to the office, why not address them all at once? Tony shook his head and said, I still have a very important matter to attend to. Pepper inquired, What is it? Tony gestured towards the two young individuals and said, I need to ensure they have a good time for a few days. You saw the news. Link has been exceptionally busy lately and finally has a day off. As the host of New York, it is only natural for me to help them unwind. Pepper asked, When did you become the host of New York? Tony shrugged, as of now. He then turned and clapped his hands, calling out, Kids, where would you like your uncle to take you for some fun? Link and Zelda exchanged glances and nodded, as they had nothing pressing to occupy their time. Ganondorf was currently nowhere to be found, and it would take a while before the next Marvel storyline unfolded. Since Link's arrival in this world, he hadn't had much time to rest, so why not take this opportunity to relax? Zelda smiled at Peppa and asked, Would you like to go out for a stroll? Peppa, clinging to Link's neck and swaying, replied, Sure. However, Tony found himself in a quandary. Both Zelda and Link were quite young, and as a man in his 30s, he was unsure of where to take them for recreation. Hence, he made a phone call to Rhodey, discreetly addressing Link and the others. Hey, Rhodey, where do you think it would be appropriate to take 2 middle schoolers for fun? Rhodey responded, I'm currently on official business. Tony insisted, This matter is equally important. Just consider it as providing essential advice for the routine maintenance of a nuclear weapon. Rhodey conceded, All right. Shopping, buying clothes, organizing a sports activity, or a party. Tony nodded. Excellent suggestions. I hope you enjoy the war machine I gifted you. Rhodey suddenly grew excited. Oh, I've got a super cool paint job for War Machine. I'll send you the pictures shortly. Tony frowned. Oh, it must be some Captain America design. I have always been skeptical of your military aesthetics. He then hung up the phone and turned to the two young individuals, announcing, The vacation begins now. He then addressed Pepper. I invite you to join us. Pepper chuckled. No thanks, Tony. I prefer to diligently work and earn my hard-earned money. With that, she walked away in her high heels. The three of them got into the car, with Tony's security guard, Happy, at the wheel. Tony said, Let us go shopping. What do you wish to buy? Link replied, A sturdy sword. Zelda added, A book on quantum physics. Peppa exclaimed, Yay? Tony pondered, reflecting on the time he had spent with Zelda and Link, gaining some understanding of their preferences. They arrived at a specialized camera store, where they procured a comprehensive photography kit for Zelda, which Happy laboriously carried to the vehicle. Zelda expressed her heartfelt gratitude, circling around Link and Tony to capture numerous photographs. Subsequently, Tony led them to a shop where he purchased an extravagant black motorcycle for Link. Its sleek design both sharp and tasteful, producing a melodious sound upon ignition. With a chuckle, Tony remarked, Once you grow a bit more, you'll be able to ride it. Link managed a wry smile. Having lain dormant for a century, the transformation of his body left him uncertain if he would ever truly grow up. Fearing he might remain forever in the appearance of a 14 or 15-year-old. Zelda, too, had endured a century entangled with Ganondorf. And the normal human body could hardly sustain itself without nourishment or rest for such an extended period. She had previously analyzed both her and Link's physiques, discovering that they seemed to be evolving towards a more energy-like state, resembling not so much individuals, but rather miniature suns. Though Tony was typically aloof, he was considerate towards his true friends. He valued efficiency and promptly took Link and Zelda to shop for clothes. On their way, Tony remarked, You need not be so frugal, Zelda. You are a girl, after all. You should dress yourself well. If Link gets snatched away by another girl, you might find yourself in tears. Zelda blushed, but did not deny her relationship with Link. In truth, the definitions both Zelda and Link held for one another were rather ambiguous, embodying a pure, yet intricate emotion. It could be described as love, yet it also resembled a feudal loyalty or perhaps the bond of close friends. This relationship was one that neither could aptly articulate. If one were to force a label upon it, it would be a symbiotic relationship of shared existence, akin to life and death. In comparison to the Marvel Universe, where deities are merely human, the land of Hyrule indeed possesses true gods. Thus, any bewilderment could simply be attributed to the divine orchestration of the goddess Hylia. They regarded one another as gifts from the goddess. Despite being a princess, Zelda led a modest life, eschewing adornments. Still clad in the travel attire she had donned during her journey, she accepted Tony's kindness, selecting a few affordable garments. Primarily, she and Link aimed to assist Peppa in choosing charming outfits for the young one. However, Peppa struggled to adjust to the new clothes. After a few steps, the hem of his trousers tripped him, sending him tumbling to the ground, resulting in a fit of tears. This left Link and Zelda in a flurry, while Tony observed the commotion with amusement. In truth, Tony was quite inexperienced in taking Link and Zelda out for leisure. He had always frequented parties and bars, having gained a reputation as a notorious playboy at a young age, and his pride often left him with few companions, even fewer among the youthful crowd of 14 or 15. He felt like an ordinary parent taking children out for a day of shopping. Tony mused, "I hope my future brat can be as sensible as Link, just don't let him turn out like me. But why do I consider Link to be so mature? Although Link may present an air of innocence, he has recently engaged in quite a number of significant undertakings." Tony added, "My little rascal. Just don't emulate Link's reckless antics of soaring through the air on a shield." With their shopping complete, the question arose as to where Tony and Link might venture next. Merely wandering from store to store felt akin to undertaking a quest. Today, Link had rendered Tony considerable assistance, and Tony earnestly wished to express his gratitude. Yet a mere motorcycle seemed insufficient to repay Link's kindness. Tony found himself ensnared in a dilemma, reflecting on the generational gap between himself and the children. The divide with Link and Zelda felt as vast as two worlds apart. He pondered, "Why am I here? I should allow the two youngsters to enjoy themselves without my presence, as my involvement seems somewhat superfluous." Just then, an unexpected figure appeared. "Link?" Tony turned to see none other than Captain Rogers. His heart skipped a beat. "Goodness, what brings this antique here?" Rogers approached, observing the haughty demeanor of Tony, thinking to himself, "This man bears a striking resemblance to his father, yet something feels amiss." Tony greeted him, "Captain, how are you adapting to modern life?" Rogers, recalling a similar inquiry from Tony previously, shrugged, "Adapting, for instance, by visiting a shopping mall." Link and Zelda noticed Rogers' arrival and greeted him. Zelda inquired, "Captain, is your arm better now?" Rogers replied with a smile, "My healing abilities are quite robust. I had thought you two had returned home." Zelda chuckled wryly, "We went back, only to return again." Upon seeing Rogers, Peppa leaped from Link's shoulder and scurried off to find a volleyball, which he excitedly tossed towards Rogers. "Do you wish to play volleyball?" Rogers asked, catching the ball. Peppa exclaimed, "Aren't I strong?" Despite their apparent camaraderie, they seemed to exist on entirely different wavelengths. Observing the volleyball, Tony suddenly suggested, "Let us play volleyball." It felt peculiar for Tony to be out with Link and Zelda, as he struggled to find activities beyond shopping. The sight of the volleyball sparked a sense of excitement. Finally, a new endeavor. Volleyball. Tony took the volleyball from Roger's hands and remarked, "It seems our esteemed Captain America is rather idle, which is rather incongruous with the fast-paced nature of modern life. How about we engage in a game of volleyball? Just the Captain and I, and Link and Zelda. What do you say?" Peppa jumped in excitement for the volleyball in Tony's hand, while Zelda knelt down to pat Peppa's head. Smiling, "Peppa, do you wish to play volleyball too?" Though Peppa had no understanding of the game, he sensed it would be delightful and shouted, "Yes." Indeed, Rogers had little else to occupy his time. Encouraged by Tony, the group made their way to the beach in New York. Tony set up the net, while Peppa precariously balanced on it like a tightrope walker, having just received a task from Zelda, serve the ball. On the left are Rogers and Tony, while on the right stand Zelda and Link. Link, feeling somewhat perplexed, gazes at Tony and Rogers, now clad in athletic attire, and wonders how this duo has taken to playing volleyball. "I'm about to serve," Peppa exclaimed. "1, 2, 3, here." The volleyball soared into the sky. Tony and Zelda remained in the back, while Link and Rogers, both agile, advanced to apply pressure. Though Link possessed greater strength, Rogers held the advantage of height, striking the volleyball towards the corner. Zelda swiftly positioned herself at the ball's landing spot, gently volleying it to Link. What a splendid friendship. Iron Man and Captain America playing volleyball together? The scene is enchanting. Crash. This marked the sixth collision between Tony and Rogers, their shoulders colliding. With Rogers steadfastly maintaining his ground while Tony was sent flying, landing headfirst into a pile of sand. Captain, can't you exhibit some team spirit? You are a World War II hero. And I am a business mogul. We cannot lose to these two children. Rogers, hands on hips and brow furrowed, replied, apologies. It must be said that collaborating with Tony is quite exhausting. He constantly seeks to take charge, unwilling to remain within his designated area. In contrast, Link and Zelda's partnership was delightful. Their close bond and seamless cooperation meant that even when minor collisions occurred, Link would gently wrap his arm around Zelda's waist, twirling them both as if nothing had happened, a sweet display of camaraderie. Rogers wished to replicate this, but Tony firmly rejected the notion. Let me crash instead. Otherwise, that would feel too strange. Tony scratched his head vigorously, sand falling from his hair, and declared, time out. He placed a hand on Rogers' shoulder. Listen, this one do. I'll share my thoughts with you. I want to win. I am the smartest person in the world. Volleyball, more than relying on reflexes and speed, emphasizes strategy. From now on, follow my lead, and I shall use my unparalleled intellect to guide us to victory. Rogers appeared puzzled. It's just a game. You can't be that serious, can you? Tony's voice dripped with persuasion. Oh, just a game? Is that truly what you believe? Rogers inquired. What else could it be? Tony pointed at himself, then at Rogers. Don't you want to defeat Link just once? Don't you wish to outshine Link on the battlefield? Tony's words swayed Rogers. Indeed, he wished to measure his skills against Link, yet he could never resort to the drunken antics Tony employed to instigate a confrontation. Thus, these two, of clashing personalities yet united by a common adversary in the dazzling Link, formed an unlikely alliance. Rogers stated solemnly, fine, we shall follow your lead. Tony replied with a smirk, Link and Zelda are merely children. Our strategic prowess will overwhelm them. Rogers whispered, agreed. Link had just taken a sip of water on the sidelines when he suddenly observed Tony and Rogers igniting with fervor, brimming with combat spirit. Link was taken aback. What has come over these two? 5 minutes later, bang! Link delivered a powerful strike, sending the ball into the corner of the sandy court, causing grains to erupt. Rogers failed to save the ball and collided with Tony. Hooray! Zelda rushed over to Link, clapping her hands as they both reveled in the game. Rogers, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, Where is your strategy? Tony, panting with his hands pressed against the sand, retorted, Even the most distinguished general is of no use when faced with bewildered soldiers. Rogers, seething with frustration, shot back. Teaming up with you was a grave mistake. Tony countered, Indeed, partnering with Link means you could win even while standing on your head in the corner. Rogers scoffed, You truly lack any self-awareness. Tony rebutted, Yes. I overestimated my abilities, thinking I could win while being dragged down by you. Unable to counter Tony's words, Rogers coldly declared, Fine. Let us settle this one-on-one. Tony stood up. Bring it on. But let me retrieve my armor first. Rogers replied, Without that layer of protection, what are you worth? Tony chuckled. A genius, a billionaire, a playboy, and a philanthropist. Rogers challenged, Suit up, and we'll have ourselves a match. Link, sensing the situation was escalating, exchanged a worried glance with Zelda and hurried over. Link was not particularly fearful of any potential fallout from their conflict. After all, he could easily handle both of them with a single punch. However, Tony turned around and said, Link, apologies, but you'll have to be our spectator for a moment. This gentleman from the 1940s wishes to compare notes with me. I must show respect for my elders and cannot refuse. Zelda and Link were momentarily taken aback. They then settled on the edge of the beach, watching the two earnest men toss the ball to each other. Rogers, with his robust physique, and Tony, though less exaggerated, still possessed considerable muscle, created a rather peculiar scene. Nearby, girls sunbathing watched the two men fervently engage in their ball game, exchanging playful banter, which elicited amused laughter. As for the innocent Link and Zelda, relegated to the sidelines, they resorted to playing with Peppa. Zelda and Link sat while Peppa stood, forming a triangle as they tossed a volleyball back and forth, with Peppa joyfully darting around. Unbeknownst to Tony, who became a headline-making figure upon his appearance, and Rogers, who had revealed his identity by making an early appearance during the Blood Moon in New York, speculation ran rampant about whether this was indeed the genuine Captain America or a cleverly disguised imposter. Soon, a crowd began to gather. with tourists recognizing them and halting their match. Reporters, having somehow obtained the scoop, quickly descended, creating a chaotic scene. A reporter thrust a microphone forward, asking, "Mr. Stark, what is your relationship with Captain America? Why are you playing volleyball together? When did you two become friends? How would you assess this esteemed friend? A World War II hero who has awakened after a slumber of 70 years? Both Tony and Rogers are exceedingly adept in handling the media. However, despite their recent fierce competition that left them feeling utterly exhausted, they now find themselves encircled, misunderstood as close friends by onlookers, which is deeply discomforting." Tony remarked, "Ahem. Mr. Rogers is acquainted with my father. The Stark family holds immense admiration for Captain America, a fervent citizen devoted to the cause of peace." Captain America, it appears that your temperament contrasts significantly with that of Mr. Stark. How do you regard Mr. Stark's character? Rogers, recognizing Tony's diplomatic remarks, felt compelled to refrain from disparaging him. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Mr. Stark is an exceptional scientist. His Iron Man suit contributes to the pursuit of global peace." Under duress, they supported one another, presenting forced smiles to the camera. The following day, both were left feeling awkward throughout. As the headlines proclaimed, Iron Man and Captain America, kindred spirits of two eras. Iron Man declared his commitment to uphold peace alongside Captain America. Thus emerged the new era's twin pillars of peace, Iron Man and Captain America. Tony, watching television at home, felt a wave of frustration as he observed the screen depicting an intimate camaraderie with Captain America, though they were merely crowded together. Introduced by Zelda, Rogers installed a trendy social media application, intending to navigate this user-friendly platform. Consequently, Captain America easily stumbled upon various fan art depicting himself and Tony in compromising positions. 052. Haha. Iron Man? Tony pondered in confusion. Why does the media perceive my relationship with the Captain as amicable? Zelda, while tinkering with the outdated reactor Tony had replaced, casually responded, "Because you two look quite harmonious together. What is that term? It carries a strong vibe." Tony's expression soured, akin to having consumed an excess of chlorophyll. As Zelda worked, she recounted her haphazard observations, a carefree playboy and a valiant war hero, a pairing that is quite popular. "What sort of nonsense are you, a young lady, indulging in?" Tony glared at the screen showcasing Captain America, then noticed a clear space he had deliberately created, where Link was practicing swordsmanship. Each movement, though slow, caused the blade to tremble slightly, producing a faint whistling sound, as if the sword were animated under Link's command. Observing Link practice was akin to witnessing tranquility in water, superficially still, yet with each swing, the entire body of water began to churn, creating waves upon the surface. Tony could feel that with each of Link's strokes, the air pressure in the room ebbed and flowed, as if the atmosphere was synchronizing its breath with Link. Amusingly, beside Link stood a cheerful Yaha, and Zelda found it delightful. She crafted a miniature Blue Championess attire for Peppa and fashioned a tiny master sword as well. At that moment, Yaha earnestly mimicked Link's sword practice, puffing out exaggerated breaths of ha, when he sensed his imitation was lacking. He scratched his head and glanced at Link for guidance, only to accidentally slip and land face first on the ground, bursting into tears. Link hurriedly scooped up Peppa, exclaiming, "Are you all right?" Zelda, setting aside her task, rushed over to gently pat Peppa's head, asking, "Did you hurt yourself?" Peppa, with a pained expression, cradled his head with tiny hands, lamenting, "It hurts." With a chuckle, Link blew softly on Peppa's forehead, reassured by the durability of Yaha's head. He had previously tested it against a large stone upon awakening. Peppa sniffled, "I always fall down. I want to fight alongside the brave hero." Zelda smiled, "Is that so? Then you might enjoy what I'm about to create." Curiosity piqued, Link observed as Zelda had been tinkering with Tony's old reactor for the past few days. Wondering what she was up to, Zelda brought Peppa over to her workbench, saying, "Stand still now." Peppa obediently remained in place. Link settled onto the sofa, intrigued by Zelda's actions as she assembled various components from the discarded shells of iron suits. Tony, playfully tapping Peppa's head with his index finger, remarked, "Little one, your mother Zelda has made you a small toy." Zelda looked up, puzzled. "Mother?" Tony gestured towards Link. "This is your father, and Peppa is your child." "Humph. I can't shake the feeling that you two are using Peppa to play house, practicing how to raise a child in the future." Both Zelda and Link felt their cheeks flush. The moment stirred in Link a memory of entering the enchanting Korok forest, a dreamlike expanse filled with towering ancient trees and countless Yahas. At that time, Link contemplated that since the kingdom of Hyrule had been devastated, he would rescue the princess and settle down there. Tony seized every opportunity to tease Link and Zelda, deriving amusement from their youthful awkwardness. As a seasoned romantic, Tony disapproved of their shy demeanor, urging, "Be straightforward, Link. And you too, Zelda. Why the hesitance?" Zelda shot Tony a glare. "You're quite the mischievous one." In a swift manner, Zelda completed the assembly, revealing a small Iron Man suit. Tony paused, comparing its dimensions, realizing it was perfectly suited for Yaha. "Did you make Peppa an iron suit?" he asked. Zelda beamed. "Indeed." At that moment, Peppa's eyes gleamed brightly from the mask's openings, and with joyful exclamations of "Oh! Oh!" he scampered towards the miniature Iron Man suit, shifting left and right in awe, gasping in excitement. "Princess, this is so cool." Zelda was filled with joy. "Why don't you give it a try?" Peppa cheered, and following Zelda's instructions, pressed a button. The battle suit split apart, and Peppa stepped inside, exclaiming with delight, "It fits perfectly." Tony rubbed his eyes and remarked to Zelda, "I can't imagine this size allows Peppa to fly, given her stability." "No way. She's really flying." Before their eyes, Peppa intuitively activated her levitation ability, the thrusters igniting beneath her as she hovered in midair, her youthful voice echoing from the mask. "So cool. Amazing." In a swift motion, Peppa zipped past and then shot forward, colliding with the structure. Tony, astonished, exclaimed, "You used scraps from the battle suit to create an entire miniature suit in just 2 days?" Zelda nodded happily, expressing her love for this world. Even when she found it challenging to feel the strength within her heart, she could still assist Link in different ways. This whimsical battle suit was merely an experiment, paving the way for the creation of stronger weapons to aid Link, ensuring he would no longer have to fight alone. Tony replied, "Since you have such intentions, I'll arrange a new reactor for you in the future. This palladium-based reactor is quite taxing on the body. Peppa is so small, let's not risk harming her." Zelda reassured him. "That won't happen. Peppa's body is quite unique, brimming with life energy. The Koroks are a remarkable race, known for their longevity. Though Peppa appears youthful, she may very well be a couple of centuries old." The Master Sword, which Link once broke beyond repair, was restored with the help of the Korok Elder. Tony acknowledged, "True, I can see this little one is filled with chlorophyll." Peppa was having a blast, darting around before confronting a Dammy, shouting, "Ha! Monster, I'm going to fight you." The Dammy, in a simplistic logic, turned its head, saw Peppa, thought of Iron Man, and then aimed to spray Peppa with dry ice. Peppa squealed, "Wow, so much fog. Have I returned to the Korok Forest?" Following the mist flow, she accelerated forward, calling out, "Everyone, I'm back." However, the thrusters were accidentally set to maximum power, and with a bang, she crashed into a wall, becoming lodged within it. Peppa cried out again, stuck and unable to free herself. Link rushed over and, much like pulling a carrot from the ground, extracted Peppa's head from the wall. Tony, nearby, could even hear the popping sound as Peppa was freed. After all, Peppa was quite akin to a large carrot. Tony commented, "Zelda, you've done remarkably well, but I believe you could incorporate some offensive equipment, though I understand this poses challenges, as the suit is quite small and cannot accommodate much. Otherwise, Peppa might grow from a carrot to a potato." Zelda, however, insisted, "I have installed weapons." Papa swayed in Link's palm, shaking his head to regain consciousness, exclaiming, "Brave sir. It was so dark just now. I couldn't see a thing." To emphasize his exaggerated emotions, Papa raised both hands high, unintentionally launching 2 beams of laser from his palms. With a swift whoosh, the beams pierced through the ceiling, striking perilously close to the temperature alarm detector, which promptly activated and released a fine mist of water into the room. Tony, drenched and somewhat disheartened, remarked, "All right, Zelda. It seems you've directly replicated the weapon from the palms of my battle suit. Come on, J-A-R-V-I-S. Retract those sprayers immediately. As an artificial intelligence, you ought to possess some self-judgment." J-A-R-V-I-S. Calm voice responded, "Understood, sir." Instantly, the mist dissipated, but a significant portion of the equipment in Tony's New York studio was damaged by the water. Zelda apologized to Tony on behalf of Papa. Tony waved his hand dismissively. He was not particularly concerned about that. "Zelda, I've noticed a potential here. Since you can create a battle suit for Papa, you could also craft one for yourself and consider joining Link in battle," Tony suggested. Zelda shook her head. "I cannot. Link won't allow me to fight. He insists on protecting me." At that moment, Link approached, cradling Pei Papa in his arms. Raising an eyebrow, Tony remarked, "Link, if feminists were to hear you say such things, you would be in serious trouble." Link remained non-committal. Hailing from an ancient kingdom, he might be regarded as a monarchist. If the princess he protected were to take up a sword and join the fray, what purpose would his role as a knight serve? At that moment, Pei Papa leaped from Link's embrace and scampered off to play, resembling a little robot. Suddenly, an idea struck Tony, and he turned to Link. "By the way, Link, since Zelda will be running about with you, if danger arises, there are nefarious individuals who might target her, just like that rogue Rogers. Oh, I mean Ross. Even with your formidable protective skills, Zelda could still be injured. I have a solution that would enable her to defend herself, allowing you to fight with peace of mind." Link was quite stubborn when it came to protecting Zelda, convinced that he could safeguard the princess. Moreover, the thought of Zelda transforming into a figure akin to Iron Man, soaring through the skies and battling alongside him, evoked an unsettling feeling within Link. The very image of Zelda clad in armor, wielding a laser cannon in combat alongside the Hulk and Thor, was something he found difficult to accept. Tony initially intended to point at Pei Papa, but could not locate the little creature, who had seemingly disappeared. Instead, he gestured toward Dammy, who was amusingly playing with a fire extinguisher, saying, "Look, this could be treated as a game. Zelda is the player, while the battle suit embodies the characters within the game. When these characters perish, the player remains secure. My suggestion is for Zelda to manipulate a battle suit via a controller, allowing her to avoid the battlefield while still coordinating combat from a distance, thus safeguarding herself and minimizing potential harm." Zelda slightly parted her lips in surprise. This could be quite intriguing. She gazed at Link with wide, shimmering eyes, her charm undeniable. Despite her royal status, there were moments when it was essential to respect Link's feelings, including his personal convictions. After a moment of contemplation, Link nodded. It was not a matter of great consequence. Thus, in the future Avengers, a new addition emerged, a gamer and a foreign princess. At that moment, Pepper Potts entered, prepared to report on matters at hand. As she closed the door, she inadvertently kicked something. However, dismissing it as another of Tony's disorganized habits. She glanced down and nearly fainted in shock, exclaiming, "Tony!" Tony and the others rushed over to find Pepper kneeling on the floor, cradling a miniature Iron Man in a suit of armor, weeping. "Tony, what have you done? Why have you become so small? Is there a risk to your life?" The trio exchanged incredulous glances as Pepper mistook the diminutive figure for Tony himself. Tony, leaning against a nearby table, looked perplexed and remarked, "I believe that not everything encased in metal is necessarily Tony Stark." Pepper turned, momentarily taken aback. "Tony, I thought you had conducted some bizarre experiment that shrank you." "Then who is this?" The miniature figure, with the helmet removed and arms outstretched, exclaimed, "Yah." Pepper, feeling embarrassed, stood up and playfully tapped the little one's forehead, chiding, "You little rascal, did you just make me look foolish?" The miniature figure tilted its head, displaying an adorably silly expression that instantly softened Pepper's heart. She approached, cradling the little one, and said, "Tony, I've received a summons regarding you, from the military committee." Tony snapped his fingers. Those self-important officials are once again embarking on some foolishness that will embarrass them and me. Link, familiar with the unfolding narrative, interjected, "The military committee likely wants you to surrender Iron Man." Tony regarded Link with approval. "Indeed, Link, your perceptiveness surpasses that of 99.9% of the population. For a newcomer to discern the military committee's foolish intentions so swiftly is truly a lament for our nation." Link replied, "I am over 100 years old." Tony remarked, "Well, it is indeed a lament for our country to be outsmarted by a newcomer who is over 100 years old." Pepper inquired, "What should I do then?" Don't they desire Iron Man?" Tony seized Peppa from little Pepper's embrace, raising it triumphantly towards the heavens. "Let us bestow this diminutive Iron Man upon them." Pepper responded, The peculiar misunderstanding began. The following morning, Tony and Link, accompanied by others, arrived at the military committee's conference hall. Link held Peppa while he and Zelda, both adorned with hats that partially concealed their hair, sought a place to sit. Tony, with an air of arrogance, settled into his seat, instantly becoming the center of attention within the chamber. Military committee official Stern directed a critique at Iron Man, demanding that Tony Stark relinquish his creation. Tony's series of witty remarks elicited waves of laughter from the audience. Stern then invited military weapons expert Justin Hammer to the forefront. Tony regarded Justin, who always sought to compare himself yet invariably fell short, as a mere jester and scornfully remarked, "I hope you will consider inviting a genuine military expert." The room erupted in commotion. Hammer approached the microphone and, with his somewhat exaggerated tone, began, "We must address this often overlooked significant issue in this era devoid of war. How is it that our lives remain unprotected? Strange creatures have emerged from the earth, and we are left in ignorance of their origins. Just days ago, a blood moon appeared, transforming our world into a chaotic spectacle, spawning numerous skeletal monsters overnight. This once mundane planet has been thrust into a ridiculous realm of fantasy." Link raised an eyebrow as the emergence of these monsters prompted a shift in Hammer's rhetoric. Tony interjected, "I concur with your observation. This planet is indeed mundane. I believe if you were dispatched to Mars, Earth would once again regain its grandeur." Hammer's lips twitched, well aware that he could not outmatch Tony in verbal sparring, and thus opted to ignore him, continuing, "We need not concern ourselves with the origins of these creatures. Our focus should solely be on their eradication. We find ourselves in a magnificent era, where, despite the inexplicable monsters threatening our world, we can still leverage technology to address these challenges. However, it is regrettable to witness those who possess this beacon of technological advancement treating it as their private possession, becoming an uncontrollable element of danger. Should not certain individuals ponder the safety of the populace and entrust their formidable weapons to the government for safekeeping?" Tony rose, adjusting his attire. Feigning disbelief, "What did I just hear? Even someone with a primary school education should understand the sanctity of personal rights. Iron Man is my private property, my armor, my very essence, my lifeblood. It has been said that money is the most fearsome weapon. Does this mean Congress can justify seizing all of Stark's assets? Do you wish to carve away my flesh to feed the entirety of the world?" Stern cleared his throat twice. "The primary concern at present, Mr. Stark, is that your Iron Man constitutes a weapon of significant destructive capability. The military committee, with the safety of the citizens in mind, is tasked with evaluating potential threats and determining whether the government should assume custody. Colonel Rhodey is invited to present a special report on the dangers posed by Iron Man." Tony turns around, waving dismissively, "Hey, buddy, I really didn't want to see you here." Rhodey, feeling somewhat awkward and nervously taking a sip of water, begins the report, attempting to elucidate the implications of Iron Man. However, the officials of the military committee repeatedly interrupt, insisting that Rhodey read the summary regarding Iron Man directly. Rhodey, resigned, states, "Iron Man poses a potential threat to national security and interests. However, I have also concluded that the advantages of Iron Man far outweigh the disadvantages." He is once again interrupted by Stern, while Tony displays signs of impatience. Rhodey then requests to present a related video. Stern, unable to halt him this time, concedes to Rhodey's request. Consequently, Tony swiftly seizes control of the large television, revealing classified military documents, which include videos from various nations researching similar robotic technologies, even featuring Hammer Industries. In the video, a person attempts to control an armored suit, and Hammer commands, "Good. Turn around." The upper half of the suit twists, while the lower half remains stationary, resulting in the unfortunate operator being trapped and suffocated inside, which causes a stir among the audience. At this moment, Tony stands up and exclaims, "See, the world is engaged in similar technological research, yet my technology is 5 to 10 years ahead of theirs. As for Hammer, it's a full 20 years behind. You desire my innovations, but I refuse. However, I have aided you. You should be grateful to me. For I am our nation's nuclear deterrent, safeguarding our security and peace." The crowd erupts in cheers, while Stern chuckles awkwardly, muttering curses at Tony, who is muted through the broadcast. Meanwhile, Peppa, observing the seemingly joyful crowd, wonders what they are doing. She takes flight with her leaf propeller, and Zelda calls out, Peppa, as she and Link chase after her. Peppa, spinning slowly in the air, accidentally lands on Justin Hammer's face. Justin, grasping one of Peppa's legs, lifts her up with a perplexed expression. What on earth is this? Startled by his menacing demeanor, Peppa immediately regrets straying from Zelda's embrace and begins to cry. Alive, Justin gasps, dropping her in shock. Recently, an influx of peculiar creatures has emerged, and seeing Peppa's green hue fills him with fright, prompting him to step towards her. Hey, Link. Witnessing Justin toss Peppa onto the ground and prepare to step on her, is incensed. He dashes forward with such speed that his hat flies off, delivering a swift kick that topples Justin. Seizing the opportunity as Justin falls, Link grabs him by the collar and tosses him aside like refuse. He then picks up Peppa, offering comfort. It's all right, it's all right. This little one is just too timid and loves to run around. If she weren't so mischievous, she wouldn't have wandered out of the Kokiri forest and ended up in the Marvel universe. Justin glares at Link. Link, it's you. At that moment, Link, with disheveled hair and hatless, is instantly recognized by Justin. With a loud shout, he captured the attention of those around him. It was only then that everyone recognized the delicate blonde youth cradling the peculiar creature in his arms as the recently celebrated Link. As Link prepared to leave with Peppa, Tony hurriedly approached, chuckling, "You rascal, stealing my spotlight again." He playfully patted Link on the head, causing the sound of cameras to erupt in a frenzy. Although Tony had previously claimed to be friends with Link, this marked their first appearance together in a photograph. Justin stared at Link with trepidation, recalling the incident where Peppa had fallen onto his face. The familiarity between Link and Tony suddenly connected all three in his mind. Could it be that Link's tremendous strength was a byproduct of Tony's inhumane biological experiments? Much like Captain America, if Tony could create Iron Man, he could also produce these genetically enhanced beings. Surely that green creature was the result of a failed biological experiment. Unbeknownst to Link, Hammer was entangled in a web of misconceptions, mistakenly believing him to be a product of Tony's genetic experimentation. Despite Tony's bravado in military meetings, he was acutely aware of the necessity to provide the military with accountability. He had long since created the war machine for Rhodey and delivered it to the military. However, the control over the war machine remained firmly in Tony's hands. Without his permission, it would serve as nothing more than an expensive hunk of scrap metal. Tony explained to Link, "We cannot simply acquiesce to their every demand. That would portray us as weak and submissive. We all understand the potency of the iron suit, and I refuse to allow anyone I do not trust to wield such power, even if it is ultimately given to the military. Control will be limited solely to Rhodey. No one else shall lay a hand on it." Peppa shook his head and exclaimed, "Yah," with a snap of his fingers. Tony remarked to Peppa, "Indeed, you are among those I trust, little green fellow." Perusing his notebook, Tony turned to Link and Zelda and said, "By the way, there is an antique car race happening in Monaco, France, and they've invited me. Would you care to join me in experiencing the charm of France?" Link shook his head, while Zelda, adjusting her black-rimmed glasses as she read, replied. Link had never been one to seek the limelight, and it was unlikely that the two would follow Tony around aimlessly. He intended to utilize this interlude in the narrative to collaborate with Zelda on the possibility of cultivating life durians in this world. Meanwhile, Zelda, inspired by Tony's words, was lost in various daydreams about creating a remotely controlled iron suit, engrossed in research and indifferent to the idea of visiting France. Tony sighed, "What a pity. But it makes sense. You both need some time alone." Peppa jumped up, exclaiming, "Yaha." Tony inquired, "Pepper, would you like to accompany me for an outing?" Over the past few days, Pepper had managed to grasp a modicum of the local language, enough to comprehend the wordplay, which piqued her interest. At that moment, Link interjected with a chuckle, "Oh, that yellow-haired, ugly creature will be there too." This reference to Hammer, the fierce man who had threatened her, caused Pepper to retreat into Link's embrace, shaking her little head in fright to express her unwillingness to go. The following day, Tony, along with Pepper and Happy, flew to France. Meanwhile, Zelda embarked on her audacious experiments, initially modifying Pepper's petite, round version of the Iron Man suit to enhance its flight and combat capabilities. Aware of Pepper's timidity, she also installed an emergency autopilot mode to prevent her from panicking in critical situations. Now, Pepper possessed 1/5 of Iron Man's prowess. Having achieved success with Pepper's suit, Zelda then turned her attention to her own armor. With Jarvis's assistance, she successfully crafted a prototype suit, resembling the Mark series but with softer lines. However, issues soon arose. Zelda enlisted Link to test her new suit in combat, yet within 3 seconds, he effortlessly defeated her. The new suit, though powerful enough to produce a sonic boom with its rigid punches, was easily sidestepped by Link, who retaliated with a precise blow to its head, toppling it. Subsequently, Zelda's new suit lay on the ground, writhing like a stranded caterpillar, unable to rise. Jarvis conducted an analysis and reported, "Zelda, the stability of the new suit is severely lacking. It has no pilot inside, its center of gravity is too high, making it impossible to maintain balance. And coordination of its limbs is quite difficult." Zelda furrowed her brow in frustration. Achieving balance in a suit is exceptionally challenging. Humanity took millions of years to master upright walking. The seemingly simple act of running upright and coordinating limbs poses a significant technological challenge, even in the Marvel Universe. After all, despite Tony's best efforts in crafting external prosthetics for Rhodey after his paralysis, mobility remained limited, highlighting the constraints of our current technological level. Link assisted the new suit in standing, but it struggled for balance and fell once more, lying on the ground like a contorted caterpillar. Observing this, Link suddenly remarked, "It doesn't necessarily have to be humanoid. Other animal shapes are also viable. After all, you're not wearing it." Zelda pondered for a brief moment, her finger resting on her chin, before her face lit up with excitement as she dashed over to embrace Link, exclaiming, "Of course. I can redesign it into a form that is more agile." Thus, Zelda summoned Dammy, who promptly disassembled the new suit into fragments. Subsequently, Zelda immersed herself in sketches for half a day. When Link leaned in to observe, he witnessed the gradual emergence of a bird-shaped mechanical structure taking form under Zelda's careful strokes. In homage to the legend of Zelda, Skyward Sword, Peppa sat atop Dammy's head, guiding the creature to observe what Link and Zelda were engrossed in. With a tiny finger, she pointed to the mechanical design on the blueprint, exclaiming, "Ah, it's the divine beast Vomito." Only then did Link realize that Zelda's design prototype was indeed one of the 4 divine beasts of Hyrule, the wind divine beast, Vomito. Thanks to the diligent efforts of Zelda and Jarvis, a small avian divine beast had been successfully constructed. The arc reactor was situated within the rotund chest of the bird, its wings supported by a special flexible metallic material, while its talons served as thrusters and its beak was the point of laser emission. Link extended his arm, and the diminutive bird descended gracefully upon his bicep, reminiscent of the beloved cuckoo from the games he cherished. It tilted its head and emitted a delightful cooing sound, nuzzling Link's cheek affectionately under Zelda's control. However, this cuckoo weighed at least 80 kilograms, making it impossible for anyone but someone of Link's immense strength to balance such a hefty creature so effortlessly on their arm. Link nodded in approval. This bird was far more pleasing than the clumsy new battle attire he had previously donned. Smaller in size and more agile, it was a triumph. Zelda cheered, donning a pair of specially designed goggles with large lenses, which allowed her to control the bird through subtle movements of her eye muscles, though still somewhat cumbersome. After numerous adjustments and accumulation of data, the bird would soon be manipulated as effortlessly as an arm. Link took the avian creature outside, where it spread its wings and soared into the sky, its streamlined structure and reduced weight allowing for an astonishing speed. "Oh well," Peppa exclaimed in astonishment, bouncing with excitement. She dashed back to her room to equip her own Haha battle suit, activating the thrusters to chase after the flying bird. As the bird diminished to a mere dot in the sky, it suddenly spun and dove downwards. Zelda laughed. "Link, attack me." Understanding that Zelda intended to showcase the bird's defensive capabilities, Link unsheathed his gleaming rapier, advancing swiftly with purpose to strike at her. If Tony were to witness this, he would be astounded that Link would draw his sword against Zelda. Yet, they both understood the depths of their bond. Zelda knew Link would never harm her, and Link had complete confidence in his swordsmanship, assured that there was no chance of inadvertently injuring her. A mutual trust and self-assurance rendered the atmosphere strikingly tense. The bird's thrusters suddenly activated, propelling it forward at an incredible speed, transforming from its avian form into a shield composed of 3 triangles. The rapier clashed against the bird's shield with a resounding clang, causing the shield to vibrate violently. Waves radiated outward from the point of impact, dissipating the force Link had channeled into his strike. Nevertheless, the bird's shield was pushed back significantly, and the reactor dimmed in response. The rapier shattered, leaving Link momentarily astonished. Zelda's head peeked out from beside the shield, her face beaming with joy as she exclaimed, the shield managed to withstand a blow from the esteemed hero. I can take a bit of pride in that." Link gazed at the broken blade in his hand. This sword, though an ordinary weapon made without any special metal, was merely a tool he used for practice. Yet, with just a mere thrust, he had exerted only 20% of his strength, and the blade had not yet reached the point of wear. However, it had shattered with a single strike. The shield transformed back into the shape of a bird and landed at Zelda's feet. She stepped forward, wrapped her arms around Link's neck, and smiled. "Thanks to your shield parry, I have added a mechanism that can reflect the force of an attacker back at them." The blade's premature explosion was due to the simultaneous collision of 2 forces. "What do you think of this bird? It will undergo further upgrades and should prove beneficial to you." Link nodded with a grin, rising on tiptoe to place a gentle kiss on Zelda's forehead. Suddenly, Peppa fluttered down, shyly covering her mask, yet her little eyes peeked at the two. At that moment, Jarvis interrupted, oblivious to the atmosphere, announcing, "Link, there is a visitor outside. It is Natasha Romanoff." Zelda jumped back, flustered like a startled rabbit. Link, puzzled and slightly annoyed, wondered, what brings Black Widow here? The two hurried to the door, where they found Natasha standing gracefully outside, a vehicle parked behind her. A figure clad in black struggled to lead a black horse from the rear compartment. Natasha waved cheerfully, "Long time no see, Link, Zelda. I've brought your beloved steed back." The moment the black horse saw its master, it whinnied joyfully and galloped over to Link, nudging him affectionately. Link chuckled as he patted Epona's face, stroking her mane. It was evident that she had grown robust during her time with Shyled. Link expressed his gratitude to Natasha and invited her inside. Peppa, eager to help, took the reins of Epona and flew toward the courtyard. Tony, aware of Epona's situation, had already prepared a stable for her. Though Epona had a fiery temperament, she was surprisingly gentle with Peppa, obediently following her lead. Peppa cooed softly, "Be good now, little pony." Her words lacked any real authority. Perhaps Epona regarded Peppa as a large carrot. Natasha surveyed the room and inquired, "Is Mr. Stark not present?" Zelda replied, "He has gone to Monaco to watch a car race." Natasha remarked, "According to my information, there is someone who poses a threat to Mr. Stark." Link nodded, recalling Ivan, the antagonist from Iron Man 2, who was also Natasha's compatriot from Russia. Link reassured her, "It's fine. Tony has developed a new device, the Box 5, which is quite secure." In this timeline, having informed Tony about the new element in advance has accelerated the progression of Iron Man's upgrades. This version, Box 5, is far superior in performance and combat capabilities compared to the original in the Marvel timeline. That mad scientist named Ivan cannot possibly harm Tony. Thus, there is no need for me to accompany you. Natasha furrowed her brow and remarked, "However, according to my information, Mr. Stark has not taken any armor out of the country." Link and Zelda exchanged terrified glances. Zelda hurriedly dialed Tony's number, while Jarvis interjected, "Link, Mr. Stark has not brought the new armor with him." Zelda also connected the call. "Hello, Zelda," came Tony's playful voice from the receiver. "Are you enjoying your time alone with Link in this world?" With Natasha present, Zelda felt quite bashful and ignored Tony's teasing, instead asking, "Tony, why didn't you bring the armor with you?" Tony countered, "I'm on vacation. Why would I carry weapons with me? Moreover, do you think the military would allow something so sensitive to be taken abroad?" Zelda had no response. Link rubbed his temples, realizing that his influence on the narrative had rendered Tony less reliant on the Iron Man suit than in the original timeline. Currently, Tony didn't even have a gun on him. If Ivan were to strike early, it could spell disaster for the Avengers. Reluctantly, Link took the call and informed Tony. Shyled has news. Someone poses a threat to you. Be careful in France. I'll head over right away. He then exchanged a knowing smile with Zelda, who remarked, "It seems we must visit Monaco after all." Tony, perplexed, asked, Who poses a threat to me?" Link, not one for verbosity, simply stated, "It's nothing. I'll be there soon to protect you. Don't worry." Tony responded affirmatively, hung up in frustration over his vacation being disrupted. Zelda and Link expressed their gratitude to Natasha, who smiled and replied, "I'm glad to assist you. I shall accompany you." At that moment, a distant cry echoed, "Ah, oh, brave hero." Natasha suddenly became alert. Is someone planning an attack here? Just then, Peppa rushed over, colliding with Link's chest, and plaintively complained, "Brave hero. Epona bit my rear. It hurts." Link chuckled. Epona truly sees Peppa as a giant carrot. As Peppa lamented to Link about Epona's heinous actions, sniffling and requesting justice, he grasped Link's hand and fluttered toward the stable. Peppa approached with determination, and upon seeing the flying carrot return, Epona joyfully bounded forward to nibble, causing Peppa to cower in Link's hat, trembling with fear. Link struggled to suppress his laughter, admonishing Epona for her behavior, informing her that she could not eat Peppa. Epona appeared momentarily disappointed, flicked her tail, and returned to the stable in a huff. Natasha observed the anthropomorphic Epona, then glanced at the bumbling Peppa, alongside a bird pecking at the floor in the living room for reasons unknown. Natasha remarked, "You certainly have a plethora of pets. It's a pity, as a spy, I am constantly on missions around the globe and cannot keep any." At that moment, Link cautiously inquired, "Has anything happened in New Mexico?" Natasha paused, her gaze fixed on Link. "Given your question, something must indeed be about to transpire." Link nodded noncommittally. If you see a hammer descending from the sky, do remember to inform me. Natasha responded, huh? The following day, during the night, Link, Zelda, Natasha, and Peppa set off. Their residence was entrusted to J.A.R.V.I.S. for safekeeping, while Dammy took responsibility for feeding Epona. Without the aid of S.H.I.D.L.D., it would have been quite challenging for Link to transport Zelda's bird and Tony's suit. At that moment, Zelda and Peppa gazed joyfully at the clouds outside. While Link busied himself with a gaming console, the sounds of Pika Pika emanating intermittently. Meanwhile, Natasha observed Link intently, intrigued by this remarkably pure-hearted boy. Link, with his customary loosely tied ponytail, showcased long ears that accentuated his delicate features, exuding an unusual exotic charm rather than an air of strangeness. His visage appeared fair and youthful, reminiscent of a girl, albeit with pronounced eyebrows and upward tilted eyes, reflecting a willpower that surpassed the ordinary, though fear lingered within him. He donned a light blue shirt adorned with peculiar patterns, complemented by a thin black jacket featuring a rather spacious hood. According to Natasha's understanding, this light blue shirt and hooded jacket were crafted by Zelda's own hands. In this era, how many girls would sew clothes for boys? Even gifting a box of Valentine's chocolates typically involved repurposing ready-made confections to present as one's own creation. Natasha could discern that Link was engrossed in Pokémon without needing to see the screen. For some unknown reason, he had a particular fondness for this game and its character, Pikachu. Natasha asked, "Do you like Pikachu very much?" Link lifted his head and replied earnestly, "Yes." Because Pikachu is an exceptional fighter. Natasha inquired further, "Have you battled with Pikachu?" Link responded, "Indeed, I have, and he is quite formidable." Natasha mused, "What an odd boy. Could you perhaps divulge a bit about the hammer that is set to descend in New Mexico?" Determined to steer the conversation away before her intelligence could be diminished by Link's words, she sought to extract more information. "Well, it is a divine artifact," Link pondered. Deeming it acceptable to share a fragment of information, it hails from a mysterious planet. Since the arrival of this hammer, significant changes will unfold on Earth. He chose not to elaborate further. Once Thor arrives and intertwines the mythological realm with reality, S.H.I.E.L.D. will undoubtedly come to believe Link's account regarding Ganon. Ultimately, however, these details were of little significance. Link always harbored a premonition that, even in this Marvel universe filled with Iron Man, Captain America, the Hulk, and Thor, he would ultimately face the climactic battle alone. This was an inscrutable fate that he understood he could not evade. Crucially, Link had set his sights on Thor's mighty hammer, Mjolnir. At that moment, he felt like a destitute soul, perpetually aware of life's deprivations. While Tony could forge the Iron Man suit, he could not create a weapon or shield that Link could wield for an extended period. Thus, Link's aspirations turned toward the legendary artifacts within the Marvel realm. He yearned for Captain America's vibranium shield, reasoning that it would eventually be discarded anyway. He coveted Thor's Mjolnir, confident that it would soon be crushed by his sister. Though wielding a vibranium shield in his left hand and Mjolnir in his right may appear incongruous, even somewhat comical, their durability was unmatched. Link had always favored such robust and resilient items. Meanwhile, in New York, Captain America was out for a run when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Slowing his pace to wipe the sweat from his brow, he pondered, "Am I catching a cold?" Ever since receiving the Super Soldier Serum, Rogers had not experienced a single illness, leading him to suspect that this inexplicable shiver was perhaps a remnant of 70 years frozen in time. It could very well be that his marrow had yet to thaw. Muttering to himself, he resumed his run. His incredible speed startled several passers-by, leading to local rumors about a ghostly figure zipping through the night air. Consequently, Rogers shifted his workout routine to the morning, reserving his evening hours for some vigorous bag-punching. Far away in Asgard, Thor returned triumphant from battle, ready to revel with his comrades. Just as he was basking in joy, a sudden chill overtook him. Lowering his goblet, he cast a suspicious glance at his brother Loki. "What mischief are you up to now?" Loki, with a chicken leg in his mouth, looked utterly bewildered and replied, "Huh?" The following day, Tony and Pepper were somewhat anxious at a gathering, their concerns heightened by a phone call from Zelda the previous day. Observing the guests at the event, it seemed that everyone was on edge. After exchanging pleasantries and taking photos with a group of business magnates, Tony rejoined Pepper. Suddenly, he inhaled sharply, a wary expression crossing his face. Noticing the change in Tony's demeanor, Pepper quickly inquired, "Have you spotted a suspected assailant?" Tony gestured with his glass toward a voluptuous Latina woman in the crowd. Pepper, observing the woman's striking presence, nodded in agreement, saying, "I find her rather peculiar as well." Tony nodded, draining the remaining contents of his glass, his expression tense. "I have a feeling that woman might approach me at any moment," he remarked, his tone shifting to a playful one as he added with a grin. "Only to pull out 2 large durians from her dress and knock me senseless." Pepper responded with a teasing remark, 058, the speedster. Tony felt increasingly restless amidst the festivities. At that moment, Ivan was struck by hammer and rushed over to create a disturbance. A burly man clad in yellow overalls, his face marked with excess flesh, attempted to enter the banquet hall. The attendants, perceiving his menacing demeanor and the toothpick clenched between his teeth, swiftly intercepted him. Ivan, muttering a curse in Russian, tore open his shirt to reveal his makeshift battle attire, complete with 2 electrified whips that crackled ominously. The attendants gasped in shock, unable to utter a word before Ivan let out a low growl and swung one of the whips, leaving a trail of electric sparks. In an instant, 2 attendants were severed in half, and a peculiar stench permeated the air as chaos erupted like a bomb. From a distance, Tony heard the screams, and as his gaze landed on the scene, he saw a rugged man, bare-chested and adorned with rudimentary armor, calmly approaching with an electric whip in hand. The atmosphere was rife with confusion. Tony narrowed his eyes and realized that this brute had set his sights on him. He murmured under his breath, "I hope you arrive soon, Link." "Ivan Stark." The man bellowed with laughter, swinging his whip with such force that it cleaved the sofa Tony had just vacated in 2. Pepper shrieked, and Tony shouted, "Pepper! He after me!" Split up. He turned and fled. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine as he caught sight of the electric whip coming toward him. Tony halted abruptly. The whip grazed his chest as it struck the ground, carving a deep gash in the floor. It narrowly missed cleaving him in 2. Tears streamed from his eyes, stung by the electric sparks, and he felt the singe of his eyebrows. Dismissing the pain, he charged forward, spotting a bright rectangular shape. He recognized it as a window, with gritted teeth. He hurled himself through the glass, which shattered and left him with several cuts across his face as he fell to the ground amidst shards. Gasping for breath, his bloodied hands pushed against the ground as he desperately sprinted forward. A moment's delay could cost him his life. "Oh my God! What is that? They're coming! Run!" The scene devolved into utter chaos. Tony's vision blurred as he stumbled about like a headless fly, surrounded by a panicked crowd, deafened by the cacophony of screams. He took a step forward, only to find himself losing his footing, tumbling down the stairs, and rolling onto the racetrack. Pain shot through his shoulder, back, knees, and head. Grimacing, he rubbed his eyes until his vision cleared, only to realize he had inadvertently dashed onto the racecourse, hearing an ominous buzzing sound. Turning his head, he spotted several cars barreling toward him. Despite the pandemonium and the chorus of screams that had forced the race to halt, the drivers required time to decelerate and stop. As fate would have it, Tony had stumbled directly into their path. "Surely, I want to be crushed by the very team I sponsor," he thought, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Ignoring the pain, he rolled away desperately towards the edge of the track. The driver noticed someone on the racetrack and realized that if he continued at this speed, he would surely collide with Tony. He immediately swerved to the left, narrowly avoiding Tony, and just as he breathed a sigh of relief, another man rushed onto the scene. This time, he found himself unable to evade. Fearing a catastrophic accident and a terrifying chain reaction with the racing cars rapidly approaching from behind, he could only shout in panic, "Get out of the way." However, the man he was heading towards evidently did not merit such sympathy. Ivan sneered, wielding a crackling whip, which he swung with precision, severing the front of the car smoothly. The racing car spun out of control, crashing against the barriers, its fate uncertain. As for the other drivers, they were not as fortunate. Witnessing the mysterious figure in front, who had managed to sever the car's front end with a single strike, chaos erupted. Cars collided violently, resulting in a cacophony of destruction and explosive flames that shot into the sky. Those who had yet to escape the scene were suddenly silenced, paralyzed by the terror of the unfolding disaster. Tony, limping and leaning against the sturdy iron fence designed to prevent debris from injuring spectators, understood that it could easily hinder him as well. Ivan taunted, "Stark, you are a failure." Tony glanced at the makeshift reactor embedded in Ivan's chest and scoffed. "And what about you?" "A mere imitator, though I must admit, that contraption of yours is rather well made. Unfortunately, it pales in comparison to mine." Ivan grinned maliciously. "Do you feel the agony? You should be more aware than I of the torment caused by palladium poisoning. It renders life unbearable." Ivan relished the visible change in Tony's expression, preparing to deliver a fatal strike when he suddenly noticed that Tony's astonished gaze was directed not at him, but at something in the sky. A buzzing sound filled the air as Ivan instinctively turned to look, only to see a motorcycle's front tire rapidly enlarging in his field of vision. It slammed into his chest with a resounding thud, sending both him and the bike crashing into the wall, which crumbled upon impact. Tony exhaled in relief as he sat on the ground, exclaiming, "Link, you finally made it." Link descended gracefully from the air, his hood falling back to reveal a cascade of golden hair and elongated ears, eliciting gasps from the audience, who remained undeterred by the danger, opting to watch the spectacle unfold. At that moment, Zelda and Natasha arrived at the stands, breathless and exhausted. Upon seeing Link race onto the field, the two women exchanged wry smiles, realizing that Link and his companions had encountered a traffic jam on their way. Fearing that he would arrive to find Tony charred beyond recognition, Link had jumped out of the vehicle, commandeered a motorcycle from a passerby, and shouted, "Princess, please pay him for me," before swiftly disappearing down the street. Driving at maximum speed amidst a chorus of astonished gasps, Link skillfully maneuvered through the chaos without colliding with a single soul. In an instant, he arrived at the edge of the arena, accelerating fiercely as the engine roared. With a swift lift of the car's front, he surged towards a compact vehicle, only to soar towards a tour bus shortly thereafter. After 2 pivot points, Link found himself airborne, having ascended to the rooftops bordering the arena, maneuvering his vehicle around until he quickly spotted Tony and Ivan. Without hesitation, he revved the engine and launched off the building, hurling 2 bombs backward and triggering their detonation. The spectators gathered at the arena witnessed the sudden darkening of the sky and looked up in confusion, only to be startled by a motorcycle streaking overhead, causing many to drop to the ground in fear. Link, mid-flight, aimed the motorcycle at Ivan and released it, sending Ivan crashing against the wall. He himself descended gracefully, his jacket billowing in the wind. This audacious act left Tony's facial muscles twitching in shock. 059, how brave. Link intended to assist Tony back to safety, but Tony waved him off, saying, "Forget it. You're too short to support me." Just then, Ivan pushed the motorcycle aside, spitting blood as he rose to his feet. Link urged, "Tony, you retreat first. I'll handle this." Tony quickly retreated, shouting, "Where's my suit?" Suddenly, a plump little Iron Man appeared, holding a golden red gadget. Tony exclaimed, "Yes. Pay Papa. Well done. Throw it to me." Pay Papa, from high above, tossed the gadget down. Tony's smile froze. Did Pay Papa intend to crush him? He hurriedly rolled away, only to land awkwardly, his knee throbbing in pain, as the gadget's corner smashed against the ground. "Pay Papa, were you trying to hit me?" Tony shouted angrily. Pay Papa innocently shook his head, clearly believing the brave hero could catch it. "Huh, are you making excuses?" Tony retorted, grabbing the gadget. He attempted to install it onto his body, only to discover it was stuck. Clearly, the impact from Pay Papa's throw had distorted the internal mechanisms. Resigned, Tony pulled the gadget over, sitting atop it while glaring at Pay Papa. Meanwhile, Link assessed Ivan, pondering, another reactor. I wonder if Zelda would be interested. Ivan lashed out with his whip, crackling with electricity. Link deftly dodged, only to be met with another strike. "Your reflexes are impressive." "I know you, Link," Ivan declared, the whip crackling with electric sparks as it swung toward him. Amidst the relentless assault, Link evaded left and right, weaving through the barrage like a dancer, miraculously unharmed. He was not in a rush to retaliate. He had a theory regarding Ivan. If battling the Hulk could awaken Darkler's spirit, might confronting this electrifying foe rouse the soul of the former Queen of Gerudo? Thus, he continued to dodge, seeking to use Ivan's electric whip to invoke the awakening of a heroic spirit. While Link focused on his strategy, the audience was left in a state of alarm. The position where Link stood was continuously captured by the photographer. The guests in the banquet hall observed everything clearly. Moments ago, Tony had dashed onto the racetrack, startling Pepper to the point of paling. After narrowly evading the racing car, Hammer casually clenched his fist, inwardly cursing, "Why didn't that bastard get hit?" Just prior, Link had soared in on his motorcycle, a spectacle that the photographer had also captured in its entirety. Viewers at home collectively gasped, as Link's actions were both thrilling and perilous, narrowly saving Tony and prompting cheers from everyone in front of their screens, except for Hammer. "That boy is Link," he thought. "How did he manage that?" Hammer scoffed internally, suspecting that the lad had been injected with a serum akin to the super soldier formula, allowing him to exhibit such strength. A twinge of jealousy stirred within him, as he thought, If you dare to experiment biologically, so will I. As Ivan launched his assault, the crackling sound of the electric whip sent shivers down everyone's spine. Even through the live television broadcast, the danger of the whip was palpable. Each swing elicited gasps of anxiety, fearing that Link might be struck by Ivan. Link's reputation had soared remarkably, as his formidable strength led to speculation that he had indeed been injected with the Super Soldier Serum, earning him the media's title as the new generation of superheroes after Captain America. Yet, the atmosphere of concern quickly transformed into astonished cheers, as Link seemed to toy with Ivan, evading strikes without countering. Ivan, in a frenzy of relentless blows, exhausted himself without managing to graze Link's attire even slightly. While the onlookers reveled in the thrilling spectacle, Link felt a sense of disillusionment. He sensed nothing. The awakening of the heroic spirit remained elusive. Indeed, Ivan is simply too weak, Link pondered. Perhaps only a clash with Thor could awaken the spirit of Queen Ghidorah. His expression betrayed disappointment, which only provoked Ivan further. Gasping for breath, Ivan snarled, "Are you mocking me?" He lashed out with his electric whip towards a nearby wrecked car, hurling it at Link. With a swift motion, Link evaded effortlessly, only to hear a collective gasp behind him. Ugh! It was Tony, looking utterly innocent as he watched the wrecked vehicle hurtling toward him, desperately attempting to escape, yet his knee buckled, causing him to tumble to the ground. Link sighed, "I told you to stay out of the way." Ivan sneered, "If you wish to assist him, you must first get past me." The whip crackled again towards Link. Without hesitation, Link called out, "Princess, I'm coming." Just as Tony was on the verge of being crushed, Zelda dashed from the audience stand, donning her glasses. In an instant, her wings spread wide, and she soared toward Tony. At the critical moment, she maneuvered her body, slicing through the wrecked car as if it were mere parchment, severing it in two before it could reach him. Zelda barely had time to breathe a sigh of relief when she noticed Tony, seemingly unaware of the rescue, rolling away to evade the danger. As fate would have it, the rolling debris inadvertently landed at the very spot where a half-broken vehicle lay smashed. Zelda, exasperated, exclaimed, "What are you doing rolling around aimlessly?" Tony believed he had narrowly escaped danger, but upon glancing up, he was dismayed to see the wreckage still hurtling towards him, albeit in halves. Yet, even half could be fatal. Resigned, Tony raised his hand to shield his head, hoping to preserve at least one life. Just then, a melodious voice echoed in his ear, "Ahaha." It was Pei Papa, activating his thrusters, soaring like a superhero towards the wreckage. Oh, Pei Papa exclaimed, defying gravity with the aid of his diminutive suit, managing to lift the half-crushed vehicle. Zelda cheered, "Well done, Pei Papa," with a triumphant flourish. Pei Papa tossed the debris aside and zoomed over to Tony, hands on hips, boasting, "Aren't I impressive?" Tony embraced Pei Papa, his voice a mix of astonishment and joy. Gently stroking Pei Papa's head, "Oh my heavens! Pei Papa, you are my hero. I swear, I shall never be cross with you again." Ivan bellowed in fury, "Damn it!" Amidst the chaos, Link caught sight of Pei Papa's brave rescue of Tony and burst into laughter. He turned and dashed towards Ivan, delivering a swift kick that sent him crashing against the wall. In an agile motion, Link lunged forward and rendered Ivan unconscious with a precise strike, swiftly stripping him of his suit and reactor. 060 efficient interrogation and swift escape in the very next moment after Link's triumph over Ivan. Local law enforcement sprang forth from the shadows, swiftly apprehending Ivan. Link, taken aback, wondered aloud, "Where were you all this time?" Turning, he assisted Tony to his feet. Zelda and Natasha hurried over, a small bird landing gracefully at Zelda's feet, folding its wings. Tony planted a fervent kiss on Pei Papa's cheek. "Yikes," Pei Papa squeaked, discomfited by Tony's stubbled face, pushing him away with a small hand. "Pei Papa, you have saved the life of Tony Stark. What reward do you desire? Perhaps a Latina beauty with proportions rivaling a durian?" Pei Papa tilted his head in confusion, unable to grasp Tony's words. Natasha, frowning, whispered to Zelda, "Has Stark spent too much time with Link? He seems rather obsessed with durians." Zelda, her fingers brushing her temples, found it difficult to articulate Link's peculiar fondness for the fruit. Releasing the still squirming Pei Papa, Tony addressed Zelda, "And I must thank you as well. This avian mech is your creation, isn't it? A rather clever design, remarkably swift and energy efficient. Although I would love to embrace you too, I fear provoking Link. So perhaps it's best left unsaid." "Ah, good to see you again, Slavic beauty," Tony greeted Natasha, adding, "Romanov. You surely recognize the figure wielding a whip with that unmistakable Russian accent, don't you?" Natasha chuckled, "Ah, Yes, he is somewhat of your adversary, isn't he? However, before addressing that, you should first deal with the media. As soon as Link spotted the swarm of reporters approaching with their cameras and microphones, he quickly donned his hood, grasped Zelda with one hand, and snatched the pop-pop-pop from Tony's grasp with the other, swiftly retreating. Natasha chuckled and bid farewell, swaying her hips as she departed. Hey, why is everyone running away? With his injured knee hindering his mobility, Tony soon found himself surrounded by reporters. In exasperation, he pointed to his head and lamented. Do you see this? I'm bleeding profusely, limping, and in dire need of treatment. Please, spare me. Fortunately, Pepper and Happy arrived just in time to extricate Tony from the throng. Infuriated, Tony exclaimed, Happy, my bodyguard, whom I trusted implicitly. And yet you were nowhere to be found in my moment of peril. Happy retorted, I was busy protecting Miss Potts, with Link safeguarding you. I feel I've been demoted from bodyguard to chauffeur. Very well, Tony conceded. When we return, I shall appoint you as the company's security chief. After receiving rudimentary treatment, the striking French nurse cast him flirtatious glances, which he chose to ignore, instead directing his ire at the television broadcasting reports on the incident. The host animatedly recounted the recent events in French, showcasing footage that was the very source of Tony's ire, Link dramatically bursting onto the scene, his motorcycle toppling Ivan. While the slow-motion replay, inexplicably accompanied by rousing music, made Link appear 5 times more dashing. In stark contrast, Tony's chaotic retreat, complete with rolling and bloodshed, painted a rather undignified picture. Watching the footage made Tony's mouth twitch in frustration. At that moment, Link and the others entered the room. Zelda, cradling a bouquet of flowers, cheerfully placed them on the bedside table. Tony grumbled, You've all gone too far, leaving me stranded like that. Before he could finish, the alluring French nurse, who had been casting glances his way, gasped and exclaimed, Link. Forgetting about Tony, she eagerly rushed to greet Link, saying, I can finally see you in person. You're just as handsome as in the videos. Young man, may I ask if you've seen Natasha? Zelda's smile faltered slightly as she placed her hands on Link's shoulders and provocatively addressed the beautiful nurse in a pristine Parisian accent. Excuse me, nurse. Is there something you need? Upon looking up, the nurse found herself face to face with the breathtaking Black Widow, whose gaze was both tender and icy. The stunning French nurse suddenly felt diminutive and scurried away in embarrassment. Tony, feeling disgruntled, remarked, Link, you're stealing my thunder. Though I dismiss the attention of that nurse, it irks me to see her admiration shift so unceremoniously to you. What makes you so special? Papa then fluttered over, joyfully exclaiming. Recognizing Papa was greeting him, Tony lifted the creature high in the air, saying, Surely, you must tell me who that lunatic intent on killing me is? Natasha replied, I leveraged my connections within HILD to secure 5 minutes for interrogation. Although the man was unwilling to divulge anything, I managed to extract a wealth of intelligence. Tony interjected, What? He said nothing, yet you gleaned information? With a gentle smile, Natasha revealed her unparalleled interrogation skills. His name is Ivanenko, a Russian. His father was a partner of your father, Howard Stark, collaborating on the original design of the arc reactor. According to Ivan, his father made the most significant contributions to the reactor, yet it was your father who claimed it as his own. One languished in poverty in Russia, while the other became a millionaire in America. That provides a motive for your demise. Link, bewildered, remarked, He didn't utter a word, and you uncovered so much? Did you interrogate Happy to get the script for Iron Man 2? Tony frowned. My father had a hand in this. This matter felt sensitive, tied to their lineage, prompting Tony to refrain from further discussion. At that moment, Tony's phone rang, and upon answering, his expression darkened. Zelda inquired, What's wrong? Tony, his face grim, replied, Ivanenko has escaped from prison. Natasha, adjusting her red hair, shook her head. Well, Ivan is surely plotting another attempt on your life, Mr. Stark. Upon hearing this, Pepper immediately rubbed her temples and groaned. I need to expedite our security measures. Tony scoffed. What is there to fear? That rudimentary armor? I could take on 5 of those with my new suit. Link reassured Pepper, exactly. There's no need for concern. Even against Tony's latest. I could handle 5 of those, and I'll ensure Tony's safety. Tony, displeased, exclaimed, Hey. However, Pepper felt relieved and implored, Then Link, I trust you with Tony's safety. Meanwhile, Ivan was being covertly transported back to America, bound and hooded. At the same time, Hammer sat aboard a plane. Fingers interlaced beneath his chin, musing, Even if I acquire that mad ant's technology, I still cannot surpass Stark. As Tony, whose injuries had yet to heal, hurriedly left the hospital. He lacked any desire for continued vacation and flew back to America with Link and the others. In the kitchen, Tony busied himself with some task, while Pepper and Zelda observed Link and Natasha practicing their combat skills. Link, proficient in all forms of melee weaponry, could pierce Tony's faceplate with a mere fork. However, his hand-to-hand combat skills paled in comparison to Natasha's prowess. Curious, Link sought to understand the disparity between his abilities and those of the Black Widow, a formidable fighter with a combat skill rating of 6 in the Marvel Universe. To his surprise, he found himself utterly outmatched. With a swift scissor kick, Natasha tripped Link, locking his arm in a joint lock, effortlessly subduing him. Releasing him, she queried, "Why do you falter without your weapons? Yet you frequently rely on explosive devices." Link remarked, "The art of hand-to-hand combat fails to unleash my true power. I often resort to explosive weaponry." He then approached a vase, retrieving a bouquet of dripping flowers. With a flick of his wrist, he fashioned a sword-like bloom, releasing a faint yet palpable sword energy that surged forth with a swift sound. The bouquet erupted like fireworks. "My strength requires a medium for its release," he continued. "Be it knives, swords, or guns, without proper tools. Unleashing my full force with bare hands would merely culminate in the terminal point of my power, my fingertips, ultimately inflicting harm upon myself. While it may not explode like this flower, it would certainly leave me with wounds. Over time, I resorted solely to weaponry." Natasha chuckled. "Ah, now I am aware of your weakness." At that moment, Tony knocked on the door and announced, "Dinner is served." Among the few words he remembered, Peppa's eyes sparkled upon hearing this, and she darted to open the door. There stood Tony, donning a white chef's hat and an apron, pushing a cart laden with food. "This is a surprise I have prepared for you," Tony proclaimed. "Tony Stark can cook." Zelda and Pepper exchanged glances, recalling that the household either consisted of Tony ordering various unrefined takeout, burgers, pizzas, sandwiches, or Zelda attempting to whip up something in Tony's nearly dilapidated kitchen. They had never witnessed him in the act of cooking. Nevertheless, given Tony's prowess in all endeavors, perhaps his culinary skills would be unexpectedly exceptional. Curiosity piqued, Pepper and Zelda lifted the lid, only to unveil a heap of charred offerings. "Did you actually attempt to cook?" Pepper inquired. Tony retorted, "You stared at my culinary creation for 3 seconds, and you dare to ask me that?" With a smile, Pepper replied, "The ingredients on this aircraft are top-notch. For you to ruin them like this, you truly are Mr. Tony Stark." Tony shrugged. "I spent 2 precious hours preparing this meal." He then turned to Zelda, saying, "Zelda, you are a good soul. To express my gratitude for your long journey to save me, this is my token of appreciation." Zelda forced a smile, replying, I'm not hungry at the moment." Tony removed Peppa, who was perched upon his head, flattening his chef's hat, and placed her above the food he had prepared. "Peppa, what do you think of the taste?" Curiously, Peppa sniffed the air. Tony beamed. "Peppa, you truly have an eye for quality, never judging by appearances." However, Peppa emitted a peculiar sound, startling herself and swiftly fleeing. Natasha laughed, as expected from arms dealer Mr. Stark. Even his food has a formidable presence. Tony glared at Peppa. "Your reaction is a bit over the top." Peppa, being a forest sprite, held a profound fear of fire, subsisting primarily on fruits and mushrooms. The burnt aroma of Tony's cooking was enough to frighten her. Link, intrigued, approached, spearing a piece of omelet with a fork and placing it in his mouth, only to hear a distinct crunch. Natasha was taken aback. Could such a sound emanate from an omelet? To this, Link naturally swallowed, took another piece, and remarked, "It tastes quite delightful." Tony sighed with relief and addressed the group in a tone tinged with exasperation. "You lot, so quick to judge by appearances. How can you dismiss my cooking without even a taste? I, Tony Stark, can create wonders." He then picked up a fork, speared an omelet, and popped it into his mouth. After a moment of chewing, his expression inexplicably shifted from relaxed to one of grave concern. With a stoic face, he delicately wiped his mouth with a napkin before standing up and casually exiting to find a trash bin to dispose of the remnants. Pepper, showing no restraint, burst into laughter. Peppa, perched on Pepper's shoulder and clueless about the situation, joined in the laughter. Moments later, Tony returned, observing Link still savoring his meal, and exclaimed, "How did you manage that?" Link, with a calm demeanor and a question mark hovering above his head, replied, "I find your food rather pleasant. It seems devoid of anything I dislike." Zelda, stifling her laughter, informed Tony, Link has a rather peculiar appetite. He can even consume worse. Although, it appears the only food he dares not touch is frogs, nothing else. Tony gasped in surprise. Natasha raised an eyebrow and, without missing a beat, added, "Ors? Mr. Stark, your culinary creations should at least be more palatable than rocks." Tony retorted, "Why do you sprinkle so many hypothetical phrases into your sentences?" Peppa, fluttering around Link, chimed in, "Truly befitting of a great hero." Ultimately, Tony's entire culinary effort vanished into Link's seemingly infinite stomach, a feat that left Tony deeply moved. What a true friend. Upon disembarking the plane, Natasha suddenly received a phone call, her expression shifting dramatically. She informed Tony and Link, SHIELD, requires your assistance once more. In New York City, a colossal stone monster has emerged, causing considerable panic. We hope you can resolve this issue. A stone monster? Link pondered. Recognizing that the creature's vulnerability lay in the black or atop its head, easily dispatched by concentrated military fire. The fact that SHIELD sought his help indicated the army was unable to tackle the problem. Could it be that the stone monsters of the Marvel Universe differed from those of Hyrule? Tony shrugged nonchalantly. I've made some adjustments to the suit. It's ready to go. Since your Homeland Security Agency is unable to handle this, I can lend a hand. Having just dined, Link felt invigorated and nodded in agreement. All right, let's head over. 062. Battles require music. Why to York again? Tony questioned in bewilderment. Why is it always here that calamities strike? What is it about this city that disasters seem to favor? Link and Zelda, equally perplexed, speculated. Isn't it often said that New York is the heart of the world? Perhaps Ganon's puppets are drawn to this place? Unlike the previous encounter with the centaurs, this incident unfolded in the bustling heart of the city, which now lay in ruins. The colossal stone creature wreaked havoc as it staggered through the streets, demolishing buildings. While a handful of journalists and photographers risked their lives in a precarious safe zone to report on the unfolding chaos, counting the casualties, chronicling the military's repeated failures to subdue the beast, and detailing the destruction of countless structures, leading to astronomical economic losses with each passing second. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Who is that? Good heavens. It's Iron Man. He has arrived to save New York. Cheers erupted as Iron Man soared through the skies, but he was not alone. Another figure followed closely behind. Oh my, it's Link, someone exclaimed. He was riding a bird-like contraption, gliding through the air effortlessly. The sight of two superheroes appearing simultaneously promised an epic showdown against the monstrous stone creature. The anticipation grew as they approached. However, disaster struck. Link fell from the sky. What happened? Link, in a moment of inspiration, had attempted to emulate sword flying, standing atop Zelda's flying bird to hasten his arrival. Natasha piloted the vehicle, with Zelda in the passenger seat, while Tony soared above, and Zelda maneuvered the bird to carry Link swiftly through the air. Link reveled in the exhilarating sensation of flying. But just as they neared the creature's origin point, the bird beneath him suddenly trembled violently. Zelda's urgent voice crackled through his earpiece. Link, this is bad. I've reached the limit of my control over the bird. It's going out of control. Link gasped, recalling the harrowing memory of a previous fall from 200 meters. Though his health had increased to 8 hearts, he was reluctant to experience the sensation of plummeting from such heights again. The bird's wings abruptly folded, sending Link spiraling downward. Meanwhile, Tony, unaware of Link's peril, was alerted by Jarvis. Mr. Stark, the bird is malfunctioning. Link is falling. What? Tony exclaimed, his heart racing as he remembered the gravity of such a drop. He quickly turned to rescue Link, but upon glancing back, he saw Link bouncing off his shield like a staircase jumper, utilizing the explosive force of his enhanced bombs to propel himself back into the air. A wave of relief washed over Tony. Link, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Meanwhile, the reporters continued their fervent coverage. My goodness. Did you see that? Link astonishingly soared back into the air atop his shield, harnessing the explosive force of the bomb. How did he achieve such a feat? Even Link himself was drenched in cold sweat as he turned to Tony, exclaiming, Tony, given your mobility constraints, focus on airborne assaults against the golem's head while I maneuver beneath it to divert its attention. Link covered his mouth, realizing that utilizing his shield and bombs could not allow him to float with the same grace as Tony. As he spoke, he maintained the precarious motion of being propelled upwards by the explosion, only to be drawn back down by gravity, making his words difficult to articulate. One misstep could lead to him biting his tongue, prompting him to remain silent and hastily rush towards the golem. From his weapon space, Link retrieved a Guardian Greatsword, a third-generation model crafted by Tony. Proudly, Tony had informed Link that this sword boasted 3 times the durability of its predecessor and possessed marvelous capabilities, activated simply by pressing the metallic button on the hilt. However, at the time, Tony had left Link in suspense regarding the nature of this wondrous feature. Though the golem lacked eyes, it sensed Link's swift approach. It raised its shield and, wielding the great sword, brought it crashing down from above, clumsily attempting to block with its arm. With great anticipation, Link pressed the metallic button, wondering whether it would unleash lightning, generate intense heat along the blade, or produce high-frequency vibrations for enhanced cutting ability. Let us groove, darling. Twist and scream out loud. Come on, don't be shy. Suddenly, the Guardian Greatsword erupted with thunderous music, startling Link and causing him to nearly lose his grip on the blade. The momentum dissipated, and he could not muster the strength in his legs. The sword struck the golem's arm, sending him flying backward. Upon turning, he spotted Tony approaching and shouted, "Is this the new feature you installed on the Greatsword?" Nodding beneath his helmet, Tony replied, "Indeed. A classic tune from the Beatles. Isn't it delightful? The licensing fees are quite substantial." With a sense of helplessness, Link shouted as he soared away, "What use is this?" Tony retorted, "Don't you think that having a soundtrack adds passion to the battle?" He then began to sway his head to the rhythm of the distant melody emanating from the Greatsword, launching an attack against the golem in sync with the music. Thud, thud, thud. Tony aimed 3 laser beams at the golem's head, deftly dodging its fist while continuing to unleash lasers from the side. However, to his dismay, the lasers struck the golem's dark or without producing even a glimmer of light, as they were absorbed entirely. Furrowing his brow, Tony remarked, "How peculiar. It seems ineffective." Link, racing towards the golem with the greatsword in tow, called out, "Tony, how do we turn off this music?" As Tony evaded another strike from the golem, he shouted back, "Just press that metallic button once more." Link complied, pressing the button, and a cacophony of noise erupted. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Link exclaimed in exasperation, "Why is it that only one song was cut? I want the music to cease." Tony retorted playfully, "My apologies, Link. I forgot to install a button to stop the music. This is in line with the current minimalist design trend. Unfortunately, I have embedded a decade's worth of Beatles tracks, and you may need to listen to the entire collection before it halts." "Is that so?" Link nodded impassively, aware that Tony was intentionally teasing him. He then thrust his resounding sword into the ground beside him and sat with his arms crossed upon a large slab of granite. Tony inquired, "Link, are you angry?" "Oh, that was close." He had narrowly escaped being struck by a blow from the colossal rock creature. Link shook his head. "No, I am not." Tony shouted, "All right. I won't make such jokes again. Come on, let us fight together." Link continued to shake his head and chuckled, "You go ahead and fight. I shall engage once I finish the song." "Oh, Link, do not be like this," Tony said, his stiff gaze shifting toward the immense rock creature. Reminiscent of his own home, his Adam's apple bobbing awkwardly. "Roar." The rock creature bellowed. 063, confront the rock giant. "Link, are you truly not planning to assist?" Tony was flung back and forth by the rock creature's lengthy arms, suffering a blow that dented his chest armor. Glancing back at Link, he found him still engrossed in the rhythmic beat of the bass-heavy sword, appearing utterly unfazed. "Link, I am on the brink of death." Tony desperately unleashed several beams of light toward the rock creature. Yet, as with his countless previous attempts, they proved futile. He had no choice but to evade and attack from a different angle. Though the rock creature appeared mindless, it had quickly disowned Tony's flight pattern within mere minutes, beginning to anticipate his movements, posing a significant threat. It even swung its arms, generating turbulent gusts that disrupted Tony's flight, leading him into a series of perilous situations. Meanwhile, Link remained seated nearby, observing the clash between Tony and the rock creature, seemingly disinterested in assisting. The rock creature's techniques were straightforward, yet its immense size and strength rendered Tony's efforts futile. At that moment, Zelda and Natasha realized that Tony was single-handedly battling the rock creature. Natasha exclaimed, "Could it be that Link is injured? I have spotted him." Zelda responded, noting Link seated calmly, watching the struggle unfold. Peppa helped Zelda regain control of the errant flying creature, and Zelda readjusted her glasses, tapping the legs to modify the parameters and reactivated the creature. With a powerful flap of its wings, the creature surged forward, launching a direct strike at the rock giant. However, it proved ineffective, leaving Zelda perplexed. Although it failed to harm the rock creature, it successfully diverted its attention, significantly alleviating the pressure on Tony. Tony finally managed to catch his breath and said to the bird, "It seems I have provoked Link. He no longer wishes to fight." Natasha and Zelda exchanged glances. Provoking Link, yet on the battlefield, Link remained remarkably composed. Zelda, unable to believe that Link could be so indifferent to the larger picture, shared a deep mental connection with him and immediately surmised his thoughts. Turning to Tony, she remarked, "While I am unsure how you managed to irritate Link, rest assured, he is not angry at you. We shall take charge of distracting the golem, trying our best to attack and probe, allowing Link more time to observe." More time to observe? Indeed, Link was contemplating a strategy to defeat the golem. This golem was somewhat different from those encountered in Hyrule. Zelda maneuvered the bird, soaring above the golem, unleashing a barrage of light and other attacks, striking its vulnerable black ore, yet to no avail. Had the golem truly become impervious to weakness? Tony turned his head, observing Link's serious demeanor, and thus joined Zelda in their coordinated assault on the golem. While they fought fiercely, the reporter, parched and weary, narrated, "Currently, Iron Man and a bird-like mech are besieging the golem, having launched a relentless attack for over 10 minutes, yet no effect has been observed. The golem has not even produced a single shard of debris. Is there truly no one capable of subduing this golem?" Meanwhile, Link sat quietly upon a stone, showing no inclination to assist his companions. Had this superhero truly succumbed to fear before the golem? Under the reporter's commentary, the world witnessed Link's timid stance, reluctant to join his allies in confronting the golem. The video bore a bold headline, "Why is Hero Link afraid to fight?" As time passed, videos circulated showing Link fiercely battling Tony at the banquet, confronting the centaur in the outskirts of New York, and engaging Hulk and other formidable foes. His prowess became widely recognized, earning him the title of the world's strongest superhero. Yet, at this moment, the mightiest of heroes sat idly, watching his friend Iron Man grapple with the golem, leaving everyone perplexed. The eyes of the world were now trained upon Link. Just as the media began to craft malicious narratives to criticize him, Peppa, clad in a miniature suit of armor, fluttered over cautiously and inquired, "Brave one, are you injured? Is the golem too difficult to defeat?" "Oh no, I certainly do not mean to belittle your prowess." In that instant, Link finally shifted his gaze. He had discovered the means to conquer the golem. With a smile, he gently patted Peppa's forehead, saying, "At last, I have found this creature's weakness. You should leave now. It may soon become dangerous." Obediently, Peppa flew back to perch upon Zelda's shoulder. Link rose, grasping the royal guard's sword that lay nearby. Unbeknownst to him, as he stood, the world, gathered before their screens, erupted in a collective cheer. Oh! Link finally stepped onto the battlefield, ready to engage. Bravo, onward! Defeat the monstrous fiend. With great determination, Link wielded his colossal sword and charged forward. He shouted to Tony and Zelda, "We were mistaken. This is not the golem." Tony, perplexed, replied, "Huh? What are we fighting then?" Yet, Zelda, piecing together the fragments of information, exclaimed in astonishment, "How could it be this way?" Natasha hurriedly inquired, "What is the matter?" Zelda responded with a smile, "Link has already informed you about the characteristics of these creatures. This particular rock monster is a large golem, and its weakness lies in the black or atop its head. Attacking other areas is futile. We must shatter the or on its crown to vanquish it." Natasha nodded. "I understand. The other type is the smaller golem, which is nearly invulnerable unless flipped over to self-destruct. I've seen those in the S.H.I.D.L.D. headquarters." Just then, Link's voice crackled through the headset, interjecting, "Therefore, I surmise that the rock monster before us is merely a larger version of that smaller golem, transformed for some unknown reason." He continued, "What we need to do now is to flip this giant golem over and let it explode, just as I did in the S.H.I.E.L.D. building." Zelda chuckled in confusion. "But how can we possibly overturn such a massive creature?" At that moment, Tony grasped the situation. "Ah, that makes sense. No wonder my attacks have been ineffective for so long. All right, let us flip this hefty behemoth." With a fierce roar, Link leapt high into the air, igniting explosives with his shield at his feet, brandishing the booming music of his guardian's sword as he soared upward, twirling rapidly. Link unleashed his utmost strength, yet Tony's equipment faltered at the critical moment, resulting in Link's efforts being thwarted and leaving him with internal injuries from the force he had exerted. The rock giant bellowed, flailing its arms, while Link danced upon its head. However, the limited space allowed the giant to seize an opportunity, delivering a powerful punch that struck Link, gritting his teeth. Link raised his shield to block, but was sent flying backward, his complexion paling as he coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. His health plummeted by 4 hearts. Zelda swiftly summoned her bird companion, diving to catch Link's body. She anxiously called out, "Link, I'm fine." Link wiped the blood from his lips, his color returning. The heavy blow from the rock giant had inadvertently expelled the internal bruising, and though painful, he found it easier to breathe. In the aftermath of Link's injury, Tony launched a relentless assault, diverting the rock giant's attention. "Link, what do we do? Should we retreat?" Tony shouted. At that moment, as Tony spoke, the massive fist of the rock giant came crashing down. Tony exclaimed, "This is bad." Jarvis warned, "Mr. Stark, if you were struck this time, your survival rate is less than 1%. A chill ran through Tony's heart, and he urgently shouted, "Jarvis, disengage the suit." The spectators watching the battle on television gasped as they saw Iron Man about to be hit by the rock giant. Suddenly, a gap opened in the back of the Iron Man suit, and Tony tumbled out. Just as Tony exited the confines of the suit, the colossal fist struck with the force of a bulldozer, deforming upon impact and crashing through a building. One can only imagine the dire consequences had Tony remained within the Iron Man armor. As Tony fell from such a height, he pondered, "At this altitude, my pelvis would likely suffer a catastrophic fracture." Just then, Peppa activated the thrusters and swiftly zoomed toward him, grabbing the collar of Tony's shirt mid-air. Tony rejoiced, "Well done." Ha ha ha. However, his elation was short-lived as he heard a ripping sound. Oh no. Peppa realized that Tony's attire could not withstand the weight and tore apart. Tony shouted in despair as he continued to plummet. Oh dear. Peppa, with great determination, dove downward, eyes wide with focus. Just half a meter from the ground. Peppa grasped the hem of Tony's pants, halting his descent with sheer effort. Tony looked up at the ground, swinging back and forth, feeling a wave of fear render him numb. Just as he was about to express his gratitude to Peppa, another tearing sound echoed. His pants were ripped as well, leaving him in nothing but shorts and shoes as he landed with a thud. With a bump on his head, Tony writhed on the ground in pain, muttering, "I must not let the media see me like this." Unbeknownst to him, his exposed state was already being broadcasted live. "Peppa, help me find some clothes." Clothes. As Zelda and Link typically conversed in Hylian, Tony had picked up a few words, including clothes. Oh. Peppa nodded enthusiastically and set off in search of attire. Meanwhile, the reporter, hoarse with excitement, reported, "Iron Man has been defeated by the rock giant. Link has also been sent flying. Is there truly no way to defeat the rock giant? Who will come to our rescue?" Seeing that Tony was unharmed, Link breathed a sigh of relief and said to Zelda, "Quick, take me to the top of the rock giant. You have no weapons now. It's too dangerous." Zelda expressed her concern. Link shook his head defiantly. "Perhaps there are other ways. We can't just retreat in shame." Thus, Zelda soared into the sky on the back of a bird, carrying Link toward the summit of the rock giant. The reporter shouted, "We see it. Link has not given up. He still intends to launch an attack on the rock giant." "Hold on, Link. Wait. The rock giant's fist is coming again." How will Link respond to this impending attack? As Link was struck by the fierce wind generated by the incoming rock fist, his body momentarily faltered before he leaped into the air. At that instant, the bird swooped down swiftly, allowing both Link and the avian creature to evade the colossal rock fist, one ascending while the other descended. Upon landing, Link firmly planted his feet on the giant's fist and dashed toward its head with great speed. The reporter shouted encouragement, "Go, Link. You can do it." The rock giant bellowed loudly, raising its other fist to strike Link. A sudden heaviness enveloped Link's breath, as if he were submerged in the depths of the ocean. The fist had not yet reached him, but the force of the wind compelled him to bend low. Hastily, Link performed a roll forward, narrowly avoiding the giant's blow. However, the fist struck his arm, brutally shattering it. Debris flew in all directions, several fragments hitting Link, causing intense pain in his abdomen. Blood trickled from the corner of his eye, and a sharp shard grazed his face, leaving a crimson mark. The reporter screamed, "Link has successfully used the rock giant's own attack to break its arm. But Link has fallen." Zelda gasped in shock. "Link." Link tumbled onto the giant's shoulder. The rock giant shook violently, and Link began to slip. Just as he was about to fall, he clutched desperately at the rock, hanging precariously from its back. The rock giant roared in frustration, trying to shake him off. Yet, Link clung on like a gecko, refusing to let go despite the tumultuous movements. Zelda exhaled in relief. As long as Link maintained his grip, he would not plummet. In the realm of climbing and scaling walls, none could rival Link. She hurriedly maneuvered the bird to distract the rock giant, preventing it from shaking its arm and crushing Link beneath its weight. Amidst Link's chaotic swaying, he suddenly noticed the giant's torso. The severed stone arm was regenerating. Link sighed. This adversary was indeed formidable. However, clarity dawned upon him, and his resolve strengthened once more. The reporter exclaimed, "Link is still climbing. He has not given up." Link strained upward, his hands bloodied and torn, each palm bearing the marks of his struggle, a harrowing sight broadcasted live. With a mighty leap, Link surged upward, landing atop the giant's head, which was composed of dark ore. 065 shield counter. Link, panting heavily, sat atop the rock giant, clenching his fists as the scabs and dirt on his skin were shaken loose. His hands formed a streamlined shape, and he blew forcefully, producing a melodious whistle. The rock giant, in a daze, tilted its head back. From the fourth-dimensional space, Link retrieved a bomb and struck it fiercely against the black ore atop the giant, igniting it. Although the bomb's impact was akin to that of chopsticks, failing to harm the rock giant, it nonetheless provoked a furious roar, and the giant swung its fists in retaliation. As the bomb detonated, Link swiftly brandished his guardian shield to withstand the explosive force. When confronted by the colossal rock giant's fist, he remained steadfast, unflinching, shield in hand, and seized the moment for a perfect shield counter. Thwack! The rock giant's fist was abruptly deflected, while Link remained motionless upon the black ore. A reporter exclaimed, "Did everyone see that?" The shield counter. Link's signature move. The rock giant's attack has been repelled. Link is truly formidable. Natasha inquired of Zelda, with such an impressive shield counter, why didn't Link employ it earlier? Zelda, intently observing Link as she maneuvered her bird to circle above the rock giant, wore a grave expression. Link's shield counter is not infallible. Should it fail, he would be struck squarely by the rock giant. Although it appears powerful, it is contingent upon the strength of the opponent against formidable foes. A failed counter leaves one completely vulnerable. To employ a shield counter against a creature of the rock giant's caliber is to wager one's very life. Immediately, Natasha retrieved her phone to report the situation to Nick. On the other end, Nick urged, "Then we must expedite Link and Tony's evacuation." Understood. Natasha relayed the message to Zelda. However, Zelda shook her head. "I will inform Link, but he will undoubtedly refuse." Zelda called out to Link, "Link, we must retreat. Let us seek alternative methods to vanquish the rock giant." She then whispered to Natasha, "Link will certainly decline." Sure enough, Link shouted back, "Wait, give me a moment. I only need one rock giant to defeat them." Nick, overhearing Link's declaration, was baffled. What is this stubborn kid thinking? He clearly faces defeat yet persists. Meanwhile, Nick was also watching the live feed from the battlefield sent by the reporter. Furrowing his brow, he noted, "This kid shows no fear, and doesn't he appear to be acting recklessly? Could it be that he truly has a trump card?" At that moment, Tony was huddled beneath a massive pile of debris, searching for usable clothing without success. Observing Link engage the rock giant in a prolonged battle, he realized that apart from passive defense and evasion, Link had no opportunity to launch an offensive. He pondered, perhaps detonating the arc reactor could obliterate this creature. Just then, Peppa shouted, "Yaha! I've brought some clothes." Tony limped forward. "You're the reliable one, Peppa." Peppa tossed the clothes she had found to Tony, initially smiling at the garments. Tony's expression quickly soured upon inspection. Bare-chested and holding the clothes with his hands on his hips, he confronted Peppa. "Do you really think I look good dressed like Super Mario?" Peppa scratched her head, puzzled by Tony's reaction, and innocently replied, "I picked out some really nice clothes. Look. There's red and blue. They're super cute. Last time I wore them, Princess Zelda even complimented me on how adorable I looked." He babbled incoherently, and Tony could not comprehend a word. Times have changed. Even Mario seemed indifferent, for it was certainly better than being naked. Tony shook his head while donning his clothes. Thus, beside the battlefield appeared a peculiar man clad in blue high-waisted overalls and a red top. Oh, Peppa suddenly recalled something. Without hesitation, he removed his green hat from his little head and flew over to place it atop Tony's head. "Beautiful. Look. Red, blue, green." Peppa chirped joyfully, delighted by the vibrant colors, for he adored bright hues. The more flamboyant, the better. Sighing, Tony lowered the green duckbill hat Peppa had given him to cover his face. He understood that he shared no common aesthetic language with this forest sprite from another realm. Meanwhile, Link was bouncing around, executing a perfect shield parry against the rock giant's punches for the 5th time, his state remarkably well. Yet, Link's expression gradually darkened. 5 attempts. Still unsuccessful. Grabbing a bomb, Link hurled it at the black or atop the rock giant's head and detonated it. He whistled again, taunting the rock giant. He needed to provoke the giant into a furious rage, heedless of the consequences. The rock giant had already been entangled with Link for some time, seething with anger. It swung another punch at its own head. Link shouted in his heart. Once more, he leaped fiercely, ready to parry. Yet, at that moment, the rock giant's fist bizarrely paused in midair before continuing its assault towards Link. As Link's arm had already been extended, the optimal moment for the parry had passed. In his moment of distraction, the rock giant's colossal fist struck the tilted shield, shattering Link's left wrist and obliterating the knight's shield, sending him flying backward. Link, Zelda, Tony, and Natasha cried out in unison. Zelda, as if electrified, trembled and quickly maneuvered her bird to swoop down, catching Link just in the nick of time. Phew! As Link steadied himself on the bird, the rock giant swung another punch, but the bird, along with Link, spiraled and evaded the blow. Link shouted a shield. I need a shield. Zelda, anxious, replied, Don't fight anymore. Link, your hand. But unexpectedly, Link laughed. It's nothing, just a broken wrist. The gains are substantial. After 6 attempts, this time I am certain to succeed. Princess, help me find a shield. Zelda, in a flurry, glanced around, and suddenly her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Link, my bird can transform into a shield. I've even pre-equipped it with a handle. Excellent. Link called out. Quickly, make the bird transform into a shield. Then, tossing aside his earpiece, he leaped 3 meters into the air. As the bird's body expanded, it morphed into a large shield, spinning as it flew into Link's hands. The rock giant's fist came hurtling towards him, and with no way to brace himself in the air, Link felt like a living target. With his left hand fractured, Link grasped the bird's shield with his right. This was his sole opportunity. With determination, Link furrowed his brows and swung the shield. It collided with the rock giant's fist. Boom! With a subtle twist of his wrist, Link's fist was instantly deflected. But this time it did not merely rebound in a straight line. Rather, it was angled, hurtling directly towards the rock giant's own Achilles heel, the black ore. Bang! His fist struck heavily against the black ore, causing fissures to spread across its surface. Crack! It shattered into pieces. Link plummeted downwards, his bird shield swaying precariously in his grasp, unable to close properly, evidently a consequence of the shield's reflection, which had not entirely negated the impact. He abruptly hurled a bomb downward, momentarily alleviating the force of his descent by landing on his shield, then gently touched down on the ground with his toes bent. In a flurry, Link rushed forward, scouring the area for any remnants left by the rock giant, darting about in haste. It was only then that Tony and Pepper regained their composure, astonished by Link's decisive victory over his foe, and they limped towards the site, yet could find no trace of Link. Meanwhile, Zelda and Natasha had also traversed the rubble to reach the center of the battlefield, anxiously inquiring, Where has Link gone? Tony replied, I don't know. After he jumped down, he hurried off in search of something. Peppa flew high above and suddenly exclaimed, Aha! I found him. The brave hero is over there. Pointing behind a large pile of debris, they rushed towards the indicated spot, only to discover Link sitting despondently atop a massive object, appearing quite disheartened. Beneath him lay at least 2 cubic meters of magnificent diamonds. Having exerted great effort to defeat the rock giant, Link had anticipated a reward, perhaps an extraordinary fruit to enhance his health or stamina, or even a weapon from Hyrule. Yet, the rock giant, of course, had yielded nothing but a substantial chunk of diamond. This, however, did little to assuage Link's disappointment. Fortunately, at that moment, the gentle voice of the goddess Hylia echoed in his ears. Complete the hero's trial to acquire skills, gain heart containers, obtain energy containers, receive the skill time stop, earn 2 heart containers, and acquire 3 energy containers. The wounds within and upon Link's body swiftly healed, and with a pop, 2 additional hearts manifested. At that moment, Link possessed a total of 10 hearts, more than 3 times what he had upon his arrival. His energy meter increased to more than 2.5 circles, and his strength had escalated far beyond mere bending of steel. Now he could stretch it as easily as one would pull dough. Time stop? A glimmer of excitement sparked in Link's eyes, instantly dispelling any regret for not obtaining a weapon. Time stop was one of his favorite skills from the Sheikah slate. And now, with bombs, the ice maker, the magnetic grappler, and time stop, he had finally gathered all 4 pivotal abilities. Just then, Tony's voice rang out, Link, you've struck it rich. Indifferently, Link leapt down, embraced Zelda, and with a resigned glance at the colossal diamonds behind him, He realized he had no need for wealth. To date, according to Jarvis, the total value of the weapons Link had destroyed from Tony had already exceeded $5 million. Tony crossed his arms, meticulously examining the colossal diamond before him. Remarkable, isn't it? Did that rock giant truly unearth this? He mused, contemplating the possibility that the giant might be a fragment of a white dwarf star, although the true worth of the diamond might be a mere illusion. Its immense size undeniably rendered it priceless. Link, what do you intend to do with this magnificent diamond? At that moment, Peppa's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rolled around the great gem, reveling in its splendor. Without a moment's hesitation, Link replied, I shall gift it to the princess. Zelda's cheeks flushed with color. Natasha chimed in playfully, why not seize the opportunity to propose? Tony quickly joined in the jest, whistling in approval. Unintentionally, he drew all eyes toward himself. What's the matter? This is the outfit Peppa chose for me. What's wrong with Hyrule's fashion sense? Laughter erupted among the crowd. From a distance, a reporter, witnessing the rock giant's defeat at the hands of Link, was rendered speechless with excitement. Reminiscent of a fervent South American football commentator. Where's Link? Where is our hero Link? Oh, there he is. Link emerged, hands triumphantly raised, bearing a 2-meter-wide diamond, swaying precariously as he struggled to maintain his balance. Bathed in sunlight, the diamond refracted a dazzling array of colors, making Link appear as though he were cradling a vibrant orb of life, leaving the reporter in awe. Zelda, Tony, and the others followed at a distance, wary that Link might inadvertently drop the enormous diamond and injure them. Only the curious Peppa, flying overhead, perched atop the diamond, peering closely at its enigmatic brilliance. With considerable effort, they transported the grand diamond back to Stark Tower. Link, feeling rather indifferent to the task, simply dropped it in the lobby, leaving it be for the moment. After all, he was not concerned about theft. Such a massive gem could not conveniently fit in anyone's pocket, nor could it be easily moved. Stark Industries employees gathered around in curiosity, while Happy stood guard with an air of authority, the diamond's light illuminating half of his figure. Natasha returned to report, while Tony and the others ascended to the top floor. As Tony pushed open the door, he found Pepper sitting in front of the television, flustered. Upon seeing Tony return, she finally exhaled in relief and rushed to embrace him. Earlier, she had witnessed the live broadcast of Iron Man being struck down, which had startled her into a scream. You finally returned safely, Pepper said, planting a kiss on Tony's cheek, then suddenly pausing to scrutinize his colorfully mismatched outfit. Since when did you fancy dressing like a plumber? Tony gritted his teeth, knowing that Peppa had saved him twice, and feigned nonchalance. Otherwise, I would have returned bare, though I wouldn't mind showcasing my physique before the world. He winced. And my legs ache terribly. I have a bump on the back of my head. Could you fetch me an ice pack? I need to rest for a while. Tony reclined on the sofa while Zelda busied herself in the workshop, repairing the flying bird. Meanwhile, Link and Peppa sat nearby, happily indulging in fruits and watching television. The television played the scene where Tony fell, as Peppa relentlessly tore apart his shirt and pants, leaving only a pair of shorts that lay crumpled on the ground. Peppa laughed heartlessly, while Tony felt an intensifying pain in his legs. At that moment, his friend Rhodey arrived. Hey, long time no see, Tony exclaimed. Rhodey approached, his expression conflicted, and embraced Tony. You faced quite a bit of danger these past few days. It's fortunate you emerged unscathed. He then greeted Link, saying, Hi, Link. You did a fantastic job against the rock giant. You avenged my poor comrades. Afterwards, Rhodey poured himself a drink and remarked, Tony, you've just been through an intense battle. It's inconsiderate of me to spring this on you. Tony's smile faded slightly as he replied flippantly, I know. The military committee is once again pressuring the armed forces for Iron Man, and your superior has decided to pass this dilemma on to you, my brother. In the meantime, Zelda had just repaired the bird and left her workshop to sit beside Link, with Peppa resting on her lap. Noticing Tony's somber expression, she quietly asked Link what was amiss. Link murmured back, the military is once again demanding Iron Man from Tony. This was understandably infuriating. Tony and Link had just survived a life-and-death struggle, defeating the rock giant and ensuring the safety of the citizens. Now, having barely caught their breath, the military was already applying pressure on Tony. How could one not be enraged? Rhodey felt equally guilty and found it difficult to meet Tony's gaze. Tony waved his fingers dismissively. Iron Man, excuse me, it's not that I doubt your intelligence, but some of you may need to improve your vision. Did you not see the screen? Iron Man was flattened by a punch from the rock giant. It's rendered useless. If you wish to take that scrap, Be my guest. After all, the materials used are top-notch. You could sell it for a good price, enough perhaps to manufacture a few bullets. Rhodey shook his head. You're not the only one frustrated by this. I believe in you, but others do not. They shout at me, Tony is a fraud. Didn't he promise that other countries or institutions would take 5 to 10 years to develop equivalent products? The military has ordered you to surrender, Iron Man. I value our friendship, and I won't linger on this. Farewell. Seeing Rhodey's pained expression, Tony understood he was caught between military orders and their friendship, creating a difficult situation. Unable to contain his compassion, Tony said, Wait, I'll take you to get the war machine. Tony stood up, albeit with difficulty, pressing his lips together. Rhodey rushed to assist him, but Tony gently pushed him away. The military successfully acquired the war machine and struck a deal with Hammer, allowing him to reprogram the war machine's operating system in exchange for a heap of scrap metal from his ex-wife. If Tony were to hear this news, he would likely erupt in outrage. In the span of a few days, Tony and Zelda diligently worked on the new iterations of Iron Man and the Bird, even including a miniature suit for Peppa. The emergence of technology signifies obsolescence. Tony is confident he can create a suit that far surpasses the war machine within 6 months. This technological leap is one that others can never hope to surpass. Meanwhile, Link has not been idle. Ever since he awakened his ice manipulation and time-stopping abilities, he has been honing new strategies. Engaging in battle with the rock giant has left Link feeling quite disheartened. The city is passive, and he can only rely on his shield to turn the tide of battle. He yearns for greater strength and weaponry. In the Marvel Universe, the ice manipulation device offers far richer capabilities than in the land of Hyrule, akin to Link mastering the rudimentary use of ice. Link is now attempting to harness the full potential of the ice device. Zelda oversees the aerial combat between Link and the Bird. The Bird spreads its wings and swoops down, aiming for Link with its talons extended. Wielding his long sword, Link swings through the air, conjuring a blade of ice that slices towards the Bird. However, the ice shatters upon contact with the special metallic material. The Bird is merely jolted by the force of Link's strike before continuing its flight. Tony, donning sunglasses, with Peppa perched on his shoulder, also wearing tiny shades, observes Link's training. Tony remarks, Link's ice skills are still too feeble. They lack any real damage. Of course, it's a rather convenient skill. No need to ask a waiter to put ice cubes in my drink anymore. But alas, Link does not partake in alcohol. Peppa hums a melody from the folklore of the Kokiri forest, swaying side to side. Brave hero, brave hero. Link deftly evades the Bird and releases a wave of cold air, momentarily encasing the Bird in a layer of frost. Yet again, the outcome is the same. The ice shatters instantaneously, allowing the Bird to break free and descend back into the sky. Indeed, it proves ineffective. The weapons crafted from the ice device crumble upon contact. And while the cold air can slightly hinder the enemy's movements, it is hardly worthwhile to expend energy creating such minor obstructions in a life-or-death struggle. It would be far more advantageous for Link to directly incapacitate his foes. The binding ability is lacking, and so too is the offensive capability. While the ice device might serve alternative purposes, it appears to offer little more than the ability to walk on water, much like in the game, leaving Link somewhat disheartened. With cold air swirling around him and frost forming at his feet, Link gazes at his frost-covered hands, pondering the potential of the ice device. He speculates that, in due time, the device may evolve like the bombs do. Yet, could it truly be so futile in its current form? No, surely it must possess some other function. From a distance, the Bird unleashes a laser. Staring at the beam, Link is momentarily taken aback. It seems he has discovered a method to utilize the ice device at this stage. Summoning the cold air in his left hand, he swiftly forms a shield of ice. Although the shield's durability is alarmingly low, ready to shatter at the slightest touch, he swings his arm and reflects the laser back at the Bird, creating a massive cloud of smoke upon impact. Then Link extracted a bow from his weapon space, drawing it taut without an arrow. As he reached full draw, an ethereal ice arrow materialized. With a fierce thrust, he released it, striking a flying creature from the sky. As the creature fell, Link conjured another icy weapon, forming a magnificent ice longsword. He charged forward, hurling it with great force at the fallen creature. Bang! The ice longsword shattered upon impact, causing the creature's eye indicators to dim, indicating it had been severely damaged by Link. However, this creature was merely an outdated model. The new version, crafted by Zelda, had already been completed, effectively rendering the old one obsolete. Yet, this incident unveiled a new revelation for Link. he discovered that a certain characteristic was preserved within him. When a weapon was on the brink of destruction, throwing it at an enemy could yield a critical hit. Naturally, Link could not carry an abundance of weapons into battle. However, the ice sword could perfectly exploit this trait. The ice weapons shattered upon the slightest contact, perfectly triggering the potential for critical strikes when thrown at adversaries. With the Ice Maker in his possession, Link essentially wielded an infinite supply of disposable weapons capable of critical damage, significantly enhancing his prowess. Moreover, the Ice Maker could also forge shields, granting Link an endless supply of one-time use shields. After all, his impeccable shield parry would not diminish weapon durability. If need be, even a paper shield could reflect bullets. Link aimed at the sky, throwing a longsword that erupted into a cascade of crystalline ice shards, creating a breathtaking spectacle. No, this won't do. Ivan fumed, forcefully tearing off the head of a drone and smashing it into the ground. His mind was consumed with images of Iron Man, and the moment Link had knocked him senseless with a motorcycle, he realized that such rudimentary drones stood no chance against Tony and Link. At that moment, Hammer entered with a group of individuals. As Ivan's attempts to create the drones hit a standstill, Hammer's attitude began to sour, laced with subtle threats. Striding confidently, Hammer kicked the mechanical head that had rolled to his feet and approached Ivan with an air of arrogance. I entrusted you with my faith, provided you with time, and even gifted you birds. And this is what you produce? Do you not understand gratitude? Ivan, bracing himself on his knees, looked up at Hammer with a pained expression. Hammer stroked his chin thoughtfully, stating, I give you 2 days. If you fail to create a mech that will have the masses cheering, I will personally see you thrown back into prison, an unregulated, illegal black prison. He crossed his arms and cast a sidelong glance at Ivan, adding, fortunately, I did not place my hopes solely on you. In a hushed tone, Ivan replied, Have you found a scientist stronger than me? No. Hammer shook his finger dismissively. Even Stark cannot best Link. That long-eared lad has undoubtedly gained strength due to genetic mutation experiments, much like the Hulk. I have acquired a precious treasure. Hammer snapped his fingers, and a figure emerged from behind, carrying a briefcase. Upon opening it, 3 vials of green, unidentified liquid were revealed. Ivan's pupils constricted as he stood up. Could it be that Hammer, methodically donning white gloves, picked up one of the vials, tapping it with his fingernail, and declared with a smile, Hulk's blood. Ever since Hammer misjudged Link, he had regarded him as a product of Tony's biological experiments. After extensive searches, he had managed to find 3 vials of Hulk's blood left behind by the Blue Doctor. A smirk played at the corners of Hammer's mouth. I will create hundreds, even thousands, of Hulks, and let Stark and Link see how they can triumph over me. He then glared fiercely at Ivan. As for you, my patience has been thoroughly exhausted by your antics. Either present me with a product that meets my satisfaction, or face death. In response, Ivan stared boldly at Hammer. Allow me to participate in the Hulk blood experiments. Hammer scoffed disdainfully. You? How could I possibly entrust such a precious substance to you? Ivan replied in a low tone, chuckling. You cannot control the monsters you create unless I equip these creatures with mechanical brains, allowing humans to manipulate the amalgamation of flesh and machinery. Hammer's expression shifted, his narrowed eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Meanwhile, Link continued to lead his tranquil life. Unaware that General Ross had successors, 2 madmen intent on inheriting the monumental achievement of mass-producing the Hulk and furthering its legacy, with their sights set on him. He was presently engrossed with Zelda and Tony, examining the life fruit he had brought back. Naturally, it was primarily Zelda and Tony conducting the research, while Link merely listened to their conclusions. Tony conducted an extensive analysis, puzzled as he held the life fruit, glancing at it from various angles. While you may call it a durian, it indeed resembles one. It is entirely different from the foul-smelling fruit found on Earth. The substance within is not composed of proteins or carbohydrates. Rather, it contains an element that has never been encountered on Earth. Thus, the life fruit will not deteriorate nor react with oxygen. Barring external damage, it could remain unchanged for millions of years. Consequently, the soil on Earth cannot yield such a coconut tree. Link listened intently, sighing deeply as Tony confirmed that the life fruit could not be cultivated on Earth. Tony continued, I had Jarvis perform calculations, and it seems the life fruit can only benefit you and Zelda. The element within that enhances your vitality cannot be absorbed by Earthlings. It will merely escape the body, wasted. With that, he tossed the life fruit to Link, saying, Take good care of this. For you and Zelda, it is akin to an extra life. Zelda added, Link, from my observations, although the life fruit will not spoil, The vitality within is gradually diminishing. How about I prepare a dish of life, and you can partake? Link shook his head. The rarity of such an ingredient rendered it precious. Thus, he resolved to wait for the next blood moon to cook the life durian, maximizing the potential of this singular fruit. At that moment, Peppa scampered over, clad in a diminutive blue hero's garb, complete with a black hood, wielding a wooden sword and shield, resembling a whimsical version of the valiant Link. These were gifts from Zelda, crafted for Peppa's amusement. Peppa ascended the sofa, tugging at Link's sleeve with wide, sparkling eyes, exclaiming, "Brave hero, princess, let us play hide and seek." Link nodded in agreement, and Zelda concurred. Peppa nestled on Tony's shoulder, babbling joyfully. Tony, shaking his head, retorted, "How could I possibly engage in such antics?" Disheartened by Tony's lack of enthusiasm, Peppa mumbled, "Then I shall seek Steve." "How did you come to know that insipid fellow?" Tony, now familiar with basic Hylian vocabulary, frowned at Peppa. "Oh, I see. You're trying to provoke me with Rogers. Aren't you? Very well, hide and seek it is. Let us see where you can conceal that little head of yours." He spoke the latter part in Hylian, and despite only mastering a few simple words, he mimicked the refined, flowing Hylian court pronunciation of Link and Zelda perfectly. "Yay," Peppa cheered, reveling in the success of his cleverness. Tony's residence, after that drunken loss to Link, was beautifully situated beside the sea, with forests gracing the land. Driving alongside Zelda and Link, they ventured into the woods. "Close your eyes," Peppa shouted. "No peeking." Then, with a sudden leap, he took flight, hiding beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. After 30 seconds, they opened their eyes, and the trio, Zelda, Link, and Tony, scattered to search. Tony, determined to catch Peppa alone, scoured the area, flipping stones as he went. His competitive spirit remained unwavering, even in a game of hide and seek. Meanwhile, Zelda and Link ambled through the woods, leisurely admiring their surroundings, their demeanor far less serious than Tony's. With a chuckle, Tony pressed a button on his watch, and Jarvis's voice resonated through it. "Understood, sir." Scanning for nearby life forms. A sizable biological presence detected ahead. Thus, Tony proceeded, only to encounter a woman clad in peculiar attire. If Link and Zelda were present, they would surely be astonished. Her clothing bore the unmistakable style of Hyrule. As Zelda and Link wandered, they suddenly heard a rustling beneath their feet. Link glanced down to find a withered yellow leaf lying at his feet. Sharing a knowing smile with Zelda, he swept his sleeve with vigor, conjuring a gust of wind that scattered the leaves, revealing Peppa hidden beneath the soil. Upon being discovered, Peppa did not feel disheartened. The essence of hide and seek lay not in eluding the seeker, but in reveling in the joy of being found. Peppa shook off the dirt from her body, spreading her limbs wide, and exclaimed, "Ha ha, you found me." At that moment, Tony approached with a bright smile, waving his hand and calling out, "Hello everyone." "I wandered off," Link observed as Tony drew near, sensing something amiss. Peppa also felt a disturbance. Tony seemed different from his usual self, instilling a sense of fear in her. Without even glancing at Link, Tony turned to Zelda and cheerfully remarked, "Beautiful lady, how about a joyride? The weather is splendid, perfect for some fun at the beach." He then reached out to drape his arm around Zelda's shoulder, but she recoiled, while Link stepped forward to grasp Tony's hand. Link regarded the smiling Tony with a cold stare. Tony, grinning oddly, questioned, "Link, why are you looking at me like that?" Although Tony was known as a womanizer, he had refrained from chasing after other women ever since establishing a relationship with Peppa. Despite his eccentric and aloof demeanor, he was quite aware of boundaries, maintaining a good rapport with the U.S. military regardless of his satirical remarks. He usually took care of Zelda but knew how to keep his distance. The actions he had just taken were uncharacteristic of the true Tony. Link coldly asked, "Who are you?" Tony's expression shifted. "What is going on?" "I have meticulously studied the persona of Stark." Link's grip found nothing but air. The Tony before him exploded into a flurry of red symbols, and in the distance stood a slender figure clad in tight-fitting attire, adorned with an inverted eye totem, a peculiar being. Zelda gasped, "The Yiga clan." The Yiga clan was a group of ninjas who willingly pledged allegiance to the Demon King Ganondorf, notorious for their malevolent deeds, reveling in murder and bananas. They were elusive, skilled in impersonation, and adept in both swordsmanship and archery, even possessing ninjutsu for teleportation. During their time in Gerudo, Zelda had been ambushed multiple times by the Yiga clan. And had it not been for Link and the protection of Queen Urbosa of Gerudo, she might have perished a century ago. An irate Yiga ninja exclaimed, "I followed the Playboy template to the letter. How did you see through me?" "Because you only understand the online persona of Tony Stark." Link retorted silently. The Yiga ninjas were formidable. During his infiltration of their base to steal the Thunder Divine Beast's crown, he had nearly been overwhelmed and killed. He had ultimately succeeded by utilizing assassination techniques to take them down one by one. A frosty long sword materialized in Link's hand, and he hurled it forward. The Yiga ninja vanished with a resounding thud as the icy sword pierced through the smoke, striking a tree trunk. Immediately after, the symbols coalesced and the Yiga ninja reappeared, now in hand, descending from the sky to strike at Zelda. Zelda turned pale. At that moment, she had not brought her bird companion and was defenseless. Peppa leaped onto Zelda's shoulder, clutching a small wooden sword, determined to shield Zelda from the impending blow. Just then, Link pivoted, leaping into the air to execute a shield counter. The Yiga ninja was sent flying upwards. Link's ice shield shattered, and 2 icy javelins manifested in his hands, which he swiftly hurled forth. At that moment, the Yiga clan ninja formed a hand seal, and with a loud bang, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped him, rendering him invisible. Link remained on high alert, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, from every direction, there appeared Yiga clan shadow clones, standing tall like bamboo poles, their arms coming together to form hand seals, launching a simultaneous assault. Unable to discern the real from the illusion, Link knelt on one knee, placing his hands on the ground, exuding a chilling aura that swiftly transformed the surface into a smooth sheet of ice. "Prepare to meet your demise," he declared. 3 shadow clones, undeterred by the icy terrain, charged forward, colliding with Link and Zelda, dissipating into nothingness. The remaining clone, however, fell face first onto the ground with a resounding thud. Link sprang up, a shield materializing beneath his feet, swiftly slicing through the air to seize the Yiga clan ninja by the throat. "Is Tony in your custody?" he demanded coldly. The Yiga ninja sneered. "Do you think I would divulge such information? I have already devoted my life to the great Lord Ganondorf." Zelda interjected. "I'll give you 100 bananas if you reveal what you know." The Yiga ninja promptly responded, all right. We have captured Tony and taken him to our base in New York. Our objectives are twofold: to use him as leverage against you and to extract technological information from him to aid us in producing countless Iron Man suits." "Ha!" Link retorted icily. "When you perish, you can seek out your great Lord Ganondorf." With a firm squeeze, the Yiga ninja's head tilted, and in an instant, he transformed into a cloud of black smoke and vanished. The Yiga clan members wore masks, concealing their featureless faces. They had bartered their souls and bodies to Ganondorf, becoming almost inhuman creatures. Link exclaimed, "Once again, it leads back to New York." Zelda replied, "We must contact Pepper Potts immediately to maintain order at Stark Industries and keep Tony's abduction a secret. Then we should reach out to SHIELD for assistance in locating the Yiga base." Nodding in agreement, Link took Zelda's hand and returned to their vehicle. As Link was unfamiliar with modern cars, Zelda took the wheel and drove. Peppa began to cry. "What? Tony?" Link gently patted Peppa's head, understanding her guilt for having ventured outside to play hide and seek. In truth, Link himself was stunned to realize that the Yiga clan had infiltrated the Marvel Universe and established a presence in New York. Tony observed coldly as a Yiga official approached him, initially sent by the clan's leader, who had fallen asleep after devouring bananas. The Yiga official growled, "Listen here, kid. You better show us some respect. Submit to us and become a servant of Lord Ganondorf, or else you will gain unimaginable power. This is your final chance. Reveal your knowledge and assist us in creating Iron Man suits. Or else." Tony scoffed. "Or else what? What will happen?" With a somber tone, the commander of the evil team declared, "You shall endure unimaginable torture. It will render you worse than dead." Tony retorted, "Let me hear about your tortures." The commander grinned maliciously. "I shall eat a banana in front of you and not share." Tony responded, "Huh?" In another scene, the commander of the evil team rushed into the lounge, where a yellow inflatable mattress shaped like a banana, meant for children, lay. The leader of the evil team, the esteemed Kaguya, was rolling on the mattress. Upon hearing his subordinate's approach, he sprang up and assumed a dignified posture, solemnly inquiring, "What is the matter?" The subordinate, pale with fear, stammered that Tony Stark is quite the tough guy. "I threatened to eat a banana in front of him, and he showed no fear at all." Kage gasped, his expression turning grave. This individual is indeed formidable. He then quickly shook his head, realizing the absurdity of the situation, and chastised his subordinate. "Are you a fool? Stark is not one of us. He does not share our fondness for bananas." The subordinate appeared utterly confused. "I cannot comprehend it. How can anyone be indifferent to such a delicious banana? What is wrong with this world?" Kage cleared his throat and asserted, I understand your confusion. However, this is not the time for such discussions. If you gouge out Stark's eyes, he will heed your commands. Impressed, the subordinate marveled at Kage's wisdom and hurried off to menace Tony further. Tony observed the approaching subordinate with a cool demeanor as he approached with a sinister grin. The subordinate proclaimed, "You strange human who dislikes bananas. I shall remove your eyes." Tony shrugged. "Well, since you have finally conceived a suitable method of punishment, I shall agree to assist you in creating an iron armor for your evil team." Tony straightforwardly capitulated. Feigning compliance with the evil team and planning to don the armor once it was complete, thus employing a tactic he had previously mastered. There was no need to resist the evil team as tortures. "Oh, so you concede," the subordinate mused, scratching his head in confusion. "Then, should I not gouge out your eyes?" Meanwhile, Link and Zelda had arrived in New York, and upon disembarking from the plane, they encountered Hawkeye and Captain America. With a stern expression, Hawkeye remarked, "Natasha has gone on another mission. I will assist you this time, along with Rogers." Zelda gestured a yay sign to Rogers, who smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Zelda succinctly briefed Hawkeye and Captain America on the situation. Hawkeye, arms crossed and chin in hand, pondered aloud, "The evil team? Intelligent beings from Hyrule, hiding in New York. However, according to SHIELD's current records, no ninja organization has been found in New York." Captain America raised his well-defined, golden brown eyebrows. "Ninjas? Kamikaze fighters?" Zelda was quite anxious. New York is so vast. Where shall we look for Tony? At that moment, Link gently tapped Zelda's shoulder and, with a peculiar expression, pointed towards a large billboard by the roadside. "Banana Technology Company, a name you can trust." Against a backdrop of vibrant yellow, 3 yellow smartphones were prominently displayed. Zelda remarked, "Are you suggesting that this Banana Technology Company is, in fact, a front for the GI team?" Hawkeye interjected, "The Banana Company has been established in New York for nearly half a century, and its owner is a globally renowned business leader, not some bizarre entity that has suddenly appeared." Zelda scrutinized the billboard. "The GI team's disguise skills are particularly formidable. It is possible that the Banana Company has already been usurped by their operatives. Stark, I have arranged for you an assistant. You have 3 days to create a suit of armor." An operative from the GI team shoved Tony into a secret chamber and slammed the door shut. A somewhat shrill voice echoed, "Stark?" Tony rubbed his wrists, marked with bindings, and recognized that the speaker was the assistant assigned to him by the GI team. The mention of an assistant reminded Tony of Ethan, who had shared his trials and tribulations, now leisurely tending to his farm in New Mexico while Tony found himself once again abducted. As a well-known figure, Tony was not surprised that someone would call his name. However, the voice sounded vaguely familiar. Upon looking up, he was taken aback to see a remarkable acquaintance. It was Haim from the Banana Company, balding, with a hooked nose, exquisite round eyes, and his signature black shirt paired with jeans. He was once the most recognized entrepreneur in the world before Tony announced, "I am Iron Man." Famed for the banana smartphones. Tony exclaimed in disbelief, "You are the assistant the GI team assigned to me?" His relationship with Haim had never been cordial. As Haim had publicly mocked the outdated gold and red color scheme of Iron Man, Haim pursed his lips. "Those individuals from the GI team have captured me and other high-ranking officials from the Banana Company. They are impersonating me and have taken over my company. Is your Stark Industries also under siege by the GI team?" Tony, at a loss for words, placed his hands on his hips. "All right then, my assistant. Let's get to work." Hawkeye drove Link and the others to the Banana Company building, observing the 6 security guards standing stiffly like statues in front of the building. He remarked, "This company certainly has issues." Link instructed Peppa, who stealthily approached with a banana, hiding in the grass, and aimed to throw it at the entrance. The once serious guards suddenly caught a whiff of the banana descending from the sky. Their eyes widened in delight. "A banana. Don't be reckless. It's mine." "No. It's mine. It must be a gift from the great Ganondorf." "It's mine. You little thief. You'll pay for this. I saw it first." The 6 guards erupted into a quarrel. Zelda observed, "The GI team." Hawkeye exclaimed, "6 lunatics. We must disguise ourselves as magazine reporters and infiltrate." Zelda shook her head. "That won't do. They are well acquainted with Link and me." Rogers interjected, "It will only be Barton and me who will venture in to seek Tony's whereabouts." Link spoke gravely. "The IGA team is formidable. You are unfamiliar with their combat style, which could prove perilous. Though the members of the IGA team appear comical and somewhat foolish, their martial prowess is exceptionally fierce. In the past, during Zelda's protection, Link had clashed with the IGA team more than a dozen times. And even the mighty Link of a century ago sustained numerous injuries. Suddenly, Zelda conceived a clever idea. Of course, Link could disguise himself to blend in. Hawkeye remarked. Link's long ears are too conspicuous. They would be difficult to conceal. A smile graced Zelda's lips as she recalled Link's earlier visit to Gerudo Town. Imitating Urzubo, she snapped her fingers and earnestly proposed to Link, "You could don women's attire. That way, your hair could fall down to obscure your ears." Link's expression stiffened. Dressed as Lady Link, the leader of the IGA team, Kage, after indulging himself in food and drink, commenced his daily practice of theatrical skills. The character Kage portrayed was Haim from Banana Company. Observing himself in the mirror, Kage transformed his visage to that of Haim and began to mimic Haim's speech. "Today, we shall redefine bananas. Oh no, redefine smartphones." While Kage was engrossed in his flamboyant monologue, Tony, hidden within a secret chamber, wished to physically subdue the real Haim. Unlike Tony's previous assistants, Ethan, Jarvis, and Zelda, Haim possessed a temperament as unyielding as Tony's own. Their collaborative efforts in crafting armor often led to disagreements, with Haim derisively commenting, "Your operating system lacks any aesthetic appeal." Tony retorted, "What time is it? Focus on optimizing the graphics interface." Haim shot back, "Your wiring gives me nightmares. Even my worst employee outshines your work." Tony snapped, "Enough, Haim. Stop polishing your ego and get to the point." Haim coldly regarded Tony, declaring, "A person like you will never produce an exceptional product." Tony, choosing silence, grabbed a welding gun, compelling Haim to sit obediently in a chair, and proceeded to forge the armor independently. At that moment, the 6 security ninjas, previously battered and bruised due to their banana skirmish, regained their composure and resumed their posts. Standing with an air of nonchalance reminiscent of gangsters, their bruised faces betraying their otherwise intimidating demeanor. Just then, a car halted nearby, and a stern-looking man in formal attire approached, accompanied by a petite and charming blonde girl. The golden-haired maiden, with her soft, flowing locks cascading over her shoulders, exuded an air of delicate charm, lending her face an exquisite and diminutive appearance. Her cheeks bore a gentle flush, radiating an irresistibly endearing quality. Her meticulously groomed eyebrows framed eyes that shimmered with a tender warmth, and her expression was one of captivating innocence. Dressed formally in a professional ensemble, the tailored skirt revealed her fair and slender calves, as she approached with a hint of nervousness, stepping delicately in her petite stilettos, suggesting she was but a fresh graduate, an inexperienced intern. These two were none other than Link and Hawkeye. Link felt a chill enveloping his thighs, the high heels consistently threatening to twist his ankles, rendering him uncomfortable. Even now, he found himself grumbling softly in discontent. "Why must I wear women as clothing? Surely men can have long hairstyles that cover their ears." Hawkeye, for reasons unknown, spoke to Link, clad in feminine attire, with a gentler tone than usual. He chuckled, "Indeed, such hairstyles exist. But have you ever seen a male journalist from any magazine sporting such a look? Moreover, I must confess, despite your face not being heavily disguised in this outfit, had I not seen you with my own eyes, I would scarcely have recognized you. I might have thought you were a lovely young lady." Hawkeye even felt a blush creeping to his cheeks. When Link shyly emerged from the changing room, it was undeniable that Hawkeye's heart raced, as if a dolphin had leapt from the depths of his composure, disturbing the tranquility of his married heart. Link recalled the gazes of the crowd when he donned the feminine attire, feeling a surge of shyness that nearly compelled him to flee, riding his motorcycle back to Hyrule. Zelda, ever prepared, approached with the camera Tony had gifted her, snapping pictures enthusiastically. Pepara, mid-flight, tumbled down from the air with a thud. Rogers stood frozen, seemingly in awe, as if witnessing a new world, giving Link a thumbs up in admiration. As for Hawkeye, his eyes widened in astonishment, even glowing with a hint of green light. Currently, Zelda remained in the vehicle, while Rogers, due to his high profile, could potentially arouse suspicion from the security of the IGA team. Thus, Link entrusted Rogers with the task of safeguarding Zelda. Although Rogers shared a reliable disposition similar to Link's, Link still felt uneasy. After fervently advising the typically reticent Rogers to keep a watchful eye on Zelda, he proceeded with the adeptly stealthy Hawkeye towards the banana building, while Pepara concealed himself within Link's briefcase, becoming somewhat squished. The IGA team's security barred Hawkeye's path. With a smile, Hawkeye presented his business card, stating, "We are reporters from Excellence Technology magazine, here to interview Mr. Haim." The security, on high alert, began to frisk Hawkeye. He spread his arms wide and said with a grin, Since when has your banana company treated visitors in such a manner? The IGA security cast a cold glance at Hawkeye before preparing to search Link. Nervously stepping back in her high heels, Link timidly inquired, "Are you going to search me as well? Oh my, how adorable." The IGA security buzzed with excitement, their eyes fixated on Link. The pitiful demeanor of the golden-haired girl stirred a sense of compassion even in the most stoic of hearts. The individual from the inspection team, with a somewhat ingratiating tone, softly remarked, "Young lady, our regulations here." At that moment, 10 piercing gazes filled with hostility were cast upon him from behind. "You intend to take advantage of this young lady, do you?" Consequently, the inspector altered his demeanor, smiling, and said, "Please, come in." Link, whose body had been taut with tension, gradually relaxed, realizing that this inspection team had indeed failed to recognize him as a formidable adversary. Could it be that the disguise of a woman was so effective? To be honest, Link wished to avoid being discovered in women's attire in such a public setting. Engaging in combat under such circumstances felt like an inhumane punishment. What wrong had he committed to deserve such a fate? Hawkeye, relieved, extended his hand to guide Link inside, offering reassurance. However, Link evaded Hawkeye's touch, thinking, "This thick-browed fellow seeks to take advantage of me." In his attempt to dodge, Link lost his footing and stumbled, causing his briefcase to fall to the ground. The object within, Papa, who had been squashed inside, puffed out his belly. Suddenly, Link's briefcase began to bulge. Startled, Link quickly picked it up, prompting the inspection team to become alert as they inquired, "What is inside?" Hawkeye's gaze sharpened, prepared for a confrontation. Yet, at that moment, Link bashfully replied in a soft voice, "Inside is my beloved toy, Banana Knight. Is it not allowed? Would you like to inspect it?" He blinked, his thick eyelashes fluttering, and his eyes shimmered like a tranquil lake, creating an enchanting scene that captivated everyone present. The inspection team was momentarily entranced by Link's alluring demeanor, appearing dazed as they murmured, "It's all right, it's all right." The daze was not limited to the inspection team. Even Hawkeye was taken aback, remarking, "Link, how have you become so adept at seduction? Surely, you have donned women's clothing more than once." With a bashful smile, Link elegantly turned, taking Hawkeye's arm, and led him into the hall. Upon entering the banana building, Link's expression darkened. The actions he had taken in haste earlier filled him with regret. Wishing to eliminate anyone who had witnessed his current appearance, including Hawkeye, Hawkeye struggled to suppress a laugh, observing that Link's temperament had considerably worsened since he had donned women's clothing. In a low, stern voice, Link admonished, "What are you laughing at?" Hawkeye, stifling his amusement, replied, "All right, I apologize. It must be challenging for you." After all, given Link's present delicate appearance, even his most fierce scowl could hardly instill fear in others. Clad in high heels, Link marched into the men's restroom, releasing Papa from the briefcase. He instructed, "Fly around and gather information." After adjusting his hair to reveal the earphones nestled in his long ears, he handed a matching earphone to Papa, adding, "Once you have news, make sure to inform me." Papa solemnly saluted, presumably having learned it from Rhodey, and declared, "Yes, Your Highness." Link was seething with anger, contemplating how to persuade Zelda to craft an array of feminine attire for Peppa. After all, Peppa had already taken on the personas of Link and Iron Man. So it was time to diversify her ventures. In a flurry, Link tidied his hair before dashing out the door. At that moment, an employee from Banana Company happened to stroll by, his eyes widening in shock as he beheld the stunning blonde girl emerging from the men's restroom. Link, feigning urgency, called out in a soft, melodious voice, "What on earth am I doing here?" He covered his face, brushed against the male employee's shoulder, and scurried away. The employee's nostrils flared as he caught a whiff of the fragrant scent lingering in Link's hair, causing his body to tremble. Is this the sensation of love? Turning around, he realized the enchanting blonde girl had already vanished, leaving him in a daze. Link approached Hawkeye, who whispered, "The personnel of the iGuide team are limited, and it's impossible to replace all the employees in this building. However, the location where Tony is surely hosts a substantial number of iGuide members. Let us make our way deeper into the building." Familiar with the iGuide team's disguises, Link knew that Hawkeye was one of the world's top agents with exceptional investigative skills. Together, they scoured the premises. Tony's operational capacity was astounding. Within half a day, he had crafted most of the internal systems driving programs, resulting in the birth of a rudimentary Iron Man suit, with only the final assembly remaining. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned to see what Haim was engrossed in. Approaching curiously, Tony found Haim diligently sketching. Noticing Tony's interest, Haim promptly handed over his drawings, saying, "You should be grateful. I've reimagined the Iron Man design for you. Tony's interest peaked, knowing that Heim was a top-tier designer who might indeed create a form that surpassed Iron Man's. He carefully examined the blueprints. To his dismay, Heim had merely sketched a shape resembling a seed. There was nothing more. Boldly inscribed above was the phrase New Generation Iron Man Design. Heim proudly declared, straight lines belong to humanity, curves belong to the divine. A humanoid armor soaring through the skies is utterly foolish, akin to the clumsy fantasies of ancient peoples. Behold my design. Boldly discarding the human form in favor of a perfect streamlined aesthetic, this is the armor design of the next generation. Tony exclaimed, Link. I cannot endure another moment with this fool. I know you are racing to rescue me. Please find me swiftly. Just as despair echoed in Tony's thoughts. Link and Hawkeye had scoured the area and discovered a venue teeming with unmasked iGuy members reveling in a boisterous celebration. Music blared as they feasted on bananas and drank banana milk. Despite bananas being a healthful fruit, the iGuy members appeared utterly intoxicated, lost in a stupor. Hawkeye stood in disbelief, unable to comprehend, is this truly the iGuy team's form of entertainment? Link nodded affirmatively. They crouched by the crack of the door, observing intently. When suddenly a member of the stealthy iGuy team approached silently around the corner. Masters of concealment and stealth, the iGuy team possessed an extraordinary ability to stifle their footfalls. Meanwhile, Link and Hawkeye, distracted by the cacophony within, were oblivious to the imminent threat. The iGuy member barked, "You are Link and Hawkeye." Reacting swiftly, Link retrieved a bow from his arsenal and handed it to Hawkeye, who knocked an arrow and released it with precision. Link, propelled by urgency, charged forward. The iGuy operative abruptly halted his words, drawing a curved blade to deflect the arrow, severing it mid-flight. However, Link, clad in high-heeled shoes, stumbled as he rushed forward, losing his balance and falling to the ground. Realizing that a mere shout from the iGuy operative could summon hundreds of highly skilled allies, Link acted with remarkable speed. Gathering frost in his left hand, he conjured an ice shard the size of an apple and hurled it at the iGuy's throat. With his right hand, he released a wave of cold air, coating the ground in a thin layer of ice that rendered it treacherous. Seated on the slippery surface, Link propelled himself forward, sweeping his leg to topple the iGuy operative and pinning him down. As the iGuy operative found himself beneath a petite, golden-haired girl, her hair cascading down to tickle his nose, he was momentarily captivated by her charm. Link's chest rose and fell with exertion, her complexion flushed like a ripe tomato, rendering her undeniably alluring. This sight caused the iGuy operative's eyes to sparkle with infatuation as he exclaimed, "What a delightful girl." Link's expression darkened as she seized the operative by the throat, lifting him and shoving him into a corner, demanding fiercely, "Where is Tony Stark?" The iGuy operative attempted to shout, but found his voice stifled by Link's grip. Stubbornly, he closed his mouth, refusing to answer. Hawkeye cautiously glided across the icy surface, a banana in hand, and suggested, "Link, use this to interrogate the iGuy operative." Upon seeing the banana, the operative's eyes widened with disbelief. As though he were confronted with a vision of Link in feminine attire, he angrily rasped, "You despicable fiends! You intend to torment me with bananas, don't you? I will not yield." "Wait, Link? You are Link." Finally recognizing Link's distinct features softened by her deliberately feminine guise, the iGuy operative felt the world around him crumble. Link, maintaining a stoic demeanor, snatched a banana and, with a swift motion, tossed it to the ground. The operative gasped in horror, "You are wasting a treasure." Under the intense gaze of the bloodshot iGuy operative, Link sneered, and with a decisive stomp, she crushed the banana into 2 pieces. The iGuy operative cried out in anguish, "You are cruel. How could you do this? Look what you've done. Are you a devil?" "I will confess, I will." Under the duress of the banana torture, the iGuy operative quickly divulged Tony's location, room 403 on the 13th floor of the research area. As soon as he finished speaking, Link swiftly ended his life. Leaving Hawkeye astonished, Link appeared far from the ruthless killer one would expect. Had this transformation awakened some formidable quality within her? As Link prepared to head toward the location where Tony was captured, the hall doors swung open, revealing 3 robust warriors from the Yiga clan, sauntering out in a drunken stupor. However, Link was well aware that alcohol did not exist on the land of Hyrule. Perhaps they were merely intoxicated from consuming bananas. The trio of Yiga warriors happened to catch sight of Link as he dispatched one of their comrades. They were about to alert each other, but Link, ever prepared, utilized a skill honed during his infiltration of the Yiga base years prior. He tossed a banana into the air, causing the banana-obsessed warriors to instinctively gaze upward. Seizing the moment, Link glided across the icy surface, producing 3 ice blocks aimed at the warriors' throats. With hands capable of bending steel into strands, he pressed down on 2 of the warriors, injecting them with a chill that, while not injurious, would render them speechless for an extended period. The 3 warriors reacted with remarkable speed. The 2 affected by the cold instantly activated their ninjutsu, vanishing in a burst of red talismans and reappearing at a distance. Meanwhile, the eagle-eyed warrior loosed 2 arrows, which the others attempted to deflect with their blades. With a sharp sound, the arrows snapped in 2, yet the tips emitted a cloud of white smoke, swiftly incapacitating the warriors. The 3rd warrior, undeterred, lunged at Link with his blade. Link skillfully pivoted on his toes, twisting his torso to evade the blade, closing the distance with a flick of his long hair that revealed his pointed ears as he surged forward, a fragrant breeze trailing behind him. With a resounding slap, Link struck the warrior beneath the chin, the force dislocating his jaw. The warrior's head snapped back as he retaliated with an upward slash. However, Link, in his high-heeled shoes, suddenly lost his balance, allowing the eagle warrior to score a shallow cut across his face, blood trickling to the corner of Link's lips. The warrior then swung again, severing the arrow shot by the eagle-eyed archer. Half of the arrow fell, which Link seized, pressing it against the ground as he spun around to strike the warrior from behind, the arrow piercing through the back of the warrior's skull. With a muffled groan, the warrior collapsed, transforming into a shadow. The eagle-eyed archer approached, noticing Link hopping on 1 foot, a grimace of pain on his face. "Did you twist your ankle?" he inquired. Link frowned, softly replying, "Yes. Why do you look at me like that?" In his feminine guise, Link was particularly sensitive to the gazes of others. The archer cleared his throat, asking, "What happened to your voice? It sounds remarkably feminine." Link remained speechless. He could hardly disclose that his voice had always been thus, merely suppressed for the sake of discretion, a reason for his reticence. The eagle-eyed archer moved to finish off the 2 unconscious warriors. Just as Link was using a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his facial wound, the archer suddenly lunged at him, pulling him into another corridor. Link felt a warm hand at the back of his head, preventing it from striking the ground. Before he could misinterpret the gesture, the hall doors opened, and a voice exclaimed in confusion, "What a strong scent of sleeping powder." Another, speaking in Hylian, remarked, "It must be that fellow who accidentally spilled the sleeping powder." "No. I must investigate," said the astute eagle warrior, noticing the multitude of droplets on the ground, remnants of Link's thin ice melting away. As Link's ears twitched, he discerned the faint footsteps of the suspicious IGA team approaching, prompting him to swiftly detach himself from Hawkeye and crouch against the wall, poised to strike. The IGA team was renowned for their assassination skills, sowing chaos throughout Hyrule. Yet, in the realm of stealth, their might paled in comparison to that of Link, their adversary. Hawkeye rose, observing Link in the corner. Suddenly, he became utterly still, motionless, leading Hawkeye to believe that Link had transformed into an elusive specter. In that moment, Link's breath became scarcely perceptible. His body remained frozen in place. Even the pulsations within him and the warmth radiating from his skin were entirely suppressed, as if he were in a deep slumber. His efforts to conceal his presence were nearly flawless, but then he overheard a voice inquire, "What is that fragrance?" Link's face drained of color. He had forgotten that he had applied perfume, even if he had managed to mask his presence as though he were lifeless. He could not suppress the scent that clung to him. The fragrance, meticulously chosen by Zelda, was subtle and elusive. Nevertheless, to the keen senses of a ninja, it was easily detectable. Just as the inquisitive IG-8 team drew near, a sudden cheer erupted from the hall, reminiscent of a performance by Captain America. Link could distinctly hear the jubilant shouts, "Giant banana cake." Upon hearing this, the puzzled IG-8 team member was momentarily dumbfounded, their vigilance dissipating as they exclaimed and rushed back to the hall, "You rascals, save some for me." Link and Hawkeye breathed a sigh of relief and hastened toward the location where Tony was imprisoned. As they passed areas monitored by cameras, Link enveloped the lenses in a veil of frost to ensure their passage went unnoticed. Upon reaching the research area, Link and Hawkeye ascended the stairs, only to spot 2 shadows guarding the 13th floor, 2 IGA ninjas on watch. Hawkeye, familiar with the situation, tossed 3 bananas their way. The once stoic IGA ninjas transformed into foolish figures, exclaiming, "Oh, there are bananas," before joyfully bounding down. Why did Hawkeye throw 3 bananas, you ask? The reason soon became evident as the 2 ninjas began to bicker over the ownership of the 3 fruits. Ninja A suggested, "How about we split the 3rd banana in half?" However, Ninja B was displeased. holding a personal philosophy toward bananas, and retorted angrily, with such a perfect arc. How could you even think of breaking it in two? Such waste. I detest those who fail to appreciate the beauty of a banana. Thus, a quarrel ensued. And being ninjas, their verbal exchanges were sharp as blades, leading them to prepare for a brawl to determine superiority. Hawkeye could not permit them to fight and attract the attention of other ninjas. He swiftly knocked an arrow and released 2 shots. With a swift whoosh, the meddlesome ninja bee fell, struck down, while Ninja A narrowly evaded the archer's aim. Hawkeye was taken aback. Could someone evade his arrows? Just as he prepared to shoot again, Ninja A had already sensed Hawkeye and Link. He formed a hand seal and, with a clap, erupted into a cloud of red talismans. Hawkeye thought to himself, this could spell trouble. Now Ninja A could teleport anywhere. As the smoke and enchantments dissipated, Ninja A did not vanish but instead collapsed onto the ground, an arrow protruding from the back of his head. Hawkeye, taken aback, looked towards Link. Link raised his index finger, a barely perceptible line of spatial distortion connecting to the arrow lodged in Ninja A's neck. At the moment Hawkeye released an arrow into the void, Link swiftly acted, employing a magnetic grappler to seize the arrow and redirect it, driving it into the nape of Ninja A's neck. Having dealt with the 2 IGA ninjas inside the building, Link and Hawkeye stealthily ascended the stairs. Link moved with utmost quietude, even in high heels, making not a single sound. He swiftly produced a compact mirror from his pocket, reflecting the surroundings to either side before retracting it in a flash. Link's expression darkened immediately. Outside Tony's secret chamber, at least 10 IGA warriors stood guard. At that moment, the earpiece crackled to life with Pei's voice. Brave one. Brave one. I am currently tracking Lord Kaguya. Lord Kaguya is heading toward Tony's secret chamber. Link quietly conveyed this information to Hawkeye, whose countenance fell. He recalled Link mentioning Lord Kaguya, the leader of the IGA clan, renowned as the strongest ninja, allegedly possessing immunity to attacks, a formidable opponent indeed. With 10 IGA warriors already a challenge, what would they do if Lord Kaguya arrived intent on killing Tony? However, seeing Link maintain an unexpectedly calm demeanor upon hearing of Lord Kaguya's approach, Hawkeye mouthed the question, "Do you have a plan?" Link nodded. Hawkeye's spirits lifted, as expected of Link, always brimming with ideas. "What is the plan?" Link replied, "No more stealth. We confront them head-on. We finish this in 3 seconds." Hawkeye exclaimed, "What?" After Link donned female attire, his temperament had evidently changed, rolling up his sleeves to prepare for a direct confrontation with the skilled warriors. Hawkeye grasped his arm tightly, whispering, "What are you being impulsive for at a time like this?" Link retorted quietly, "Where else would you have me grab?" As they bickered, their voices inadvertently attracted the attention of the IGA warriors, who approached their direction. Link reproached Hawkeye, "Look, the enemy has already noticed us. The element of surprise is lost." Just then, a muffled groan erupted from within Tony's secret chamber, followed by Haim's frantic shout, "Someone's attacking! Tony's attacking! Hurry to my aid!" This immediately drew the attention of the IGA warriors, prompting them to investigate. One warrior entered, only to feel a sudden sharp pain in the back of his head from a punch. He was then met with a fierce blow from Haim wielding a stick. It turned out that Tony and Haim had devised this plan, with Tony donning a rudimentary version of his battle suit, lacking ammunition and with minimal energy, insufficient for laser attacks, hiding behind the door to strike the warrior from behind. As Tony prepared to express his satisfaction with their collaboration, he noticed Haim's expression shift. Their plan was sound. However, their strength was insufficient, as the warrior did not succumb to unconsciousness, but merely rubbed his sore head. The impact of Tony's makeshift battle suit lacking the force necessary to incapacitate him. The warrior turned to Tony and exclaimed, "Are you attacking me?" Tony replied with a calm demeanor, "I wish to test the operational capabilities of this suit. It's time to assess its escapabilities." In a fit of anger, he delivered a vicious kick, aimed with malicious intent. No matter how stubborn one might be, surely the area between one's legs is not impervious to blades and firearms. Is it? The warrior uttered a strange sound, clutching his groin, and collapsed to the ground, trembling. At that moment, another warrior happened to witness the scene and shouted, "These 2 fellows are attempting to break out." Immediately, 9 warriors surrounded them. Link and Hawkeye exchanged a glance. What a splendid opportunity. Link advanced, wielding a longsword, while Hawkeye positioned himself behind, bowstring taut. The chamber descended into chaos as Link calmly approached the 2 warriors from behind, executing a swift turn and cleaving them down. Just as the warriors noticed the commotion and turned around, Hawkeye loosed an arrow that exploded the automatic fire extinguisher above Link's head, releasing a cascade of water. Link activated the ice device, and the vapor instantly transformed into dense fog, obscuring visibility. He removed his high-heeled shoes and hurled one at each of the two warriors who had turned to face him, striking them with brutal force. Link then drew his guard sword once more, spinning in a whirlwind motion, sweeping through the air. Within a second, he had spun 4 times, dispatching 4 strikes. And 3 warriors fell lifeless. Breathing heavily and feeling somewhat drained, Link spotted a warrior lunging at him with a katana. Hawkeye released an arrow, and with immense force, it sent the katana flying from the warrior's grip. Link seized the opportunity, grasping the katana midair. And with a blade in one hand and the great sword in the other, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, swiftly slaying the warrior. However, Link felt no elation. His previous attacks had relied on surprise and stealth. Now that he was exposed before the enemy, his advantage had vanished. In a one-on-one confrontation, Link was confident in his ability to defeat a warrior without sustaining injury. Even against 3 warriors with comparable strength, he believed he could hold his ground. Yet, once the Yiga clan warriors signaled, the reveling members of the clan in the hall, indulging in their absurd banana cake, would swiftly transform into formidable combat machines, leaving Link with no hope of escape. Suddenly, a Yiga clan warrior let out a strange cry. Enemies are upon us. The sound waves penetrated deeply, silencing the revelers celebrating the colossal banana cake. They seized their weapons and swiftly transformed into shadows, darting toward Link. Understanding that true trouble was imminent, Link gritted his teeth and rushed into the chamber, wielding his great sword in a chaotic dance, not solely to kill, but to push back the 4 warriors. "Tony!" Link shouted. He spotted Tony and a bald man tightly bound together, secured to a chair. Heimdall exclaimed, "As expected of Stark, you have a beauty here to rescue you." Tony gazed in astonishment at the disheveled blonde girl. Although her sharp features were softened by makeup, when she spoke, he immediately recognized her as his dearest friend, Link. Heimdall, puzzled, remarked, "This beauty seems a bit fierce. She intends to slay us." Just then, Link swung her sword, aiming directly at Heimdall and Tony. Heimdall cried out, "This beauty has her grievances. If you wish to kill Tony, spare me, Heimdall." With a sudden rustle, Hyam felt his body relax, only to be forcefully yanked from his chair. It turned out that Link did not intend to slay them. Rather, he deftly severed the chains binding them with his great sword. In one swift motion, Link hurled both of them outside. 4 warriors charged towards him. Link nimbly dodged 3 attacks and then brandished his guardian shield, executing a perfect parry. The warrior was sent flying, colliding with the remaining 3. At that moment, Link, now barefoot, found his movements considerably more agile and promptly dashed out the door. Tony rubbed his head and stood up, suddenly realizing the reason behind Link's feminine disguise. Overwhelmed by Link's sacrifice, Tony was deeply moved, tears welling in his eyes. "Link, I scarcely know how to thank you." Before Link could respond with a reassuring word, he noticed Tony giving him a thumbs up. "Your outfit is simply splendid." Link, seething with anger, intended to brandish his sword menacingly before Tony. Just then, an unexpected ninja sprang forth from the ground. Portly and comically shaped, he held half a banana in his hand. Yet, Link suppressed his fury and braced himself. This was none other than the mightiest ninja of the IGA clan, the illustrious Lord Kage. The door burst open, and 4 IGA warriors surged out, encircling Link and his companions. As Link's Sheikah slate had shattered, even Lord Kage failed to recognize him at first, his eyes instead sparkling with infatuation. What a beautiful girl. Link, with a finger poised at the nape of his neck, tilted his head, letting his long hair cascade down, revealing a pair of elongated, pointed ears and a fiercely intense gaze. Upon seeing the pointed ears, Lord Kage gasped in astonishment. "You are Zelda?" In a fit of rage, Link was about to strike, but Hawkeye had already loosed an arrow, only for it to collide mysteriously in midair and fall to the ground. "He bears a shield. Physical attacks cannot destroy it, but only for a brief duration," Link declared. Tony gasped. "How shall we counter this?" Link shouted, "Like this." Leaping high into the air, he swung down with all his might. The Guardian sword emitted a dazzling light, causing the IGA warriors to blanch and involuntarily step back. Meanwhile, Lord Kage hastily summoned an invisible shield to ward off the impending strike. Just then, a throng of IGA ninjas arrived in the nick of time, a tide of bodies surging forth. Yet, Link's full-force strike was not aimed at the 4 IGA warriors nor Lord Kage, but rather directed downward. The tip of his sword struck the ground with tremendous force, cleaving the floor apart and causing it to collapse. Link, Hawkeye, Tony, and Hyam plummeted down a level. Concrete debris and dust erupted, obscuring their vision. Link shouted, "Charge out through the window." Realizing the trickery, Lord Kage bellowed, "Cunning scoundrels. They intend to flee. Quickly, pursue them." Tony and Hawkeye immediately understood Link's plan. Tony seized the still-dazed Hyam and rushed outside. Hyam cried out, "Are you attempting suicide?" Hawkeye loosed an arrow that shattered the bulletproof glass, and with determination, he leaped from the 12th floor. Zelda gazed intently out of the vehicle when suddenly, a distant sound of shattering glass pierced the air. Four figures leapt down, inciting a chorus of gasps. Captain America and Zelda swiftly surged forward. Zelda donned her glasses, her fingers tapping against the temple, as two suits of armor soared from within the car, one resembling a bird, the other Iron Man's. Previously, Tony had bestowed upon Zelda control over the series, a testament to his trust, which was now being rewarded. The armors flew forth. Shouted, his voice grating against Tony's ears. Squinting, Tony caught sight of his beloved suit approaching. Initially elated, he was soon struck by shock. He was still clad in another suit. This particular armor was exceedingly rudimentary, and the duo had exerted tremendous effort to don it upon Tony as a defensive measure. Yet it had now become a source of peril for him. Link, plummeting at high speed, also perceived Tony's predicament. He promptly activated his shield and detonated a bomb, charging forward with the sword aimed directly at Tony, as if intending to eviscerate him. In such a dire situation, however, Tony spread his arms wide, seemingly surrendering his life to Link's mercy. Rising to the occasion, Link did not betray Tony's faith. In a mere instant, his great sword sparked as it clashed, slicing through the armor, yet miraculously avoiding any harm to Tony's inner garments. The incoming steel suit promptly enveloped Tony, while Link delivered a forceful kick, sending Hyam crashing into Tony's embrace. Though Tony had intended to pull Link up, the suppression from the Agai team's reactor thwarted him. A single punch had not incapacitated the Agai member. As the Iron Man suit began to indicate insufficient energy reserves, Link evaded Tony's reaching hand, exclaiming, "Do not concern yourself with me." At that moment, Zelda's bird arrived just in time. Link grasped Hawkeye's arm and flung him onto the back of the bird. Both the bird and Iron Man executed a dive, landing smoothly. Link prepared to employ his bomb and shield technique for a safe descent. However, the imposing figure of the great guy witnessed Zelda's escape, incensed beyond measure. Scanning the area, he seized an innocent Agai ninja and hurled him downwards with all his might. Just as Link was about to activate his shield, the Agai ninja collided with his back. The unexpected impact threw Link off balance, causing the bomb to detonate not on the shield, but directly in front of his chest. Boom. Darkness enveloped Link's vision as he soared into the sky. He soon plummeted again. Although the explosion did not inflict significant injury, the blast obscured his sight, leaving him disoriented and feeling as though he was in freefall. Hearing the unusual sound of the explosion, Tony quickly turned, only to find Link bleeding from his mouth, eyes tightly shut as he descended. His complexion turned pale, and he was about to leap to Link's aid when he spotted a robust figure sprinting forth, even creating an afterimage. Anticipating Link's landing, Captain America abruptly halted, leaving dark footprints on the ground. With a surge of energy, he extended his arms and caught Link. Thud! The two collided, rolling together for quite a distance. The great guy bellowed, "Curse be you. What are you waiting for? Quickly, pursue them." He disregarded any concern for public exposure, prioritizing the capture of the princess. A multitude of ninjas rushed down the stairs. Zelda's heart hung in the balance of Link's safety. Upon witnessing Captain America successfully catch Link, she crumpled to the ground, her legs giving way as she gasped for breath. Link rubbed his eyes as he sat up, groggily murmuring, "Thanks to you, Rogers." Though his eyes remained closed, he was well acquainted with Rogers' gallant way of catching him, having been saved by him twice before. Rogers also sat up, chuckling, "I'm quite accustomed to it. You often come flying in." Before they could exchange further words, a crimson shadow darted towards them and swiftly positioned itself between Link and Captain America. Grasping each of them firmly as it grumbled, "You seem rather leisurely. A horde of ninjas is hot on our heels." Captain America replied, "All right, let us prepare to fight." To which the response was, "Fight? We should run." Tony swiftly lifted Link and Captain America, hastily taking flight. In the distance, Hawkeye had already landed and was driving away, having gained a considerable distance. As the commotion of the street ensued, Tony, cradling one of them in each arm, expressed his gratitude to Link and Captain America, saying, "Thank you for coming to my rescue. And Link, you look absolutely stunning." Flushing, Link covered his face with his hands and retorted, "If you remember my kindness, hurry and take me to change my clothes." Tony laughed, "All right. They halted before a high-end clothing store, which had been an Italian brand for 90 years mere moments ago, but was now transformed into Tony's personal property. Link hurried into the store, emerging 30 seconds later in a new outfit, her hair hastily tied into a ponytail. Her makeup still intact, exuding a delicate charm with blood-red lips and skin that seemed nearly flawless, though it was not. Yet, her brow was furrowed in distress. Approaching Zelda, she stated, "You all head back. I need to make another trip to the banana building." Haim interjected, "Wait a moment, there's no need to rush. Now that I've escaped, I can reclaim my company in 3 days." Taking a deep breath, Link replied, "I left Peppa at the banana building. I must return to find him." As she changed clothes, Link, while tying her hair, suddenly realized that her earphones had fallen off at some point. It dawned on her that Peppa was still in the enemy's lair. The continuous dangers and sudden changes had dulled her senses, nearly causing her to forget about Peppa, filling her with self-reproach. She hadn't even had time to catch her breath before she rushed out in her new attire. Tony tapped the now unrestricted reactor, saying, "All right, I'll join you in rescuing Peppa. It's time to repay him." Rogers added, "I'll go as well." Link firmly asserted, "No, it's best if I go alone. Peppa's whereabouts haven't been discovered yet. I just need to stealthily infiltrate and bring him back." Tony, without hesitation, nodded, "Very well. Just be cautious. Now that Haim has escaped, we can coordinate to eliminate the forces inside the banana building. Do not take unnecessary risks." Link addressed them, urging, "Protect the princess." He then swiftly turned, scanning his surroundings before commandeering a motorcycle to the rider he had knocked down. He offered an apology. "My apologies. The bike is mine. Let that Iron Man by the roadside settle the bill." With that, he revved the engine and sped away. Link pushed the motorcycle to its utmost speed, rapidly arriving at the building without deceleration, continuing to accelerate. The 2 ninjas from the Yiga clan at the entrance shouted, "Something's amiss." In response, Link hurled a bomb while still on the motorcycle, triggering an explosion that filled the air with sparks. As the commotion drew the attention of the Yiga clan, Link released a chilling aura, forming a thin layer of ice on the ground. He then tossed another bomb, detonating it with his shield, and swiftly maneuvered away, crouching down to slide onto the lawn, quickly circling around to the side of the building. All surrounding cameras were encrusted in frost by Link's cold magic. The side entrance required a card swipe to access. Link contemplated kicking it open, but feared it might trigger an alarm inside. Suddenly, he recalled a scene often seen in action films he watched with Zelda, the classic ventilation duct escape. With a leap, he utilized his magnetism to gently pry open a metal panel and slipped inside. Instantly, Link emanated a wave of cold, causing frost to coat the interior of the duct. He braced himself against the walls and glided swiftly through to the interior of the building. Meanwhile, what of Peppa? He had not escaped. Observing Link and the others flee, he repeatedly called out to Link via his earpiece, seeking further instructions, but received no response. Thus, Peppa resolutely adhered to Link's orders to gather intelligence. Peppa concealed himself behind a vase, witnessing Lord Ganon erupt in fury as he chastised his subordinates. "You worthless fools! Zelda delivered herself to you, and yet you failed to capture her." The Yiga ninjas felt a wave of shame wash over them. "We are deeply sorry, boss. Our incompetence is to blame, and we are prepared to accept any punishment." Lord Ganon bellowed. "Oh really? Then I shall decree that you go a month without bananas." What? Just moments ago, the Yiga ninjas had professed their willingness to accept any punishment, yet now they grew reluctant, beginning to stir in protest. "We are willing to accept any punishment, be it the loss of limbs or execution, whatever the boss desires. But to deny us bananas is utterly excessive. Even if you are the boss, such cruelty is inhumane." Despite their words, Peppa found it odd. If their heads were severed, how could they eat bananas? Perhaps the extraordinary Yiga had alternative methods of consumption. Peppa pondered this. Lord Ganon, seething with rage, demanded, "Who dares to speak such insolence? Step forward. Who claims I am inhumane?" He charged forward, toppling a group of ninjas indiscriminately, seizing one at random and delivering a flurry of slaps, leaving the unfortunate soul's lips swollen like bananas. Lord Ganon thundered, "Do you submit? Life is precious, but bananas are even sweeter. I refuse to accept this." Slap, slap, slap. Peppa found the scene exceedingly amusing, unable to suppress her laughter, though she managed to stifle any sound. However, her mirth caused her body to shake, which in turn made the flower pot she leaned against tremble. This caught the attention of a member of the Yiga clan, who shouted, "There's someone behind the vase." Instinctively, Peppa leapt out, joyfully exclaiming, "Aha! You found me." The Yiga clan member responded, while Peppa hastily declared, farewell. And with a whoosh, she took flight with her leaf-shaped bamboo dragonfly. Yet, the leader of the Yiga clan bellowed, yes, indeed. The sprites of the Korok forest, alongside Link and his companions, pursue her. Capture her alive. And I shall reward you with a chest of bananas. The Yiga clan ninjas surged forward with ferocity. In the meantime, Link, having just arrived at the scene below, held his breath and stealthily approached one of the patrolling Yiga members, raising his mighty sword for a decisive strike. With a perfectly executed blow, he unleashed eightfold damage, swiftly eliminating one foe. At that moment, Link had silently dispatched 5 members of the Yiga clan, showcasing his unparalleled backstabbing prowess. Link's attacks targeted the enemy's vital points, yielding significant damage bonuses. Headshots dealt double damage, while throwing weapons nearing detonation inflicted double damage as well. Stealthily striking from behind could result in a staggering 8-fold damage. It was this very trait that endowed Link with the most formidable assassin capabilities, despite his reputation for engaging enemies head-on with brute strength. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps jolted Link's attention. His ears perked up as he gripped his sword and scanned the surroundings, momentarily believing the Yiga forces had discovered his presence. Upon looking up, he realized the cacophony of footsteps emanated from above, and it dawned on him that the Yiga clan was undoubtedly in pursuit of something, specifically Peppa. Without a moment to lose, he dashed forward, fearing for Peppa's safety and disregarding the risk of being spotted by the Yiga clan. He clasped his hands together in a streamlined shape and blew forcefully, producing a sharp whistle. Link's myriad talents established him as Hyrule's premier knight, archer, warrior, climber, voracious eater, surfer, culinary genius, and pottery-smashing enthusiast. His whistling ability, too, could claim the title of Hyrule as finest, as its penetrating sound could summon his steed from afar. The whistle reached Peppa's ears. Having previously learned Link's whistling technique, though regrettably, she couldn't keep it a secret, she immediately recognized it as a signal from the valiant hero. With a swift pivot, she dashed down the stairs, colliding directly into Link's embrace. Link held Peppa with one arm, while his other hand was not idle. He hurled a bomb into the corridor, which exploded with a resounding bang. Though the explosion inflicted little damage, its force was enough to repel the oncoming Yiga clan members, sending them reeling. Link, seizing the opportunity, propelled himself away like a leaf caught in the wind, making his escape. Link was reluctant to engage with the Yiga clan. Although he had scarcely faced any effective counterattacks from them, this was largely attributed to his formidable backstab abilities. However, in direct confrontations, the Yiga clan could teleport. And although Link could showcase his extensive combat experience by striking even at foes who vanished in an instant, what could he do against hundreds of teleporting adversaries? Even he would find himself at a loss. Having located Pepparappa, it was prudent to retreat. He was not yet equipped to annihilate the Yiga clan. Yet, Master Koga bellowed, "Stop right there, Zelda." Link gritted his teeth. This was not the first time Koga had referred to him as Zelda, a grudge he would not forget. Suddenly, frost blanketed the ground, forming a thin layer of ice. Link, skilled in skating, swiftly glided across the slippery surface. Master Koga, however, lacked such finesse and fell flat on his face, clutching his nose in agony. Just as he attempted to rise, he heard a cacophony behind him. Whoa, so slippery. Turning around in despair, he beheld a throng of swaying ninjas who had lost their footing, cascading like a flood over Koga. Meanwhile, Link skated toward a window, intending to crash through the glass and leap down. With a powerful shoulder charge, the glass shattered, and he soared through the air like raindrops scattering in all directions. Just then, he heard a thunderous roar from behind. Turning around, he saw the undeterred ninjas hurling their katanas at him. With one hand securing Pepparappa and the other wielding his shield, Link deftly deflected the incoming blades, managing to distance himself at last. Just as he thought he could finally breathe easy, a sharp crack resounded. The shield had shattered under the strain. His heart sank. My shield is destroyed. What will I use as a glider now? The ground below offered no robust soldiers from the 40s to serve as his living shield. Panic surged within him as he longed for the sturdy glider gifted by the old king, an equipment that was reliable without durability concerns. Just when Link braced for a rough landing, Pepparappa suddenly exclaimed, "Hero, let me help you glide." "What?" Link looked at Pepparappa in his arms and was reminded of the cuckoo chickens from Hyrule. He lifted Pepparappa above his head. Pepparappa produced a leaf-shaped propeller and began to twirl, miraculously arresting their descent and allowing Link to glide through the air. "Haha," Pepparappa exclaimed joyfully, thrilled to assist Link. "Hero, however, Pepperappa's voice wavered as Link's weight proved slightly burdensome, stretching Pepperappa's proportions from 4 to 3 into an exaggerated 18 to 9. They glided down to the bustling streets below, where vehicles traversed in every direction. Fearing that he might inadvertently elongate Pepperappa like a piece of taffy, Link released his grip, plummeting from the 4th floor. A chorus of astonished onlookers parted, creating a wide space for Link to fall, fearful of being crushed beneath him. As Link descended onto the pavement, he bent his knees to absorb the impact with his feet. Although he landed on his knees and thighs, he rolled forward, his left shoulder touching the ground to further dissipate the force of his fall. He continued to roll until he reached the roadside, skillfully managing to nullify the intense downward momentum. Having been a victim of numerous aerial mishaps, Link was well versed in techniques for a safe descent from great heights. Upon rising from the ground, Link realized he had rolled onto a bustling New York street, where a vehicle, oblivious to his presence, barreled towards him. Only when Link stood did the driver notice him, slamming on the brakes, but it was too late. With no other option, Link leaped, crashing against the windshield, employing his adept rolling technique to slide off and land safely behind the car. Chaos erupted around him as nearby vehicles screeched to a halt. The driver, shaken, hurriedly exited his vehicle to check on Link. Seeing him with a pale face, staring blankly at the sky and motionless, he feared he had caused a fatal accident. His legs trembling as he approached, stammering an apology. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." Link abruptly sat up, straightening his torso, which startled the driver into a terrified scream, causing him to sit down on the ground. Instead, Link helped him to his feet, expressing his regret. "I'm truly sorry. I hope I didn't damage your car. I will compensate you." When Link struck the windshield, he had sensed the unsettling crack beneath him. He felt responsible. Had he simply used his magnetic grip to halt the car's momentum, the windshield would have remained intact. The driver, wearing a ghostly expression, was astonished by this miraculous boy who, despite being struck, appeared unscathed and was instead concerned about the condition of his vehicle. What manner of world was this? Was this boy a reincarnated saint? "It's all right. It's all right," the driver exclaimed, hastily returning to his car and speeding away. Link, having narrowly escaped harm, hitched a ride back to Stark Tower with Peppa. During the journey, he playfully adjusted Peppa's features, relieved to find he hadn't elongated her face. Meanwhile, while Link infiltrated Banana Tower once more, Hawkeye contacted S.H.I.E.L.D., and Tony reached out to the military, preparing to encircle the building. This situation was deemed even more dire than the previous monster rampage through New York. Monsters lacked intelligence and organization, their destruction indiscriminate but uncoordinated. In contrast, the Hydra agents were a formidable clandestine organization with exceptional camouflage skills. They had managed to infiltrate a Fortune 500 company, Banana Technologies, undetected. If they could disguise themselves as a public company, what would prevent them from impersonating the president next? Thus, the military's response was unprecedentedly swift. Within an hour, they cleared the area surrounding Banana Tower and established a tight perimeter. However, at that moment, the Hydra agents had already vacated the premises, leaving the entire building eerily empty. The Yiga clan is a clandestine organization of ninjas, lurking in the shadows like bats. Once their lair is discovered, they seamlessly retreat to another dark domain. Like an indelible shadow, they can manifest in any murky corner of the world, haunting the sleepless nights like specters. The fated exhibition of 078 saw the sudden disappearance of the Yiga clan, much to the chagrin of Tony and Chaim. Chaim bellowed, questioning America's incompetence. As for Tony, in a fit of anger, he hacked into the national surveillance system, seeking to locate the Yiga clan and devise his own means of retribution. Meanwhile, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. team busied themselves with tracking the whereabouts of the Yiga clan. Nick rapped his knuckles on the table. Addressing Link, "You should have informed me about the Yiga clan sooner." Link was at a loss for words, feeling the weight of the situation. The emergence of the Yiga clan would undoubtedly complicate an already tumultuous scenario. Not to mention, the mere presence of a relentless army of ninjas fixated on Zelda, lurking in the shadows, was enough to exacerbate Link's agitation. At that moment, a furious middle-aged official barged in without knocking, exclaiming, "This is utterly ridiculous." Nick rubbed his eyes, muttering to himself about the arrival of this bothersome individual. The official stood before Nick's desk, adjusting his attire, and interrogated him. As the director of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, responsible for monitoring global anomalies and individuals of interest, how could you allow a destructive, mysterious organization to infiltrate New York? I am keen to understand what you have been preoccupied with all day. He then turned his gaze towards Link, who was sulking in an armchair, and quipped, chatting and sipping drinks with this underage girl. Link shot a glare at the official, his voice low and steady. "I am male," Nick interjected, "and he is not underage." The official, now incensed, retorted, "I have no time for such trivialities. I demand to know why you have failed to eliminate the Yiga clan, and that boy. Seize him immediately and interrogate him thoroughly." Nick raised his hands in exasperation. "That young lady beside you is Link." The official's gaze shifted to Link, finally noticing the pointed ears that adorned his head. Link regarded the official with a cold stare. The official's voice turned icy. "You are the one who claims to hail from another world, the so-called long-eared being? What of the Hylian kingdom and the goddess Hylia?" Link corrected him. "It is the goddess Hylia and the Hyrule kingdom." The official took a step back and addressed Nick. "What on earth were you thinking, allowing an uncontrollable monster to roam free? Capture him at once." Link stood up. His stature slightly shorter than the official's, yet he exuded a presence that made the official retreat a step further. Nick helplessly gestured towards Link. "Now do you understand my predicament? Officials from a government agency directly under the president's jurisdiction constantly come demanding answers. Paranoid that anything not under government control, be it individuals or weapons, ought to be eradicated or imprisoned." The middle-aged official exclaimed with indignation. "Director of the Bureau of Strategic Territorial Defense, Attack, and Logistics. You must grasp one crucial fact. This individual with elongated ears, whose origins remain obscure and whose power is formidable, possesses all intelligence based solely on his own assertions. Are you aware of his true nature? Do you comprehend his genuine intentions? A being capable of vanquishing two biomonsters from another realm. Do you truly believe Link would reside peacefully in the United States, occasionally playing the role of a benevolent citizen assisting us in battling monsters? What shall we do if he harbors intentions to invade our nation?" At that moment, two individuals entered the room. One was Tony, who, upon opening the door, declared, "What do you mean by unknown origins? Link is now a legitimate citizen of the United States, and every cent he earns contributes to the nation's treasury, though regrettably, Link has no income. I, Tony Stark, am the guardian of Link and Zelda. Are you suggesting that if you apprehend Link, you would disregard my standing as a lawful taxpayer? Is this how government officials treat legitimate contributors to society?" The middle-aged official's expression darkened. Although SHIELD is an international organization under the auspices of the World Security Council and maintains a cooperative relationship with the United States, the principal authority resides in America, thus subjecting it to American regulation and oversight. He could shout at Nick, but Tony was different. Tony was a capitalist, a significant taxpayer, and maintained excellent relations with the military. Pressuring Tony would prove futile. The other individual was Natasha, who, upon entering, immediately noticed Link's troubled demeanor. Concerned that Link might suddenly lose his temper, she gracefully approached the middle-aged official, casting a discerning glance at him. Suddenly, with a snap of her fingers, a metal shard was flung onto the official's shoulder, emitting a crackle of electricity, causing him to collapse and convulse. Natasha stated, "I will administer a hallucinogenic agent to this fellow. He will forget he ever visited this office. Once he regains consciousness, I will have someone escort him out." Nick shrugged. "To these foolish officials, we merely appear as a civilian organization." Tony inquired, "Who is this individual? What is his name?" Nick scoffed. "An operative from the National Intelligence Agency. They have long been displeased with the extensive authority granted to SHIELD. Their relationship resembles that of your Stark Industries and Hammer Technologies. We have business conflicts with them as well." Tony crossed his arms in dissatisfaction. "Hammer? Why would you compare me to such a medieval workshop?" Nick muttered. "Recently, Hammer proclaimed in the news that he would host a grand technological expo, claiming its historical significance would surpass that of your father's expo. He even boasted of creating battle machines more formidable than your Iron Man." Tony scoffed, dismissively curling his lip. "I hope they don't go bankrupt after this expo." Link raised an eyebrow. "An expo?" Unlike the original storyline, Tony did not lavishly spend on hosting a technological showcase. Rather, it is Hammer who intends to steal the limelight. Link looked up. "Tony, shall we also attend the expo?" Tony frowned. What good could that fellow Hammer possibly showcase? As Link pondered how to explain the potential mischief that Hammer and Ivan might cause at the expo, Nick suddenly interjected, "I recently had Natasha investigate Hammer Industries. Natasha, please share the intelligence you have gathered." Natasha's singular statement caused Link and Tony's expressions to shift dramatically. "According to my findings, Hammer Industries appears to be conducting human biological experiments. Moreover, I have confirmed that Ivan was rescued by Hammer Industries. Tony replied in a grave tone, human biological experiments? Ivan? What on earth does that man intend to do? Natasha brushed her hair back and remarked, a glance at the news regarding Hammer reveals much. He has previously expressed suspicion that Link is genetically enhanced like Rogers. And that's dark, you may have been one of Hammer's test subjects. The recent activities of Hammer are quite alarming. Tony took a deep breath and then looked intently at Link. Aren't you upset? Hammer dares to equate you with that spandex-clad lunatic. Link responded with a nonchalant. 079 Peppa's first battle. With the expo merely 2 days away, Link found himself shuttling between Tony's residence in California and New York, which had become quite tiresome. Thus, he decided to stay in New York for the time being. Meanwhile, Tony's mood was equally dismal due to his abduction, and he isolated himself in the Stark Tower's workshop, diligently crafting a new suit of armor. Everyone has their own way of alleviating anxiety. Rogers resorts to punching bags. Zelda enjoys delving into peculiar studies, while Tony busily constructs one suit after another. Link, however, felt little anxiety, having weathered numerous storms. His only concern stemmed from the resurgence of the Guardians, which made him slightly apprehensive for Zelda, prompting him to remain close at hand. Zelda, who relished researching oddities and creating things, recognized that Link would find her work monotonous and thus decided to set aside her tasks. Together with Link, she joyfully ventured out to explore the streets of New York. Despite Link's soaring popularity, he cleverly disguised himself in feminine attire, trimmed his eyebrows, and donned colored, non-prescription glasses, making it difficult for others to recognize him. Additionally, due to Link's influence, a trend emerged among the youth, who began to mimic him by wearing long fake ears. While Link found this somewhat foolish, he could not deny the allure of this fad, as young people sporting elongated ears were commonplace on the streets. Consequently, Link and Zelda did not attract much attention. They wandered about, sampling various foods, and soon found themselves with bags brimming with treats. Peppa perched on Link's shoulder, clutching a sizable lollipop that resembled a fan. As Zelda gazed at the bustling streets, memories of her shattered Hyrule kingdom flooded her mind. New Yorkers are truly resilient. They show no signs of having endured numerous calamities, continuing to bravely live their lives, she remarked. Link silently reflected, more disasters are yet to come. I hope they can endure. The pair eventually entered a toy store, intending to purchase some toys for Peppa. Upon entering, they exchanged amused smiles. In the store, there exists an abundance of merchandise related to Captain America, Iron Man, and Link. The vibranium shield, Iron Man's arc reactor, Link's shield, and his elongated ears are crafted with remarkable realism. Oh, Peppa, as if discovering a treasure, soared over, seizing a Link figurine, bouncing left and right while exclaiming, Hero, I want to buy the hero. Zelda, equally astonished, approached, gently exclaiming, Wow. As she picked up a Link figurine and pointed at its prominently defined eyebrows, smiling at Link, they truly understand your essence. To which Link, with his willow-like eyebrows, merely smiled in silence. Soon, Peppa, clutching a Captain America figurine in one hand and an Iron Man figurine in the other, mimicked the sounds of battle with great enthusiasm, orchestrating a duel between the two toys. With sparkling eyes, he looked up at Link and asked, Hero, may I place these figurines on my bed in my room? Link nodded, and Peppa erupted in cheer. Link and Zelda shared a residence, while Peppa had his own room. Tony dotes on Peppa, decorating his space with an array of plants and an elaborate water feature, all in a soothing green palette. The room is adorned with hidden lighting, which, upon nightfall, cast an ambience reminiscent of a sun-dappled forest. Each evening, Peppa meticulously prepares the beds for Link and Zelda, ensuring they drift into slumber before retreating to his own room to frolic, where he carefully stores a miniature Iron Man suit crafted by Zelda. As they approach the checkout, the shopkeeper observed the animated Peppa curiously, pondering the origin of such lifelike toys and contemplating acquiring them. Suddenly, a child's voice pierced through, Mom, I want that toy. Peppa turned around, startled, as the child pointed directly at him. The child was chubby, donning a suit that seemed on the verge of bursting at the seams. His mother, a tall woman with high cheekbones and an elongated neck, dressed in expensive yet poorly chosen attire, gently replied, All right, my little treasure. Then, with a cold demeanor, she pointed her slender finger at Peppa and inquired of the shopkeeper, How much for this? The shopkeeper, smiling politely, explained, I'm sorry, but this is the young customer's toy, not for sale in our store. Mom. Yes, yes. The child's mother hurriedly responded, then turned to Link, Child, would you sell this to my son? I'll give you $50. As this was being discussed, The child had already begun to treat Peppa as his toy. Reaching out to grab him, Link placed Peppa on his shoulder while the child stared at him in disbelief. Link asserted, "He is not a toy. I will not sell him." The child shouted loudly, "Mom, I want that toy. I want that toy." As a Hylian with notably elongated ears, Link's acute sensitivity to sound made the child's piercing cries somewhat jarring. Link furrowed his brow slightly at the age of this child. He had already embarked on his training journey in the Zora domain. The child's mother, growing increasingly impatient, said, "All right, enough with the stubbornness. I will give you 2,000. Please let my son have this toy, and you can buy another one later." Link shook his head, making no further gestures, and after completing the transaction, he left with the toy in his arms. The shopkeeper, having seen the balance on the card, was momentarily taken aback. "Is that number a bit too large?" Zelda bent down, smiling as she addressed the child. "Little brother, this Peppa is our friend and is not for sale." However, the brat retorted coldly, "How childish. My mom has already given you money, so give me the toy." Zelda was taken aback by being called childish by a mere child. Growing impatient, the child even shoved Zelda aside and lunged to grab the Peppa perched on Link's shoulder. Link frowned, unprepared to discipline the child just yet. Suddenly, Peppa leaped up, exclaiming, "Uh-huh," and delivered a swift kick to the child's face, knocking him down. The child lay on the ground, stunned, as did the parents. Peppa soared through the air, indignantly proclaiming in a soft voice, "How dare you be rude to the princess? I, Sir Peppa, shall teach you a lesson." Having donned a small heroic outfit crafted by Zelda, Peppa believed himself to be a knight in service to Zelda. Now is the time to express loyalty to the princess. With a furious cry, Peppa plunged down from the sky, landing squarely on the child's face, bouncing around and using his body to pummel the child. The child cried out in terror, rolling about like a ball. The mother screamed, "That thing is alive. Get away. Get away. Monster. Stay away from my son." "Peppa is fighting?" Tony remarked with a peculiar expression, munching on the pizza Zelda had brought from outside. Meanwhile, Peppa stood proudly on the table, hands on hips, declaring, "Aren't I impressive?" Tony nodded, indeed. Given Peppa's size, being able to deliver a good thrashing to a chubby child is quite an impressive display of combat prowess. Not only that, Zelda recalled the scene with an odd expression. Peppa even struck his mother. Tony paused, mouth agape, and after a moment resumed chewing. No wonder he hails from Hyrule. He truly is formidable. Link rubbed his temples and continued, "Not just his mother." Peppa became so enraged that he also took a swing at the toy store owner. After leaving, he even kicked a husky by the roadside. Tony choked on his drink, pouring himself a glass of water. While coughing, he glared at Peppa. Didn't he see that coming? "Peppa, you're quite the little bully." "No, a little green giant." "Huh." Peppa struck a Bruce Lee pose, bouncing around the table. Link and Zelda exchanged bemused smiles. It seemed Peppa had quite the delightful day. Late at night, as Link and Zelda prepared to sleep, Peppa diligently arranged the bedsheets. Suddenly, the alarm from Jarvis echoed. "An intruder has breached the residence." Pap jumped up, exclaiming, "Intruders! Battle!" Zelda hurriedly embraced Pap, concerned about his impulsiveness. Link, filled with doubt, wondered if the Yiga clan had returned to cause trouble. After ensuring Zelda's safety, he calmly exited the room. At that moment, Tony had already donned his suit and gravely announced, "Outside, there are 2 unwelcome guests." As Link descended the stairs, he heard Epona's distressed whinny. Fearing for his beloved steed's safety, he opened the window and leapt down. There, amidst the chaos, Epona was visibly agitated. Just then, Link felt a rush of wind and turned to see a figure clad in pitch-black armor launching a punch towards his face. It was not the Yiga clan, was it? The fist transformed into a high-speed spinning drill, buzzing ominously. If that punch had struck Link, it would have surely disfigured him. With a swift pivot, Link leaned back, narrowly evading the blow. However, the dark-armored figure suddenly unleashed several electrified whips from its arm, striking at Link. Given the proximity, he could not dodge in time and was hit by one of the charge whips, causing excruciating pain and paralysis. The figure then turned, its hollow eyes glowing with a dark crimson light. The suit must be countered with the suit. Tony's playful voice echoed in his ears. A blinding flash appeared before him as Iron Man soared through the air, crashing into the dark armor with a resounding thud. Link knelt on the ground, arcs of electricity crackling from his shoulder, illuminating the night. After a moment, he regained his strength from the powerful electric assault. Fortunately, having endured the wrath of Thunder God Ganon, his body was resilient against such strong currents. A mere mortal would have succumbed to death under such high voltage. Iron Man pinned the dark armor to the ground, mocking, This grotesque design is unmistakably the work of Hammer. With a powerful laser beam, he pierced through the armor's defenses. Turning to Link, Iron Man asked, "Are you all right?" Just as Link was catching his breath, he sensed something amiss. Looking up, he saw the dark armor rising again. Lifting Iron Man by the leg and with a fierce howl, hurled him towards Link. "Link, help me!" Tony shouted. In a hurry, Link activated his magnetic grappler, attempting to seize control of Tony. But at that moment, the ground beneath him cracked open, and a fist emerged, grasping Link's ankle, followed by a surge of electricity. Link felt his body convulsing as the current coursed through him, scattering his thoughts and severing his connection to the grappler. Tony, propelled forward, collided with Link, sending both crashing into the wall with a cacophony of destruction. Link spat blood, lying on the ground, gasping for air. "What happened?" Tony called out. "I'm fine." Link strained to his knees. The ground emitted a hissing sound as another identical dark armor emerged, drilling its way up from the earth. Tony, perplexed, exclaimed, "I clearly pierced that fiend's armor. How is he still able to move?" It was then that Jarvis's voice resonated. "Mr. Stark, my analysis suggests that these two adversaries are, in fact, living beings." The suit, which had been penetrated by Tony's powerful laser, advanced directly towards him, green blood oozing from the gaping hole in its chest. Tony's breath caught in his throat. Suddenly, the suit let out a furious roar and violently tore apart its chest plate, revealing a muscular torso as solid as rock, with a wound gushing blood. Upon closer inspection, Tony realized that this strangely robust body was inexplicably fused with the exterior armor. From within the helmet, a voice thick with a Russian accent emerged. "Tony Stark." "Surprised?" Tony gasped. "You madman, you actually experimented on yourself." Ivan chuckled coldly, a rather clever notion. Meanwhile, from the helmet of another dark suit, Ivan's voice echoed, "But these two destroyers are remotely controlled by me. They are weapons designed to annihilate you. I confess, my prowess in mechanization does not match yours. However, the destroyer is different. It is a perfect amalgamation of machinery and life." Link, finally regaining his composure from the paralysis, rose to his feet and gravely remarked to Tony, "These destroyers possess an odd aura, reminiscent of the Hulk." Ivan's laughter boomed from the helmet. "Indeed, the Hulk. That fool Hammer acquired several vials of Hulk's blood from an unknown source and used some unfortunate souls to create numerous new green giants. But, unlike the Hulk, these monsters can be controlled. I have implanted them with electronic brains, rendering them soulless shells, biological weapons at my disposal. Moreover, I have outfitted them with the latest generation of armor, matching the firepower and speed of your suit. They are akin to a fusion of Iron Man and the Hulk. Are you feeling despair yet? I promised I would bring about your ruin." At that moment, two more fiery streaks descended from the sky, crashing to the ground. Another pair of destroyers. The four destroyers encircled Tony and Link. Two of the destroyers transformed their fists into whirring drill bits, while the other two approached, crackling with electricity, wielding electric whips. Tony scoffed. "It seems the one who enjoys remote-controlled toys is not merely Zelda." "Link, what shall we do?" The destroyers, embodying the strength of the Hulk combined with Iron Man's flight armor and ranged weaponry, represented a fusion of technology and savagery. Confronting just one would be challenging enough. Yet there stood four ready to assault them. Tony felt a sense of overwhelming dread. Link replied resolutely, "We must defeat them." His spirits dampened. For each of the four destroyers represented an innocent soul forcibly transformed into a monster. This undoubtedly ignited a furious rage within Link, as he harbored murderous intent toward Ivan and Hammer. A fusion of the Hulk and Iron Man, you say? Link was unfazed. He had bested the Hulk and Iron Man before. If necessary, he would strike down this so-called amalgamation once more. As a hero blessed by the goddess Hylia, Link would never allow fear to take root in his heart against his foes. Should he falter, his sword would lose its edge. From his weapon space, Link retrieved his shield and longsword, inquiring, "What is the conductivity of this sword and shield?" Tony replied, "The shield is essentially insulated, but the resistance of the sword leaves much to be desired." Link responded sternly, "That suffices. 3 for me, 1 for you." Without further ado, he surged forward in a swift dash. Tony, taken aback, exclaimed, "Are you underestimating me?" and propelled himself into the air. Ivan laughed heartily. "Link, I have already intercepted your movement information. Your current tactics will be ineffective against the destroyers." "Is that so?" Link replied softly, twirling his sword in a flourish, positioning himself between the two destroyers. From within the confines of the destroyer's helmet, Ivan coldly mocked, "Do you think I am unaware of your tricks? You intend to slip between the two destroyers and use evasive maneuvers to make them harm one another, correct? In that moment, the drill in the hand of Destroyer A flew toward him with alarming speed. Link sidestepped, delivering a swift kick to deflect its arm, causing Destroyer A's drill to aim directly toward the chest of Destroyer B. Yet, just before impact, Destroyer A abruptly halted its assault. Link's expression shifted as he thrust his sword toward Destroyer A's ribcage while the electric whip of Destroyer B lashed toward him. He could only withdraw his sword and hastily raise his shield to defend, executing a shield counter that sent the electric whip back toward Destroyer B. However, just as it was about to strike the Destroyer's head, the whip inexplicably lost its electric charge. Ivan chuckled. That's a mechanism I programmed to prevent allies from harming one another. I have thoroughly studied your battles with Hulk and Abomination. The two destroyers roared in unison, each throwing a punch at Link. Even from a meter away, the force of their blows sent his hair standing on end. Quickly, Link spread a layer of thin ice beneath his feet, deftly evading the two punches and sliding between the destroyers. Summoning a great sword, he swung it with might, aiming to cleave at their knees. With a resounding impact, Link shattered the protective armor of both destroyers' knees, forcing them to kneel before him. With a leap, Link landed atop the shoulder of Destroyer A, brandishing his great sword in an attempt to deliver a lethal blow. Ivan sneered, "Do you not see the plight of Tony?" Link fell silent, witnessing Iron Man being grasped by the legs by Destroyers C and D, who intended to rip him asunder. In a moment of desperation, Link's great sword vanished, transforming into a bow as he drew back his arms. Thwack! Thwack! His arms became a blur, and in the blink of an eye, two arrows were loosed, striking the heads of the two destroyers. Though he failed to breach their visors, he successfully rendered them momentarily incapacitated. Tony shouted in gratitude as he broke free. Upon observing Link's predicament, a loud cry erupted. "Quick, take cover!" In a selfless act to save Tony, Link found himself ensnared by the second destroyer, who unleashed a powerful punch. Link hastily equipped his shield, but there was no time for a counter, and he was sent flying, plummeting towards the sea. Link. Tony gritted his teeth, ready to rush in for the rescue, only to be entangled by two other destroyers. Dazed from the blow, Link felt the world spinning around him, stars dancing before his eyes. Just as he braced for a harsh descent into the ocean, a jovial voice rang out, "Yaha!" His body was gently lifted by a large object. It was the timely arrival of a bird, saving Link from his perilous fall. Meanwhile, Papa donned a miniature Iron Man suit and cheerfully declared, "Brave hero, I shall fight alongside you." Link gritted his teeth. What about Zelda? Did I not instruct her to stay hidden? Inside the bird, a gentle yet resolute voice emerged. "But I must save you." Zelda appeared, wearing control goggles. As the bird landed beside her, Link quickly jumped down, harboring no resentment towards her, and cautioned, "Be careful." At that moment, Iron Man soared back above Link and Zelda, stating, "These foes are formidable." A punch from one of the destroyers had dented Iron Man's chest plate. Link spoke gravely. "Is there a non-aggression mechanism in place?" Ivan shouted. "Die." The four destroyers brandished electric whips, striking towards them. Link stepped forward, extending his right hand. The magnetic grabber activated. He seized the first destroyer, swiftly maneuvering it into the path of the other three's electric whips. The three destroyers, realizing they were about to attack their comrade, retracted their whips, seizing the opportunity. Iron Man unleashed powerful lasers from his hands, penetrating the armor of two destroyers. Simultaneously, Link propelled the first destroyer into the remaining one with tremendous force. "Tony, Princess, use your lasers to breach their armor," Link shouted as he darted forward, thrusting his sword into the scorched opening of a destroyer's chest armor. Gripping the sword with both hands, he silently intoned, "Rest in peace." With a swift twist of his wrist, the blade churned within the chest cavity. The destroyer howled in agony, and Link forcefully lifted his sword, tearing off the front armor and driving it into the destroyer's skull, releasing a brilliant flash of energy. Ivan, stationed before the computer, observed as one destroyer fell lifelessly and bellowed, "Attack Link." Two destroyers extended their fists to strike Link, delivering a heavy blow that resonated through the air with a dull thud. However, under Link's immense strength, he used the fallen destroyer's body as a shield. The two assailants halted their punches, bewildered. "Fools!" Ivan shouted. "That destroyer is already dead. Keep attacking." Yet, the control logic embedded in their programming held greater sway than Ivan's shouts. The two destroyers hesitated, unwilling to strike. Ivan, from behind the computer, glared through the eyes of one destroyer, seething with anger. This insolent brat had cleverly weaponized the non-aggression mechanism of the destroyers against them. In the midst of the chaotic scene, Tony observed Link utilizing the remnants of a destroyer to fend off the onslaught of other destroyers. This prompted him to conjecture, as beings controlled by a brain, do they possess any self-awareness? In other words, the means by which the destroyers identify their companions must surely reside within some device in their heads. With a sudden surge of energy, Tony unleashed beams of light from his hands, sending one of the destroyers flying, while he hovered in the air, sharing his hypothesis with Link. Link, with a swift twist of his wrist, expertly severed the head of the destroyer. Holding it aloft, the remaining two destroyers hesitated, momentarily ceasing their attack. Ivan shouted, "Attack that girl!" The two destroyers turned their attention towards Zelda. In a moment of transformation, Zelda morphed into a colossal shield, positioning it in front of herself. The center of the shield emitted a powerful laser. Peppa, with a joyful cry, unleashed twin beams of laser from her small hands. Ivan scoffed. "Is it only you who can shoot lasers?" The two destroyers, expanding their arms, revealed a faint blue light emanating from their chests, gathering into waves of energy. Suddenly, two beams of blue light shot forth. Just as Iron Man approached the incapacitated destroyer to obliterate its head, he noticed the dark chest of the destroyer glowing ominously. Realizing the danger, Tony swiftly dodged, only to be sent flying by a forceful kick reminiscent of the Hulk's strength. Zelda, having trained under Tony, possessed formidable defensive capabilities. With her bird form, she managed to absorb one laser attack, causing a violent tremor in her shield, which then radiated outward, dispersing the laser's force. However, despite successfully blocking the initial strike, Peppa grew anxious as the shield was jolted, creating an opening through which a second laser shot towards Zelda. Yeah, Peppa instinctively leaped in front of Zelda, firing her laser to intercept the incoming attack. Yet the disparity in their sizes rendered Peppa's beam ineffective, and it was rapidly overpowered by the destroyer's blue light. "Oh no!" Peppa exclaimed in distress, realizing the peril they faced. In that critical moment, Link rushed to their aid. Confronting the destroyer without hesitation, he pressed the severed head of the destroyer against the spot from which its laser was emitted, undeterred by the risk of being scorched. The laser was now perilously close to Peppa, within a mere 50 centimeters. As the destroyer was poised to unleash its attack, it suddenly detected its fallen comrade. Desperately, it attempted to contain the energy gathering in its chest, but the surge of power became uncontrollable, transforming its dark armor into a searing red hue. With a resounding explosion, the destroyer shattered. Link, wielding his shield, was propelled skyward by the force of the blast. The shockwave knocked Zelda to the ground as she shielded Peppa in her arms. As Link descended, riding his shield, he beheld the ruins of Tony's residence, now reduced to a mere wasteland. At the center of the devastation stood two bewildered corpses. Evidently the remnants of the destroyer that had just exploded, having inadvertently taken its companion down with it. The amassed energy in its chest had spiraled beyond the control of their non-aggression protocol. Urgently, Link leaped down, navigating through the debris in search of Zelda. Upon landing, Link noticed a pile of rubble beside him. Suddenly, a concrete block sprang open, revealing a bird-shaped shield that hovered into the air, exposing the forms of Zelda and Peppa lying below. Link rushed over, lifting Zelda into his arms. She rubbed her head and reassured him, "I'm fine." Peppa ascended into the air, exclaiming, "I'm okay too." Link prepared to rescue Tony, but was taken aback as Iron Man soared into the sky, one hand gripping the seemingly lifeless body of the destroyer. Tony's fingers penetrated the back of the destroyer's skull, instantly infiltrating its control center and seizing authority from the machine. With a swift motion, he turned the destroyer's helmet to face him, lifting the visor to reveal his steely visage. "Ivan," Tony declared, "you've destroyed my house." "No, Link's house. Let me make this clear. You have crossed Tony Stark. Whatever tricks or schemes you have, unleash them. I will utterly defeat you." A low chuckle emanated from within the destroyer's head. "You think defeating my 4 failed experiments will grant you victory? I possess an army. In 2 days, New York will descend into darkness." Tony's expression darkened ominously. "Jarvis, sabotage their systems." Jarvis's calm voice echoed through Ivan's computer. Suddenly, sparks erupted from numerous computers surrounding Ivan, plunging their screens into darkness. In the shadows, Ivan screamed, "You bastard." Tony, holding the incapacitated destroyer, landed on the ground, his countenance grim. "I just hacked into Ivan's database. And indeed, it is an army. These creatures are crafted from the blood of the Hulk, controlling mechanized suits. Their combat capabilities could upend this nation and the world. We must stop them." Link recalled the battle against the endless army of Guardians a century ago, feeling a twinge of headache. Yet, he quickly thought of Hawkeye, Natasha, Rogers. And Banner. Since they have so many allies, we should gather our own. He stated calmly. Ivan claims the destroyer is a fusion of the Hulk and you. But I do not believe this foolish puppet can rival the true Hulk. He then turned to Zelda and said, Princess, contact Banner. Tony's eyes widened. You mean to summon the Hulk as our ally? Link nodded. Tony hastily shook his head. No. This plan is too insane, too dangerous, too much for my liking. A wicked smile crept across his face. Link's presence had made the Marvel Universe more perilous, as remnants of Hulk's blood remained intact for outsiders to exploit. Ivan had transformed from a mere villain into a threat capable of endangering the world. At that moment, Link and Zelda simultaneously heard a chilling laugh. Zelda's complexion paled as the two exchanged glances, their expressions turning grim. The source of the laughter was Ganon. Link's sword emitted a shrill cry, trembling violently. He quickly scanned the surroundings, pulling Zelda behind him for protection. Tony did not hear Ganondorf's whispers and hurriedly asked, What is happening? Peppa tilted his head in confusion. Link spoke in a low tone, The princess and I just heard Ganondorf's voice. Tony exhaled deeply. Has that great demon finally made his appearance? What a time to choose. Right when I am weary. However, Jarvis interjected, Link, there is no strong source of energy detectable in the vicinity. Although Zelda's expression was grim, she regained her composure, stating, Ganondorf has not fully awakened yet. I can feel his power still in slumber. Yet Link remained tense, for the situation had escalated beyond the realm of mere butterfly effects. Surely, Ganondorf's will was subtly distorting the already perilous Marvel Universe. Gathering signal, Link briefly informed Natasha of the situation. Soon, Nick, Natasha, and Hawkeye arrived in their vehicle, only to find one corner of Tony's luxurious residence collapsed. Link and Peppa were perched on the damaged rooftop, enjoying the sea view and snacking in the sea breeze. Upon seeing Nick and the others, Link braced himself and leapt down from the height, landing in front of the trio. Natasha chuckled, Link, you always leap about like that. You'll injure yourself one day. As for Nick, he remarked directly, enemies seem to constantly appear around you. I'm getting somewhat accustomed to it. Let me go inspect the corpses of the destroyers. I have already dispatched my men to control the Hammer Group. Link hurriedly responded, Tell them to retreat. It's too dangerous. Nick smirked, ruffled Link's hair, which Link promptly pushed away. With his hands tucked into his trench coat, Nick surveyed the dilapidated structures and said, You must trust my subordinates. Each one is capable of handling themselves. Just then, Tony exclaimed, Oh. He had just turned to look at Link when a shrill scream echoed, and a red and yellow figure fell from above, crashing onto Nick, who let out a grunt and fell to the ground, his face turning a shade of purple-red. From his position, Tony's voice could be heard. Honestly, the destroyer lacks a brain yet can still react. Thankfully, I was wearing my suit. Oh, long time no see, Nick. When did you end up beneath me? Tony got up, attempting to help Nick, who repeatedly cried, Stop, stop, stop. My back is killing me. Iron Man is heavy. Being knocked like that is no joke. Natasha approached, crouching down to examine Nick's back, her expression troubled. Link stepped forward, prompting Natasha to ask, Do you have a solution? Nick mumbled, Link, help me with my back, and I promise I will punch Tony right in his tonsils. Tony instinctively backed away, wary, as Nick inquired, What about Link? Suddenly, Nick's purple face turned pale. In truth, a more accurate description would be a shade of gray. Without a word, Link directed his palm to Nick's back and swiftly manipulated his tense muscles and slightly misaligned joints, restoring them instantly. Due to the suddenness and speed of the action, Nick reacted violently, as if jolted by electricity, shaking all over and breaking into a sweat from the pain. Nick gasped for breath. Link, I haven't wronged you, have I? Tony chimed in. Link, the action-oriented type, wouldn't distract you with chatter while administering a shot like a pediatrician. Nick propped himself up, nodding. That feels better. Link, you truly are remarkable, though I sincerely hope you refrain from assisting me in such a manner again. Tony, what did you mean by jumping down from the sky to crush me? Tony tapped the reactor on his chest. I was struck down by a resurrected creature. Daimi, help me move the destroyer. With a loud crash, Tony's expression changed as a corpse was hurled from the second floor. Before Nick could fully rise, he was again knocked to the ground by the destroyer. Hawkeye and Natasha glared at Tony, who innocently shrugged and shouted back, Daimi, I swear I'll dismantle you. I meant for you to lower it, not throw it down. Your temper is becoming just like Link's. The trio moved aside the destroyer's body, and Link advanced. Nick called out, Wait, this time, I'll take it slow. I don't need your help. He winced in pain, collapsing to the ground. In response, Link decisively struck down with his knuckles, causing Nick to convulse like a fish out of water. Tony shifted the destroyer's corpse, adjusting it before reactivating the creature, which emitted a low growl. Natasha quickly drew her firearm, preparing for action. Tony shrugged. Don't worry. I've modified this destroyer to be friendly. I've even given it a new name, Redeemer. Of course, you can shoot it to test its resilience. Natasha fired 5 rapid shots. Tony whistled, as the bullets were expertly aligned, striking the unarmored flesh of the neck in perfect succession, amplifying their impact. Natasha's wrist and shoulder remained nearly motionless. However, despite this precision, the Redeemer sustained no injury. Natasha's mouth fell slightly agape. Her weapon was custom-made with formidable power, yet it failed to harm the Redeemer? Tony explained. The Redeemer's power parameters are roughly on par with Hulk's, though Link believes Hulk is superior. His tone turned somber. As for Hammer, there's a legion involved. Nick, still supporting his waist, recognized the destroyer's formidable strength and immediately instructed Natasha, call Coulson and have them return at once. Just then, Natasha's phone rang, displaying Coulson's number. She answered, her gaze sharpening as she softly said, "Take good care of yourself." After hanging up, her expression turned grave, aside from Coulson and a few agents. The rest have perished. Coulson has recorded a video. Natasha pointed her phone at Nick. In the video, chaos reigned, filled with inhuman roars and anguished cries. The visuals were dim, punctuated by blinding flashes, revealing only a few indistinct towering figures and the sound of flesh being torn asunder. Hawkeye's eyes burned with fury. Natasha added, the military personnel have also been utterly decimated. Roddy's war machine had been seized, and Tony's expression darkened. Link spoke softly, ordinary armies cannot defeat Ivan's legion of destruction. It falls to us. Just then, Zelda burst in, grinning. Link, I've contacted Professor Banner. Bruce Banner, perpetually on the run, suffered from severe paranoia. Distrustful not only of others, but even of himself, save for this earnest and delightful student. In fact, he confided in Zelda about his training methods, information he had never shared even with his girlfriend Betty, who was now a thing of the past. Upon hearing that Zelda needed assistance, he readily agreed, though his expression soured as he glanced at the dimly lit slums outside. Contemplating borrowing money from Zelda for a flight to India, Link took the phone and murmured, "Thank you, Banner. And please extend my gratitude to the Hulk within you." A growl resonated from within Banner, startling him. He stammered, Oh, that must have been Hulk greeting you." Tony snatched the phone from Link's hand, chuckling. "Hey, Dr. Banner. I truly admire your research papers and thought processes. I am Tony Stark, and I welcome you to my team, the squad. Please provide your contact address, and I shall arrange for your transport immediately. I look forward to collaborating with you." Such was Tony's thoughtful nature. Tony surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "We still need someone who enjoys wearing tight-fitting suits." "Haha, I've already contacted Rogers," exclaimed Peppa as he zoomed in on his phone. Tony pouted, somewhat envious of the close relationship between Peppa and Rogers, muttering, "I bought that phone for you." At that moment, Rogers had just concluded a call and, perplexed, chuckled. "That little guy actually invited me to play baseball? Can he even catch?" In the present chaos of New York, the military was aiding the citizens in their swift evacuation. In just one night, the city had transformed into a dark realm, overrun by wild dogs and nocturnal wanderers. While the forces of Hammer Industries and the internal Legion of Destruction remained immobile, repelling incursions from SHIELD agents and the military, they seemed to be biding their time, nestled within the confines of their company. Yet, even in their stillness, they had already plunged New York into disarray. Hammer stormed into Ivan's chamber, flanked by armed men in suits, fuming as he kicked at objects and bellowed, "What have you done? Who commanded the Destruction Legion to assault the military? He is our business partner. How can we conduct business with the military now?" A smirk crept across Ivan's lips, a glimmer of red flashing in his eyes as he murmured, "What? You still think of doing business? Our army is more than capable of dominating the world." "Enough," Hammer shouted. "I finally see it. You are nothing but an antisocial psychopath. I merely wish to eliminate Tony, yet you aim to instill fear across the globe. I will have you dismissed." Ivan fiddled with birdseed in his hand while amusing his white parrot, raising an eyebrow and casting a sidelong glance at Hammer. "What can you do now?" Hammer pointed accusingly at his own chest, shouting, "Bring me someone. Eliminate that detestable Russian at once. What are you all standing around for?" Hammer exclaimed. Turning his head, he noticed that the individuals he had brought along remained motionless, their expressions peculiar as they stared at him intently. A shiver ran down Hammer's spine as he growled, "Did you not hear me? Kill Ivan." To his dismay, The suited men beside him displayed no emotion, drawing their pistols and aiming them at Hammer. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gritted his teeth. "You bunch of bastards. You've taken my money and refused to assist me." At that moment, Ivan stood up, chuckling eerily. "Why would you assume these men are still human?" Hammer stared blankly at Ivan, his pupils trembling. Ivan continued, "If I can control the minds of monsters with my device, naturally, it is trivial to manipulate ordinary humans." The back of the heads of the suited men were embedded with metallic apparatus resembling spider legs, piercing into their skulls, controlling them utterly. A chill coursed through Hammer as he stammered, "Ivan, I saved you." Ivan stepped closer, whispering, "Indeed, you rescued me and even assisted in retrieving my pet. I am grateful." Just as Hammer's tension eased, Ivan's next words drained the color from his face. Ivan's eyes glimmered with an eerie red light as he chuckled. "I shall make you my most capable puppet." Hammer gasped for breath, yearning to flee, but the four suited men swiftly seized his limbs. Hammer screamed, "What are you going to do to me?" However, Ivan found the noise bothersome, and the suited men swiftly covered Hammer's mouth. He struggled, unable to voice his cries, desperately biting at the fingers of one man. Upon breaking the skin, blood sprayed from his mouth, and in horror, Hammer realized he was spitting up green blood. Ivan, casually chewing on a toothpick, chuckled dryly, "You will become my most significant specimen. Consider yourself fortunate." Meanwhile, Hammer's organization had transformed into a sinister haunted house. Link and the others were racing towards the heart of New York City. They had just navigated against the chaotic tide of fleeing civilians into the city, where the streets were increasingly deserted and the mood was growing somber. Nick, perusing the reports flooding in on his notebook, wore a grave expression that seemed capable of oozing oil. Natasha gazed out the window, observing how the once bustling New York had become a hollow shell. The city, previously teeming with life, now stood eerily quiet, the darkened buildings resembling lifeless corpses, frozen beneath the murky night, exuding an unsettling atmosphere akin to a colossal haunted house. Nick stated, "We are heading to the S-H-I-E-L-D underground base in New York. My people have settled Rogers there and are awaiting our arrival." Link inquired, "Does S-H-I-E-L-D possess any secret weapons?" In truth, Link was curious about the status of the aircraft carrier. Nick shook his head. "There is an impressive vessel, but it is still under construction. No further information can be divulged." Hawkeye sat silently in the passenger seat, arms crossed, while Natasha, Link, Zelda, and Peppa occupied the back of the vehicle. Tony soared through the sky, making a call to the visibly distressed Pepper. Natasha observed as Peppa gazed fearfully out the window, while Link and Zelda remained remarkably composed. They had just endured a wave of panic as innocent civilians were hastily urged by the military to evacuate, creating a scene of chaos akin to wartime. Anyone witnessing such turmoil would inevitably succumb to the pervasive atmosphere of fear. Although Natasha prided herself on her psychological resilience, she found herself unsettled. However, upon glancing at Link, who sat calmly and serenely, curiously observing the scenery outside without a trace of fear, she felt an inexplicable sense of tranquility wash over her. Intrigued, she inquired, "Link, are you not afraid?" Link smiled and shook his head. Despite the eerie, desolate appearance of the city outside, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario, it was merely New York City, not the end of the world. Such trivial matters were hardly enough to frighten Link. He and Zelda had faced far worse events a century ago. Nick drove into an underground parking garage and came to a stop, where they were greeted by Captain America, armed and waiting by the roadside. Link cradled Peppa as they exited the vehicle, and Rogers offered a sheepish smile to Peppa, saying, "Apologies for the baseball game. It may be delayed a few days as I will likely be preoccupied." Peppa tilted his head in confusion, unsure why Rogers was apologizing. However, being a magnanimous individual, he fluttered over to Rogers and playfully patted his head, signifying his forgiveness. Tony also glided into the parking garage, landing gracefully and lifting his helmet. He remarked, "All right. Let us wait for Banner, and then we'll be fully assembled. But before that, who will accompany me on an adventure to the Hammer Expo to gather some intel? Any brave souls willing to volunteer?" Peppa, perched on Rogers' head, gleefully raised his hand. Rogers frowned, admonishing, "Stark, this is not the time for recklessness. We must act as a unified front." Tony raised an eyebrow, his tone shifting to a more serious note. "If we are to act in unison, we certainly need a leader. Shall we conduct an unfair election?" 085 Avengers assemble. During their previous enjoyable volleyball match, Tony and Rogers had been teammates, battling alongside Link. yet they had been thoroughly outmatched by him. Thus, their collaboration did not foster camaraderie. In fact, due to some online fan art, Rogers now felt a twinge of discomfort whenever he saw Tony. Why was it that in those illustrations, Tony always appeared as the dominant figure? Tony provocatively glanced at Rogers, approaching with an air of nonchalance. It is not that I crave the spotlight. Rather, I detest the thought of hearing someone ineptly assume command in the midst of battle. Let us set aside Banner for now and deliberate on who shall lead this team. Nick interjected, aren't you all cold in the garage? Let us head inside the base. Natasha crossed her arms, glaring at Tony. I nominate myself for team leader. Hawkeye added in a low voice, so do I. Tony shrugged, remarking, it seems my social skills leave much to be desired. But no matter. Link, Zelda, what about you? Tony had the closest bond with Link and was quite confident that Link would choose him. However, without a moment's hesitation, Link declared, I choose the princess. Tony responded, and Natasha stifled a laugh, while Hawkeye couldn't help but chuckle. Rogers raised an eyebrow, mimicking Tony's shrug. Link remained composed, stating the obvious. When it comes to choosing a leader, one ought to select the most noble heir of the Hyrule Kingdom, the Princess of the Hylians, the bearer of the Triforce, the hero who sealed Ganon, and the inheritor of the goddess's blessing, Zelda. Who else could it be? Suddenly, Zelda appeared flustered, tiptoeing, and hastily exclaimed, then I choose Link. Peppa jumped around on Roger's head, exclaiming, I choose the hero. All right. Tony's eyes lit up as he snapped his fingers. Then I choose Link too. The majority rules, and that is settled. Nick rolled his eyes, dismissing it as trivial. Upon arriving at the base, Nick remarked, aside from a few steadfast agents, the rest have been evacuated. The military plans to assemble the Navy and unleash firepower to obliterate those monsters. However, the cost would be exorbitant. New York would be devastated, and the world's economy would regress by a decade. Before resorting to such drastic measures, we must rely on what I consider foolish individual heroism, entrusting the world's safety to a few courageous, capable, and wise heroes. This was the very foundation of my plan to form the Avengers. I hope you can shoulder this heavy burden, though I am aware of the dangers and hardships it entails. Nick mused that a touch of tragic background music would enhance the moment. Turning around, he spotted Link and the others sitting at the table, quietly consuming hamburgers. Natasha took a small bite before silently sipping instant coffee. Hawkeye's already furrowed face grew even more displeased as the hamburger was rather unpalatable, having been purchased with $100,000 in a deserted burger joint. Meanwhile, Peppa joyfully munched on strawberries. Nick, his face darkening with irritation, exclaimed, you all seem to be enjoying yourselves. His outburst startled Peppa, causing her to drop half of her strawberry, which rolled onto the floor, becoming dirty. Peppa sniffled, bursting into tears. Nick immediately approached her with an awkward smile, gently saying, don't cry, little one. Uncle isn't angry with you. He playfully tried to comfort Peppa. Despite his fearsome appearance as a one-eyed pirate, Nick had a soft spot for such adorable creatures. Just then, a gentle yet weary voice emerged from behind them. It seems I have arrived late. Zelda's face lit up, and she rushed over to Banner, joyfully exclaiming, Teacher, you're finally here. She hesitated momentarily, noticing the significant changes in Banner. Once a striking young man, he now bore an abundance of gray hair, his features aged considerably, even appearing somewhat haggard. It seemed that the relentless anxiety of his life had taken a considerable toll on him. Banner donned a loose, worn-out outfit, his waist slightly askew. With a dry chuckle, he glanced at the armed agents stationed behind him and inquired, could we possibly have these individuals lower their weapons? I require a moment of tranquility. Link's expression darkened, and Tony's displeasure was palpable. I initially intended to invite Dr. Banner myself, Nick, but you insisted on having your men escort him. Is this the Shield's interpretation of escorting pointing guns from the Indian subcontinent across the Pacific to North America? With a swift gesture, Nick commanded several trembling agents to holster their weapons and depart hastily, offering an apology to Banner. I apologize. I hope you can understand the fears that dwell within my personnel. Zelda, rarely irate, exclaimed, Peppa wouldn't be frightened. With a curious gait, Peppa ambled over, climbing onto Banner's shoulder with an apparent fondness for him, gleefully declaring, he is green, just like me. Zelda smiled as she gently patted Peppa, choosing to withhold the reason behind Peppa's fondness for Banner to preserve his mood. Nick interjected, now that everyone is present, shall we deliberate on our tactical approach? Yet, Tony, eager to engage Banner, interrupted with an invitation for him to sit down. Link quietly handed Banner a hamburger, and with an empty stomach, Banner devoured it heartily, having already consumed 9 himself. Tony scoffed. It seems your team didn't even provide Banner with a morsel of food along the way. Fearing he might bite off their hands, Rogers and the others greeted Banner, though they were not as at ease as Link and Tony. Very well, Nick conceded. As we enjoy our meal, should we not discuss strategies against Ivan and Hammer's Legion of Destruction? Tony interjected once more. Democratic election. Banner, we are choosing who shall be the leader of our team. You and the Hulk within you possess 2 votes. Will you cast your vote for me or for Link? He deliberately overlooked Rogers. Banner, feeling somewhat bewildered and still adjusting to the situation, replied, Link, I suppose. Tony clapped his hands together, exclaiming, the decisive 2 votes. Our leader has been established. Little brat Link. Peppa, displeased, delivered a swift kick to Tony's face. You little rascal. Tony retorted. Are you enjoying being a bully? He then yanked Peppa off his face, shaking him vigorously as one would a cocktail. Hawkeye, growing impatient, was about to speak when Link gently interjected. We do not need to confront the entire Legion of Destruction. We only need to eliminate their controller, Ivan. Tension hung in the air as Link crumpled the wrapping paper from his meal into a neat little square. He continued, the destruction must be operated by a person to function. If we can locate Ivan and capture him, we will gain control over the entire Legion. Together with Tony, we have already devised a plan to tackle the destruction after confronting them. Link organized his thoughts and stated, we need 2 individuals to infiltrate, subdue Ivan. And that will suffice. No elaborate plans are necessary. At this moment, Hawkeye interjected. You all will draw attention while Link and I slip inside to eliminate Ivan with our archery. Rogers examined the map of New York. He was unaccustomed to using a tablet and pondered, given the destroyer's physique, should you and Link inadvertently encounter him inside? A conflict could ensue, and you would be trapped within the structure. Thus, we need individuals outside to lure him out. Tony clapped his hands together, precisely. Rogers, you will vocally champion justice, while Banner and I will draw fire from the destroyer. Sayla, stroking Peppa's head, frowned and remarked, but our numbers are limited. Relying solely on Professor Banner and Tony poses too great a risk. Tony turned to Link. Such a formidable weapon should not be relegated to stealth assassinations. Let us instead engage in a grand battle. Link replied. Then, Natasha laughed. I will accompany Barton to eliminate Ivan. He is merely an ordinary man. Peppa wiggled in Sela's arms and asked, what am I supposed to do? Sela, smiling, ruffled Peppa's 2 antennae. You need not go anywhere. Stay by my side. And I shall protect you. Nick interjected. The primary concern now is how to best utilize Hulk. Banner, somewhat displeased, shook his head. I will do my utmost to control him. After all, Hulk is prone to unexpected incidents. If things go awry, the Destroyer-S Legion may gain another formidable ally. And should Hulk turn against Rogers, Tony, or the others, it could spell disaster. Link declared, leave Hulk to me. I am familiar with him and have dealt with him before. Nick rose from the table, stating, then let the Avengers be formed at this humble dining table. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from the ceiling. This was 20 meters underground, indicating that something had transpired on the surface. The group hurried to the monitoring room, where the atmosphere was heavy and the agents bore grim expressions. The surveillance footage revealed numerous destroyers wandering through New York, their dark figures skirting through the shadowy cityscape. Tony pointed, switch to that feed. The agent responsible for monitoring that section hesitated, prompting Tony to seize control of the nearby computer, overriding the system permissions. All the monitors in the surveillance room shifted to the same area, the Hammer Expo. At the expo, the stage lay deserted, littered with various debris. The stage lights flickered on, revealing Hammer himself, who, utilizing his phone-S speaker, performed an ostentatious dance as he strutted to the center of the stage. Hammer swayed his body, smugly adjusted his attire, and with arms outstretched, bellowed to the empty audience. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Hammer Expo. A new era will commence tonight. Tony crossed his arms, furrowing his brow and remarked, is this fellow rehearsing? The New Yorkers are all occupied. Where will he find an audience? Yet, within him, a flicker of realization dawned that the figure of Hammer on the screen seemed to have undergone a transformation. The previous malevolent foolishness had vanished, replaced by a somewhat neurotic or perhaps even deranged demeanor. Natasha turned to Hawkeye, inquiring, Barton, did you notice whether Hammer was carrying something on his back as he approached? Hawkeye nodded. There was something square and raised beneath Hammer's suit. At that moment, a cacophony of furious roars erupted. The surveillance footage jolted, revealing hundreds of darkened marauders descending from above the now desolate stage, their chests illuminated by ominous crimson lights. These were likely Hammer's audience. Hammer grinned malevolently. twisting his neck as if he were a puppet from a haunted house, his head tilted at an eerie angle as he grinned at the surveillance camera. The screen focusing on Hammer displayed his crazed, vacant grin. Hammer shouted, "Tony, I know you're watching me." Pepper, startled, shielded her eyes as Rogers approached, exchanging a smile with Zelda. He took Pepper from Zelda, positioning her to face him. "Pepper, you're clad in armor now. You are a warrior too. Be brave. Do you understand?" Pepper nodded, clutching her head. Tony pursed his lips, muttering, "That guy." Hammer continued, "This is merely the beginning. Do you see my legion? I will drown this nation." Tony suddenly realized that this tone of speech did not belong to Hammer, but rather to Ivan. Hammer abruptly tore off his suit, revealing a grotesque body that appeared to have been burned, his skin writhing like an organ. From his back emerged a mechanical apparatus resembling a parasite, with tubes inserted beneath his ribs. Natasha, filled with incredulous revulsion, exclaimed, "Ivan has actually transformed Hammer into a marauder." Under Ivan's control, Hammer bellowed, "This is my newly developed weapon, the Hammer-type human weapon." A non-human roar erupted, and the screen promptly went dark as Hammer shattered the surrounding cameras with a sonic blast. A dashing, iron-willed agent, upon hearing Hammer's roar, collapsed in fear, gasping, I have asthma. Ha, ha, ha." The sound of heavy breathing filled the air. Another voice joined in the fray, and Tony mused, "U-S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents sure have a lot of asthmatics." Rogers shouted, "It's Banner." Chaos ensued as everyone turned their attention to Banner. Clearly, Hammer's furious roar had provoked the Hulk within Banner. These marauders, transformed into human weapons by Hammer, were created using Hulk's blood. Hulk instinctively despised these abominations. Banner suddenly lost control. His eyes became wild, and his blood turned green, spreading throughout his body. His muscles swelled like lava flowing from a volcano. The Hulk roared, shattering the ceiling above him. Hawkeye and Natasha drew their weapons, while Rogers stood protectively in front of Zelda. The transformation of the Hulk evidently instilled a sense of dread among the others. The base 087 was under siege. Hawkeye and Natasha drew their firearms, and Rogers shielded Zelda, clearly alarmed by the Hulk's transformation. However, this had the opposite effect. Upon seeing weapons aimed at him, the Hulk's fury surged uncontrollably, and he bellowed, "Roar." The injured Agent Hill was immediately struck by the sound wave, causing her to cough up blood and collapse. Link rushed forward, exclaiming, "Hulk, they won't harm you." Rogers shouted, "Link, be careful." Tony wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering, "It feels like Link is playing with fire." Link smiled and shook his head. After their previous encounter, the Hulk should harbor no hostility towards him. Approaching the green giant, Link assured him, "I promise they won't hurt you." Yet, before Link could finish his sentence, a gunshot rang out from behind. Link's complexion paled, and he appeared somewhat embarrassed. The Hulk, in a fit of rage, swatted Link aside, sending him crashing into the wall. Link's head struck the wall, stars dancing before his eyes. Nick was about to turn and shout at the shooter when the terrified agent exclaimed, "There's an enemy." Something dark just darted through the ventilation duct. Rogers quickly responded, "It could just be a black cat." He rushed forward, eager to confront the green giant. Tony called out, "Wait, no need to rush." Just as the Hulk glared angrily at Rogers, he let out a furious roar and launched himself, crashing into the wall and showering dust upon his shoulders. The others anxiously looked up, fearing the underground base might collapse. Nick shouted, "Link." It turned out Link had delivered a powerful kick, forcefully sending the Hulk flying. This was not the first time Link had been tossed around by the Hulk. Each encounter left him injured, which greatly frustrated him. Link approached the Hulk, his brows furrowed, and declared, "Do you want to be hit?" The Hulk roared in response, but quickly faltered, shaking his head, "Hulk, no hit." Link insisted, "Apologize." The Hulk, feeling dejected, muttered, "Sorry," while tossing aside the stones from his legs, clearly vexed. "All right, stand up," Link commanded, pulling the Hulk to his feet. Through this exchange of reprimands, Link managed to coax the Hulk into submission. The Hulk, a figure that instilled fear in everyone, now followed Link with his head down. This scene left the onlookers in stunned silence. Link continued to threaten the Hulk, saying, "If you ever handle me so roughly again, I will make your face swell." Boom. Within the confines of the dimly lit surveillance room, an unsettling sound echoed from the pipes, heightening the already eerie atmosphere. "I'll go investigate," exclaimed Rogers. Just as he prepared to pry open the pipe for a glimpse, the ventilation duct suddenly ruptured. A slender, dark shadow surged downward, snatching an agent and swiftly retreating, akin to a lizard's tongue. "Don't run," Rogers shouted, leaping forward to grasp the agent's leg, desperately pulling downward. However, the agent's agonized screams filled the air as Rogers found himself lifted off the ground, ultimately being dragged into the pipe alongside him. In an instant, Hawkeye drew his bow, unleashing a swift arrow that sliced through the tumult within the duct, colliding with a resounding thud, silencing the chaos. A moment later, Rogers cried out as the lower ventilation duct shattered, a massive fist emerging, with him clutching the barely conscious agent as he descended. Behind him, a soft, dark entity, reminiscent of a black snail, plummeted down. Natasha approached for a closer inspection but quickly recoiled 3 steps, her expression one of utter shock. It's a person, but their body resembles that of a snake, utterly devoid of bones. Tony glanced at the lifeless black form and shouted, "Ivan has discovered us. We must exit through the secret passage immediately." Yet, no sooner had he spoken than a rustling noise erupted from outside the door, which was then violently forced open. The group froze in terror as a multitude of dark, boneless bodies, akin to a swarm of serpents, slithered in with alarming speed. Nick decisively retrieved a rifle from beneath a nearby desk, aiming it at the grotesque mass and unleashing a barrage of fire. The bullets erupted in a fiery spray, momentarily repelling a wave of the formless creatures. Suddenly, Ivan's image flickered onto the screen, his cold laughter echoing. "The boneless ones, my serpentine humanoid weapons." Several agents unleashed gunfire, yet their range proved insufficient to contain the onslaught of the boneless ones. Many slipped through the cracks, swiftly writhing across the floor, their serpentine forms ensnaring those nearby, coiling tightly and producing a chilling crunch of bones under pressure. Regrettably, one boneless one miscalculated its target, lunging towards Link. Hulk, observing from the side, could only catch a glimpse of glinting blades as the creature was swiftly cleaved into 3 pieces. Link brandished twin swords, both quivering and singing with a melodic hum. "You all must flee. I will hold them off." With a flourish, he unleashed a flurry of swordplay. Thin ice blossomed beneath his feet, propelling him into the midst of the boneless ones. The blades danced in a blur, severing the encroaching figures into silent halves. Link moved with remarkable speed, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies in his wake. His relentless strikes drew a horde of the boneless ones toward him, fueled by the blood of his comrades and the warmth radiating from his form. Rogers organized the retreat, spotting Tony, who remained still in his Iron Man suit. He urgently called out, "Hurry, don't let Link's sacrifice be in vain." Tony smiled. Link's method is far too inefficient. Assessing the situation as the others began to withdraw, he activated his thrusters and soared to Hulk's side. The Hulk was wildly striking the boneless creatures that had invaded, his hands coated in a sticky mess. Tony felt a wave of nausea wash over him and exclaimed, "Hulk, how about we do something monumental?" The Hulk looked perplexed. Tony shouted, "One wall each, let us demolish this underground base." The Hulk had a limited vocabulary, but the term destroy resonated with him. He nodded clumsily in agreement. As Tony circled the Hulk, he assisted in clearing away the encroaching boneless creatures. With a mighty roar, the Hulk employed both hands like pistons, landing punch after punch against the wall. The load-bearing wall collapsed instantly. Tony shouted, "Now it's my turn." He unleashed lasers from his hands, bombarding the wall in a sweeping attack. The opposite load-bearing wall also crumbled. Tony chuckled, "Well done. Now all that's left is the ceiling. Wait. Hulk. Link is still inside. They'll be crushed." The Hulk only heard the first part of Tony's warning and immediately slammed his fist into the ceiling. The underground base could no longer withstand the Hulk's onslaught and began to collapse entirely. Once he had finished, the Hulk realized Link was still at the forefront attracting the boneless creatures, and in a panic, he unleashed a flurry of punches. As the ceiling rapidly descended, Link looked up in confusion. "Hurry, hurry, hurry." Tony swiftly dashed to Link, wrapping his arms around him and pivoting to flee. Together, Tony and Link charged into the secret passage, just as the underground base fell with a thunderous crash, burying hundreds of boneless creatures beneath the rubble. In the chaotic melee, Iron Man burst forth with Link in his arms, and the Hulk followed closely behind, only to find the others standing at the tunnel's exit. Tony shouted, "What are you all doing standing there?" But as he emerged, astonishment washed over him. Thousands of destroyers were assembled in military formation, encircling the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony called out, "Hulk, are you still replenishing with fresh blood?" In the distance, a grotesque figure approached, its muscular growth warped and disproportionate, with shoulders like dry twigs nearly merging with its head. The creature was twisted, reminiscent of a villain from Yu Yu Hakusho, Tony Stark. Tony's expression turned to shock. "Ivan," he stammered, watching the deformed figure land, its limbs equipped with thrusters and various weapons, as its muscles continued to grow, making it seem as if these devices were embedded within Ivan's very being. Natasha expressed her disgust. Not only have you turned others into monsters, but you have not spared yourself. Ivan's voice grew increasingly grave. I relish this power. I am now invincible. His deadened gaze fixed upon the Hulk. You are a failure. But with your blood, I have created a more perfected version of myself. With a ferocious roar, the Hulk lunged forward, a gust of wind swirling at his feet, even toppling Nick to the ground. The earth trembled as the Hulk soared into the sky, extending his body and delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Ivan's face. This strike was imbued with enough force to shatter the rock giant that had previously ravaged New York with a single blow. However, an unimaginable event transpired. Link cried out in disbelief. No way. The others appeared pallid, as if they had witnessed the apocalypse. Before them, Hulk threw a punch, yet Ivan did not flinch. Instead, he extended his arm to grasp it. Ivan effortlessly caught Hulk's fist, halting Hulk's momentum midair, dissipating the accumulated force in an instant. With a disdainful smile, Ivan's expression seemed strained, as if a wound had torn across his face. A failure is a failure. Huh. A swift uppercut struck Hulk's abdomen, making it seem as though it penetrated his very being, causing Hulk's complexion to deepen in hue. Did you truly believe that summoning a green monster would allow you to defeat me? He cannot even best my destroyer. Ivan hurled Hulk towards the ranks of the destroyers, who advanced like ravenous ants drawn to blood. Hawkeye signaled Natasha urgently, who retrieved a small vial from a concealed pocket inside her boot, injecting the colorless, odorless liquid into one of her arrows. Hawkeye whispered to Link, I have coated the arrow with the world's deadliest poison. Distract Ivan for me. I am going to eliminate him. Behind Link, Tony remarked, it seems our earlier plan cannot be executed. It will have to be a one-on-one duel. He soared into the sky, addressing Ivan. Why do I see your body still swelling? Let me tell you, if fruits grow too rapidly, they will fall. Humans are no different. Ivan seized a destroyer and hurled it towards Tony. Tony deftly evaded, causing the destroyer to crash into a corner of the building behind him. Tony turned back, cold sweat trickling down his brow, as Ivan's speed was so swift that even Jarvis failed to react. Yet, upon turning, he was met with Ivan's menacing face, now mere inches away. Tony's expression changed, and he quickly ascended into the air. Meanwhile, the thrusters installed on Ivan's legs ignited, propelling him skyward in pursuit. Ivan bellowed, destroyers, attack. Annihilate them. The once stationary destroyers surged forward with a roar, resembling an advancing army. Agent Hill, roused by the commotion, awoke to find herself surrounded by a sea of enemies, only to faint again. Rogers, wielding his shield, shouted, let us go. Instantly, a wave of darkness surged forth, as the destroyers wielded electric whips and drilling fists, charging into battle. Several agents screamed in agony as they fell victim to the feet of the destroyers. From above, Tony called out, the destroyer's weakness lies at the junction of the helmet and back armor. Attack there. As he soared through the skies, pursued by Ivan, he released erratic beams of light, hoping to provide even a modicum of assistance. Rogers, shield in hand, was struck by a destroyer's fist against his shield, staggering as his chest lay exposed, just as an electric whip swooped in to strike. Nick withdrew a hand grenade from his trench coat and hurled it with force, striking the assailant and triggering a resounding explosion. Yet, the assailant merely swayed, seemingly unscathed. In a twist of fate, Rogers found himself engulfed in the shrapnel and flames. Nick muttered, I've killed Captain America. However, as the flames dissipated, a formidable shield emerged to protect Captain America, an expansive barrier, shielded by Zelda's bird. Link, with both hands pressed against the ground, summoned a swift spread of thin ice that enveloped the entire arena. Quickly, retreat into the passage, he shouted. With a swift motion, he cleaved through an advancing assailant, then tossed 2 grenades into the fray, resulting in a thunderous detonation. He hurled another pair of grenades, causing yet another explosion that sent debris flying. Though the grenades possessed minimal destructive power, if an ordinary person managed to evade them, they would emerge unscathed. However, these grenades possessed a unique efficacy and incredible repulsive force. Those assailants caught in the blast staggered, and due to the treacherous thin ice beneath their feet, many lost their balance and fell. Suddenly, Hulk emerged from the encirclement of assailants, tearing through one of them and leaping forth. With a single punch and a kick, he felled a significant number of foes. Link glided swiftly across the ice, his sword flashing with such rapidity that he felt a twinge of pain in his shoulder. The relentless onslaught forced the foremost assailants back. Gasping for breath, Link urged, Hurry back to the passage. Peppa, take the princess with you. Yes, sir. Peppa complied, lifting Zelda by her shoulder. Despite her nearly equal height to Link, she was far lighter and thus easily dragged back into the passage. The group hastily retreated. Out of the corner of his eye, Link spotted a bus and shouted to Hulk, "Hulk, use that bus to block the entrance." Hulk, with his simple mind, was momentarily puzzled. As Link fended off another wave of assailants, he quickly activated his magnetic grappler to pull the bus closer. Lifting the bus manually was beyond Link's strength, so he employed the magnetism to draw it towards him, its tires spinning as it sped to Hulk's side. Link, panting, bellowed, "Grab the bus. Block the entrance." At last, Hulk comprehended the command. He hoisted the bus overhead and hurled it toward the secret passage, sealing the entrance. Yet, just as the entrance was sealed, three figures sprinted forth: Natasha, Rogers, and Hawkeye. Rogers called out, "We can't just huddle in the passage waiting for you to rescue us." He unsheathed his shield and charged at the assailants, sliding and kicking them to the ground. A seasoned warrior, Rogers quickly adapted, observing Link's tactics. First, he exploited the slippery ice to trip the assailants, then seized the opportunity to strike. As one assailant fell, Rogers deftly dodged a whip of electricity, aiming for the assailant's neck with a powerful blow. Link grasped his sword with both hands, advancing towards the two destroyers, attempting to exploit their mechanism of mutual non-aggression to strike at one another. However, it was evident that Ivan had deftly removed the safeguard from the monsters. The destroyers were now capable of inflicting harm upon each other. Taking cover behind one destroyer, Link watched as the other, wielding a high-speed drill, lunged forward without hesitation, piercing through the chest of its companion, blood spraying forth in a gruesome display as it turned its assault towards Link. Momentarily blinded by the sudden splash of crimson, Link sensed the imminent danger ahead and executed a backflip to evade the attack. Yet, upon landing, he slipped and found himself face to face with a destroyer. Just as he rubbed his eyes to regain his vision, he saw the creature's fist poised to strike down upon him. "Watch out," Natasha cried, dashing forward, using the knee of the destroyer as a springboard to leap atop its head. With her signature dagger, she plunged into the back of the destroyer's skull, delivering a fatal blow. Thud! Both she and the destroyer collapsed to the ground. Rising to her feet, Natasha chuckled. Consider it a favor returned. Before she could finish her sentence, Link hurriedly threw himself at Natasha, causing them to tumble together across the icy surface. Just moments before, a destroyer had swung a whip of electricity at the spot where Natasha had been seated. Had it not been for Link's timely rescue, Natasha would have met a gruesome fate. Link helped Natasha to her feet, though she appeared somewhat disgruntled. "Now I owe another favor." At that moment, Hawkeye's booming voice echoed, "Don't forget about me." A blast from his explosive arrow suddenly struck a destroyer in the neck, resulting in a thunderous explosion that felled the creature. Hawkeye raised his chin in triumph, while Natasha playfully made a face at him. Before he could react, he was knocked down by Rogers, who, clutching his shield, had been propelled into him. The two tumbled into a heap. Hawkeye surveyed the surrounding destroyers, re-engaging in the fray. "Struggling to rise," he remarked. "This mission is proving to be quite challenging." Rogers rolled his shoulders, preparing for a fierce battle. The Hulk roared, seizing two destroyers by their legs and swinging them around like heavy hammers, toppling a multitude of foes. Link glanced at the aerial battle, observing Tony being relentlessly pursued by Ivan, unleashing beams of laser fire that failed to inflict any damage. Instead, Tony was depleting his energy reserves significantly. Breathing heavily, Link noted the Hulk's sweeping attack and formulated a plan. He shouted, "Let us gather all the destroyers together." Sheathing his twin swords, he drew forth the guard's great sword, planting it firmly on the ice as he caught his breath, closing his eyes for a moment. Natasha, noticing Link's posture, quickly understood. Link is preparing for an attack. We must create a favorable environment for him to strike. Although the others were still uncertain of Link's intentions, they instinctively trusted him. Using themselves as bait, they swiftly attracted a wave of enemies, converging together as the destroyers amassed around them. "Leave it to me," Link declared, his breathing steadying as he opened his eyes. Gripping the greatsword tightly, he charged towards the gathered destroyers, wielding the sword with both hands in a whirling dance of destruction. Suddenly, the pale blue spirit of Darkle erupted behind him, roaring, "Defeat them, my brother." Seizing the shattered rock greatsword, Link executed a sweeping motion in tandem with his movements. Whoosh! Like a windmill, Link grasped the guardian greatsword and began to sweep around himself, empowered by Darkle's strength. The deep purple guardian greatsword in Link's hands transformed into a blazing crimson hue. Link whirled into the midst of the destroyers, as if a scythe slicing through straw, unstoppable. Wherever the sword pointed, only screams and the sounds of flesh tearing could be heard. Link felt his energy drain rapidly, his vigor ebbing away from the great sword in torrents. Yet, he had barely spun twice. No, he must endure a while longer. Gritting his teeth, Link spun with all his might. The blurred sound of tearing filled the air. The sword clashed and pierced through objects, a faint sense of resistance coursing from his hands to his brain. Darkle shouted, "Brother Link, you are straining yourself too much. At this rate, you won't last." Link cried, "Just give me a bit more strength." However, as he spoke, blood surged forth from his mouth. Darkle shook his head and vanished from sight. Instantly, Link felt his strength wane, collapsing onto the ground. The thin ice beneath him could no longer sustain his weight and began to dissolve. Turning his head, he beheld the aftermath of his actions. A scene of devastation with countless fallen bodies strewn across the ground like a mountain range. He had nearly single-handedly obliterated the entire faction of destroyers. Yet, 3 remained. Ivan bellowed, "Useless. Kill Link." As the 4 destroyers, roaring, charged towards Link, Hawkeye and the others swiftly rushed to his side for protection. Rogers declared, "Leave the rest to us." With a powerful throw, he hurled the vibranium shield, striking the neck of a destroyer, which then rebounded back into Rogers' grasp. At that moment, Rogers leapt high, gripping the shield's edge, and, reminiscent of shattering Tony's reactor in the Civil War, he brought it down mercilessly upon the head of the destroyer. They both crashed heavily to the ground. Hawkeye unleashed 2 explosive arrows in rapid succession, directly severing the neck of his assigned destroyer. Meanwhile, Natasha agilely danced upon the arms of a destroyer, scaling its shoulder and plunging her dagger down with force. The remaining 2 destroyers succumbed, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Panting, Rogers exclaimed, "Finally dealt with them." Hawkeye coolly switched his bow to arrows laced with lethal poison, stating, "Only 1 remains." Natasha searched for traces of Tony, her expression shifting as she spotted Iron Man in the air, struck by Ivan's electric whip, the armor splitting into 2 halves. Rogers' pupils constricted. "Stark." The Hulk roared in fury. "Roar." Meanwhile, Ivan laughed heartily. Amidst the dazzling electric sparks, Hawkeye's keen eyes discerned a figure plummeting from the cracked armor above. He immediately shouted, "Tony is not dead." Link struggled to rise, while Rogers had already dashed forward, catching Tony in midair as he had done in the past. "Stark?" Rogers exclaimed. But Tony lay with his eyes shut and his complexion a ghastly yellow. Rogers pressed a finger to his nostrils, finding no breath. He checked for a heartbeat, but found nothing. Looking up at Natasha, he declared, "Stark is dead." Link's face paled, his teeth clenched as he forced himself to stand. Glaring at the cackling Ivan still aloft, Natasha rushed over, shouting, "Wait, Tony can be saved. He is merely in a state of apparent death caused by electrocution. We need to perform CPR immediately." Natasha intended to administer the breaths herself, but Rogers pinched Tony's nose and, with a hint of reluctance, leaned in to breathe into his mouth. During Rogers' time in suspended animation, the Western method of artificial respiration had yet to be widely adopted. Since awakening, he had diligently studied modern knowledge, particularly the techniques for aiding the injured, given his nature. Natasha had planned to assist Tony with chest compressions. But Tony's arc reactor made traditional CPR impossible. Pressing down would only exacerbate the situation, potentially damaging the reactor and harming the internal organs and vessels it was intertwined with. Hawkeye, aware of the bond between Link and Tony, offered reassurance. "It's all right. Stark isn't truly gone. Stay calm and don't act impulsively." "I am calm," Link retorted, pulling his hood over his eyes as he gazed up at the maniacal Ivan, descending from the sky. Compared to when Ivan had been airborne, he now appeared even more colossal, his formidable muscles seemingly continuing to grow. Link's acute senses detected that Ivan's presence was more potent than ever. In contrast, Link had expended a tremendous amount of energy in the battle against the destroyers, leaving him feeling ravenous. The Hulk roared, his muscles undulating like molten lava as he lunged forward with a punch. The Hulk's fury surged, amplifying his strength severfold. He leaped, shattering the damp floor beneath him and creating a massive crater. As his fist struck, it even generated a white sound barrier. Yet Ivan merely chuckled, casually responding with a punch of his own. The 2 fists collided with a resounding crash, startling Hawkeye and leaving him slightly breathless. The ground where their fists met fractured, sending shards of stone flying, while even Tony, in the distance, felt the tremor and coughed violently, awakening abruptly. He saw Roger's face rapidly approaching, and in a moment of panic, his eyes widened. However, as a soldier, Rogers acted with remarkable efficiency, sealing his lips against Tony's, forcing breath into him. Tony, still somewhat disoriented, rolled his eyes in response to the shock and promptly fainted again. Rogers lifted his head, somewhat astonished. I think I just saw Stark's eyes open for a moment. Natasha exclaimed, this indicates effectiveness. Continue. You're tired. Let me take over. Rogers shook his head. I will not tire. Drawing a deep breath, he resumed his efforts on Tony's lips. Tony's eyes flew open in terror once more as he cried out, all right. I'm awake. Thank you, Rogers. You are my savior. My body is returning to normal. Flustered, Tony quickly turned and crawled away from beneath Rogers. He now felt a peculiar gas on his lips. Although Rogers, as a soldier, was particularly attentive to hygiene, Tony did not dare to swallow. Rogers, acting in a commendable manner to save a life, remained unaware of Tony's abrupt shift from his usual levity to a state of palpable tension, mistakenly attributing it to lingering discomfort from awakening. Tony turned, avoiding eye contact. Thank you, Stephen. Natasha, inexplicably, felt an urge to whistle. She glanced at Link and called out, Tony is awake. Then came a muffled grunt. Hulk and Ivan, locked in a stalemate, pressed against each other, their hands pressing down firmly. However, Hulk seemed to falter, carving two deep grooves in the ground beneath him as he slowly retreated. Link could see Hulk's muscles quivering with exertion. Seizing the opportunity, Link leaped forth, wielding the royal greatsword, swinging it with the last remnants of his strength towards Ivan's head. Whether divine or demonic, anyone struck by Link's blow to the head would surely suffer a significant impact. The greatsword shattered against Ivan's face, scattering countless sparks. His head snapped back, momentarily distracted. He lost the strength to contain Hulk. With a roar, Hulk retaliated, forcing Ivan down to the ground. Hawkeye swiftly approached, knocking a deadly arrow onto his bowstring, declaring, Leave the rest to me. He climbed onto Hulk's shoulder, aiming directly for Ivan's eyes, and released the arrow. Thwack! The arrow struck true, embedding itself within Ivan's eye socket. Regardless of how formidable a creature may be, the eyes remain one of its most vulnerable points. Hawkeye steadied himself on Hulk's head for balance, observing Ivan's anguished cries. He scoffed. The venom within is potent enough to slay 100,000 strong men. Yet Ivan cackled. Ha ha ha, it seems still insufficient. He kicked at Hulk's abdomen. Hulk arched backward, propelling both himself and Hawkeye away. Ivan screamed in agony as he stood, two thick fingers extracting the arrow. Blood dripped from his eye, soon to be enveloped by the slowly advancing muscle. You cannot destroy me, he bellowed, his remaining eye glaring at Link, who knelt, panting heavily, glaring back in fury. A crack of the electric whip lashed out. Natasha hurriedly emptied her handgun, firing at Ivan. However, the bullet struck Ivan's skin like rubber, bouncing off without affecting Link's movements. Exhausted, Link managed to roll aside to evade the electric whip. But Ivan sneered, You've dug yourself a grave. The electric whip crashed onto the ground. On the ground, Link lay amidst thin ice melting into small puddles, directly conducting electricity through his body. As electric sparks surged, he cried out, his body convulsing violently against the earth. Tony glanced around and shouted to Rogers, Captain, hurry and save Link. Your shoes are made of rubber. Naturally, it was unnecessary for Tony to voice this. Rogers, shield in hand, fearlessly sprinted forward. Natalia, Hawkeye called out, trapped beneath the unconscious Hulk. Hulk had reverted back to Banner, but the force of the impact had already shattered Hawkeye's leg. Suddenly, 091, the hero, awakened, exclaiming, Ulzabeo. Hawkeye extracted himself from beneath the unconscious Banner, panting heavily. He withdrew an arrow capable of delivering poison and presented it to the approaching Natasha, saying, You must have another vial of deadly serum. Natasha retrieved a small, colorless, and odorless vial from behind her, smiling, Of course. This serum is worth enough for me to buy a new sports car. Hawkeye handed his beloved military bow to Natasha, stating, I can't move my legs now. It's up to you. You must strike Ivan in his other eye, even if he is strong. 2 vials of serum should be enough to incapacitate him. I entrust everything to you. Though Natasha may not match Hawkeye and Link in archery, she surpassed all others present, making her the most formidable archer among them. Swiftly, she infused the arrow with the potion, tossing her hair back with a smile, Don't worry. She then turned and stealthily crept forward. Hawkeye watched Link convulsing on the ground, inwardly hoping the 2 vials would indeed be sufficient to bring down Ivan. Otherwise, he would remain exhausted, lying on the damp ground. Rogers splashed through the puddles, racing with all his might. At that moment, Ivan raised his other hand, preparing to unleash another electric whip, poised to strike Link. Bang! Rogers, wielding his shield, mimicked Link's deflective stance and leaped in front of him, strenuously blocking the attack. Though the vibranium shield was metallic, it could withstand the thunderous might of the God of Thunder, possessing high electrical resistance. Ivan raised an eyebrow, observing the ready stance of Rogers. Nice shield. He then lifted his hand once more, swinging the whip, igniting the night sky with electric sparks. Rogers glanced back at Link, who was still writhing on the ground. The earlier deflection of Ivan's whip had already caused excruciating pain in his hands. However, Rogers was not a calm individual. He would never surrender or retreat simply because he could not match the enemy's physical prowess, nor would he abandon his injured comrade. With a fierce shout, he charged forward again. The electric whip struck Rogers' shield. He felt a blinding flash, momentarily dazed by the violent electricity, and soon blood erupted from his hands. His body staggered backward, nearly falling atop Link. Ivan sneered. You are either a commendable opponent or a fool. Rogers took 2 steps forward, gritting his teeth. I can endure for 2 days and nights. As Ivan prepared to strike once more, Natasha's hoarse voice echoed from behind. Did you think your opponent was only one? Natasha sprang up in indignation, stepping onto Ivan's rock-like muscular back. Grasping his neck, she aimed for his eyes and thrust with all her might. Compared to archery, she excelled in the art of the dagger. Hawkeye gazed from a distance, perplexed. Had she succeeded? Hey. Ivan scoffed disdainfully. Do you think a mere trick can wound me twice? He closed one eye as the poisoned arrow struck his eyelid, akin to piercing granite, unable to penetrate, even to break the skin. Natasha's complexion paled as Ivan seized her hair between 2 fingers and flung her aside like a plastic bag. She tumbled to the ground, curling up, her body grievously injured. The poisoned arrow fell into Ivan's grasp. With a cold smirk, he unleashed a left hook, sending Rogers hurtling away with his shield. Ivan, holding the poisoned arrow between his fingers, approached Link, sneering. Remember when you hurled that motorcycle at me? It hurt quite a bit. Link gritted his teeth, desperately trying to move, but his body, ravaged by a fierce electric shock, remained immobile. He could only watch helplessly as Ivan advanced with the poisoned arrow poised to strike. Tony cried out in despair. Link. Hawkeye widened his eyes, while Natasha pounded the ground with her fist, gritting her teeth. Damn it. Swoosh. The poisoned arrow successfully embedded itself in a body. Link's eyes widened. The arena fell silent, save for the crackling of electricity. Ivan chuckled mockingly. Truly touching. Rogers. A hero who has died for his country. Link stared in shock at Rogers, who had thrown himself in front of him, disregarding his shield. Racing to intercept the fatal blow. Rogers gasped heavily, grasping Ivan's wrist with both hands, blood saturating his abdomen as the poisoned arrow lodged deep within. His face turned ghostly pale, trembling from unimaginable pain, his will tortured. The muscles in Rogers' face contorted, yet his gaze remained resolute as he gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. Link will surely defeat you. Humph. Are you referring to this boy, struck by lightning so that he cannot even speak? Ivan swatted Captain America aside. Rogers collapsed, his gaze gradually dulling. Tony shook his head. Damn it. He had just regained consciousness, utterly weak, struggling to move forward. He shouted, Ivan, your enemy is me. Let us 2 families not involve others. Release Link. If there is something, come at me. Come to kill me. Zelda paced anxiously in the secret passage, suddenly trembling with dread. Peppa, too, felt uneasy, listlessly resting on Zelda's shoulder. Ivan sneered. You all wish to save Link, don't you? Then Ivan lashed out with a whip. Tony's eyes burned red as he roared. Bastard. Rogers, collapsed on the ground, watched this scene in despair. Hawkeye turned away, while Natasha hurled curses at Ivan in Russian. A strike of electric whip descended, utilizing all of Ivan's strength, landing solidly. At that moment, despair enveloped the crowd, hearts heavy with uncertainty and a sense of aimlessness. Yet, Link remained fixated on Ivan, trembling as he extended his arms to grasp the electrified whip. With a muffled groan, a surge of electricity coursed through his body, enveloping him in a brilliant glow akin to the filament of a light bulb. Just when everyone believed Link could not endure another moment, he persevered through the searing electric light and astonishingly rose to his feet, his eyes ablaze like twin torches. Tony, Natasha, Hawkeye, and the barely conscious Rogers gazed in awe at the frail yet radiant figure brimming with fury and defiance. Ivan laughed heartily. What formidable willpower. Can you withstand it? He intensified the current, causing Link's body to convulse violently, nearly toppling him once more. Ivan sneered. Still alive? Let us see how long you can last. Again, he amplified the power, infusing Link with an even more potent jolt of electricity. illuminating his insides so vividly that one could discern his organs and bones. Suddenly, a pale blue flame erupted from Link, coalescing behind him into the towering apparition of a woman. A brown-skinned figure with a high nose and red hair, exuding an air of regal grace. Ivan's expression shifted to one of shock, while the others remained bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. The ethereal figure was none other than Queen Grudo, one of the 4 legendary heroes. Urzabo? Long time no see, Link. How is the little princess? Who stands before you as an adversary? Urzabo inquired, raising an eyebrow at Ivan, before snapping her fingers with a sharp crack. Thunderous power. Tony stared in astonishment at Link, now radiant with electricity, his long golden hair shimmering silver under the electric glow. The towering figure behind him extended her slender arms forward, her thumb and middle finger pinching together, producing a crisp snap. In an instant, the sound of the snap was followed by an earth-shattering roar of thunder that compelled everyone to bow their heads instinctively. Dark clouds swiftly gathered in the night sky, spiraling in a conical formation, while flickering bolts of lightning danced within the clouds like breath ebbing and flowing. With a deafening crack, a colossal bolt of lightning descended, resembling an immense sword piercing through the heavens, aimed directly at Ivan's head. Boom! A flash of electric light blinded the onlookers, rendering them momentarily sightless. When their vision returned, Ivan's massive form was sent hurtling through the air, enveloped in electric sparks. The ground where Ivan had stood crumbled, creating a deep crater as the lightning had obliterated the asphalt and soil, revealing ruptured pipes that oozed murky water. Tony yearned to utilize J.A.R.V.I.S. to analyze the power Link had just unleashed. However, Iron Man lay in ruins, split in 2. Yet, Tony estimated that even with the most conservative calculations, Link's strike of thunderous might was sufficient to energize 3 of his Iron Man suits. The power at play is so formidable that it transcends mere physicality, martial prowess, or even internal strength. It can only be described as divine in origin. Tony and Link, despite their familiarity, now regard the frail boy gasping for breath beside the crater created by the lightning with a sense of estrangement. Thank you, Link, for awakening me once more, Urzabo remarked. Although eternal slumber within the void was quite comfortable, the opportunity to behold this world again is indeed a rare blessing. Is this not Hyrule? Link, his eyes betraying fatigue, explained, This is not Hyrule. Ganon has fled to this realm, seeking resurrection. The princess and I pursued him. A shadow flickered across Urzabo's face. Ganon is truly a formidable adversary. Link noticed Rogers lying on the ground, gasping heavily, and rushed to his side. I'm sorry for putting you in this position, he lamented. Rogers managed a weak smile. But you have not disappointed me. You defeated Ivan, did you not? Tony approached unsteadily, his expression a mix of complexity and despair. Just moments ago, Rogers had saved him, and now he was on the brink of death. He sat beside Rogers in silence. Natasha, clutching her shoulder, joined them. Is there an antidote for this poison? Link inquired of Natasha. She shook her head, her face a mask of sorrow. There is none. This poison is incurable. Captain, do you have any final words? As the group sank into a heavy silence, Link's expression darkened, as if he could bleed ink. In the original timeline, Captain America could have lived until Thanos wiped out half the universe's population. Yet now, he faced an untimely demise at the hands of Ivan, a mere minor antagonist from Iron Man 2. This incited within Link a tumult of anger, sorrow, and confusion. How could a mere Ivan have acquired the Hulk's blood and become so powerful? At that moment, however, Rogers chuckled in confusion. What are you all talking about? Aside from the hole in my abdomen, I feel perfectly healthy. I don't feel like I'm dying at all. What? Tony exclaimed. Incredulity etched across his face as he turned to Natasha. Is your poison a counterfeit? Natasha shook her head. There can be no mistake. That poison, just 1 milligram, can kill 100,000 able-bodied men in a second. It's still experimental and no antidote exists. Rogers shrugged and smiled. Did you not know? My constitution is immune to toxins. The group looked on in confusion. Had Agent Coulson, a devoted fan of Captain America, been present, he would have calmly explained that the super soldier serum alters Captain America's white blood cells, rendering him impervious to toxins, bacteria, and diseases, even alcohol. Captain America had not been intoxicated for 70 years. In the midst of these painfully transformative days, Rogers had attempted to drown his sorrows in alcohol. But instead of alleviating his burdens, it only intensified the pressure on his bladder, leading him to make frequent trips to the restroom. Ultimately, Captain America was unharmed. It was merely a false alarm. Urzabo inquired, where is the little princess? I can sense her presence. Unlike Darkle, who directly exerted his power on Link's body. Urzabo's strength was infused into the lightning, allowing it to linger for a more extended period. Among the four champions, the one with the closest relationship to Zelda was Queen Urzabo of the Gerudo. Even after her demise, she transformed into a spirit, remaining ever fond of Zelda. Their bond could truly be described as soulmates. Link remarked, "May I borrow your power?" He pointed towards the concealed passage beneath the coach. And with a sharp snap of his fingers, a crisp sound resonated through the air. Before the echo of the snap faded, a thin layer of electric light suddenly enveloped the coach. Immediately, shadows gathered overhead, and a bolt of lightning struck down, cleaving the coach in two. Between the severed halves, Nick stood frozen, clearly bewildered by the sudden manifestation of the lightning, his heart racing with trepidation. Peeking from one side of the coach were two small heads. One belonged to Peppa, and the other to Zelda. Curiously, Zelda inquired, "Did we win?" Her gaze soon fell upon the ethereal form of Urzabo. Her expression froze, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she dashed forward, calling, "Urzabo." Urzabo opened her arms, yearning to embrace the adorable little princess. However, as their forms intertwined, Zelda passed through Urzabo, landing in Link's arms instead. Regretfully, Urzabo shook her head but then turned. Speaking softly yet charmingly, "You seem in good spirits, my little princess." At that moment, a distant roar echoed, followed by the heavy thud of footsteps. A grotesque creature, its body crackling with electric energy and grotesquely decayed, approached with labored strides, each step resonating like a drumbeat within the hearts of those present. Urzabo inhaled deeply. "What a formidable foe! I cannot believe that my previous powerful strike failed to vanquish him. I can sense he is growing stronger." Natasha lamented as she rubbed her shoulders. "I have no more toxins left." At this juncture, only 5 fighters remained, with the exhausted Link standing as the last hope. He had endured prolonged electric shocks and fierce battles, leaving him utterly drained. Ivan roared defiantly, "I will not be defeated." Suddenly, a sinister grin spread across his face, his eyes glowing with a malevolent red light. Upon witnessing Ivan's gaze, Zelda, Link, and Urzabo were alarmed, sensing the overwhelming presence of Ganon's corrupting power. The three were particularly sensitive to Ganon's aura, having enmity towards him. Even the slightest hint from Ivan plunged them into icy dread. Link stepped forward, retrieving Roger's vibranium shield and drawing a guardian's sword from his arsenal, moving resolutely ahead. Urzabo trailed behind him. Despite her fatigue, the group was depleted of strength, leaving Link as their sole champion. Furthermore, Ganon's corruption had tainted the Marvel timeline, transforming a once weak entity from Iron Man 2 into this formidable adversary. Now, Link confronts not merely Ivan, but the formidable power of Ganondorf lurking behind him. As it is Ganondorf, it is imperative that Link takes matters into his own hands. Whispering Link's name, Ivan's voice contorts, emanating a ferocious aura that envelopes him, transforming this muscle-bound behemoth into something reminiscent of an ancient, malevolent force. With astonishing speed, Ivan charges forward, wielding a whip of lightning. Link, brandishing his vibranium shield, deftly deflects the strike. The electric whip crashes against the shield, sending ripples across its surface. Link identifies the fulcrum of this assault, subtly adjusting his arm and focusing his mind. At the moment of contact with the electrical surge, he keenly observes the intricate details of the attack, calibrating his strength and exerting his wrist. With a resounding thud, the shield successfully repels the whip, sending it ricocheting back towards Ivan. A surge of electricity engulfs Ivan's form, forcing him to stagger back 3 paces. Link prepares to extend his hand, poised to deliver another fierce jolt to Ivan, when suddenly, a crackling surge of electricity erupts beneath his feet. Having previously faced ambushes from the destroyers emerging from the earth, Link instinctively leaps aside. The asphalt splits open, revealing a gaunt figure, caked in dirt and debris, clawing its way to the surface. This emaciated individual, with sunken eyes resembling a skeletal visage, wears tattered clothing that hangs loosely, encrusted with filth and stained with blood. The fabric is torn, exposing a chest that has been crudely operated upon, gaping and stitched together with appalling care, a grotesque sight that stirs revulsion. Tony gasps in shock. Hammer? It appears that in the days since their last encounter, Hammer has endured unimaginable torment, reduced to a near-skeletal state. Hammer cackles maniacally. "Tony! Link! Tony!" He lunges at Link with ferocity, who evades the strike, intending to deliver a forceful kick to send Hammer flying. However, an unexpected twist unfolds. Despite Link's exhaustion, his kick lands squarely on Hammer's chest, an impact that should incapacitate any ordinary person. Yet, Hammer's face contorts into a bizarre, twisted grin, and his cracked, emaciated torso suddenly opens wide, ensnaring Link's foot within his cavity. Rogers exclaims. It seems Hammer has also been transformed into a monster by Ivan. At that moment, a projectile hurtles through the air, thudding as it unleashes a barrage of cannon fire towards Link. Tony shouts, "Rhodey?" Link swiftly employs a series of shield bounces, redirecting the cannonballs back towards the war machine. Tony urgently borrows control glasses from Seer, utilizing Jarvis to call out to the war machine. "Rhodey?" In the air, the war machine sways desperately to evade the incoming shells, while Rhodey, inside, exclaims helplessly, "Tony, I can't control the war machine." Hammer, using his own body as a binding force, ensnares Link, like a rabid dog lunging for his thigh. Meanwhile, Ivan has regained his footing and strikes with a powerful punch. In a moment of desperation, Link snaps his fingers. Thud. Centered on Link, the electric current swiftly dispersed. Both Hammer and Ivan felt a jolt. In a moment of urgency, Link leapt on one foot, forcefully stomping Hammer's face to free himself from the restraints binding his foot. He then landed and rolled away to evade further attacks. Link summoned the power of thunder twice more, his head spinning, on the brink of unconsciousness. Urzubo exclaimed, "Link, your body is severely overexerted." At that moment, Link faced the combined assault of Ivan and Hammer, desperately dodging and using his shield for defense. Tony observed, thinking, "Hold on. Just give me 10 seconds. He rapidly hacked the war machine, which, under Ivan's control, joined the fray against Link. A cannonball struck Link, but fortunately, his vibranium shield absorbed the impact, sparing him from serious injury. The War Machine-esque cannon trained its sights on Link, who was now on the ground and spitting blood. Just then, Tony successfully hacked the war machine. "All right, Rhodey, I've restored your access. Take down these two bastards." "Now," Rhodey shouted. "Great." Shifting aim, "I'll fire at Ivan and Hammer." Two shots rang out amidst the flames, and Hammer lunged at the war machine, frantically clawing at its helmet, as they tumbled to the ground in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Ivan, with his eyes glowing a deep crimson, charged toward Link with blinding speed. Zelda cried out, "Fledgling!" The fledgling swiftly took to the air, gliding towards Ivan to attack. However, Ivan dodged the light assault, seizing the fledgling with both hands and, with a thunderous roar, tore it apart. Zelda's face turned pale. In this moment, no one came to Link's rescue. Urzubo shouted, "Link! His power is escalating at an alarming rate." Ivan, now a colossal figure, bellowed, "Indeed, Link, I am growing stronger while you weaken. I have increased my might 15-fold compared to my former self." A punch came crashing down, seemingly shattering the very air around them. Everyone present felt a momentary pause in their breath, despair creeping into their minds, except for Link. He drew his long sword, gripping it with both hands, his knees trembling, his body racked with emptiness and fatigue, yet he remained unafraid. "Urzubo, lend me your strength." "No. If you continue like this, you will die? You must flee." Urzubo urged frantically. "Flee. Allow Ivan to grow even larger and stronger?" Link roared, "Listen to me. Lend me your strength. I shall not perish. I know that a mermaid girl will appear in my direst moment to save me. Hence, I fear nothing." The power of lightning surged from his arms into the longsword. Link felt his body nearing collapse, his health reduced to a mere fraction. Without hesitation, he thrust the sword forward. Urzubo turned away, unable to watch. The others stood in stunned silence, witnessing Link's desperate struggle. Zelda clasped her hands in prayer, beseeching the goddess Hylia and the royal spirit of Mypha, "Please, save Link." Link deftly evaded Ivan's punch, driving his sword deeply into Ivan's chest. In that instant, the electric light vanished, and Urzubo shook his head, gazing at Zelda with disappointment, offering her a bittersweet smile before disappearing. Link hung his head, his body frozen in the position of his thrusting sword. Although Ivan was pierced through the chest, dark blood oozed forth, staining Link's hands and blade. Yet he continued to cackle maniacally, "Link, Link, you are finally dead." Tony, in despair, knelt upon the ground, while Natasha closed her eyes. Rogers gritted his teeth and pulled out a poisoned arrow from his abdomen, blood gushing forth as he struggled to rise and continue his desperate battle against Ivan. Hawkeye, shifting his body, clutched his bow and arrow, crawling forward with determination. Nick lowered his head, rubbing his eyes, and the other agents stared blankly at the confrontation between Link and Ivan. Peppa, more direct in her expression, wept openly. Meanwhile, Zelda heard a shattering sound within her heart. Yet she persisted in her silent prayers. Ivan's eyes, tainted by a grim crimson, prepared to unleash a roar. Suddenly, a brilliant light of soft blue emanated from his chest. A tender voice echoed throughout New York. I come to protect you, Link. Within Link's desolate heart, the whispers of the goddess Hylia resonated. Complete the hero's trial. The champion awakens, Mypha. In truth, Link had already discerned the means to awaken Mypha after rousing the spirit of the Gerudo queen, Urzabo. The champion of the Goron, Derek, bestowed upon Link immense strength and the ability for perfect shield parries, a skill honed through his confrontations with Hulk. The Gerudo champion, Urzabo, granted Link the power of thunder, a result of his fierce clashes with the corrupted Ivan. Thus, to awaken the Zora champion, Princess Mypha, who excelled in healing and resurrection, Link must first face death. Only through the price of his own demise could he rouse the most vital champion in his heart, Mypha. This was undoubtedly the most perilous trial. Zelda's mouth parted slightly, her eyes widening as she gazed upon the red figure hovering above Link. Peppa ceased her weeping, staring in awe at Mypha, only to lose her balance and tumble to the ground. Tony and Rogers, among others, were utterly astonished. Just moments ago, they had witnessed the grim news of Link's demise. And now, from Link's form, blue flames erupted anew, coalescing into a fresh humanoid figure. The events unfolded so swiftly that their emotions struggled to catch up. Tony recalled Zelda mentioning the Red Soul. Was it Link's childhood companion, the Zora Mypha? Zelda rubbed her moist eyes and smiled. Yes, it is Mypha. Now that she has appeared, Link is safe. Mypha's gaze was as gentle and clear as a morning brook. She lowered her head to look at Link and softly said, Link, it has been a long time. Awaken. Ivan, not one to remain idle, witnessed Link undergo a series of transformations and let out a roar, launching another punch. His fist enveloped in a dark red, lightning-like, sinister glow, the cursed power bestowed by Ganondorf. The blow landed squarely on Link's chest with a resounding thud. The asphalt beneath them shattered instantly, a massive force creating a deep crater. Zelda, Tony, and others were swept away by the shockwave, thrown far back. The windows of distant skyscrapers exploded into a cascade of glass shards. Tony's head crashed violently against the ground. Gritting his teeth, he shook off the dirt and sat up, only to see that Ivan's punch had created a crater resembling that of a meteor impact. Tony's face went pale as he hurried to the edge of the crater, searching for Link's whereabouts. Ivan's expression was fierce as he saw Link open his eyes, his clear blue irises locking onto Ivan. Ivan's fist halted just a meter before Link, encapsulated by a large hand. Before Link stood a 3-meter giant, wreathed in pale blue flames, his body resembling stone, with 2 adorable black bean-like eyes now glaring fiercely at the monster before him. Your punch certainly packs a wallop. Ivan's voice roared the name of this giant. Dokkel. Dokkel glared at Ivan, indignantly declaring, So it is you. I recognize your voice, Demon King Ganondorf. With a mighty roar, Dokkel landed a heavy punch to Ivan's abdomen, the immense force distorting Dokkel's form slightly. Thud. Ivan soared into the sky. Meanwhile, the blue flames enveloping Link flared up once more as a tall, elegant red-haired woman stepped forth from behind him. Urzabo remarked with a smile, It seems that apart from libel, the heroes have gathered once more. A snap of his fingers directed towards the demonized Ivan in the sky. The heavens darkened, and thunder struck down like the axe of a war god, piercing through this realm. Thor, in Asgard, felt his body quake, confronted by a force reminiscent of the god of thunder, making him uneasy. This caused the newly crowned king of Asgard to wear a solemn expression. Odin glanced curiously at the horizon, pondering, what calamity has befallen Earth? Back on Earth, the thunder's force struck Ivan with tremendous impact, his massive form visibly charred and blackened at an alarming rate, until he transformed into a chunk resembling burnt coal that plummeted to the ground. Mypha, filled with concern, asked, Have we defeated him? Dokkel shook his head, unwilling to relax. Urzabob's expression was equally grim. Rogers, supported by Natasha, nervously watched the unfolding events. Before them lay Ivan, his form obliterated by the wrath of lightnings, his charred limbs suddenly rupturing, releasing a grotesque entity that writhed forth like molten lava. Upon this viscous mass were eyes of various sizes, all fixated on Link with a parched expression that emanated pure malice. Zelda gasped, It is the taint of Ganon. Tony felt a wave of nausea. The Ivan he once knew at least retained his humanity, yet now he was transformed into an indescribable monstrosity. Had this abomination truly been concealed within Ivan's body? Mypha gazed at Link, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope, her small hand resting gently on his shoulder. Link, it is only you who can face this challenge. Urzabo chimed in, Indeed. Brave hero, despite your exhaustion, it falls upon you to vanquish this creature. Darkle pounded his chest, proclaiming, Utilize my strength, brother Link. Nick. With dirt caked upon his head, leaped and shouted from the sidelines, "Take down Ivan. Defeat this fiend." All eyes in the arena were now fixed upon Link. Gripping his sword, he advanced forward. Mytha smiled and vanished, followed by Urzubo and Darkle. The pale blue flames enveloping Link flared with renewed vigor, as if he were truly ablaze. The monster, the embodiment of Ganon's corruption residing within Ivan, finally revealed its true form, shrieking, "Link!" Black luminescence erupted from the taint of Ganon, exuding an aura of extreme peril, its power wholly repressed, unable even to refract light. It surged forth, imbued with primal malice and darkness, akin to a venomous serpent lunging at Link. "Ganon, meet your end," echoed Darkle's voice within Link, as electric energy surged from his chest, coursing throughout his body and culminating in his sword. The might of two legendary heroes converged within Link, yet the immense weight threatened to overwhelm him, his shoulders sagging, vision blurring. But then, Mytha's gentle voice reached him. "I shall help you bear this burden." Under her protective power, Link regained his composure. With a mighty shout, he extended his arm, wielding the combined strength of the three heroes' souls, his sword meeting the oncoming black light of Ganon's corruption. The clash of electric light and darkness produced a stark contrast, one white, the other black, accompanied by a muted, corrosive sound. At the epicenter of their collision, the space began to warp, a vortex unfurling. Soon, both Ganon's corruption and Link's form rippled like reflections upon a lake. With a sudden crack, the fabric of space ruptured, drawing the two into the fissure, and they vanished without a trace. In the realm of the Nine Worlds, the homeland of the Frost Giants, Jotunheim, the time-space continuum shattered, and a golden-haired youth plummeted from the heavens. 095, the fabric of time fractured. Link and Ganon's corruption were ensnared within the chaotic currents of time. Despite their formidable powers, capable of obliterating a small nation on Earth, they appeared remarkably fragile amidst the destruction of cosmic order. The cannon's pollution shattered the very fabric of space within mere seconds, leaving Link's body to collapse into this eternal vortex. Under relentless assault, he deployed his vibranium shield, repeatedly executing counterattacks to repel the incoming fragments of time and space. Yet, against the onslaught akin to an impenetrable sandstorm, Link found himself overwhelmed. In the face of the high-pressure assault, he summoned Darkle, unleashing a furious roar and delivering a flawless counter with his shield, clearing the surrounding space momentarily. However, before he could catch his breath, indeed, there was no air to breathe amidst the chaotic temporal turbulence. Countless shards of space rained down upon him, reminiscent of shattered glass cascading from a building's explosion. In this dire situation, Link activated his newly acquired skill of time suspension. This time, rather than halting other entities, he suspended himself. Suddenly, time around Link froze, enveloped in a brilliant white light as ethereal chains bound his body. Now, Link was imprisoned in a moment of stasis, impervious to the chaotic fragments of time and space that could not harm one frozen in time. This afforded him a precious 3 seconds. After that brief interlude, the aberrations of the temporal chaos were drawn towards a thin fissure in space. With a crack, the chains binding Link shattered, and he awakened in an instant. He found himself soaring high in the frigid air, descending rapidly. "Have I been swept away by the temporal turbulence to the Arctic?" he pondered as he plummeted, feeling a layer of frost envelop his body. The temperature in this nameless land was at least minus 40 degrees. His lips turned a deep shade of purple from the cold. In haste, he activated his ice control device, which restored him from the biting chill. With the device's power, Link faced the biting cold without fear. As he neared the ground, blue flames erupted from his being, and a petite red fish girl emerged, exclaiming, "Link." Intrigued, Link responded, "I didn't summon you." The girl, Mytha, blushed slightly. "My connection with you is unlike that with anyone else. Be careful." Mytha, unique among the 4 champions, appeared without Link's explicit call whenever he was in peril. Seeing Mytha warmed Link's heart. This gentle, waterborne princess had remained unchanged since the first time he encountered her. Even after a century apart, always gazing at him with the same serene expression. Upon awakening from 100 years of slumber, the first memories that stirred within Link were of this tender fish girl. "Don't worry about me," Link reassured her, just as he was about to crash to the ground. He suddenly raised one hand, conjuring a bridge of ice beneath him, sloping gently downward. Link landed on the icy incline with minimal impact, gliding effortlessly towards the ground. "You must trust in my abilities." Link attempted to grasp the ethereal Mytha, who timidly extended her hand. Both were engulfed in fear as their fingers intertwined. For the living cannot touch the soul, much like Urazubo cannot embrace Zelda. Yet, Link felt a chilling sensation, as though he truly held Myfa's delicate red hand. Myfa gazed at Link with a dreamy expression, suddenly exclaiming, "Be careful." It dawned on Link that in his preoccupation with Myfa, he had forgotten his precarious position and was about to slip onto solid ground, unprepared for the fall. His body was flung outward, propelled by the force of his descent from a great height, causing Link to roll across the ground for quite a distance. Rubbing his head, he sat up, a scrape marring his forehead. Myfa chuckled softly. "You are still as adventurous as ever, just like in our childhood." Floating closer, her two small red hands rested upon Link's head, releasing the power of the champions, visibly healing the abrasion on his brow. "Just like before, when you were injured. You would come to me for healing." Link regarded Myfa with a puzzled expression, unaware of her hesitation. She shyly turned her gaze away. "You didn't peek at my diary, did you?" Link chuckled awkwardly, scratching his temple. How could someone so inherently curious resist the temptation to glance at Myfa's diary? Myfa's cheeks flushed crimson, for Link's reaction spoke volumes, leaving her feeling bashful and unable to face the one who had seen her innermost thoughts. However, after a moment's pause, she steeled her resolve and, with a tremor in her voice, declared, "My feelings for you have never wavered. I will always protect you." Link remained silent, drawing Myfa into his embrace. Words were not his forte, nor was expressing his innermost emotions. This embrace was his unspoken declaration. While the two cherished their long-awaited reunion in a tranquil silence, a loud voice broke through, startling Myfa, who sought refuge in Link's arms, reluctant to let anyone, especially Zelda, witness their intimate moment. In a hushed tone, she whispered, "Who is it?" Link turned his head, casting an angry glare at the noisy intruder, only to reveal an expression of bewilderment as he stood up. Approaching them was a warrior clad in a red cloak and armor, with long hair and a bushy beard. Exuding a tall and robust presence, his blue eyes fixed intently on Link and Myfa. He was accompanied by 5 similarly adorned warriors, one of whom wore a sly grin, his eyes glinting with mischief, handsome yet possessing the same receding hairline as Corson. Link shouted, "Thor? Loki?" Indeed, it was none other than the Thor brothers, who had traveled all the way to Jotunheim to confront the frost giants. Thor was unsurprised by Link's call of their names, for he was the son of Odin, a prince of Asgard, known across the cosmos. "Ladies of the realm, may I inquire as to your purpose in the lair of the frost giants?" Thor's tone was brusque, yet his words bore an unexpected politeness, steeped in a sense of ancient formality. With an enigmatic smile, Loki discovered certain matters yet chose to withhold them from his brother. It is not to be questioned why the northern deity spoke impeccable modern English. Suffice it to say that Thor's mere 2 utterances had already provoked Link's ire. Link retorted sharply, "Who was that long-haired, blue-eyed old lady referring to?" Thor's expression shifted dramatically. The frost giant's manner of speech was no less than a revelation. Ever since Link donned female attire, any mention of the subject would ignite his temper. "Oh, mighty Thor, when others mock you as a princess, you wield your hammer against them, yet you cannot comprehend the frustration of being perceived as a girl." Link's words struck back fiercely. Thor, incensed, exclaimed, "How dare you insult me, Thor, son of Odin?" He brandished his hammer, intending to deal Link a severe blow. Behind him, Sif hurriedly restrained Thor, exclaiming, "Why quarrel with a young girl? Bullying the weak is not the mark of a warrior." Thor muttered to Sif, "I do not need my hammer to strike her. I will simply advance and intimidate her to instill some sense." Loki, with ill intent, chuckled, "Let him proceed. Amusing events are sure to unfold." As the master of observation, Loki easily discerned Link's remarkable prowess in the distinctive round shield he wielded. He relished the prospect of his brother's humiliation. Thor swaggered towards Link, gesturing with his hammer, declaring, "Let me tell you, mocking a warrior as a woman is the gravest insult. I do not wish to harm the weak, but I advise you to apologize." Before the words could escape Link's lips, he delivered a swift punch to Thor's abdomen. Instantly, the god of thunder's complexion turned a shade of green reminiscent of the Hulk. Gasping for breath, he staggered back, his mouth forming an OAS. He struggled for air. Thor's comrades rushed over, and the Asian-looking Hogan brandished his twin blades at Link. "You dare to injure Thor." Thor quickly restrained Hogan, forcing his body to stand straight while feigning indifference. "Humph, you worry too much. Her little fists are merely a tickle." Yet, internally he pondered, how could such a petite figure possess such strength? A lost Valkyrie? The girl certainly has spirit. Link pointed to his own Adam's apple, asserting, "I am a man." Thor and his companions were taken aback. In Asgard, valor was revered, and every warrior was decidedly masculine. The epitome of effeminacy was Loki, and they had never encountered such a delicate and charming boy before. Thor's demeanor shifted, and pointing his hammer at Link, he proclaimed, "If that is the case, let us engage in a contest between men. Reveal your name and prepare for battle." With a flourish, he swung his hammer and charged towards Link. Loki, perplexed, shook his head and raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms as he addressed Thor's comrades. "Are we not here to confront the frost giants? It seems we are straying from our original purpose." Thor, however, was unconcerned. Whether battling the frost giants or Link, the order of events mattered little. Link stepped forward and announced to Myfa, "Watch me." Link and Myfa share a bond that traces back to their childhood, where Link, having witnessed her most mischievous moments, appears far less solemn in her presence than he does beside Zelda. He lifted the golden shield in his hand, contemplating, "Roger, my apologies, but circumstances compel me. This shield shall be my playful companion for now." With a sudden bend of his knees, he assumed a ready stance, waiting for the perfect moment. Snap. He executed a precise shield counter. The mighty Mjolnir spun around and struck Thor squarely in the face. Thor let out a muffled grunt as he was sent flying. A rectangular red mark emblazoned upon his visage, reminiscent of a stamp. Often, Thor would brand others, yet he never anticipated being stamped himself one day. Loki regarded Link with a mixture of suspicion and intrigue. He recognized Link's extraordinary nature, but was taken aback by how much he had underestimated him. The counterattack that injured Thor was wholly unforeseen. Loki stepped forward, demanding, "Who are you?" "I am Link," came the reply. "Ah, a worthy Link indeed," Thor mused, rubbing his face, his expression a blend of fury and scrutiny as he sized up Link. With over 1,000 years of experience, countless battles, formidable foes, and trials, Thor had earned his illustrious reputation. Who in Asgard could doubt him? Yet, here he was, bested by an inexplicable young human who had appeared in Jotunheim. "Your shield is impressive. The rebound was quite exquisite. But what if I were to add tenfold my strength?" Thor declared, reaching to summon Mjolnir back. Link, however, was quicker, planting his foot firmly atop the hammer to prevent its return to Thor's grasp. Thor snorted, "Do you truly believe you can keep Mjolnir from returning to me? Do you think?" This challenge from Thor warranted respect, and thus Loki, Sif, Hogun, Vandal, and Volstagg could only observe, their trust in Thor's prowess unwavering. Yet, they were soon to witness an astonishing spectacle. Mjolnir, which had always obeyed Thor, now writhed at Link's feet, desperately attempting to break free, an unprecedented sight. Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, a relic imbued with a soul, symbolizing lightning and divine wrath, was now subdued beneath Link's foot. Link reached down to grasp Mjolnir. Vandal scoffed, "Do not be foolish. Only Thor and Odin, the ruler of the Aesir, can lift the hammer." Link chuckled, "Is that so?" He grasped the hammer's handle with ease, effortlessly lifting it. Nodding, he remarked, "Its weight suits me well." The denizens of Asgard collectively inhaled in disbelief, unable to fathom their eyes. Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, was effortlessly lifted by a seemingly fragile golden-haired youth. Thor's expression mirrored that of a man witnessing his betrothed eloping with Loki, murmuring, "This cannot be. Only a pure-hearted hero can lift Mjolnir." His gaze towards Link shifted, revealing newfound respect. The ability to wield Mjolnir signified that this young man named Link was indeed a warrior of great esteem. At that moment, the chilling voice echoed, "Son of Odin, what brings you here?" Countless frost giants gathered around. The leader of the frost giants, King Laufey, had sensed Thor's presence the instant he set foot in Jotunheim. Growing impatient in his lair, he decided to venture out in search of the intruder. From a distance, he spotted the thunder god Thor, wielding Mjolnir, confronting a band of Asgardian warriors. Puzzled, he wondered if they were embroiled in a civil conflict. "Never mind," he thought. "I'll take them all down." Having never seen Thor before, Laufey mistook Link for the thunder god. As he approached across the icy terrain, he paused and quietly remarked, "Son of Odin, Thor? I never expected you to resemble a little girl." Thor, noticing the approaching frost giants and hearing Laufey's words, filled with rage, shouted, "You seek death. How dare you mock me?" Laufey retorted, "Who are you?" Thor replied defiantly, "I am Thor, the god of thunder." Laufey pointed at Link and asked, "Why is Mjolnir in this person's possession?" Thor answered, "He has taken my hammer." Only then did Laufey realize his grave error, a sardonic laugh escaping his lips. "Ha! Odin has sired such a coward, that his hammer could be snatched by a mere girl." With a single statement, he offended both parties. Link, enraged, exclaimed, "Who are you calling a little girl?" Thor, equally incensed, demanded, "And who do you call a coward?" The two locked eyes. Since witnessing Link lift the hammer, Thor's perception of him had transformed significantly. After all, anyone deemed worthy enough to wield Mjolnir could not possibly be a villain. Recognizing Link's worthiness, Thor felt a newfound respect for him. Not only Thor, but other warriors from Asgard, upon seeing Link brandish the hammer, instinctively bowed slightly in reverence. Thor then addressed Link. You are a commendable warrior. To fight with you now would be ill-timed. Let us vanquish these frost giants together, and afterward, we shall celebrate with merriment. This is a conflict between Asgard and Jotunheim, and it should not involve outsiders. Return my hammer. Link replied with a grin. You have a score to settle with this ice brute, and so do I. Just let me borrow your hammer for a moment. It truly is magnificent. I quite like it. Link had long coveted Avenger-Level, though he disdained taking what belonged to others. He could not resist the opportunity to play with it a little longer. Loki approached Thor, advising, there are too many enemies. Meanwhile, Link, grasping the vibranium shield in his left hand and Avenger-Level in his right, charged forth with remarkable speed, a torrent of frigid wind swirling around him. He swung the hammer down with the force of creation, aiming directly at King Laufey's face. Suddenly, Avenger-Level erupted with brilliant arcs of electricity, crackling through the air and radiating blinding light. Thor, seeing the lightning emanating from the hammer, turned pale. Lightning? This lad can wield Avenger-Level and unleash thunderbolts. Could he be vying for my title as the God of Thunder? The other celestial warriors were equally perplexed, even suspecting that Link might be Odin's illegitimate child. After all, how could he wield Avenger-Level and summon lightning? Thor snapped back to reality. He was determined not to be outdone by Link in valor. He immediately shouted, Warriors, charge! At the mention of battle, several celestial warriors' eyes ignited with fervor, sparks flying as they seized their weapons and charged toward the nearest foes. Loki shook his head and joined the fray. However, one individual found himself in a rather awkward predicament. Thor, the god of thunder himself. Having had his hammer snatched away by Link, he stood empty-handed, feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Just then, a frost giant roared and charged at him, emanating an icy aura that caused Thor's beard to frost over. Clenching his fist in embarrassment turned into indignation, he bellowed. Feel the wrath of my thunderous fist. His volleyball-sized fist came crashing down upon the intruder. Rolf, the frost giant chief, saw Link approaching with a vibrant red aura. Wielding the god of thunder's hammer, unleashing terrifying electric power that reminded him of the brutal battles he fought alongside Odin in the past. Meanwhile, Link appeared composed, even somewhat delighted by the formidable weapon in his grasp, evoking memories of Odin's prime. Though Link lacked the sheer strength and might of Odin in his youth, he still instilled a profound sense of dread in Rolf's heart. Rolf exclaimed, You dare claim you are not the god of thunder? He advanced, swiftly conjuring sharp ice swords from between his fingers, cold enough to freeze Lake by call. A layer of frost enveloped Link's body, and although he had yet to clash with the ice sword, the chilling winds made his blood feel as if it were congealing. Observing Link's pallor and the bluish hue of his lips, Rolf scoffed, Is that all you can muster? How can a mere boy withstand the frostbite of a frost giant? While other frost giants needed to make physical contact to inflict their icy venom, Rolf, as the strongest of Jotunheim, wielded an unimaginable mastery over the frost, enabling him to strike from a distance. He infused his arms with power and lunged forward with the ice sword. With Link besieged by the cold poison, he appeared vulnerable. How could he possibly withstand Rolf's mighty strike? Yet, the situation unfolded unexpectedly. Link shouted, and the lightning on Avenger-Level blazed even brighter, resembling a miniature comet as it collided with the ice sword, shattering it into countless fragments of ice. Rolf staggered back 3 paces, feeling the potent surge of thunderous energy coursing through him, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. You, Rolf exclaimed, his body jolting as the thunderous energy dissipated within him. While this meager lightning was far from Odin's might and could not truly harm Rolf, it was enough to astonish him. You managed to unleash such formidable force even under the assault of my frost poison. As Link landed, his body swayed, his hands aching from the clash with Rolf, the skin around his palms torn and raw. In a state of ethereal transcendence, Fa enveloped Link's form, channeling her heroic essence to mend the ruptured muscles and internal frostbite afflicting him. Ralphe, a formidable warrior who had once clashed with Odin in the Nine Realms, faced Link, who had just endured a fierce battle against the cursed powers of Ganon, only to be further hindered by a tumultuous spatial vortex. Link's body had yet to regain its peak condition, and as they exchanged blows, he found himself at a disadvantage. I have underestimated you, Ralphe declared, his gaze fixed upon Link. Within the hierarchy of the frost giants, the principle of the weak submitting to the strong prevailed. As their leader, Ralphe's absolute might was essential to maintain his authority. Yet, under Link's assault, he was forced to retreat several paces, Such a setback before the many frost giants would undoubtedly incite doubts among the proud members of his kind. Link's visage was pale, marred by the chilling venom coursing through him, and with each breath, his exhaled warmth crystallized into countless icy particles. It was evident that Link was struggling against the cold toxin. Suddenly, Ralphie plunged his hands into the ground, summoning a multitude of ice pillars that surged toward Link with a force capable of rending an iceberg asunder. As the icy projectiles approached, Link was met with an onslaught of frigid air that he loathed. Choosing not to evade, he brandished his vibranium shield and executed a perfect counter, shattering the sharp ice pillars with a decisive strike. With a mighty roar, Ralphie emerged from behind the remnants of the ice, and the two clashed in a furious melee. Lightning crackled and an unbearable chill pervaded the air, fracturing the earth beneath them and creating a gaping chasm. In mere moments, Ralphie and Link exchanged several fierce assaults. Though Ralphie fought valiantly, he struggled to gain the upper hand against Link, who, despite having recently acquired the Hammer of the Thunder God, wielded it with a mastery that belied years of practice. While Ralphie unleashed chilling toxins that relentlessly assailed Link, the latter's lips turned a deep shade of blue, and his hair and eyebrows were frosted white. How do you fare? Is it cold? Would you like to experience the agony of your cells being pierced by ice crystals? You have ingested a considerable amount of my frost poison. Once it fully manifests, your body will be impaled by icicles, leading to a gruesome demise. Ralphie taunted. Link retaliated with a counterstrike. Do you think you are the sole wielder of ice's power? A whisper from the goddess of Hyrule reached his ears, enhanced the hero's ice crafting skill. Time freeze 098. As her incantation concluded, the frost poison ravaging Link's body suddenly lost its potency, no longer able to inflict harm upon his vital organs. It was as if an eye had opened within him, allowing him to discern the extent of the toxin's accumulation and to visualize his heart ensnared by the frost. Just moments prior, this vibrant heart had been desperately pulsing against the encroaching cold, its blood flow nearly stifled. Take this. With a powerful swing of the Hammer of the Thunder God, Link shattered Ralphie's formidable icy barrier and surged forward. Parting his lips slightly, he commanded the accumulated frost poison within him, directing it like a water gun toward Ralphie. Ralphie King was momentarily blinded by a blinding white light, as a frosty mist, tinged with a shadowy deep blue energy, surged towards him, rapidly freezing in an instant. Before long, his massive form crystallized into a colossal ice sphere with a diameter of 10 meters, a product of the overwhelming cold poison unleashed within Link. Chief, cried the remaining frost giants, witnessing Ralphie King ensnared by the backlash of his own frigid toxin, shouting in the tongue of Jotunheim. A dozen frost giants lunged forward, intent on vanquishing Link. In the very second Ralphie King became encased in ice, Link felt the tumultuous struggles and vibrations emanating from within the massive ice sphere, prompting him to attempt to shatter it and leap forth. It was crucial to note that the cold poison originated from Ralphie himself, hence it could not inflict harm upon him. With a multitude of frost giants advancing from behind and Ralphie on the verge of breaking free ahead, Link found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Thor, wielding a frost giant like a hammer, swung him about, using the creature as a weapon. The frost giant cried out in agony, bloodied and battered, but eventually fell silent as Thor's relentless onslaught continued. Observing the throng of frost giants besieging Link and witnessing the fierce battle against Ralphie, Thor, in defense of his dignity as the god of thunder, could not abide Link's dominance over the situation and resolved to provide assistance. However, the ground trembled ominously, and a chilling, rapid wave of energy rippled through the air, abruptly overpowering the sounds of combat on the icy plain with a menacing breath. Thor lifted his gaze, only to behold a colossal deep blue beast standing atop the icy mountain, its fearsome visage unmistakably that of a predator. Thor instantly recognized this creature as the frost giant beast, a minion of Ralphie King. Observing Ralphie encased in ice, the beast leapt down with ferocity, baring its fangs as it descended rapidly, casting a large shadow over Link. Your adversary is me, Thor bellowed, launching himself into the air, wielding the unfortunate frost giant with both hands and striking fiercely at the frost giant beast to intercept it. Meanwhile, Link's companion, Mypha, noticed the horde of frost giants closing in and felt a wave of concern for Link. Yet, Link simply smiled and reassured her, "Do not worry. Watch how I deal with them." Mypha, however, felt even more anxious. She remembered the boy Link once was, a far cry from the quiet, composed figure he had become. He had once been a joyous, adventurous little boy, often seeking perilous escapades, such as teasing the fearsome lizard men near the territory of Zora. One day, Link had ventured off on an adventure. Mypha, worried for his safety, searched tirelessly until she discovered him in a lizard-man nest, bruised and battered. Sitting amidst a sea of corpses, sulkily gnawing on a half-cooked lizard tail he had prepared. This left a profound psychological mark on Mipha. Though Link no longer exhibited the same exuberance, his eyes still shone with the same fervor for adventure and thrill. He reached towards the massive ice sphere binding Ralphie King and exclaimed, "Time stop." The hockey puck was suddenly enveloped by a shimmering golden membrane, bound by several golden chains that rendered it impervious to time. Link leaped behind the puck, summoning all his strength, wielding the mighty Avenger-Level, and struck the surface of the puck with a flurry of blows. Clang, 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 clang. With Avenger-Level in hand, Link felt no trepidation that the hammer would shatter under the ferocity of his strikes, and thus he unleashed his full power. The surface of the time-bound puck, initially golden, gradually turned crimson. In a short span, Link delivered more than 50 strikes, channeling all his force into the puck. The surface, ensnared by time, began to flicker incessantly, and suddenly, the chain shattered. Link hurriedly leaped onto the puck. Empowered by Link's numerous hammering, the puck erupted with pent-up energy in an instant, catapulting towards the advancing horde of frost giants. Crack, 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 crack. The frost giants, taken aback, watched as the massive puck hurtled towards them like a billiard ball. Before they could comprehend the unfolding chaos, they were struck down, akin to bowling pins being toppled. Link, perched upon the puck, swiftly counted the giants he had collided with. 1, 2, 3, ultimately sending 7 frost giants flying. Regrettably, the formation was less than ideal. The giants encircled him rather than forming a straight line, thereby limiting the destructive radius of Link's time-stop projectile. Nevertheless, leveraging the unstoppable momentum of the puck, Link successfully breached the encirclement. Even after toppling 7 frost giants, the puck maintained its relentless momentum. However, the icy surface could not withstand the strain and shattered, revealing the imprisoned King Ralphie within. Link executed a backflip, soaring into the air. "Did you truly believe you could wound me with ice, frost giants?" Just as King Ralphie broke free from the puck's binding, he was startled to find himself soaring through the air, facing a towering iceberg. Bang! King Ralphie let out a prolonged cry as he reluctantly crashed into the iceberg. In an instant, the iceberg fissured with a resounding crack from the impact, the fracture rapidly expanding like branches sprouting from a tree, ultimately leading to a collapse. Link descended, his fingers deftly catching the strap of Avenger-Level, spinning it wildly to fend off nearby frost giants. Weary, he surveyed the massive iceberg crumbling into countless fragments, reminiscent of sand sculptures being washed away by a torrential downpour. Despite the distance, he felt the ground tremble violently beneath him, ice cracking and splintering all around. Including Thor and all the frost beasts, everyone stood in astonishment, gazing at Link and the collapsing iceberg. For a moment, the icy expanse was silent except for the solitary thunderous crash of the iceberg's demise. Thor clapped his hands in disbelief. What manner of warrior is this? Meanwhile, Loki, equally astounded, twisted his neck, wearing an expression of toothache, but quickly regained his composure and thrust his blade toward the frost giant beside him, who was momentarily stunned by Link's display of power. As for the other Celestial Palace warriors, amidst their astonishment, they found themselves in a state of perplexity, feeling as though they had traveled countless miles to challenge a demon king, only to witness that the demon king was vanquished by an even mightier overlord. They couldn't help but wonder if they had merely rushed up to the scene to watch the spectacle.